Chapter 1 System. Where the hell is this? I was playing with my phone on the bed when it got hit. How did I end up in this damn place?
Yun Machin, an ordinary high school senior on Earth, frantically scrolled through his smartphone, which he hadn't touched in 3 years, on the day the college entrance examination ended. Even when his eyes were bloodshot late at night the next day, his determination to crazily absorb the beauties from Douyin was not shaken at all.
Boom!
Yun Machin was lying on his back on the bed playing with his mobile phone. His hands accidentally slipped and the phone hit his face hard.
Then, my eyes went dark. He traveled through time. Yun Machin looked around.
In the small room of less than 15 square meters, cigarette butts, beer bottles and papers were scattered all over the floor. The latex paint that had been blackened by the smoke from the stove had faded and cracked. A small yellow light hung precariously on the ceiling, adding a bit of color to the haziness of the night.
Here, where exactly is this place?
Yun Machin felt a sharp pain in his brain and fell back onto the bed.
Huaxia Federal Government Tianling City Hualing Middle School Senior Year.
It turns out that I traveled through time.
Just because of this?
When Yun Machin thought about how he was hit in the face by a cell phone and then inexplicably traveled through time, and even traveled through time to become a poor senior high school student, his face suddenly turned dark.
Also, why do I have to take the college entrance examination again? This is the world 300 years after the resurgence of spiritual energy.
In order to survive and resist the mutated monsters that even conventional weapons are helpless against, humans have banded together, and the world is governed by only one government, the Chinese federal government.
Fortunately, as countless mutated monsters appeared, countless ancient immortal cultivation traditions also continued to emerge.
Humans who are good at learning immediately seized this only hope. In the process of constantly fighting against monsters and exploring the inheritance of cultivation, they established one powerful cultivation academy after another, and gradually gained the confidence and strength to fight against monsters. The original owner of Yun Machin's soul had the same name as him. He was a senior in Hualing Middle School. His parents died when he was young, and he barely made ends meet with the help of his neighbors, but he also developed a lot of bad habits.
Yesterday,
Yun Machin, who has been secretly in love with the campus beauty Nan Shuan for a long time, is inferior to her in terms of her own conditions.
So, as usual,
after returning home, he drank to drown his sorrows. Eventually, after 300 rounds of battle with cigarettes, alcohol and paper, he died suddenly in bed.
Yun Machin's mouth twitched. This brother is even more ruthless than me.
He's really a talented person.
Forget it, since I accidentally became you, I will continue to live your life for you.
Yun Machin dragged his body, feeling extremely empty, and slowly got up from the bed and looked in the mirror. Oh, his eyebrows are sharp and handsome, and his thin cheeks are angular. Under his high nose bridge are thin, lightly pursed lips. Adding on his height of 1.83 meters, it is hard to imagine that this boy has such noble thoughts and awareness.
Not bad, this guy is only 1/10 as handsome as me.
Yun Machin nodded with satisfaction.
Speaking of which, where are the system benefits? I'm an old bookworm who's read countless time travel novels. Where are my benefits, where are they? Ding! The system has sensed the host's call, here comes brother. It's coming, it's coming.
At this moment, a system prompt sounded in the brain. Congratulations to the host for activating the most powerful, shocking and invincible system.
Would you like to receive the novice gift package? Receive. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for receiving the novice gift package. The reward is the Chaos Divine Body.
Would you like to claim it? Chaos Divine Body, born from the chaotic energy produced at the beginning of the universe. The Chaos Divine Body has many uses. Please explore them on your own. The only thing this system can reveal is
the speed of cultivation increases by leaps and bounds, and there is no bottleneck to break through.
Online articles never deceive me. Receive it, receive it. In an instant, countless spiritual energies filled his body, and a huge vortex with no visible edge appeared in the already dark sky.
The figures of mythical beasts such as Taotai, Xiangqi, Zulong, Kuanping, etc., which were transformed by spiritual energy, appeared one after another.
Ding! Due to the host's own strength, the system recommends hiding the anomaly immediately. Do you agree?
Yun Machin looked out the window at the strange scene that blocked out the sun and sky. Knowing that a big tree attracts the wind, he said.
Agree.
The second level of Qi training, the third level of Qi training, until the 5th level of Qi training, the surging spiritual energy that poured into the body slowly calmed down.
System, what is your function? Yun Machin asked. This system is the most powerful system in the universe.
As long as you can shock others, this system will give you rewards that are beyond your imagination. By the way, the more shocks you receive or the stronger your opponent is, the greater the reward. Yun Machin narrowed his eyes and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
I don't believe it. System, believe it or not. Yun Machin, just blow it. System, ding.
Sensing the host's endless malice, this noble system has decided to defend its last dignity with death. Starting the self-destruct countdown, 10, 9, 8.
Yun Machin's mouth twitched. This system is really user-friendly. Okay, stop messing around, I was just joking with you.
You are the strongest system in all the heavens and myriad worlds.
You are the strongest. I trust you.
He didn't want to be killed by the system before he could experience this new world.
Ding. That's more like it.
Yun Machin returned to bed with a wry smile and began his yearning and sighing.
I, Yun Machin, have arrived in this brand new world. Chapter 2 Supreme Family Bucket. What Yun Machin didn't know was the hint of a strange vision just now caused an uproar in the world. Could this aura be chaos?
A powerful figure in the military looked in the direction of Yun Machin in surprise, as if his gaze could penetrate time and space.
After a while, the mighty one shook his head. Am I overthinking it?
A woman in pajamas who was practicing also looked in the direction of Yun Machin. Her eyes, like the dawn, are as deep and mysterious as the night sky, but seem out of tune with her childish face.
She frowned, and everything around her seemed eclipsed in front of her. She muttered to herself. In this era, this kind of aura shouldn't appear. In a corner of the world.
A charming woman licked her lips, her emerald eyes like the waves of the night sea.
The heartbreaking black long skirt wrapped around her soft and graceful figure.
She leaned lightly on the wide seat and looked meaningfully in the direction of Yun Machin.
Interesting.
The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone into the alley where Yun Machin was, and the green tiles, white walls and thick incense smoke filled the alley. The ups and downs of roosters crowing and dogs barking disturbed the rustling of summer cicadas, but Yun Machin was still wandering in his sweet dreams.
Mo-chen. If you don't get up now, the sun will burn your butt. Hurry up and finish your meal and go to school. Mo Lao shouted. Mr. Mo is Yun Machin's neighbor. He has no children and lives alone.
Seeing Yun Machin's pity, as he had no one to rely on since childhood, he often helped him and treated him like his own child.
In the words of Mr. Mo, it's just an extra pair of chopsticks, what's the big deal?
Yun Machin rubbed his sleepy eyes.
Here comes Mr. Mo. Mr. Mo, when I become rich and successful in the future, I will definitely let you live in a big house. While Yun Machin was eating the food made by Mr. Mo, he was thinking, since I accidentally replaced you, then this Yun Machin is that Yun Machin. I will help you take care of the person you can't let go of. Ha, you little brat, hurry up and go to school after you finish eating. Mr. Mo smiled with relief. Mo-chen, run slower, don't fall.
Yun Machin, who had just finished his meal, ran out of the alley when Lu Wenyang, who was selling breakfast at a stall, called out to him with a smile. Yun Machin looked in the direction of the voice and saw a mature and charming woman.
In an instant, memories of Lu Wenyang came back to mind.
Lu Wenyang is not very old, about 30 or 40 years old, which is not considered old in an era when everyone is practicing Taoism.
Lu Wenyang is wearing a tattered blue star dress today, very beautiful, very beautiful.
She has beautiful red lips, a well-proportioned figure, and soft hair fluttering in the air.
The fair skin under Lan Xing's skirt can't help but make people fantasize, and the faintly revealed slender legs are so dangling that people are distracted.
A pair of soft green eyes are like a breeze in the microwave, blowing into the hearts of passers-by. The quaint alley has been silent all year round among the surrounding high-rise buildings, but the appearance of Lu Wenyang seems to have brought out the colorful heart of the alley, becoming a unique landscape in the alley.
I know, second mother. You look so beautiful today. Yun Machin couldn't help but admire Lu Wenyang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for shocking Lu Wenyang. Reward, a rejuvenating pill. For the host's convenience, this system provides the host with unlimited virtual space for free. The rejuvenating pill has been placed there. Please claim it yourself.
Yun Machin looked at the virtual storage space and saw a small round bead that was green and bright white.
You little kid are quite sweet talking. Go to school quickly. Lu Ernyang covered her mouth and laughed happily. Hee, let's go, Ernyang.
Looking at Lu Ernyang's pretty face, Yun Machin suddenly felt a little embarrassed, so he hurried towards the school, and on the way he stuffed the anti-aging pill in the virtual space into his mouth.
It tastes pretty good, like eating candy beans. I just don't know how effective it will be. There is no mirror on the way to school. I guess it can only make up half of my appearance in my previous life.
The system seemed to understand Yun Machin's thoughts and said calmly,
Host, there's an old saying among you humans that I feel is particularly suitable for you. Would you like to listen to it? Yun Machin asked curiously, What?
A hanged man is beating powder and arranging flowers.
What's the meaning? Shame on you. Yun Machin's face turned dark.
If he wasn't afraid of hurting himself, he would have pulled it out of his head and beat it up.
Hualing Middle School is a school that focuses on cultivating immortality with academic subjects as a supplement.
This is not an isolated phenomenon, but is true in almost all education systems. After all, in an era where strength is paramount, money is insignificant compared to strength and status, because everyone knows that education nowadays is not only for living, but also for survival.
Yun Machin, why are you so handsome today?
As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Machin felt a big hand on his shoulder. Yun Machin took a look and found that it was Han Tianyu. He was chubby and the fat on his face had deformed his facial features. It was hard to imagine that he was a master of the 7th level of Qi training. At the same time, he is also Yun Machin's only friend.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking Han Tianyu.
You'll be rewarded with a family bucket. Ahem, maybe I slept too well last night. Yun Machin replied. I'll perform a magic trick for you. Close your eyes. Yun Machin said to Han Tianyu. What kind of magic tricks are you performing so early in the morning?
Seriously, if you can perform a family bucket for me. Han Tianyu curled his lips and closed his eyes in cooperation.
Here, it's for you.
Yun Machin immediately took out the whole bucket from the virtual space, put it in Han Tianyu's hand, and walked towards the classroom, leaving Han Tianyu with a confused look on his face.
I'm so good, I can really change. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking Han Tianyu again, and I'll reward you with a Supreme Family Bucket. Yun Machin glanced at the system space and found that this Supreme Family Bucket was a bit special. Supreme Family Bucket, roasted with spiritual energy, it will upgrade your Qi training stage by 1 level after consumption.
The effects cannot be accumulated, and only the first bite is effective.
This system's products have absolutely no side effects.
As if seeing through Yun Machin's hesitation, the system said considerately.
Yun Machin nodded with satisfaction, really good. Then he picked up an Orleans chicken leg from the virtual space and started to eat it.
Boom! The 6th level of Qi training. Level division: Qi training stage, foundation building stage, golden elixir stage, nascent soul stage, spirit transformation stage, spirit separation stage, fusion stage, Mahayana stage, tribulation crossing stage, carat. Chapter 3. Empress Nan Shuan arrived at the classroom door. Nan Shuan came towards him.
Perhaps it was because Yun Machin had taken the anti-aging pill. Nan Shuan's gaze lingered on Yun Machin's face for a moment. But it was only for a moment, and then he walked straight away.
Nan Shuan is so beautiful.
A small white t-shirt with the words Hualing Middle School written on it perfectly shows off Nan Shuan's proud figure. It seemed as if the world followed her every breath. Compared with the rouge and powder in her previous life, she was like a fairy descending to earth. Yun Machin, you've fallen into the hands of this woman. Be more careful and don't repeat the mistakes of the original owner.
You are a man with a system. Your vision should be as vast as the stars and the sea. Think of this. Yun Machin's mouth twitched and he couldn't help shaking his head. It almost upset my mood. Bad review. Classmates, the college entrance examination will be held in a month. I believe you all know the importance of this exam. This is not only about your own life, but also the only way for you to make a breakthrough. The head teacher, Rao Huazi, was speaking passionately at the podium, while Yun Machin, who was sitting in the corner, was drowsy. Ahem, especially some of you students, don't think that just because you're pretty you can rest easy. In the face of strength, all that's just a bunch of floating clouds that will disappear in a puff of wind. Rao Huazi looked at Yun Machin's helpless look and couldn't help but feel angry and resentful. Rao Huazi continued. The Huaxia federal government has established over 3,000 immortal cultivation colleges.
This is not only to enable humans to protect themselves in troubled times, but also to allow some gifted students to become our hope and savior. Although the growth cycle of monsters is not as fast as that of humans, their number is hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands times that of humans. At the same time, as the demon beasts' cultivation levels continue to improve, they gradually acquire intelligence that is no less than that of humans.
Some demon beasts in the nascent soul stage can even transform into human form.
If it weren't for the nations of the world banding together to establish the federal government, I'm afraid that right now, everywhere we look, there would be corpses strewn across the ground. After hearing what Rao Huatzi said, Yun Machen had a general understanding of this world. It turns out that the human situation is still very serious. I'm afraid that the current prosperity and peace are all an illusion.
In fact, it is the result of countless selfless monks silently guarding us behind us.
It seems that I need to improve my strength as soon as possible. Only with the ability to protect myself can I enjoy the splendor and beauty of this world.
Yun Machen started to think secretly in his mind.
In a classroom on campus.
Finally reached the golden core stage.
After thousands of years of hard work, I finally broke through the tribulation stage and was on the verge of ascending to the immortal realm, but I was ambushed by that damn witch. I borrowed her Huatian pool to take a bath, and she has been pestering me for 100 years. She even held me tightly when I was about to ascend, insisting that I return the pool of water to her before ascending.
That's it.
The heavenly tribulation thunder has struck both of us and forced us to reincarnate.
If I meet you again in this life, I'll definitely beat your ass to a pulp. When Nan Shuan thought of this, she couldn't help but clench her fists.
It seems I need to hurry up and recover my cultivation. This little world doesn't seem peaceful at all, and there's that aura from yesterday. Nan Shuan frowned and said. Nan Shuan, a peerless strongman in the Bo star field, used her outstanding talent to become a strong man in the tribulation period in just 1,000 years and became a generation of empress. The universe she lives in has 7 major star fields, and the dead woman who has been entangled with her for 100 years is the emperor of one of the 7 major star fields, the Blood Demon Emperor.
It's called Kingxian.
Each star field has tens of thousands of planets like Earth, but most of them are larger than Earth. The star field under the jurisdiction of the Blood Demon Emperor is called the Demon Star Field. But what made them famous was not their strength, but their stunning looks. One is cold as ice and snow, the other as enchanting as the bright moon. According to legend, the number of people pursuing these 2 women could stretch beyond the universe. The whole world is powerless, yet it has been born for thousands of years.
It is a perfect match for them.
It was really God's will that the relationship between these 2 women was like that of enemies. In the end, they both ended up reincarnated.
After class,
Su Xinlua said to Yun Machen.
Hey, isn't this Sushin? What kind of magic medicine did he take?
His whole spirit and energy are different.
Tell me about it quickly.
Yun Machen, who was studying how to use the system to quickly improve his strength, raised his eyebrows.
Isn't this just what you think will happen? Me?
Yesterday, when I got home, I helped an old lady cross the street. Then she casually took out a bucket from her space ring and gave it to me. After I ate it, I found that it not only beautified my skin, but it even improved my cultivation.
Yun Machen replied. Who are you trying to fool?
Even though times have changed and there are all sorts of magical things, a family bucket is nothing more than your everyday fast food.
What kind of use can it have? You don't believe me?
Give me 100,000 Federation coins, and I'll give you the rest to try and see the effects. As he spoke, Yun Machen took out the supreme family bucket that he had just eaten half on the way from under the desk. After all, for a poor student like him, having a space ring is obviously not convincing, and he will have no way to explain himself if he is suspected. So for him now, hiding his tracks can save him a lot of trouble.
You're stealing money.
You're selling me a used family bucket for 100,000 federal coins. Su Xinlua put his hands on his hips and said angrily.
In this era of spiritual energy revival, the currency has been unified into the Chinese federal currency.
As the eldest daughter of the Tianling City branch of the Beijing Su family, Su Xinlua regards 100,000 federal currencies as just pocket money.
Yun Machen glanced at Su Xinlua casually and said, believe it or not, it's up to you.
Anyway, the treasure has been presented to you.
It's up to you whether you recognize its value or not. Send me the account number and I'll transfer it to you.
If you dare to lie to me, I'll turn your virtual god into nothingness. Su Xinlua glared at Yun Machen, then took out his cell phone and was about to transfer money. Yun Machen felt his pocket and found that he didn't even have a cell phone. He couldn't help but curl his lips and said helplessly, "I don't have a cell phone, I only accept cash."
Give it, give it, give it. I'm so annoyed.
Su Xinlua took out a stack of federal coins from her bag and threw it directly on Lai Yunmakin's desk. She picked up the family bucket and returned to her seat to eat.
1, 2, 3 seconds. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for shocking Su Xinlua, and reward him with the title of Virtual God.
What is going on? Yun Machin looked at the reward and his face turned dark.
Title of Virtual God, the host has the ability to conceal his aura, making it seem as if there is no trace of it, becoming a virtual god of the generation.
Chapter 4. He is the one I like. Yun Machin, your homeroom teacher wants you to go to the office. Luo Yuyu trotted off for a while.
As soon as he poked his head out of the classroom door, he shouted at Yun Machin. No matter in which world, the presence of a class teacher has an invisible deterrent effect on students. So as soon as Luo Yuyu heard the instructions from the head teacher, she immediately went to find Yun Machin.
The homeroom teacher is looking for me? Could it be because of my cultivation? Yun Machin's presence in school was usually very low.
Everyone thought he was still at the first level of Qi training, and no one noticed that he was actually at the 6th level. System, take the title of Virtual God, eyes closed face.
Inside the office. Emo-chan, I think you have guessed why I called you over. I understand your family situation. It's not easy for you, but that shouldn't be an excuse for you to be depressed, right?
I've already talked about the importance of the college entrance exam in class.
This will be your only chance to change your life. Did you know?
Because we have powerful people in charge of the Huaxia Federation, there has not been a large-scale war so far. It's just the constant harassment from monsters. But this situation will definitely not remain normal. Once a demon king unites the demon race, all-out war will surely break out.
At that time, humanity will face catastrophic destruction. I see.
There are many species of demons, and they often have conflicts with each other.
They are not as united as humans.
Otherwise, with the strength of the demon race, they can completely crush humans.
Teacher, I've told you so much because I want you to wake up sooner.
At least when the chaotic world comes, you'll have the ability to protect yourself. Yun Machin looked at Rao Huatzi, who was lower than him, and couldn't help feeling moved. In this world, there are people who care about me so much. In fact, Rao Huatzi is very beautiful. She is only 22 years old this year, her background is very mysterious, and no one knows where she graduated from. A pair of peach-like eyes twinkled, and a delicate face like a carved jade was very close to Yun Machin.
Sudden.
He smiled, a smile that came from the heart.
Just quietly, I listened to Rao Huatzi's advice. This brat. Are you listening to my earnest advice? Still able to laugh.
But, he seems, still quite handsome. His eyes were clear, his features sharp, and his gentle smile was like a breeze blowing across the blue waves.
Wait. Rao Huatzi, what are you thinking about? Ahem, get out now. I've already told you everything I need to.
I hope you'll wake up in the last month. As soon as Yun Machin left the house, Rao Huatzi immediately covered her hot pink face with her hands, feeling shy.
Why do I feel like the homeroom teacher is a little strange today? Yun Machin shook his head.
Don't worry, since you gave me warmth today, I will give you a surprise in return in a month.
After school.
Yun Machin, who had reached the 6th level of Qi training, hummed a little tune and walked slowly out of the school gate. To be on the safe side, he brought the title of Virtual God from the virtual space, and his aura was exposed as the 2nd level of Qi training. There is still about a month before the college entrance examination, and he is confident that he can reach the 7th level or above of the Qi training stage. After all, this is the threshold for key universities for cultivating immortals.
Father, can you please stop introducing me to blind dates?
I know you're doing this for my own good, but I have my own plans and opinions. I hope you won't interfere in my affairs anymore. Yun Machin suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked into the distance. An extremely luxurious and exquisite sports car stopped in front of Nan Shuan. A middle-aged man leaned against the car body, holding a cigarette in his mouth.
He looked at Nan Shuan and then at the sky. Shuan, our times are extremely turbulent and cruel. The peace you see is all an illusion.
With the frequency of monster attacks increasing significantly, your father has no choice but to leave immediately to support the border.
Only by entrusting you to someone else as soon as possible can I, your father, feel at ease. Look at Li Yutian in the capital.
He's quite good. As the eldest son of the Li family, he's worked in the military for many years and has reached the 3rd level of the Golden Core realm. He's even been awarded the rank of captain. Compared to those dandy boys, if you follow him, you will definitely not suffer any loss in the future.
Why don't you two meet up after you graduate from high school?
Nan Shuan became more and more impatient as she listened, and said directly to the middle-aged man.
That's enough, father. Stop talking. I have my own plans for everything. Are you really not going to reconsider?
After father passed away, you and Li Yutian had no chance to meet.
Now that I'm still here, I can arrange for you to meet.
The middle-aged man obviously didn't want to give up, and directly grabbed Nan Shuan, who was about to leave. Although Nan Shuan was a peerless empress who was feared by the world in her previous life, she had ties after her rebirth. Perhaps he was tired of being alone on the path to becoming strong.
The magic of family love in this life.
Instead, it slowly melted Nan Shuan's long-frozen heart. Therefore, in the face of her father's suffering, she chose to hide her strength. It is not only because they are afraid that their talents will be coveted by those with ulterior motives, but it is also a disguised form of protection for them.
In their eyes,
Nan Shuan is a little genius who has reached the 9th level of Qi training. She is just talented in cultivation.
But it is still far inferior to a monster like Li Yutian. Seeing her father so persistent, Nan Shuan couldn't help but make up an excuse and said, "Father, actually, I already have someone I like, so please don't worry about me anymore." What? Whose kid is this? How strong is he? The middle-aged man asked in surprise after hearing Nan Shuan's words. Yes, it's him. Chapter 5 Lian Tian Jiu Zhan. He's the guy I like.
Nan Shuan saw Yun Machin eavesdropping stealthily not far away, and pointed directly at him as if she had found a life-saving straw. Yun Machin was holding half a watermelon he bought from a stall. When he had eaten most of it, he found that Nan Shuan was pointing at him.
At the same time,
the middle-aged man's sharp gaze followed the direction of Nan Shuan's finger. Yun Machin instantly felt a strong wind coming towards him, and the dust stirred by the wind met the half watermelon that Yun Machin had left.
Damn it! You have to compensate me for my melon.
You guys are arguing, so just argue.
What's wrong with my melon?
Yun Machin threw the watermelon to the ground, rolled up his sleeves and wanted to go forward to argue. The middle-aged man frowned, and a powerful pressure came over him instantly.
Hey uncle, I'm a little blind and don't know a great man. Please be magnanimous and enjoy the melon. I'll go buy you one too. What the hell? I was scared to death. You can meet yuan-ing monsters on the street. Even if you say you have a system, you can't just go and die.
Yun Machin ran while muttering to himself, afraid that he would fall to the ground accidentally.
Stop.
The middle-aged man's voice was not loud, but it seemed to penetrate Yun Machin's soul. Yun Machin felt a chill in his heart. Knowing that he couldn't escape today, he turned around, smiled flatteringly at the middle-aged man, and said,
Uncle, did you come to me for something?
Don't worry, I didn't hear a word you and Shuan said.
I promise. Otherwise, I, Han Tianyu, will be struck by lightning. The middle-aged man didn't say anything.
He looked at the watermelon seeds on Yun Machin's face, twitched the corner of his mouth, and turned to look at Nan Shuan.
Is this the man you chose?
I, Nan Tianwei, am a senior colonel in the military, and the leader of the army.
What kind of man can't you find a father for? You're completely bewitched by a gigolo at the 2nd level of Qi training?
General, Lieutenant General, Major General. Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel, Major.
Captain, Lieutenant, 2nd Lieutenant, caret. Uncle. Actually, I am also very good.
As soon as Yun Machin finished speaking, he was surprised to find a pair of slender, tender hands holding him.
It's so comfortable, this feeling is like thin ice in summer and warm sunshine in winter. Yes.
I just like him, I like his shameless temperament.
Nan Shuan took Yun Machin's arm and looked at Nan Tianwei unreasonably. Wanner, you, humph. Nan Tianwei was so angry at Nan Shuan that he couldn't utter a word.
At this moment, a hand suddenly wrapped around Nan Shuan's waist.
Father-in-law, since your daughter likes me so much, I will definitely not let her down. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for shocking the Empress Nan Shuan. The reward is the Chaos Book.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for shocking Nan Tianwei.
Reward, Lientian Sword. The Book of Chaos, a divine technique, obtained by the great masters of the Chaos era through personal experience and comprehension. Lian Tian Sword, one of the 7 greatest treasures of the universe, originally the sword of the Lian Tian Sword Immortal. It was severely injured in the ancient war, its spiritual intelligence dissipated, and it has now become mortal. It can be nurtured by the energy of chaos. It is a growth-type artifact. The system prompt sound coming from his mind made Yun Machin, who had taken advantage, smile even more brightly. At the same time, Yun Machin discovered a big secret. It seemed that Nan Shuan was not as simple as she seemed. Yun Machin looked at Nan Shuan meaningfully. The face of Qing Yan, who could bring disaster upon herself, instantly made Yun Machin lose his mind, but when his eyes met Nan Shuan's, the cold and deep gaze made Yun Machin sober up immediately. At that moment, it was as if he had fallen into the abyss. Yun Machin couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, and the hand that was hugging Nan Shuan's soft waist unconsciously tightened. If looks could kill, Yun Machin would have been murdered thousands of times by Nan Tianwei's gaze. Boy, my daughter has talent, beauty, and background. You overheard it just now. I am her background. What about you? What makes you qualified to pursue my daughter? Yun Machin was furious. He let go of Nan Shuan's arms, took 2 steps forward under the invisible pressure from Nan Tianwei, and looked directly at Nan Tianwei. I, Yun Machin, had no interest in your daughter. I just happened to pass by and overheard a few words, and then I was inexplicably dragged into this by you two. Since you look down on me so much, let me tell you, I'm going to woo your daughter. Skill? Background? I don't have any. But I have a future and endless possibilities. Do you dare to take a gamble? Nan Shuan on the side looked at Yun Machin in surprise, but didn't say anything, but there was a barely perceptible blush on her ears. When Nan Tianwei heard this, he felt relieved. Fortunately, it was just a casual remark from his daughter, but at the same time, he also re-examined the young man who had just smiled so playfully. Under the pressure of his nascent soul stage, she was not afraid at all. Instead, she dared to face him head-on. She was completely different from the silly and childish face she had just had when she was eating melon. I couldn't help but feel a little admiration in my heart. Bite. Young man, confidence is good, but what's more important to us is talent. Do you know that when you're in front of a true genius, the results of their years of practice may be a gap that you will find difficult to overcome in your lifetime? Let's go, Warner, let's go home. You decide on your own life. My daughter is grown up now, and I can't keep her anymore. Nan Shuan followed Nan Tianwei into the car and looked at the rearview mirror, not knowing what she was thinking. Yun Machin stood there and curled his lips. That's because you don't know what system daddy is. Oh, right, there seemed to be another hint just now. Yun Machin glanced at the virtual storage space and found a set of sword techniques. Lian Tian Zhanshi Sword Technique, a god-level sword technique, created by Lian Tian Sword Immortal. It is divided into 6 levels. Given the host's strength, please refer to the first level. Lian Tian 9 Absolute Slashes. Chapter 6 Sword Intent. Back home. System, why did you add the word empress when you mentioned Nan Shuan? Could it be that this beautiful woman is a 1,000-year-old witch? After all, in this era of spiritual revival, there are many things in technology that are difficult to explain. Ding. This system refuses to tell the host. Please explore further on your own. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I'm too lazy to ask. However, this system can reveal that her strength is at the golden core stage. If the host wants to take her down, he'll have to work harder. Besides, she is only 18 years old. Yun Machin was surprised and murmured. My goodness, she's only 18 years old at the Jindan stage, and I even boasted to her father that I'd definitely seduce his daughter. Yun Machin was silent for a while. He shook his head and said, I don't want to think about it anymore. I don't want to think about it anymore. I have a system, who am I afraid of? It's not just the golden core stage, I can also seduce the nascent soul stage. Perhaps it was Nan Shuan's evil nature that put pressure on Yun Machin, and he was unknowingly working towards becoming the king of scrolls. 1%, 2%. As Yun Machin swung his sword more and more times, his comprehension of Lian Tianjiu Zhuzhan also gradually improved. It's truly a divine sword technique. Even after a whole night, I've only comprehended 70% of the first level. Yun Machin couldn't help but mutter. Swordsmanship and martial arts levels, divine level, saint level, heaven level, earth level, mysterious level, yellow level.
Yun Machin discovered that after practicing swordsmanship for a whole night, he not only did not feel tired at all, but instead successfully broke through to the 7th level of Qi training.
Perhaps this is some kind of magical effect of the chaos divine body. Yun Machin thought to himself. What's this?
Yun Machin saw that every time he swung the sword, a faint white light would surround the blade of the Lientian sword. This aura, centered on the sword tip, continued to extend forward, invisibly enveloping himself.
System, what do you mean by this? Is it an effect of the sword technique itself? Ding!
Congratulations, host!
You have cultivated the sword intent and become a sword cultivator. Yun Machin continued to ask. Is sword cultivation also a realm? Correct. This system will now teach the host about the realm of sword cultivation.
There are 9 realms of sword cultivation in the mortal world, namely, Sword Cultivator, Great Sword Cultivator, Sword Sec, Sword Master, Sword King, Sword Emperor, Sword Immortal, Great Sword Immortal, Carat. Each realm corresponds to the Qi training stage, foundation building stage, golden elixir stage, nascent soul stage, spirit transformation stage, spirit separation stage, fusion stage, Mahayana stage, tribulation crossing stage.
The system said patiently.
And normally speaking, for cultivators at the same level, sword cultivators are often stronger than ordinary cultivators.
Could it be that I am a natural swordsman? Becoming a swordsman in just one night? Ahem, host, please have some shame.
Any pig with a chaos divine body can cultivate sword intent in one night. Looking at Yun Machin's silly smile, the system couldn't help but say.
System, thank you, my immortal boss.
Yun Machin put the Lientian sword into the virtual space, looked at the time, and it was time to go to school.
Mr. M.O., I won't have breakfast with you today. I'm almost late. I'll just go to Luernyon's and buy a hand-pulled pancake.
Yun Machin saw Mr. M.O. and said with a smile. At the same time, he took out the 100,000 federal coins he had earned from Su Xinlua yesterday from his school bag and stuffed half of them into old Mo's arms. At this time, the system's pleasant voice sounded, ding. Congratulations to the host for shocking Mr. M.O., and the reward is the Myriad Illusions mask.
Myriad Illusions and thousands of transformations mask. Once worn, it will automatically blend into the face, allowing for free changes in appearance. Those within 3 realms of the host's strength will be unable to detect it. You little brat, what are you doing? Where did you get so much money? Old M.O., I'm not short of money. When
Mr. M.O. saw Yun Machin take out the money, he couldn't help but ask in surprise. At the same time, he hurriedly returned the money that Yun Machin had stuffed into his arms. Don't worry, Mr. M.O., this is money I earned with my own conscience. Take it. I've been eating and drinking here for so many years, and I always said that I would have money to honor you in the future.
Now, the opportunity has come.
Yun Machin just ran away, and old M.O. chased after him with a cane and money in his hand. Old M.O. looked at Yun Machin's receding back, his vision gradually becoming blurred, and he couldn't help but think of the past.
Ha, this brat. Little kid, why are you crying? Why are you here alone? Wow. Dad. Mom. They went to the border to guard the city, and they were eaten by monsters. Don't cry, don't cry. Come to Grandpa first. Are you hungry? Let's eat first. From now on, just call me Mr. M.O.
Your parents are gone, so I'll take care of your food and drink. It's just an extra pair of chopsticks. Don't cry, be good, and listen to what Mr. M.O. says.
Mr. M.O., why are you alone? Don't you have any children? Mr. M.O., I'm used to being alone. I like quietness, so I spent most of my life alone. Mr. M.O., isn't that person very lonely? Lonely? Hey, Mr. M.O., I'm used to being alone. It's okay, Mr. M.O. I'll be your companion from now on. You take care of my food and drink now, and when I grow up, I'll make a lot of money and honor you. Okay. You little bastard. Chapter 7 Conflict.
In today's world of comprehensive information coverage, Yun Machin came to the military admissions office with the help of the navigation of the psychic map. Yun Machin came to a young lady at the front desk and asked,
Hello, what is the process for signing up for the military?
The lady at the front desk glanced at Yun Machin and said patiently, First, go to the spiritual energy control room on the right in front to take the realm test.
After you meet the enlistment standards, you can go to the laboratory to have the simulated panel implanted. Yun Machin said, Okay, thank you.
Because the military offers many benefits and good treatment, there is a constant stream of people joining the army, and a long line forms at the door of the spiritual energy control room. Of course, there are also some people from wealthy families who join the army for power and status.
Boy, stand behind me and don't block the way. Yun Machin turned around and saw a burly man.
The man was holding a beautiful woman in his arms.
At the same time,
he also intentionally or unintentionally released the energy of his 6th level of chi training.
Hubby, please stop scaring him. This kid is almost scared silly by you.
The beautiful woman in the burly man's arms said in a delicate voice. Yun Machin doesn't tolerate such bad temper, and said coldly,
"Why should I let you cut in line?"
The burly man had an arrogant look on his face and deliberately raised his voice a little as he said to Yun Machin,
"Do you know who I am? My father is a captain in the military.
I'm just here for formalities, so stop looking for trouble and get out of here."
"Oh, your father has such great authority. But, it's none of my business."
There was no trace of emotion on Yun Machin's face. I put on the earphones that came with my new phone and started listening to music.
He just couldn't believe that anyone would dare to take action under the military's nose. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking Xionglin.
Reward, a Qingbao pill.
Qingbao pill, taken during the Qi training period, unconditionally increases 1 level. Yun Machin looked at the virtual space, then took it out and put it in his mouth.
Boom! Yun Machin's aura instantly rose, reaching the 8th level of the Qi training stage.
But because of the title of virtual god, his aura was still well hidden.
Hee, today is really great.
It's such an unexpected surprise to meet such an idiot. Seeing that his threats had no effect at all, and Yun Machin even smiled inexplicably, Xionglin was furious and pointed at Yun Machin and said harshly,
"Okay. You're tough, you wait. Linner, what are you yelling about? Can't you see where this is?"
An equally burly middle-aged man came up to Xionglin and patted him on the head. "I just went to get you a backdoor and briefed my old comrades, and a moment later, you're already causing trouble."
Xionglin's expression instantly became aggrieved, and he said, "Dad, I'm not the one causing trouble.
It's this guy who said you were nothing and had such a powerful authority.
I stood up for you, so I got into an argument with him."
Xiong Tianxiang said.
"Oh? Young man, you are very brave. What kind of background do you have that makes you look down on me?"
While Xiong Tianxiang was speaking, he continued to walk towards Yun Machin.
But,
with every step, the pressure exerted on Yun Machin increased. Of course, it should be because of the chaos divine body that Yun Machin seems to be unaffected at all. Some people who were closer to Yun Machin had already started to tremble in their legs. After all, in front of the Jindan stage, the strength of these Qi training stage people who want to join the army is as insignificant as ants.
"Uncle, please use your brain. How could I, a high school student, curse you, a captain, behind your back for no reason? Just ask anyone around you. You'll know the reason."
At this time, a man in military uniform came.
"Just looking at the rank, it's also captain. What is more noteworthy is..."
The scar on the man's cheek was chilling. "Old bear, you are so old, why are you competing with a child?" As he spoke, Zhang Tianfa waved his hand, and the people around him breathed a sigh of relief.
Xiong Tianxiang obviously didn't want to let Yun Machin go.
Xionglin on the side looked at him with contempt and sneered.
"I don't care if he's a kid or not. If he dares to scold me, I'll make him pay for it." Xiong Tianxiang said. "Then let me see how you made my little brother suffer the consequences."
When everyone looked over, they saw a mature middle-aged man standing next to a beautiful woman.
"Nan Tianwei, no, Nan. Colonel Nan. This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Zhang Tianfa and Xiong Tianxiang immediately stepped forward and saluted.
After all, he is a veteran who has been in the army for many years, and even a fool can see what is going on. At this moment, Xiong Tianxiang's hand, which was raised in the air as he saluted, was trembling slightly.
"Well, you're not young anymore.
It's time to go home and enjoy a few years of peace and quiet.
Just pack up today and register at the archives tomorrow, and you can leave." "Colonel Nan. I am blind. I really didn't mean to offend your nephew. I deserve to die. Please give me a chance. I am still young and don't want to resign."
Xiong Tianxiang said as he slapped himself hard in the face.
Nan Tianwei seemed to have no inner fluctuations, and said lightly, I don't want to say it again. Or is it that my words are no longer effective?
Although the voice was not loud, every word seemed to penetrate Xiong Tianxiang's soul, and he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat.
Yes, I obey your command. Xiong Tianxiang felt a sense of suffocation, gritted his teeth and said. Xiong Tianxiang looked at Xiong Lin and cursed, "You beast! What are you standing there for? Come home with me."
Xiong Lin was stunned for a moment, then followed Xiong Tianxiang angrily.
Yun Machun walked up to Nan Tianwei and said with a smile, "Father-in-law, no, hello Uncle Nan." Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking Nan Tianwei.
I will reward you with a wisp of sword energy. Listening to the pleasant system prompt tone, Yun Machun's gaze towards Nan Tianwei became softer. Uncle Nan, you are really my big money sponsor 3.
Swordmaster's Sword Chi, the host can improve their sword cultivation realm by observing.
If necessary, they can attack the enemy. It is equivalent to a full-strength attack from the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. It dissipates after one attack. Nan Tianwei was speechless for a while. You little brat. So, are you also joining the army just for the sake of a name like Wanner? But your cultivation level is not good enough. Hey, I'm just trying it out. I don't have to go to school for the month before the college entrance exam anyway, so I'm free anyway, so I might as well try my luck.
While Yun Machun was speaking to Nan Tianwei, his eyes kept glancing at Nan Shuan behind him.
Chapter 8, Still a One-Hit Kill. Nan Shuan is especially beautiful today. Unlike usual times at school, today she wore a white dress, simple yet elegant. The wavy hair as soft as waves fell all the way to her slender waist, and her fair skin and white gauze skirt seemed to be integrated into one. The breeze blew unintentionally, disrupting Yun Machun's heartbeat. This is simply. It's like a fairy descending to earth. But what disappointed him was. Nan Shuan's gaze did not linger on him at all. She just glanced at him and looked into the distance. Looking at Yun Machun, who looked idiotic, Nan Tianwei couldn't help but twitched his lips and said to Zhang Tianfa. God damn it, just let this guy take the test first. He's here and I'm tired of him.
Zhang Tianfa said, as you command.
He glanced at Yun Machun again and said, come with me. Oh, I'm so tired.
Looking at Yun Machun's receding figure, Nan Tianwei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, feeling relieved. Inside the Reiki control room.
Hello, Mr. Yun Machun, please choose the weapon you are proficient in.
The tester's voice sounded in the empty enclosed control room.
If you are ready, release the aura of your realm. I will send out robots of the corresponding realm based on your realm. Don't worry about getting hurt. If you can't hold on any longer, just shout stop and I'll immediately stop controlling the robot.
Although the probability of injury during testing is very small, there are always 1 or 2 exceptions.
After all, from the moment you decide to join the army, the first lesson you learn is cruelty and ruthlessness. Yun Machun looked at the strange weapons on the weapons stand with curiosity. But in fact, they are all relatively traditional and there are no technological weapons. After all, the purpose of using them is to test actual combat capabilities, not the power of weapons.
I sense that you are currently at the 8th level of the Qi training stage. I will be sending a robot with the equivalent strength to that level.
Mr. Yun Machun, are you ready?
Yun Machun picked up a long sword, took a deep breath, and said,
I'm ready, come on. As soon as the words fell,
Yun Machun quickly disappeared from the spot.
Boom!
As the explosion sounded, thick smoke filled the control room. If you look closely, you can vaguely see a few flashes of white light in the smoke. Seeing Yun Machun smash the robot to pieces with one sword, the tester couldn't help but say,
this is impossible, one sword kills instantly. Wait. There's more. This seems to be sword intent. During the 300 years after the revival of spiritual energy, sword cultivators were the rarest. Because humans can only learn from the immortal cultivation traditions that are constantly appearing in the world, and a true sword cultivator needs extremely high talent and understanding. So although there are many sword-wielding people now, none of them are true sword cultivators. According to the standards of the immortal cultivation tradition in ancient ruins, a true sword cultivator needs to comprehend the sword intent first. Now in the entire Chinese federal government, there are only a few real sword practitioners, less than 1,000 people, which is a drop in the bucket compared to the population of tens of billions. More importantly, in the same realm, sword cultivators are generally very powerful. Captain Zhan. Please come and take a look. We seem to have discovered a genius. The tester hurried over to Jean Tianfa and said.
Jean Tianfa looked at the flustered tester and said curiously.
Oh? Show me the replay. In the picture,
a familiar face appeared. It turned out to be this kid. The moment he swung the sword, a white light shot out from the edge of the sword, forming a sharp sword energy. Then thick smoke filled the picture, and when the smoke dissipated, only the shattered robot was left on the ground. Immediately assign him a robot equivalent to the 9th level of the Qi training stage. There was anticipation in Jean Tianfa's eyes, and he seemed to believe that this young man would bring him a surprise.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking the tester.
Reward, a box of phantom cigarettes. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking Jean Tianfa. The reward is a foundation establishment pill.
Yun Machin glanced at the virtual space.
Spiritual cigarettes have the effect of refreshing the mind and increasing your charm invisibly. Foundation building pill, taken after breaking through the Qi training stage, you can directly build your foundation successfully without the need for enlightenment. Although there is no bottleneck in the breakthrough of the chaos divine body, breaking through the Qi training stage also requires one's own perception and practice.
This foundation establishment pill can save Yun Machin a lot of time. At this time,
the door of the control room slowly opened, and another robot came out. Yun Machin felt the breath and found that he was at the 9th level of Qi training. There was no trace of fear on Yun Machin's face, but instead an inexplicable excitement.
Interesting. Bring it on. Boom. What? Another one-hit kill.
Jean Tianfa, who was staring at the monitoring room, was deeply shocked by the scene before him. In the picture, Yun Machin just waved his hand casually, and countless sharp sword energies chopped the robot of the 9th level of Qi training into pieces. At this time, Jean Tianfa said to the testers.
Have him pause the test and rest for a while. I'll call Colonel Nan Tianwei over to take a look. This little guy is an absolute monster. We can't let him miss out on the promotion. Finished. Jean Tianfa quickly left the monitoring room and walked towards Nan Tianwei.
Colonel Nan, that little fellow just now might need you to come over and take a look at him in person.
Nan Tianwei's eyelids twitched and he frowned and said. God damn it, is your brain stuck in the door? You want me to go and see a second-level Qi training kid like him?
No, Colonel Nan, you'll know for yourself if you go and see for yourself.
Nan Tianwei snorted in annoyance. Let's go, I want to see how much your vision has declined.
Then he turned to Nan Shuan and said. Wanner, just wait for me here for a while.
Good. Inside the monitoring room. Through the panoramic glass.
Yun Machin inserted his sword into the ground, then slowly took out a box of cigarettes of unknown brand from his pocket, took out a cigarette and held it in his hand.
Then,
he bent down gently and placed the cigarette butt on the sparking robot wreckage to ignite it. He took a deep breath slowly, then slowly leaned against the half of the sword that was not inserted into the ground, with an expression of enjoyment.
Nan Tianwei happened to see this scene, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching, and his heart suddenly felt choked.
Jean Tianfa sensed Nan Tianwei's impending rage and quickly said to the tester.
What are you all standing there for? Quickly assign him a Foundation Establishment Stage 1 robot. Okay.
Under Jean Tianfa's scolding, the tester quickly controlled the robot to test Yun Machin.
Jean Tianfa. Did you really take the wrong medicine? How can a Jiaoyang who is at the 2nd level of Qi training use a robot at the foundation building stage? You are illegally conducting a cross-border test. If anything happens to him, you will be sent to the military court. Colonel Nan, don't you know me well enough?
I won't do anything I'm not sure of. Take a closer look at the level of the broken robot on the ground next to Yun Machin's feet, and see what's left on the robot's wreckage.
He knew Jean Tianfa's temperament, and he was indeed very steady.
So I calmed myself down and took a closer look.
What? 9th level of Qi training?
And, this is sword intent.
Chapter 9, I have the style of my past. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for shocking Nan Tianwei. You will be rewarded with a sword intent gem. Sword intent stone, after one night of contemplation, the host can be promoted to a great swordsman.
My rich sponsor, you are here again. No. It should be my financial sponsor, my father-in-law.
03. At this time, the door of the control room slowly opened again, and a robot in the 1st level of the Foundation Establishment stage came in.
This guy seems a little difficult to deal with.
After all, there is a big realm between the chi training stage and the foundation building stage, and the huge gap in cultivation makes it difficult to win by jumping levels. Yun Machin took a deep puff of cigarette and exhaled slowly.
Thick white smoke instantly blocked Yun Machin's vision.
But Yun Machin's invincible gaze seemed to shoot out two beams of golden light, directly penetrating the smoke, and confidently looked at the first-level foundation establishment stage robot made of pure titanium alloy.
Ready. Come on. As soon as the words fell,
the entire body of the test robot instantly shot towards Yun Machin, and Yun Machin immediately swung the sword in his hand.
Lien Tian 9 absolute slashes.
With a loud bang, Yun Machin retreated dozens of meters in an instant, while the robot retreated a few meters. But soon, the two disappeared from the spot again and collided with each other again. The field was instantly filled with smoke.
This little fellow. Nan Tianwei couldn't help but say.
Zhan Tianfa's excited eyes were full of hope. He had made the right bet.
This little guy Yun Machin is a genius. As expected, there is still a certain gap between me and the foundation establishment stage. But my father-in-law is watching me. How can I have the nerve to give up? Come again. The voice fell. In a moment, sword energy rose up all around. Yun Machin swung forward, and countless sword energy shot out immediately, and deep scars instantly appeared on the robot's skin.
Immediately afterwards, Yun Machin rushed to the robot and slashed it. But the robot suddenly chose to give up resisting the sharp sword energy and directly punched his abdomen, and Yun Machin was knocked away in an instant.
Damn, this is so hard.
Yun Machin, who was knocked flying, quickly turned over, inserted the sword deeply into the ground, half knelt, and slowly stopped. A hint of crimson appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Seeing this scene, Nan Tianwei and others immediately asked the testers to interrupt the control of the robot.
There was a hint of worry in everyone's eyes as they looked at Yun Machin. The robot stopped at this time, and only the tester's voice was heard in its ear.
Mr. Yun Machin, would you like to continue with the test?
Yun Machin gritted his teeth, looked towards the monitoring room where Nan Tianwei was, and shouted.
Old man. You think you can stop me from pursuing your daughter with a robot? That's impossible. Nan Tianwei didn't say anything, and there was no trace of emotion on his face. But in fact, he was already very satisfied. This kid is pretty good. He's got guts. He has a bit of my old style. Come on. Come on. Keep going. Lien Tian Jiu Zhan. Kill him.
Yun Machin rushed towards the robot in an instant. The moment the robot hit him, he did not dodge, but chose to fight the robot head-on with a life-for-life strategy.
Boom. Yun Machin flew out again and disappeared in an instant. Come again. Yun Machin was knocked away again. Come again. Come again.
When Yun Machin was knocked away for the seventh time, everyone was stunned. At this time, Yun Machin was covered in blood, and his whole body was shaking constantly, as if he was about to fall apart. And at his feet was the head of the foundation establishment stage robot. Yun Machin looked up at Nan Tianwei, who was watching him in the monitoring room, but did not speak. In fact, what he wanted to say had already been explained by the battle just now.
As soon as the words fell,
Yun Machin's eyes turned black and he fell heavily to the ground.
Inside the medical room. Father, how did he get injured so badly? Nan Xuan looked at Nan Tianwei, who was standing silently by the side, and couldn't help but ask. Hey, Wanner, actually, he is pretty good. Nan Xuan frowned, expressing her confusion.
With the cultivation of the 8th level of Qi training, he defeated a robot of the 1st level of foundation building, and he was also a sword cultivator. I made a mistake.
Nan Tianwei shook his head and said self-deprecatingly. Besides, the reason he works so hard is actually to prove his excellence to me, to gain my approval, and even more so for you. For me? My dear daughter, maybe Yun Machin, that brat, likes you more than you think.
Nan Xuan's 1,000-year-old heart of Taoism seemed to waver. This annoying little guy always brings her unexpected things. He can hide his cultivation from my spiritual awareness, and he is also a sword cultivator.
This is really not something that ordinary people can do. How many secrets are you still hiding? And also, why for me? To try so hard to prove myself. The next morning. Oh, my old waist. It's so sore. Wait, what's lying on me? Yun Machin opened his eyes.
he found a disheveled creature lying on his waist. He was so scared that he shuddered and fell off the bed.
Fuck, Mom, save me. Are you a human or a ghost?
Nan Shuan rubbed her sleepy eyes.
Are you talking to me? Father sent you here yesterday. Since I couldn't contact your family, he asked me to take care of you first. Don't think too much. Damn, it's my honor. Oh, Epsilon. Is this what it means to survive a great disaster and be blessed in the future?
Seeing Yun Machin staring at her excitedly, Nan Shuan blushed and felt a little uncomfortable.
I'm leaving now. If anything happens, remember to call the medical staff.
After saying that, he immediately pushed the door open and walked out.
This is completely different from the Nan Shuan I saw before. She is obviously much cuter. After Nan Shuan left,
Yun Machin looked at his body wrapped in bandages and felt a little surprised.
Why didn't he feel any pain?
So he carefully untied the bandage and was surprised to find that there was not a single scar on his body.
Could it be that this is another effect of my chaos divine body? Ahem, system, come out and tell me what's going on. Ding.
Since the host already has a guess in mind, this system will definitely not tell the host that super strong recovery ability is another function of the chaos divine body.
Yun Machin's mouth twitched. This system is really smart. The divine body is the divine body, it is truly extraordinary. How come I'm at the 9th level of Qi training?
No, this aura is stronger than the 9th level of Qi training, but it's definitely not the foundation building stage.
Ding.
Because the host successfully defeated a powerful foundation establishment stage foe in a life or death battle, shocking all spectators, the system has decided to reward the host with 2 consecutive level increases, reaching the pinnacle of the Qi training stage.
This is equivalent to the 10th level of Qi training. The 10th level of Qi training? Why haven't I heard of it? Nonsense. It's normal that you don't know.
In your era, spiritual energy has only been revived for 300 years, and the cultivation system is still very backward, so it's normal that you don't know. The system continued. In fact, every realm has this hidden ultimate state, but only a few people have ever reached it, and those who have truly reached it are all peerless monsters.
Yun Machin asked again, what is the function of the extreme realm? Ding. No comment. Please explore on your own. Here we go again, this damn system always likes to keep people in suspense. Chapter 10, Zhu Yen Farewell Mirror, Flower Farewell Tree. Hello, Mr. Yun. Please come with me to the laboratory to implant the virtual panel.
The medical staff who came to change the dressing found that Yun Machin's injuries had completely recovered.
It had only been 1 day since he was injured and fell into a coma.
Although the medical staff were a little confused.
But I didn't think much about it. After all,
in an era where everyone is cultivating immortals, people of all kinds of physiques will appear, and it is inevitable that there will be a few monsters that are beyond your common sense.
Okay. Yun Machin said. Inside the laboratory, Yun Machin followed the tester's instructions and sat next to a high-tech machine. Mr. Yun Machin, please put your hand in.
Yun Machin saw that there was a hole in the center of the machine that was just big enough for a hand to fit in.
There is a large transparent mask above the machine.
Through the glass mask, you can clearly see 4 titanium alloy robotic arms and some unknown equipment. The moment the machine starts, a slight stinging sensation came over him, and Yun Machin frowned, but did not make any sound.
The host is being implanted, please wait. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations, host, the implantation is complete.
At this time, a pleasant female voice came from Yun Machin's right hand.
Yun Machin looked at his right hand and found a 5-pointed star flashing with a faint yellow light.
Yun Machin pressed it out of curiosity, and suddenly a cute little girl appeared, but she was only as big as a finger.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the system. My name is Xiaoye, host, you can call me Yeye. Tisk, Yeye, just a product of a low-level ancient civilization.
Yun Machin felt a grumble in his mind. It turned out to be the dissatisfied complaint from his main wife's system.
I'm jealous.
Yun Machin ignored the principal wife and started playing with the Yeye system.
Host, would you like to open the virtual panel? Open.
As soon as he finished speaking, a 15-inch 3D virtual panel appeared on Yun Machin's wrist, with a few words clearly written on it.
Host, Yun Machin. Position, Soldier. Realm, Qi Training Stage 10, Sword Cultivator. Number of enemies killed, 0. Highest level of killing enemies, Foundation Establishment Stage 1.
Because it is the crystallization of ancient relics and modern technology, Yun Machen's hidden realm of the 10th level of Qi training was also detected.
At this time Ye said thoughtfully. Ding.
Dear Mr. Yun, my super brain calculations can record your kills in real time. If the number of enemies you kill reaches a certain level or if you kill a certain powerful enemy, I will automatically adjust your military position and immediately transmit it to the military's information recognition database.
Really? What's so great about it? Isn't it enough to just have a brain? At this time,
Yun Machen heard another burst of complaints in his mind.
I couldn't help but smile bitterly. Said to Ye. No.
At this time, the staff who was operating the machine outside the control room came in and said respectfully,
Mr. Yun, the virtual panel has been implanted.
In view of your outstanding performance, and with the recommendation of Colonel Nan and Captain John, you can apply to be a nominal soldier. You will not be subject to any mandatory military requirements, and your personal freedom will be entirely yours. However, if the military is in trouble, you must provide assistance.
Do you want to apply? Okay, then apply.
But at this time, Yun Machen suddenly asked,
Excuse me, is there any place near Tianling City where I can quickly improve my cultivation?
The staff hesitated for a few seconds, thought carefully, and said to Yun Machen with a smile,
There is indeed a place that is perfect for you if you want to quickly improve your cultivation.
It's the Cloud Demon Mountains. Many Qi training monsters live in the surrounding areas. It's the first choice for many people who want to hone themselves and quickly improve their cultivation. However, if you really want to enter the Cloud Demon Mountains, you must remember the old saying, don't be too bold or too foolish to enter the demon forest. Because, as you explore the Cloud Demon Mountains more deeply, you will find that the realms of the monsters you encounter will rise in a ladder-like manner.
Okay, I understand. Thanks for the reminder. Yun Machen said politely. On the way home. Mo Chen, are you done with school? If you're free, come and chat with Ernyang.
A numbing sound was heard, and Yun Machen shuddered as if he had been electrocuted.
Yun Machen walked to Lu Ernyang's side and found a small stool on the stall and sat down. Second mother, give me a bowl of hot dry noodles. I'm a little hungry too. Okay. Ernyang will give you 2 more sausages for free. After a while, Lu Ernyang smiled and placed the bowl of noodles in front of Yun Machen.
Since there were not many people visiting the stall at this time, Lu Ernyang simply sat opposite Yun Machen. She casually fiddled with her willow hair. The most unforgettable thing in this world is the beauty leaving the mirror, the flowers leaving the trees, the flowers leaving the trees. Lu Ernyang suddenly said this inexplicably, and then slowly looked at Yun Machen.
This poem is really well written, what do you think, Mo Chen?
Lu Ernyang looked at Yun Machen, whom she had seen grow up, and saw that he had grown into a tall and handsome young man. She couldn't help but feel a little sparkle in her eyes. The rosy sunset glow on the horizon quietly stays in the sky, it looks so sad. The remaining wind blew gently, and the smoke and fire in the alley gradually disappeared amid the crowing of chickens and barking of dogs.
Yun Machen ate noodles with big mouthfuls.
After hearing what Lu Ernyang said, Yun Machen raised his head, but saw the crystals sparkling in Lu Ernyang's beautiful eyes. Yun Machen slowly stopped eating noodles.
He put down his chopsticks, looked at Lu Ernyang, and asked with concern. Second mother, is something wrong? It's okay, just tell me and I'll definitely help you. Don't carry everything by yourself, big or small. The crystal in Lu Ernyang's eyes swirled mischievously.
She suddenly smiled and said to Yun Machen,
Ha, silly boy, what can happen to second mother? It's just.
Second mother is leaving, and you may never see her again.
Chapter 11 Separation. Second mother?
Yun Machen was puzzled.
Where are you going? Isn't the alley our home? Home?
A hint of golden light flashed across Lu Ernyang's dazed expression.
Yes, the alley is our home. But that's all. Lu Ernyang didn't know what she was thinking about, and her eyes gradually became dim.
She walked up and gently touched Yun Machen's head, saying with great reluctance,
But Ernyang has to go.
Ernyang has to go, to protect our home.
As soon as the words fell, a powerful pressure came and enveloped Yun Machen, but did not hurt him.
Of course, even if it fell on him, the Chaos Divine Body would ensure that he would not be injured.
Second mother. No way. Yun Machin was stunned. This aura is even more powerful than Nan Tianwei. And the breath was actually emitted by Lu Ernyang.
The system told him that this was the aura of the third level of the spirit transformation stage.
Mo Chen, there are many things that will not benefit you if you know them now.
The only thing I can tell you is that Ernyang is from Lian Tian Palace, and old Mo is also from Lian Tian Palace, and is one of the 4 Dharma protectors.
We are all leaving.
Yun Machin was even more surprised, with a look of disbelief on his face.
Old Mo. Could it be that he is also a powerful cultivator? At this time, a familiar voice came. Brat, I am leaving too. Remember to take good care of yourself when you are alone.
The pitch of the sound gradually becomes lower.
Yun Machin turned his head.
That all too familiar face came into his eyes. Yun Machin's voice became hoarse, and he uttered 2 words.
Mr. Mo. You little brat have grown up now. Not bad, you're even a swordsman. You're really promising. Old Mo just happened to have a gift for you.
As Mo Wuji spoke, he took off a ring from his finger and handed it to Yun Machin. When you have the chance to reach the nascent soul stage, go to the military headquarters and find a man named Fo Mi. Tell him that you know an old man named Mo Wuji. He will tell you all the secrets you want to know. Mr. Mo is gone, little bastard, take good care of yourself. After saying that, Mr. Mo flew into the air, and Lu Ernyang followed behind him, looking back all the time.
Little guy, don't forget your mother. So suddenly,
the 2 most important people in Yun Machin's life are gone. Looking at the backs of the 2 of them as they left, Yun Machin stood there in a daze for a long time. The sunset on the horizon is still so charming.
However, in Yun Machin's eyes, today's sunset no longer has any color.
At this moment, Yun Machin felt as if he had lost something important and felt empty inside. Although Lu Ernyang and Mo Lao have no blood relationship with him, they have long been like family members in his heart. Yun Machin's eyes were blank.
Look at the surrounding environment.
Although it was still the familiar alley, it looked unusually strange to him at this moment. An indescribable strong feeling of loneliness suddenly came over him and enveloped him completely.
Sure enough, my strength is still not enough. With such powerful cultivation, they left in such a hurry.
They must have encountered serious trouble.
No, I need to improve my cultivation quickly. Old Mo. Second mother. Waiting for Mo Chen to come find you. Finally, Yun Machin's moist eyes could no longer hold back the tears, and the beads dripped down his cheeks.
He poured out the words from the depths of Yun Machin's heart.
He finished the remaining noodles silently and walked towards his home in the alley alone.
The rosy glow fell on Yun Machin, a small figure that gradually lengthened in the silence of the alley.
Back home.
Yun Machin immediately took out the sword in 10 stone rewarded by the system and began to comprehend it.
He knew. He doesn't have much time left.
If he wants to truly take control of his own life, he must endure the hardships and loneliness that ordinary people cannot endure.
A sleepless night. Finally. At the moment when the cock crows in the morning. Boom. Breakthrough of the great sword.
It can be said that during the foundation building period, Yun Machin would find it difficult to encounter an opponent.
Because sword cultivation is also a state of mind. Let's make a final push and break through the chi training stage.
After saying that, Yun Machin ate the foundation building pill he took out from the system space in one gulp. Yun Machin sat cross-legged at the head of the bed, frowning, a powerful spiritual energy in his body attacking the barrier of his chi training period.
At this moment.
He was sweating profusely, and waves of spiritual energy in his body kept colliding with him. Only when the foundation is successfully built can one truly embark on the path of cultivating immortals, so building the foundation is very important.
Boom!
The foundation was built successfully.
A moment.
Yun Machin felt a force more than 10 times stronger than before filling his whole body. He seemed to have an illusion that he could kill a Jindan stage master with one punch. Of course, this illusion was unrealistic. After regulating the restless spiritual energy in his body, Yun Machin thought of the ring that old Mo left him.
This is a space ring.
But it seems that the connection with the original owner has been severed, and it is an ownerless spiritual weapon. Yun Machin bit his finger and dripped blood to recognize the master. In an instant, he observed through his spiritual sense and found that there were a large number of spirit stones inside, estimated to be more than 1,000 pieces.
There were also some miscellaneous daily necessities and a book with a blue cover and gold edges.
Yun Machin picked up the book and found that it was actually a book on swordsmanship.
It is a timely help for him now. After all, the Lientian Jianshi sword technique is a god-level sword technique. Even if Yun Machin reaches the foundation building stage in the second level, he cannot practice it.
The moves of this sword technique are relatively simple. The sword technique is called 10,000 swords breaking the sky. According to the introduction, it should be the immortal sword technique from ancient ruins.
And it is equivalent to a heavenly level technique. Even in this era of spiritual revival, there are only a few heavenly level techniques. Wow!
10,000 swords breaking the sky, a great move for both long range and group attacks. It just makes up for my weakness in long range attacks.
Not bad, not bad. I love you, Mr. MOO. Then, immediately, start practicing.
Chapter 12 Cloud Demon Mountains.
That was close. I almost couldn't control it.
In the courtyard of the small bungalow, more than 10 swords condensed by spiritual energy were floating around Yun Machin.
But since this is in an alley,
Yun Machin was afraid of accidentally hurting the neighbors around him, so he quickly mobilized all the spiritual energy in his body and struggled to retract the spiritual sword that was about to fly out.
Quite a while. Yun Machin slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. Oh shit. I almost couldn't hold it in. But it is real. This sword technique is truly terrifying. Yun Machin was secretly calculating in his mind.
After practicing for another half a day, we'll set off for the Cloud Demon Mountains. There, I can unleash the power of my swordsmanship without any scruples. I hope it can bring me some surprises, hee hee.
Cloud Demon Mountains. Little brother, do you want to team up with your sister?
A seductive female voice was heard.
Yun Machin turned his head to look. The person who spoke was a woman wearing revealing and sexy clothes.
There were exactly 9 people around the woman, all of whom had auras between the 6th and 8th levels of the Qi training stage, with the highest being at the 9th level. Before Yun Machin could reply, one of the men said,
Imo Shuichi, stop teasing the little one. Don't you realize your own age? You're still thinking about being an old cow eating young grass? Ha 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 ha.
There was a burst of laughter from the people around.
Jonan, do you want to die?
Imo Shuichi stomped his feet in anger, and the ground beneath his feet cracked instantly, with a crack several meters long appearing.
It's the 8th level of Qi training period. Yun Machin smiled at them politely and asked politely. Excuse me, is this the outskirts of the Cloud Demon Mountains? At the same time,
Yun Machin revealed the aura of the 7th level of Qi training intentionally or unintentionally.
Because no matter where you are, strength is what makes people take you seriously. At this time, Jonan walked up and patted Yun Machin on the shoulder, smiling and said, Not bad, young man.
At this age, you've already reached the 7th level of Qi training.
You're definitely a good candidate for a prestigious university. How about going hunting monsters with us?
In this wild mountain, one more person means one more protection. Although we are in the outer reaches of the Cloud Demon Mountains and are surrounded by Qi training monsters, there are bound to be a few exceptions. If we encounter a Foundation establishment monster, it will be terrible. Yun Machin has clear eyes and a handsome face, and is gentle and refined. Imo Shuichi, who was a bit obsessed with looks, felt a lot of anger dissipate instantly. She puffed out her bursting chest seductively and said to Yun Machin with a smile. Little brother, although Jonan is usually not very good at talking, what he just said is indeed true. This is your first time here, so it's much safer to follow us than to go alone.
Yun Machin considered it.
It is indeed safer to have someone lead the way than to wander around like a headless fly by yourself.
But just to be safe, Yun Machin did not reveal his real name.
He still understands the importance of being careful when going out.
Okay then. I'll need your help along the way. My name is Chen Moyun, so you can just call me Moyun. And just at this moment,
a burly man walked over. He glanced at Yun Machin with disdain, then turned to Jonan and Imo Shuichi and said seriously, You two should be careful next time, don't try to drag anyone into our team.
Look at his delicate white skin. He looks like a little vase that grew up in a greenhouse.
He's never seen a real monster beast before, so he thinks he's just an ordinary animal. I'm afraid he'll be scared silly if he encounters a real monster beast.
This burly man is the cultivator with the highest level of cultivation. It's the 9th level of Qi training period.
Every stubble on his face reveals his toughness. Nan on the side hurriedly forced a smile and said flatteringly, "Hey, boss, I see that he is so young and has already reached the 7th level of Qi training. Even if he is not so good in the future, he will definitely be a top student. It would be a shame to let him die in vain, so I have a selfish motive." The burly man snorted coldly.
Said, "This won't happen again."
Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, hundreds of birds flew up from the woods ahead.
Something's happening. Everyone, prepare for defense. Everyone looked nervously towards the woods ahead. Yunmachan secretly clenched the Liantian sword.
Since he traveled through time until now, he has never seen a real monster, so it is inevitable that he is a little nervous.
Sudden.
A tiger roar came from the dense forest about 10 meters ahead. The sound was deafening, as if it was an attack on the soul.
Everyone immediately covered their ears with their hands. Oh no!
It's the roaring sky tiger at the first level of the Foundation establishment stage, someone shouted in horror.
Damn it! How could I encounter a Foundation establishment stage monster in a place like this?
The sturdy man was much calmer in comparison and shouted at them.
Everyone, don't panic. We can't outrun it.
Only a desperate fight will give us a chance of survival.
Everyone held their breath.
Suddenly, a figure jumped out of the jungle at an extremely fast speed.
Ah!
I saw a 10-meter-long roaring tiger stepping on a man under its feet and immediately opened its bloody mouth and sent the man into its stomach.
Hua Tian sword slash. Lei Wu Jiu Jue. Wind and moon bow.
In an instant, everyone attacked at the same time, and all the attacks fell on Xiao Tianhu, who was in the first level of the Foundation establishment stage.
But it seems that it didn't do much harm to it. Ah! Don't come over here, don't come over here.
Emo Shuichi shouted in despair. At the moment when Xiao Tianhe pounced on Emo Shuichi, a sword light flashed, and Xiao Tianhe flew out directly, knocking down several big trees and falling heavily to the ground.
Before everyone could recover from the shock, a figure quickly rushed towards Xiao Tianhu. Lian Tian Jiu Zhan.
Xiao Tianhu, with red eyes, roared angrily and pounced directly at the sharp sword light.
Boom!
Roaring tiger flew several meters away in an instant, raising thick dust around it.
Everyone was stunned in an instant.
When they looked closely, they found that the person who had just made the move was the young man they had just ridiculed. The sturdy man covered his chest, which had just been injured by Xiao Tianhu, and said in disbelief.
First level of the Foundation establishment stage.
Sword cultivator.
Yunmachan didn't give Xiao Tianhu a chance to breathe.
The moment it flew out, 8 spiritual swords quickly condensed beside it.
10,000 swords break the sky. Go! 8 white lights instantly flew towards Xiao Tianhu. Boom!
Xiao Tianhu was blown away by the rain of swords. He fell straight to the ground and there was no more movement. If you look closely, you will see that there are 8 sword holes on Xiao Tianhu's body. Wow, just 8 spiritual swords are so powerful.
What if there are hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of them?
Yunmachan murmured with satisfaction.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking Nan.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking Emoshuichi.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking Roaring Sky Tiger.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for being shocked. Congratulations to the host for completing 8 consecutive kills, oh no, 8 consecutive shocks, and the reward is 1000 spiritual energy.
Oh my, this is directly given to the spiritual energy, the system is really considerate.
Yunmachan instantly felt a surge of spiritual energy spreading throughout his body.
Boom!
The second level of the Foundation building period.
Senior.
Senior, please be so magnanimous and forgive me for not recognizing the great man. In the world of cultivating immortals, strength is always respected, and respect for people is never determined by age. The burly man covered his chest with his hands and spoke to Yunmachan in a trembling voice.
Forget it, just go.
Based on the review of the battle just now, Yunmachan had a new assessment of his current combat power. That is to say, on the periphery.
He alone is enough. Chapter 13. Who are you? There are too many people and too many eyes, which may attract the attention of the beasts.
Moreover, he has a system on him, so there is inevitably the risk of being exposed. After careful consideration, he decided to go alone.
Thank you, senior. A blush appeared on Emoshuichi's face.
It was the man in front of her who saved her when she was in despair.
Then, Yun Machin turned and left.
Everyone looked at Yun Machin's departing back, and their hearts were filled with mixed feelings.
No one noticed. Emo Shuichi sighed quietly, we really aren't from the same world.
A foundation establishment expert around 18 or 19 years old, a sword cultivator.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking the cold dragon, and reward, 200 spiritual energy.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking the blood-dropping bat.
The reward is 200 spiritual energy. Ding!
Congratulations to the host. After 3 days and 3 nights of fighting with monsters, Yun Machin reached the 4th level of the foundation establishment stage. He also discovered another function of the Chaos Divine Body. Every time he killed a monster, the blood and energy of the monster would be automatically absorbed by him and converted into spiritual energy that he consumed in the battle.
Isn't this a bug? As long as I kill a monster, I can instantly restore my mana to full. I really am a divine body. Quack.
The monsters on the periphery are of very little help to me now. It seems that I have to slowly go deeper into the Cloud Demon Mountains.
A few days later. What the hell?
What the hell is that?
Mom, help me.
Yun Machin ran wildly in the jungle, and the ground around him was shaking as if there was an earthquake. Behind Yun Machin was a 100-meter-tall gorilla.
It's the demonic rock ape at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. This is a monster that cares a lot about its territory. Yun Machin stole the big banana from the demon rock gorilla because he was greedy. But before he could put it in his mouth, he was discovered and hunted. Boy, give me the big banana and I will save your life.
As the breath of death continued to approach, suddenly, a pleasant voice came into Yun Machin's mind. Although the voice sounded a bit strong, it was soft and alluring, making people look towards the source of the voice with curiosity. I saw a woman sitting on the edge of a broken cliff not far away, with her long and beautiful legs overlapping in mid-air, as charming as the moonflowers on the cliff at the border, pink and delicate, with a face as beautiful as a painting under her light makeup, and her seductive eyes that seemed to embellish the world's scenery with color, and her cherry red lips, so delicate and red that one could not help but want to kiss her. For a moment, Yun Machin was stunned.
He couldn't imagine that there was such a beautiful woman besides Nan Shuan. Boom! Oh shit!
While Yun Machin was stunned, the demonic rock ape took the opportunity to catch up and slap him. When he came to his senses, Yun Machin had already appeared 100 meters away, and a deep pit had appeared where he had just been.
You're killing yourself. Give me the banana.
Xing Jiyin was speechless. This kid is so careless. He even lost his mind in such a situation. He almost killed my big spiritual banana and his own life with a single blow. I had to use the teleportation technique to rescue him, and I wasted half of my spiritual energy in vain.
Can we each take half?
As soon as he finished speaking, the demon rock ape caught up and slapped him with another palm. Xing Jiyin immediately swung the sword in his hand. The blood demon emperor kills with his sword.
Boom!
Yun Machin and Xing Jiyin flew out at the same time and fell heavily to the ground. What surprised Yun Machin was that this woman, who was about the same age as him, was actually at the 2nd level of the Golden Core stage. What shocked him even more was that she could actually withstand the full force of a 5th level Yuanying stage monster.
It's all your fault.
You had promised me that I would have rescued you directly, but now, saving you has used up half of my spiritual energy, and I can no longer use my 1,000-mile teleportation technique.
Is it possible that I, the Blood Demon Emperor, will really die here today? No. Absolutely not.
I haven't found that stinky bitch yet and returned Hua Tianqi to me.
Absolutely not.
Thinking of this, the spiritual energy in Xing Jiyin's body surged in an instant, and she was forcibly using the power of the origin to improve her realm. At this moment, a hand slowly fell on her shoulder. Whether you really saved me or not, thank you.
Leave the rest to me.
Xing Jiyin looked at the boy in front of her who was at the 7th level of the foundation establishment stage and was about to speak.
Yun Machin's temperament changed instantly.
Holding the Liantian sword in his hand, a powerful sword intent quickly rose from his body. Sword cultivator. Great sword cultivator. Sword sect. It didn't stop until it reached the sword master realm. System imposed the sword master's sword intent on Lian Tian Jiu Zhujian.
Okay, host. Lian Tian 9 absolute slashes. Boom.
With a loud explosion, the area within a radius of 1 kilometer was razed to the ground.
And what about the demonic rock mad monkey?
He had already been chopped into nothingness by a single sword strike. This is the Lientian sword. That was just Lientian. 9 absolute slashes. Who are you? In an instant, Qing Jian's eyes turned red, tears filled her eyes, and she spoke in a trembling voice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for shocking the Empress Qingyin, and be rewarded with the ancient divine eye.
In a moment,
Yun Machen's face was pale, and he had no strength in his body. He fell backwards. The moment Yun Machen landed, a pair of soft and delicate hands hugged him.
Lientian, is that you? Hurry up and tell me. Who are you? Whoa! Don't fall asleep. Whoa! Whoa! Tell me now.
Yun Machen's eyes went dark and he felt like he was about to fall asleep.
The feeling of being burdened by the sword's will is really unpleasant. System. Get out of here.
Why didn't you tell me there were any side effects? Yun Machen roared in anger in his heart, this damn old system.
Etc. What is this girl doing? Stop hugging me and crying. If you hug me again, I will be hugged to death. Damn it. Bro. I can't breathe. Help. Someone, please save me.
Although the blood and chi were constantly being absorbed and transformed into spiritual energy, it seemed that the burden of sword intent was harming Yun Machen's sword cultivation realm, causing the sword energy in his body to collide everywhere, and all the transformed spiritual energy was used to suppress the sword energy in his body. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the sword energy by now. Therefore, Yun Machen didn't even have the strength to speak at this moment. He stared at the girl with despair, and tears flowed helplessly from the corners of his eyes. What puzzled Yun Machen was that when he used the Lientian sword to perform the Lientian 9 slashes, this beautiful girl began to become abnormally emotional, with a mixture of excitement and deep sadness.
Yes. Use the big banana.
When Qing Jian saw Yun Machen about to fall asleep, she thought that he had used some forbidden technique and it was causing the backlash. So, he hurriedly searched Yun Machen's body for the big spiritual banana.
Sister, don't come over here. Fuck, not this. Not this. Chapter 14 The Promise Brought by the Big Banana. Oh, it's in the space ring.
Since Qing Jian's cultivation was higher, she could not wait to explain to Yun Machen and directly cut off the connection between the space ring and Yun Machen. Qing Jian took a look at the big banana in her hand, and without any hesitation, she stuffed the whole thing into Yun Machen's mouth without even peeling the skin. This was the magical treasure from heaven and earth that she wanted to use to quickly restore her cultivation. Yun Machen instantly felt that his entire body was filled with majestic spiritual energy, and the sword energy in his body was immediately subdued.
Boom! The 8th level of the foundation building period. This is not over yet. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The 10th level of the foundation building period. When Yun Machen broke through the 10th level of the foundation establishment stage, he suddenly felt his body temperature rising and his face became increasingly red. He felt as if his whole body was being roasted in a furnace.
Ah! I can't teach.
Seeing Yun Machen like this, Qing Jian suddenly remembered that you can't eat the skin of the banana.
Otherwise, you will be poisoned and even die. The only antidote is...
Thinking of this, Qing Jian's cheek showed a hint of shyness, but looking at Yun Machen who was in great pain, she didn't think much about it.
No matter who you are, since you saved me, I will save your life too.
Then, he slowly took off his...
5 hours later. I will be responsible for you.
Yun Machen held the breathtakingly beautiful Qing Jian in his arms, feeling a little lost for a moment. As his consciousness gradually regained consciousness, he kept recalling what had just happened. Yun Machen knew that he had hurt the girl in front of him. But if he chooses to escape at this moment, it will really cause secondary harm.
Qing Jian's face flushed, shy as a rose in bud.
She looked at the man in front of her, a man who seemed both strange and familiar. She had countless questions in her mind that she wanted to ask him immediately, but because of what had just happened, she didn't know how to start. In the end, all her words condensed into one sentence.
Are you the Lientian sword immortal?
Qing Jian's tone was completely different from her previous strong tone.
This was obviously a delicate question. Holy shit! How does she know about the Lientian sword immortal? Could it be that this girl also has a system? System. Check to see if this is the host your wife is bound to.
Ahem, host, this system is still single.
Didn't the reminder sound just now? You can see for yourself, right?
Yun Machin raised his eyebrows and looked at his virtual space.
Broken ancient divine pupil? The queen's voice? Good boy. You run into the empress every day when you go out.
Yun Machin knew that the system would definitely not tell him the origin of Qing Jiyin, so he stopped thinking about it and thought about how to solve the current problem first.
I'm not the Lientian sword immortal. You're lying. You have. I really don't. Humph. You scumbag. Yun Machin. Then how did you get the Lientian sword? Also, where did you get the Lientian 9 absolute slash? Yun Machin quickly thought about it.
He didn't want anyone to know the secret of the system, not even his closest people. In an instant, Yun Machin, who was possessed by Oscar, had his eyes reddened, and tears welled up in his eyes.
Well, since you know Senior Lientian Sword Immortal, I will tell you everything. I'm actually his grandson's grandson. Roll.
Qing Jiyin glared at Yun Machin fiercely, looking quite adorable.
You liar. You're trying to trick me again. Lientian Sword Immortal never had a wife or children in his life. It's impossible for him to have a grandson like you. No. It's your grandson's grandson. The corners of Yun Machin's mouth twitched, and he was speechless for a moment. He didn't expect that this Lientian Sword Immortal was still a virgin. Wife, stop making trouble and be obedient. Who agreed to be your wife? Humph, you filthy scoundrel. Haruno Oto's inner thoughts, Omega. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for shocking the Empress Qing Jiyin.
You will be rewarded with 5,000 spiritual energy. Boom.
The first level of the Golden Core stage. But due to the title of Virtual God, Qing Jiyin did not notice it.
Humph. Since you don't want to admit it, I won't expose you.
Lientian, you deceived me in your last life, so in this life you still have to call me wife. It turned out that in the previous life, unlike the aloof and arrogant Tanchi Empress Nan Shuan, the blood demon Empress Qing Jiyin was originally an infatuated woman. Although the road to becoming an immortal was long, she was only in love with the Lientian Sword Immortal. When Lientian Sword Immortal had already achieved enlightenment and become an emperor, she was still a young cultivator in the Golden Core stage. So, she slowly began to get in touch with the Lientian Sword Immortal, began to give up her own flute, and began to learn the way of the sword.
Jiyin, when do you think there will be no more killing in this world?
Qing Jiyin didn't know how to answer and just looked at him quietly. I have saved countless people in my life, but in this world, there are only endless people to save and endless hatred to be cut off.
There is no hatred between the demons and humans. It is all caused by greed, desire, and killing.
Humans are plants and trees are also humans. Alas, I have cultivated immortality for my entire life, but I still cannot change the current situation.
I hate it. I hate that I'm powerless.
Qing Jiyin slowly hugged Lientian Sword Immortal from behind and leaned her head on his back.
Jiyin, how could I not know your feelings for me? I actually like you too.
But this world is not over yet, and I can't rest in peace.
Qing Jiyin's voice trembled, as if she had a premonition of something. Can you please not leave? Silly girl, wait for me, wait until I come back. I'll marry you.
As soon as he finished speaking, Lientian Sword Immortal flew towards the space-time rift. On the other side of the rift were countless demons.
Lientian, I'll wait for you to come back and marry me.
A few years later.
Where are you? Ah. Where are you? Lientian. You lied to me. You lied to me. You said you would marry me.
In the end, mankind won the victory at an extremely tragic price, and the world returned to peace, laughter, and colorful life.
However,
there is no mercy for her. Her heart seemed to be dead, and she began to practice madly, honing her sword skills frantically, nourishing the sword with the blood of demons, and finally proving her truth with the sword.
No less than tens of millions of demonic beasts died at her hands.
Therefore, she was called the Blood Demon Empress by later generations.
Hee, your cultivation isn't even as high as mine. When you surpass me, I'll consider letting you call me that. Yun Machin said, okay, wife. You are not allowed to call me wife now. Okay, honey, I promise you. I'm ignoring you.
Qing Jiyin held up her rosy little face, broke free from Yun Machin's arms, and tried to run away with a shy look on her face. Suddenly, a warm and thick hand tightly grasped her delicate hand, and her whole body began to feel numb as if she was electrocuted. Yun Machin gently pulled Cheng Jiyin with his hand, and she returned to his arms.
Yun Machin gently put his arms around Cheng Jiyin from behind. Be obedient, wife. I promise you, if you don't leave me, I won't abandon you. For the rest of my life, between the moonlight and the snow, you will always be the third most beautiful color in my eyes. Do you understand? Good. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for shocking Cheng Jiyin, and reward him with 5,000 spiritual energy.
Cheng Jiyin, covering face. Ah. So shy, so excited. After a day of tenderness. Wife, I have to go now. By the way, honey, you are at Magic City University, right? Cheng Jiyin, yes, why, you want to come too? Yun Machin smiled evilly and pinched Cheng Jiyin's waist. What do you think, wife? Humph. Annoying. The moment Cheng Jiyin's face flushed, she glared at Yun Machin and flew away.
Immortal cultivators in the Jindan stage can fly with the wind.
Remember to think of me. Wait until the college entrance examination is over. My husband will come to find you.
Looking at Cheng Jiyin's departing figure, Yun Machin couldn't help but smiled and shook his head, muttering,
Maybe this is God's will. Chapter 15. He is actually a colonel. Yeah, open the virtual panel.
Yun Machin pressed the 5-pointed star on his right arm that was flashing yellow light, and a thumb-sized yaya appeared.
Ding. Dear Mr. Yun, the virtual panel has been opened for you. Host, Yun Machin. Position, Colonel.
Realm, first level of the Golden Core stage.
Killed enemies, 237.
Highest level of killing enemies, 5th level of Nascent Soul stage.
Yun Machin? Yeah, how did I become a colonel?
Yaya said, based on the system's evaluation of the number of enemies killed and Mr. Yun's highest level of combat merit, Yaya will automatically change your position for you.
I see.
It seems that this is the work of that 5th level Nascent Soul Demon Rock Ape.
Magic Rock Ape, I really am sour.
Mr. Yun, after leaving the Cloud Demon Mountains, you can go to the military headquarters and apply to receive your colonel uniform and rank insignia.
Okay. So, I am now on the same level as Nan Shuwan's father, Nan Tianwei? He. Just thinking about it makes me happy. A man's desire to win. Then now. Go home.
Tianling City Military Control Center Branch.
Hello, sir. What can I ask you? A female soldier with dignified features asked as she watched Yun Machin coming over. Hello, I would like to apply for a military uniform and rank. Okay, please follow me. The female soldier took Yun Machin to the application hall.
The application hall is very large, at least 100 square meters.
The innermost wall of the application hall is actually a large piece of holographic glass. Yun Machin looked around. There were about 20 people sitting in the hall. Please tell me your name. I'll help you make the reservation.
Please wait here for a moment. The staff will notify you on the announcement in order.
Yun Machin.
Afterwards, Yun Machin found a random seat and sat down. Mr. Hua Yinan, please come to the holographic glass to verify your identity.
At this time, a sturdy middle-aged man stood up and walked towards the holographic glass. Ding. Identity verification successful. Congratulations on reaching the rank of Major. Here is your uniform and rank insignia. Please keep them. As soon as the words fell, the originally quiet hall suddenly became noisy. What? This guy is a major. He's already the commander of 1,000 troops. He can lead an army of 1,000 men to the front lines. This strength is at least above the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment stage. Hearing everyone's shock and admiration, the middle-aged man couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth proudly.
After receiving his military uniform and rank insignia, the middle-aged man began walking towards the gate.
Because it's according to the military's requirements.
A military officer of lower rank must salute when meeting a military officer of higher rank.
Hello, Major. Hello, Major. Major.
The middle-aged man deliberately walked very slowly from the holographic screen to the door.
He really enjoys the feeling of being the center of attention. At this time, the middle-aged man walked past Yun Machin. He raised his eyebrows. Why doesn't this guy salute me? He is really a young man who is not afraid of tigers. No, today I have to let him know what strength and rank are. Then,
the middle-aged man took a few steps back and stopped beside Yun Machin.
Brother, what are you still standing there for? Salute the major.
A young man next to Yun Machin nudged him with his elbow. The middle-aged man raised his nose, looked at Yun Machin fiercely, and asked,
"Why don't you salute me? You don't deserve it." What? Do you dare to say that again? I said, you don't deserve it.
Yun Machin's heart was like a calm lake, without a single ripple. As soon as he finished speaking, the pressure of the 9th level of the Foundation establishment stage surged towards Cha Yunmakin.
Stop it. This is military territory. Your words and actions reflect your military image. If you want to cause trouble, be prepared to go to the dark room. The female soldier who had entertained Yun Machin before came over and said. Yun Machin waved his hand. Said. You saw it too.
He came to me for no reason.
Why don't you salute me, a major? Are you trying to disregard the military laws of the Huaxia Federation? Ha, a young man like you, at most you can only be a lieutenant. At this time, the female soldier looked at Yun Machin and said. Mr. Yun, this is indeed your fault. A lower ranking officer must salute when meeting a higher ranking officer. Then there's no need for me to salute him.
Suddenly, the radio sounded. Mr. Yun Machin, please go to the holographic glass to verify your identity.
Humph, you're so arrogant despite your young age. I'd like to see what military rank you hold. Yun Machin ignored him and walked straight towards the holographic glass. Because of the conflict just now. As a result, everyone's attention is now focused on Yun Machin.
They were also curious about what the confidence of this young boy was.
Ding! Identity verification successful. Congratulations on reaching the rank of colonel. Here are your uniform and rank insignia. Please keep them safe.
At this moment, Yun Machin heard the friendly voice of the system.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking everyone present. The reward is 10,000 spiritual energy.
Boom!
The second level of the golden core stage. In an instant, the whole place was silent, and the whispers were replaced by dead silence. Even the female soldier couldn't control her expression, and her eyes were full of disbelief.
He is actually a colonel. Someone suddenly blurted out.
In an instant, everyone in the application hall stood up at the same time.
Hello, Colonel. This is impossible. This is impossible.
You're not even 20 yet, how could you possibly have the rank of colonel, and your strength is above the third level of the nascent soul stage? But soon, the middle-aged man reacted, because the military system could not be wrong. He instantly broke out in a cold sweat on his back and couldn't help shaking all over.
He lowered his head and said tremblingly, Colonel. I'm blind. I deserve to die.
As he said this, he slapped himself hard on both sides of his face.
So, do I need to salute you? Yun Machin looked at the middle-aged man with amusement.
Then, he looked at the female soldier beside him.
Do you think I'm wrong now? A moment.
The whole place was eerily quiet. Although Yun Machin's voice was not loud, every word seemed to carry a sense of oppression. No one in the entire hall dared to make a sound.
Thump!
The middle-aged man knelt directly in front of Yun Machin.
Colonel. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. I really know I was wrong.
Yun Machin smiled, said nothing, and walked straight out the door.
Turn out to be.
Rights are so magical.
You can even make an arrogant and domineering person act like a housedog in front of you. The female soldier followed Yun Machin silently, not daring to say much or even raise her head.
By the way, you can sell me all the monster remains in this space ring.
I can directly deposit the federal currency into my card. 5201314231224XXXXXX. Okay.
I saw the badge on the female soldier's chest, Major Han Xingyue.
Han Xingyue, that's a good name. I hope it can be done quickly. I need money these days. Colonel Yun, don't worry, I will be quick. When he went out, Yun Machin took a maglev taxi. Go to Hualing Middle School. Chapter 16 The Enchanting Nan Shuan. Tomorrow is the time for you to make the leap. Teacher hopes that all of you will give it your all. This is your only chance to change your destiny.
Also, every student must pay attention tomorrow.
Knock knock. Teacher, I'm back to school.
Yun Machin, who changed into school uniform in the car, looked full of sunshine and smiled at Rawatsi.
You've only just come back now. Hurry back to your seat and listen to me explain what you should pay attention to during tomorrow's college entrance exam. After school. Emo-chan, please stay for a while, the teacher wants to talk to you. What's wrong, teacher? Rawatsi said, how much progress have you made in this month? Are you confident you'll be admitted to university tomorrow? Yun Machin chuckled, I won't tell you for now, keep it a secret. You little brat.
In that case, I'll just wait for you to surprise me tomorrow. Yun Machin continued, Teacher, I am already a powerful cultivator.
If I rank first in the country, will you give me a reward?
Rawatsi covered her mouth and smiled, listening to Yun Machin's words, obviously thinking he was bragging.
It would be great if you could get into university. As for being number 1 in the country? Well, if you can get number 1, you can ask me for anything you want.
Because Rawatsi is not very old, he is both a teacher and a friend to Yun Machin and others in private, and they occasionally joke around. Yun Machin's eyes lit up, and upon hearing this, he immediately said, You said it. Then I'll make my request in advance.
Let me kiss you.
Rawatsi directly reached out and patted Yun Machin on the head. You little brat, you're so bold that you even dared to tease the teacher.
Okay.
If you get the first place in the country, I'll let you kiss me once, no, 10 times.
At this moment, a breeze blew by, ruffling Rawwatsi's eyebrows.
Her every frown and smile seemed to be filled with tenderness, and Yun Machin was a little dazed for a moment.
Ahem, okay, teacher, you wait. I'm leaving first.
Looking at Yun Machin's departing figure, Rawwatsi's originally happy mood instantly turned into inexplicable sadness, and he murmured. Youth is wonderful, but unfortunately, I never had the chance to control my own youth. I hope I can meet the person I'm looking for in my senior year of high school this year.
Ha!
The last battle with the demonic rock ape, the forced enhancement of his sword intent allowed Yun Machin to become familiar with the realm of the great sword cultivator in advance. After practicing sword skills non-stop for a whole night, Yun Machin's greatsword cultivation level reached a bottleneck.
It's time to go. I, Yun Machin, will definitely be number 1 in the country.
Yun Machin walked out of his small shabby house and habitually glanced at the place where Mr. M.O. lived next door.
Mr. M.O., wait for Emo-chan to come find you.
It is reported that there are more than 3,000 immortal cultivation colleges in the federal government, and the most famous ones are Moda University, Fulong University, Shinlin University, and the most mysterious Jianshan University, which does not recruit students from the outside.
On the surface, Moda University ranks first, Shinlin University ranks second, and Fulong University ranks third.
However, Jianshan University is too mysterious and difficult to evaluate.
Classmates, the college entrance examination consists of 3 tests: realm testing, hunting virtual realm monsters, and a grand melee. This time, we have recruited admissions officers from universities across the country in Tianling City.
If you perform well enough, you will be selected, even without having to evaluate your scores.
Are you all ready?
Ready. The students were all full of passion, and of course, nervousness. Following the teacher's guidance, the students came to the playground, where a glass ball was placed in the center. Students, just place your hands on the spirit ball and try your best to input spiritual energy. The holographic virtual screen displayed by the spirit ball will record your exact realm. The students lined up in order and placed their hands on the glass ball one by one, injecting their own spiritual energy.
What?
Ling Tianfei from Class 1 has already reached the first level of the foundation establishment stage.
This can impact the 4 most prestigious universities in the country. Wow, Senior Ling is so handsome.
Yun Machin glanced at it lightly and said inwardly. A group of vegetables.
The most important thing is not handsome at all compared to me. Next. Wang Erden, G Training Stage 4. Emo Qianhua, G Training Stage 6. Jing Jiangshui, G Training Stage 8.
Look, it's the school beauty Nen Xuan.
Wow.
Those big eyes are so beautiful.
Yes, it's really big, and the temperament is very cool, pure desire. Ah, so beautiful.
If she could be my girlfriend for a day, I would be willing to eat shit.
Everyone. Nan Xuan, second level of the Golden Core stage. Everyone? Teachers from various universities?
Yun Machin, so beautiful, bah, such a monster. If I didn't have the system, I'd probably only be able to catch up with a monster like her in my next life. In an instant, countless spiritual senses fell on Nan Shuan. This is indeed the aura of the second level of the golden core stage.
Monster. Magic City University, I want this student from Magic City University. Fulong University, why would you want it? I'll give it to you. Fulong University needs it. Shenlin University, don't fight over this girl. Shenlin University wants this girl. The smile on Principal Lei Dingtian's face was so big that it had reached the sky, and his rosy, fat face was sizzling in the sun.
Shuan, you're truly the principal's lucky star.
Now that I'm relying on you alone, I might even be able to apply for a transfer to Kyoto. After seeing Nan Shuan's cultivation, Lei Dingtian couldn't help but imagine his own beautiful blueprint.
Everyone, this Nan Shuan is really good at hiding her strength. Otherwise, I would have thought she was only at the 9th level of the Qi training stage. As expected, beautiful people are low-key.
Oh no, powerful people are low-key. After the test, Nan Shuan walked down from the spirit testing platform.
There was no emotion in her eyes, but when her gaze accidentally met Yin Machen's, she paused for a few seconds. When Nan Shuan thought about this handsome face saying flirt with me in front of her, and even daring to hug her, and even being beaten seriously to prove himself to her, her face couldn't help but reveal a trace of shame.
But it only appeared for a moment and then disappeared.
At this time, a figure in white appeared in everyone's sight.
Little girl, are you a swordsman? Chapter 17. Yun Machen shocked the audience.
At this time, a figure in white appeared in everyone's sight. He was an old man with flowing white hair, his long robe swaying in the wind, a long sword on his waist, and an imposing demeanor.
This is someone from Sword God University.
In an instant, the scene became noisy, and the people from the other 3 prestigious schools felt a sudden jolt in their hearts.
Damn it! They're probably going to be kidnapped. Etc.
Sword God University seems to be asking Nan Shuan whether she is a sword cultivator.
Could it be?
Yes. As soon as the words fell, Nan Shuan's great sword cultivation realm was exposed, and powerful sword intent surged from her body.
Everyone, what? Nan Shuan is also a great swordsman. What a monster! This is simply an unparalleled monster. Everyone was devastated. An 18-year-old at the 2nd level of the golden core stage, and a great swordsman. The old man in the white robe said, "Ha ha. Good. Good. Little girl, can you come to my Sword God University?
I promise you that as long as you can come, our university will devote its greatest resources to you." The people from Magic City University quickly interrupted him. Jianzhouchen.
This little girl wants to come to our school. We can also fulfill the promise you made to her. Why should she come to your school? Luo Qi, I'm afraid you weren't defeated by me 100 years ago, right?
As soon as he finished speaking, a sword sounded, and the sword intent around Jianzhouchen rose up and rushed towards Luo Qi.
There was no way around it.
Sword cultivators were all a bunch of lunatics who would rather break than bend. Each one was more stubborn than the other, ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. Luo Qi hurriedly circulated the spiritual energy in his body to resist the powerful sword intent, but it seemed difficult to resist, and his legs began to tremble.
Wow, Sword God University is truly extraordinary.
One of the admissions teachers has reached the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage. And the sword intent seems to be at the sword sec level. At the moment when Luo Qi was on the verge of collapse, Luo Qi felt that all the pressure on him was gone. Jianzhouchen snorted coldly, "After 100 years, you're only at the 7th level of the golden core stage.
You really haven't made any progress. Where are you two at university? Do you want to compete with me?" The people from Fulong University and Shenlin University instantly lost consciousness and looked off into the distance. Fulong University, "Old Gu, look at that little kid, he's not bad either." Shenlin University, "Oh, Laoli, you have good taste. Let's go over there and take a look." Everyone.
Luo Qi didn't say anything, because he was no match for the other person in terms of strength and he had lost all face. At this time, Nan Shuan said, "I want 20% of the resources given to freshmen by the whole school, give me an independent house, and at the same time,
my personal behavior is not under the control of the college, okay?"
The reason why Nan Shuan chose to expose her cultivation at this moment was to gain the greatest benefit for herself so that she could quickly improve her cultivation. Because the palpitations this world brings to her are getting worse and worse. Jianzhouchen was a little embarrassed at the moment.
After all, these 20% of new resources were no joke. Please wait a moment. After all, you want too much.
I need to apply to the college. After saying that, Jian Jiuchen said something to the air, and the space instantly vibrated, and the message was spread. After a while, Jian Jiuchen received a voice transmission. The voice was deep and heavy, and seemed to be able to penetrate the soul.
Promise her.
After receiving the order, Jian Jiuchen said, "Okay, my Jianchen University agrees to your request.
Come with me. I'd like to stay and watch the rest of the test." Nan Shuan looked at the young man who was eating a watermelon not far away.
The scene seemed familiar.
Jian Jiuchen raised his eyebrows and understood instantly. "Okay, then I will wait with you for a while." Fuck, why are you looking at me? Could this girl really be in love with me?
At this time, Han Tianyu came over and patted Yun Machen on the back of the head.
Mo Chen, your brother Han is at the 8th level of Qi training. Isn't that impressive?
Following Yun Machen's gaze, he saw Nan Shuan, and Han Tianyu said again, "Brother, forget about her. After all, we are not from the same world as her.
The world is so colorful and anything can happen.
It is inevitable that there will be a few extraordinary monsters who go beyond common sense. It is also normal.
Think positively. After the college entrance exam today, Brother Han will take you to a foot bath. 388 federal coins for 2 hours.
Yun Machen was speechless for a while, and rolled his eyes at Han Tianyu.
Get lost, I need to go take the test.
After saying that, he walked towards the test bench. Jian Jiuchen looked at Yun Machen's handsome face and felt a little strange.
Why does this kid give the illusion of being a swordsman?
However, because of the title of virtual god, Jian Jiuchen's spiritual sense did not detect anything.
Yun Machen, 2nd level of the Golden Core stage. Everyone? All schools? Jian Jiuchen? Nan Shuan?
In an instant, a familiar voice came from Yun Machen's mind.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking all the students.
Reward, 20,000 spiritual energy. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking the admissions teachers of all schools.
You will be rewarded with 50,000 spiritual energy. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking Nan Shuan, and I'll reward you with a full strength attack from the 9th level of the spiritual transformation stage.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking Jian Jiuchen, and reward him with the sword sect realm cultivation.
In a moment. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The 5th level of the Golden Core stage. The sword sect realm.
Nan Shuan looked a little messy.
I am the empress who has been cultivating for 18 years and have only just reached the 2nd level of the Golden Core stage.
Where is Yun Machen? Why am I becoming less and less familiar with this world? For a moment, Nan Shuan actually doubted herself. Oh no!
I have doubts about this world.
What?
Yun Machen, this Riexu, is actually at the 2nd level of the Golden Core stage.
Rao Huatzi looked at Yun Machen not far away, her heart trembling. You really brought me a surprise. So I have to keep my promise? No. No. Absolutely not. Ah. What should I do? What should I do?
Rao Huatzi instantly blushed, covering her red face with her hands. Jian Jiuchen descended from the sky and walked to Yun Machen's side.
Are you also?
Before he finished speaking, the sword intent around Yun Machen surged, and this sword intent was
Great swordsman. Well, what do you want to ask?
Seeing Yun Machen winking at him harmlessly, Jian Jiuchen's mouth twitched, and he had a bad feeling in his heart.
This kid must be a tough guy.
But for the sake of this year's enrollment quota, and even more for his own commission. The aura that kept people at a distance completely disappeared, and Jian Jiuchen's sword-like eyebrows instantly turned into 2 scimitars.
Well, Mr. Yun, would you also like to consider my Sword God University? Chapter 18, 3 turns along the way. No.
I also promise to give you 20% of the training resources of all freshmen in the school.
No. So what do you want? Just ask.
Jianchen University College has abundant resources and strength.
As long as it's not too excessive, our school can satisfy you. I don't want to go. What about that guy from Magic City University? Would you consider me?
Although Nan Shuan is also very beautiful, her cold personality is no match for my wife.
I still have to find my Yin. When Yun Machen thought of Cheng Jian's delicate appearance, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Magic City University, here it is.
Jian Jiuchen said, "Friend Yun, you are a sword cultivator.
Only by coming to our school can you have the best development.
Although the strength of Magic City University is not weak, they have very few sword cultivators. The help they can provide to you in the future is nothing compared to that of our Sword God University."
Who said that there are no sword cultivators in my Demon City University?
Suddenly, a voice came from thousands of miles away, and the voice seemed to be mixed with a sharp sword energy. The voice arrived before the person. In an instant, everyone looked up at the edge of the sky, only to see a sword shadow flash by and a person appear.
Jian Jiuchen frowned.
The sword intent that just emanated was much stronger than his.
He is Hen Tianya. Luoqi, you old thing, luckily I'm smart and called our school as powerful people over, you grab it you keep grabbing.
Hen Tianya was one of the first cultivators when spiritual energy was revived 300 years ago. He led mankind to continuously break through and grow in desperate situations.
He can be said to be a great hero of mankind. Hearing this name, everyone's eyes were filled with admiration. System, what realm is this person in? Because this person's sword cultivation level is far beyond Yun Machen.
Oh, I just broke through the Sword King realm. In terms of cultivation, he is at the 3rd level of the spiritual transformation stage. Jian Jiuchen felt a chill on his back, and in his heart he had already cursed Luo Qi tens of thousands of times.
Hey, hello, Senior Hen Wuya. Everyone? Is this the aloof swordsman I see? Hen Tianya didn't even look at Jian Jiuchen and came to Yun Machen. You're a good kid.
If you come to Magic City University, I'll teach you myself. At the same time, in order to avoid being criticized by some villains, we also promise to allocate 20% of our resources to you as a freshman.
Yun Machen looked at Hen Tianya and said, "Okay. Go home and pack your things. I'll take you here tomorrow. You don't have to take the rest of the exams. What else are you participating in?"
They were all a bunch of novices in the Qi training and foundation building stages. Asking him, who was in the golden core stage, to compete with them was like an adult beating a child.
Emotion, you.
The shock that Yun Machen had just brought to Han Tianyu took him a long time to recover from, and it took him a long time to utter a few words.
Why, isn't our brother Han going to take me to soak my feet?
Looking at Han Tianyu's silly look, Yun Machen just threw his head back and laughed.
I'll tell you later. I'm leaving now.
Han Tianyu, with a look of shock on his face, was disheveled in the wind.
On the way home.
You, stop. Yun Machen turned around and saw that beautiful face.
Nan Shuan. What? Have you decided to be my girlfriend?
Yun Machen had a playful smile on his face and felt inexplicably happy when he saw Nan Shuan with an unnatural expression.
Let me ask you, are you the reincarnation of the great emperor?
Because she had investigated Yun Machen's family background and found that it was not a hidden family. Without the huge accumulation of cultivation resources, it would be impossible for him to have such a high level of cultivation at such a young age. Nan Shuan told herself that perhaps Yun Machen was the only one like her, the reincarnation of a powerful being. This is the only way to explain why he has such a high level of cultivation at the age of only 18.
Emperor? What emperor? I don't know. It's the empress, right? Nan Shuan's whole body trembled violently.
It is impossible for anyone in this world to know her identity in her previous life. In order to quickly recover her cultivation, she was extremely cautious in every step.
He must have been guessing. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for shocking the Empress Nan Shuan.
This system has decided to reward you by telling you Nan Shuan's identity.
She is actually the Tianqi Queen of the Bio Star region. After listening to the systematic narration in his mind, Yun Machen couldn't help but feel emotional.
Nan Shuan's identity is so extraordinary. What are you talking about, Empress? I'm asking you. Could the dignified Empress of Tianqi also pretend to be stupid? What to do? What to do? He really knows my identity. So who is he? So confused. So annoying. How do you know my identity? And who are you? Nan Shuan was anxious. She was really anxious. She was so careful with every step she took, so how could someone know her identity? Could it be? She was exposed long ago. Nan Shuan didn't dare to think any further.
Her 1,000-year-old Dao heart finally collapsed at this moment.
Whoa, hurry up and tell me, tell me who you are. How did you know my identity?
Looking at Nan Shuan, who was crying because of his imagination, Yun Machin was speechless.
He can't stand seeing girls cry.
For a moment, Yun Machin seemed helpless. He walked up to Nan Shuan and gently patted her as she squatted on the ground crying.
Whoever I am, I didn't hurt you, did I?
Don't worry, I'm the only one in this world who knows your identity, unless you tell others yourself. After hearing Yun Machin's words, Nan Shuan's sobbing gradually stopped.
Don't tell me, then don't tell me. You stinky man.
I will find out your secret sooner or later.
Nan Shuan stood up and turned to leave.
The moment she turned her head, her beautiful hair hit Yun Machin's face.
Yun Machin's mouth twitched. What the hell? Hey, women are indeed the most terrifying creatures in the world.
But, their hair smells pretty good.
Bang! Yun Machin slapped himself. Damn it, I almost got into trouble again.
But you are the man with Ching Jiyin.
Yun Machin looked at Nan Shuan's receding figure and couldn't help but shook his head. It's so difficult, it's so difficult. Mo Chen, please stop and don't leave. I want to tell you something. Yun Machin? Another one? 70% off all the way?
Yun Machin turned his head again and found that it was Rao Watsi.
What's up, teacher? Wasn't the surprise I gave you today a big one? Did you come here to fulfill your promise to me? Rao Watsi looked at Yun Machin's handsome face with shyness. Mo Chen, actually I want you to do me a favor. If you have anything to say, just tell me. With our relationship, I will definitely help you. Rao Watsi continued, Mo Chen, I'm actually the legitimate daughter of the Lin family in Kyoto. However, because I'm a girl, it's not my turn to inherit the family business. In fact, I don't care about the family business at all. I just hope to have my own freedom. Yun Machin felt that Rao Watsi's mood was gradually becoming lost. As the legitimate daughter, my only role in the family is to facilitate marriage. This not only allows one family to become friends with another equally powerful family, but can also bring great benefits to the family. But, this is not the life I want. I just hope that I can decide my own destiny and have my own love. But for me alone, this is simply as difficult as climbing to heaven. And the only chance to change my fate is the once-a-decade aristocratic family competition. To prevent conflicts between aristocratic families from weakening humanity's overall strength, the federal government intervened and established the aristocratic family competition. Every 10 years, each aristocratic family can send a team, and the final distribution of benefits is based on the ranking. So, I beg you to participate in my place. The family can call on external aid, so this will not affect it. Can I? Rao Watsi became sadder and sadder as she spoke, and her voice became trembling at the end. Good. Sometimes, for someone who really wants to help you, you don't need to say much, perhaps just one word can say it all. Chapter 19, School Gate Incident. Senior Han, I've packed everything. We can set off now. Hen Tianya looked at Yun Machin with a smile and nodded. Directly toward the space in front of him with a sword. With a wave of the hand. Yun Machin instantly felt like he had entered an environment he had never seen before. The starry sky around me was vast and boundless, and I could see it clearly, as if I were already in space. There is nothing under your feet, only the boundless starry sky. Boy, you haven't seen this before, right? This is called a space crack. Only by breaking through the nascent soul stage and reaching the spiritual transformation stage can you. Only then can one master this magical power. Senior Hen, why don't we move where we are? Hen Tianya smiled and said, You think we are stationary here, but in fact we are flying at an extremely high speed. It's just that the star we use as a reference is too big, and I have already relieved the pressure on you, so you have this illusion. Suddenly, Yun Machin, who had turned into a curious baby, looked around the space-time tunnel and saw that there were several people fighting with a group of strange-looking creatures in the starry sky. In an instant, flames splashed everywhere, and the huge explosion shocked Yun Machin's cognition. It was too big. Senior Hen, look. What is that? Hen Tianya did not reply. Yun Machin looked at Hen Tianya and found that his deep gaze was fixed on that area. This damned demon. The voice was very small, but Yun Machin still heard Hen Tianya's mumbling. Hen Tianya came back to his senses and looked at Yun Machin again, but the smile in his eyes was no longer there. And more? Dignified. Senior Hen, is the sky demon also a demon beast? Hey, you know now that this is not good for you.
When you reach a certain level of strength in the future, you will naturally be exposed to things of this level.
You just need to know.
With your talent, you must work twice as hard on your training.
Because humanity's days are numbered.
Yun Machin was about to continue asking, but Hen Tianya waved his hand and tore open the space in front of him.
Kyoto. Arrive. This is my ID token. Take it and report in. Someone will receive you.
I have some things I need to take care of, so I'll leave it here for you. After saying that, Hen Tianya tore open the space crack again and disappeared from Yun Machin's sight.
Yun Machin's uneasiness grew stronger. Mr. M.O. Second mother, where are you? Is it related to this incident? Yun Machin shook his head. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Only absolute strength is the hard truth. He looked around.
Maglev cars can be seen everywhere in the air, occasionally a few spaceships pass by, and extremely technological buildings, which refresh Yun Machin's horizons again and again.
How magnificent!
It's indeed the capital of the federal government.
Tianling City is a world apart from here.
I stopped a Maglev taxi.
Master, go to Magic City University. Oh my god, this guy is incredible. He's actually a top student at Magic City University.
The taxi driver looked at Yun Machin in surprise, his eyes full of approval. Yun Machin said, actually there is nothing to brag about, it's just average, just average.
Little brother, you're too modest. If you have the ability, you have to show off.
This year's Magic City University is really amazing. I heard that they recruited 2 peerless monsters, both of whom are at the second level of the Golden Core stage.
Oh? Which 2? You don't know? Shang Jiyin, Yun Machin. Their reputations are now known throughout Kyoto.
It's strange that they have reached such a high level of cultivation in just 18 years.
Could it be that they have been practicing since they were in the womb? Oh, I can't believe it, young and promising, young and promising.
Yun Machin raised his eyebrows.
I never thought my fame would spread to Kyoto. And my lovely Inin. He. Little brother, we're at Magic City University.
The driver stopped the car and turned to look at Yun Machin, who was sitting in the back seat.
What's your name? Maybe you'll become a powerful monk in the future. I can take advantage of your fame and tell the neighbors about it. It was me, old Lu, who helped you. Yun Machin smiled. This driver was really interesting.
After closing the car door, Yun Machin said to the driver inside the car.
Yun Machin. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for shocking Lu Bai, and reward, a 10,000 meter tracker. 10,000 meter tracker, everything designated by the host within a radius of 10,000 meters can be tracked.
Good stuff.
It's just too small, but it's just enough here.
An evil smile gradually appeared at the corner of Yun Machin's mouth. Lu Bai, oh my god, I really got a call from a great god today. Saw Lu. Nyang Li. Wait for me to come back and give you some spit. Stop.
At the gate of Tianma University, a middle-aged man stopped Yun Machin, who was about to enter.
Who are you? No one is allowed to enter without the identification of Magic City University.
Yun Machin observed that the students coming in and out all had a special symbol on their chests. The words Magic City are engraved on it.
Hey, you're a teacher at the Magic City campus, right? I'm a freshman. Because Yun Machin felt the other party's cultivation. Not low. Don't give me that. The college entrance exam is over in 3 days, and it's only the second day. Who do you think you are, that little devil Yun Machin? Get out of here right now, or don't blame me for being merciless.
The man pulled out the spear hanging on his back and shook it to the ground.
A powerful aura came over, and the students with low cultivation around him almost fell down.
The 5th level of the Golden Core stage. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned here.
However, what surprised the middle-aged man was that Yun Machin didn't seem to be affected at all. Look, it's teacher Yen Zhangwei from the External Affairs College. This kid is really asking for his own death. He dares to break into Magic City University without knowing how much he weighs.
Yun Machin, who was about to explain, was about to open his mouth when the breath released by Yen Zhangwei blew a mouthful of dirt into his mouth.
Damn it! I'm going to eat a mouthful of dirt. I'm going to force my way through today. No need for explanations.
Yun Machen's spiritual consciousness moved, and the Lientian sword stored in the space ring appeared in his hand.
Lientian 9 absolute slashes. Boom! In the huge thick smoke, a person was vaguely seen flying heavily into the wall at the gate of Moda University. What? How is this possible?
The thick smoke slowly dissipated, and the students around discovered that the person standing there was not Yen Zhangwei, but Yun Machen. Yen Zhangwei crawled out from the wall, covering the deep sword wound on his chest with his hand, and said weakly,
"You, who are you? What's your purpose in coming to Magic City University?" Chapter 20. He is Yun Machen. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking Yen Zhangwei. The reward is 10,000 spiritual energy. Yun Machen felt that his realm at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage was beginning to loosen.
Yun Machen looked at Yen Zhangwei with amusement. Aren't you so arrogant because of your high level of cultivation? Why don't you continue to be so arrogant?
At this time, many people came out of the campus of Moda University.
Look, it's senior brother Mo Wufeng here. Teacher Yen is saved.
Senior brother Mo Wufeng is a powerful warrior ranked 76th on the Inner Court War God ranking. He can definitely take care of this guy. Yun Machen followed the gazes of the people around him and discovered that it was a swordsman with long flowing hair. Because the temperament of a sword cultivator is very different from that of an ordinary cultivator, not to mention that Yun Machen's sword cultivation level is not low, it is easy to see that Mo Wufeng is a sword cultivator.
Sword cultivator?
Looking at the Lientian sword in Yun Machen's hand, Mo Wufeng spoke.
Yun Machen narrowed his eyes and asked, "Try it?"
As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Machen displayed the sword intent of a great swordsman and rushed towards Mo Wufeng. Unexpectedly, Mo Wufeng also sent out his fierce sword cultivation intention towards Yun Machen. The two of them just stood there, as if they had agreed beforehand, and neither of them took any action. Perhaps this is the damnable desire to win and pride of the strong or man.
Defeating the opponent with sword intent is the greatest insult to the enemy.
Mo Wufeng used all his strength, and bloodshot appeared in his eyes, but Yun Machen showed no signs of being suppressed.
What are they two doing? Have no idea. Could it be that he has taken a fancy to the other person?
My senior brother Mo Wufeng is definitely not a man, you are talking nonsense.
Tisk, look how excited you are.
Look, both of their eyes are red just looking at each other.
This is love.
Fuck you #@%#at. Seeing that two onlookers were about to fight, Yun Machen and Mo Wufeng twitched their lips.
No. I'm definitely going to lose if I keep going like this.
Not only was this guy's sword intent not suppressed by my sword intent, it was actually gradually rising.
No.
We have to strike first, or we'll not only lose face, but our lives.
The sword light is fatal. Look, look. Senior brother Mo is making a move.
Yun Machen's heart was calm, he looked at Mo Wufeng quietly, raised his sword and swung it lightly. In an instant, Mo Wufeng felt that this sword intent was several times more powerful than the great sword that Yun Machen had just used. This seems to be the sword intent of the sword sect realm. Before he could come to his senses, the powerful sword intent had already arrived.
Mo
Wufeng was covered by the sword intent, and the whole person flew out directly, falling heavily to the ground, with blood splattering from his mouth.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking Mo Wufeng, and reward him with 10,000 spiritual energy.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for shocking the other onlookers. Reward, charming eyes.
Charming eyes, once the host flirts with a person or animal, they will think that the host is the most handsome man in the world, with infinite charm.
Unlimited use. Boom! The 6th level of the Golden Core stage. What? Senior brother Mo Wufeng was also defeated. Then we will also be in trouble. Woo woo, someone come and save us.
Yun Machen was speechless for a while, as if he was a bad guy who had done 10 evil things.
At this time,
a familiar voice came from the air.
You little bastard, have you made enough trouble?
Yun Machen grinned with 2 rows of big teeth, smiling flatteringly at the sky.
Hey, you're done. Senior hen.
You're such a troublemaker. I left a short while ago and not only did you beat up the teacher, you even started a fight with the students in the inner courtyard.
Hen Tianya looked down at Yun Machen from the sky and said. Full of oppression. Senior hen. Yen Zhangwei clasped his hands together and saluted Hen Tianya.
Yin Machin said, I was just thinking about getting into school, and before I could even explain, he used his cultivation aura to pressure me.
I was so angry that I couldn't help but attack him. Forget it, let's just pretend it never happened.
But, Senior Han, he forced his way into the campus. I was just doing my duty, and he ended up getting hurt. I can't just let it go like this. Yan Zhangwei, who had obviously suffered a loss, did not want to let Yin Machin go.
Humph. You can't even beat a freshman, how dare you argue with me? What? A person with the strength of Jin Dan stage is actually a freshman. The students watching around couldn't help but be surprised. I know who he is.
At this time, a little girl next to her spoke tremblingly.
Who is it?
Senior Han Tianya has arrived, and it seems that this man knows Senior Han Tianya. The onlookers on the side are no longer so scared, and their focus gradually shifts to Yin Machin's identity.
Hurry up and tell me.
Senior Han is here, what are you afraid of?
He is Yin Machin. What?
He is Yin Machin, one of the two evildoers who has recently caused a sensation in Kyoto. My goodness, with this kind of strength, even Mo Wolfing can't beat him.
He's too evil. After hearing this, Yan Zhengwei's face turned red. He was so embarrassed. Mo Wolfing walked over and stood in front of Yin Machin.
You are very powerful, but I will catch up with you sooner or later.
Just wait for me. As soon as the words fell,
a sharp sword sound was heard.
When everyone reacted and looked, they found a long sword parked an inch away from Mo Wolfing's eyebrows.
I don't want to leave myself with hidden dangers right after school starts.
I'll give you another chance. Tell me, do you want me to wait? But Mo Wolfing believed that since Senior Han Tianya was present, Yin Machin's threat was just to establish his authority. He definitely wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Didn't you hear? I said.
Before he could finish his words, the tip of the sword in Yin Machin's hand had already penetrated half an inch between his eyebrows, and blood instantly flowed down the tip of his nose.
What did you say? Nothing. Mo Wolfing was so scared that he almost died. This freshman really dares to take action. In the face of life and death, all arrogance disappears. He is decisive in killing and does not leave any hidden dangers for himself. This kid is not bad and suits my taste.
Han Tianya, who was floating in the air, became more and more satisfied the more he looked at Yin Machin. In this turbulent era, such a sharp sword should appear to eliminate all hidden dangers for the human race.
All right. Mo Chen, follow me. Han Tianya came down from the air and brought Yin Machin into the campus. I will arrange for you to enter the inner courtyard directly. With your current strength, there is no need for you to stay in the outer courtyard.
Yin Machin looked at Han Tianya with a smile on his face and said, Senior Han, just make the arrangements.
I'm fine with it. This inner courtyard is different from the outer courtyard.
In order to improve the students' cultivation level as much as possible, our school encourages students to fight with each other. They can even go on the life and death stage and initiate a life and death duel. At this point, Han Tianya sighed heavily. It's better to die at the hands of one's own people than to die on the battlefield of the gods' fall and not even leave behind a corpse. Yin Machin grasped the 4 words Shinyu battlefield and silently repeated them in his mind several times, but did not ask, because Senior Han would definitely tell him what he should know, but it would be boring for him to ask about things he should not know at the moment. Then, Han Tianya said, and your current cultivation level of the 2nd level of the Golden Core stage is totally inadequate for the inner court. And the War God list, Mo Wolfing's strength is actually quite good, but you're just too abnormal.
The top 10 on the War God list are all Yuanying stage masters. You must not behave like that in the inner courtyard from now on, or you will die without knowing how.
As they were talking, Yin Machin followed Han Tianya to a magnificent villa.
You'll be living here from now on. Your free academy won't interfere. Here's the academy map. I've sent it to your phone. Just go to any training locations that suit you. There are some requirements, but you can enter directly with the token I gave you. By the way, if you have any problems with the repairs, just call me directly, but don't bother me all day long. I have a lot of things to deal with. Yin Machin, oh.
After saying that, Han Tianya flew away again.
Chapter 21, Spring Scenery of Koike. Yin Machin looked at the big villa in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. It is simply a collision of technological elements and the essence of ancient architecture. The villa is very large, covering at least several thousand square meters,
and the material used on the surface of the villa is similar to reflective glass.
Yun Machin knocked on it, and it was extremely hard.
The high floor-to-ceiling windows were faintly glowing with blue light, and some anti-gravity crystal chandeliers were suspended in an orderly manner around the villa.
In the sunlight, the entire building was simply a beautiful painting. Yun Machin came into the villa and found another secret.
A brand new magnetic levitation Farilla sports car is quietly parked in the surprisingly large living room. The magnificent carvings on the wall are lifelike, and all kinds of new and stylish home appliances and furniture full of technological elements are neatly arranged.
Oh my goodness! It's great to be a genius.
Yun Machin came to the bedroom and jumped directly onto the extremely elastic big bed, his face filled with happiness.
Oh right. I was so busy enjoying myself that I almost forgot about the important things.
System, activate the 10,000 meter tracker.
Okay, open successfully.
A virtual map appeared in front of Yun Machin's eyes, and he could zoom in and out by sliding his hands.
The system continued, let me guess, is the host looking for urine? Hurry up, don't you understand me? Hey, got it. Suddenly, a red dot appeared on Yun Machin's virtual map. Ding! Successfully searched for Chingyin. Yun Machin curled his lips and set off. Follow the instructions on the virtual map. Yun Machin came to the foot of a waterfall.
The waterfall is about several dozen feet high, and is rushing the water into the small pond. There is a thin layer of white mist faintly above the pool water, as if covering the small pool with layers of white gauze.
But the water in the pond seemed very deep and dark blue.
From time to time, a few birds flew by, chirping, looked at the deep and dark pond, and then flew away in fear.
There is a woman in the pond, playing with the water and teasing the fish.
The sharp-eyed Yun Machin suddenly noticed a few strands of black gauze hanging on the tree beside the small pond.
Yun Machin quietly walked over, picked it up and smelled it. What is this? The taste is a bit special. Who's there?
Chingyin sensed the movement and screamed, only daring to raise her head above the water.
Wife. It's me. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for shocking Chingyin.
The reward is 50,000 spiritual energy.
Looking at the system prompt sound, Yun Machin felt happy.
Chingyin looked over in the direction of the voice, why are you here?
Yun Machin looked at Chingyin's snow-white skin exposed above the water, and his heart was instantly filled with anger.
Why are you bleeding? Are you hurt? Out of concern, Chingyin stood up from the water in an instant. Yun Machin lost more blood.
Chingyin, who had reacted quickly, folded her hands over her chest and squatted down immediately.
You're a hooligan. A big hooligan. Yun Machin wiped the blood gushing from his nose, looked at the lovely Chingyin, and couldn't help but smile. What's the big deal? I'm your husband. Really, we've been honest with each other for a long time, haven't we?
After saying that, Chingyin's tender face instantly turned red all the way to her ears.
I don't care. Turn around now. Otherwise I'll be angry. Hurry up.
Looking at the shy Chingyin, Yun Machin thought that it was enough and turned his head away.
Are you done yet? Wife.
Yun Machin turned his head and found that Chingyin had actually run away.
When I looked back again, the few wisps of black gauze on the tree had disappeared. Damn. I got tricked.
Yun Machin smiled and shook his head.
Forget it, I'll let you go this time. The environment here happens to be nice, so I'll take a shower here.
I haven't had a chance to relax properly since I came all the way here.
Boom.
With a loud bang, Yun Machin was knocked out of the water by something and knocked down several big trees before stopping.
Holy shit. I got beaten for just taking a shower. Wait, what the hell is this?
The giant creature in the water gradually poked its head out, occupying almost half of the area of the small pond.
This is a blood turtle.
This blood turtle has a green face and fangs, and its eyes are covered in blood, which is black and very scary.
Judging from the aura, he is actually at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage. I can't beat him. Run. Yun Machin turned around and ran. He felt depressed as he ran.
Why didn't it appear when Chingyin was there just now, but appeared as soon as he entered the water?
Oh my god. Run so fast. Lien Tian 9 absolute slashes. Boom.
Yun Machin was blown away directly. It bumped into several big trees in succession and spit out a mouthful of blood.
Damn, if a tiger doesn't show its power, do you think I'm a sick cat?
The blood turtle rushed to Yun Machin again.
At this critical moment, Yun Machin actually said to the blood turtle. She winked charmingly and gave off an electric shock. Charming eyes.
The blood turtle stopped.
System.
Qing Jiyin, who was hiding aside.
Ahem, Xiaoxue, that's enough, stop making trouble.
Yun Machin looked over when he heard the sound and saw Qing Jiyin sitting there playfully on a branch of a big tree not far away.
Xiaoxue, come here.
At this time, the blood turtle came under the tree, growled at Qing Jiyin on the tree, and shook its head, as if trying to please Qing Jiyin. Ahem, host, because your behavior is too abnormal, I have just forcibly disabled your charming eye skill.
One more thing, it's a male. Is the host sure he really wants to use it? Yun Machin touched his nose embarrassedly. Okay. Thanks to the system. Otherwise, it would be really embarrassing. Humph. Now you know how powerful I am.
I'll tell you if you dare to bully me in the future. Qing Jiyin crossed her arms, her beautiful legs hanging in the air, her little mouth pouted, her face full of pride.
Damn it.
I was beaten by my wife for the whole day.
No. This revenge must be taken. System, activate the charming eyes again.
Qing Jiyin looked at Yun Machin with a wicked smile on his face and suddenly had a bad feeling. Suddenly, Yun Machin blinked his left eye and shot an electric shock at Qing Jiyin.
Qing Jiyin felt a real electric current rushing towards her, and her heart trembled instantly. So handsome.
Qing Jiyin lost her mind for a moment and fell from the tree without paying attention. Yun Machin hurriedly flew into the air, wrapped his arms around Qing Jiyin with one hand, and even turned a few times in the air before slowly landing.
Yun Machin looked at Qing Jiyin, whose face was blushing, affectionately and couldn't help but kiss her. A quarter of an hour. Lip parting.
At this time, Qing Jiyin slowly put her arms around Yun Machin's neck, put her nose close to his ear, and said softly, "My soul strength is at the level of a great emperor. In fact, your charm is useless to me. Also, if you dare to use this trick on other women in the future, I will give you." After he finished speaking, Yun Machin felt a hand pinching his lower body fiercely, and a cold sweat broke out on his back.
Xiaoxue on the side said, "What sin did I commit in my previous life that made me eat this damn dog food?" After a period of tenderness. Liantian, what exactly happened to you back then? Why did you reincarnate and cultivate again? What? Yun Machin was bewildered. System, come out quickly. Why does my wife always think I'm the Liantian sword immortal? Ding.
The system says it doesn't know it knows nothing.
Yun Machin's face darkened. Forget it.
This damn system probably won't tell him.
A gentle breeze blew through the forest.
Yun Machin gently lifted the hair from between Qing Jiyin's eyebrows and said, "Wife, I'm not some kind of heavenly sword immortal. I'm just me, Yun Machin."
Qing Jiyin looked at Yun Machin's serious expression, frowned, and couldn't help feeling surprised. Could it be that Liantian injured his soul when he was reincarnated and cultivated again, causing him to lose some memories, leaving only the sword skills in his subconscious? Never mind, I'm here to help you recover your memory sooner or later. Qing Jiyin couldn't help but feel distressed.
You must have suffered a lot over the years.
Okay, you are Yun Machin, you are not some Liantian sword immortal. In this life, you are not allowed to leave me again.
Yun Machin felt puzzled. When he thought that Qing Jiyin was also the reincarnation of the Empress, it was normal for her to have a lover in the previous life.
Maybe she mistook me for someone he was? Etc. What? After all this time, I was the accident? Qing Jiyin was Lian Tianjianxian's lover, and she mistook me for Lian Tianjianxian, so she had such feelings for me? Yun Machin became angrier the more he thought about it. His expression as he looked at Qing Jiyin gradually became unnatural. So, he stood up and said to Qing Jiyin, "Wife, I don't want to be anyone's substitute. I'm really not the Liantian sword immortal. I hope that in your heart, I am me and he is him. Okay?" Qing Jiyin looked at Yun Machin's serious expression and couldn't help laughing. "You're such a fool. I'm leaving. See you another day."
Leaving behind Yun Machin, with a complicated expression, disheveled in the wind.
Chapter 22. Where does the BGM come from? Inside the gravity room. Look, there's a new face coming in. It's probably his first time here. Let's wait and see how he gets used to it and how messed up he looks. Where? There. Looking at the place where the student pointed, I saw a tall and handsome boy. Of course it's Yun Machin. Hello Mr. Yun, please select the gravity level. Inside the gravity room, the voice of artificial intelligence rang out. A total of 120. 150. 1:100. 1:200. 1:500. 1:1000. These gravity chamber options. Which one would you like to choose? Friendly reminder, be sure to do it within your ability. In severe cases, you may be crushed into a meat patty in an instant. Then let's go to 120 first. Mr. Yun, I've checked your academy account and found that the points are 0. You cannot start gravity room training. At this time, Yun Machin took out a token from his pocket and said, I wonder if I can use this? No problem. The gravity chamber opened successfully at 120. In an instant, Yun Machin felt that the air pressure on his body had increased a lot, but for Yun Machin, this impact was minimal. It really is a good thing. It absorbs spiritual energy faster. At this time, the students who had just finished practicing outside and were about to go back to rest also came over to join in the fun, relax, chat and laugh with each other while looking at the data displayed outside the gravity room. Guess how high the air pressure ratio this novice can maintain? Looking at his clean appearance, I think he's probably only 150 at most. I'm not sure. I think he can probably hold out until 1:100. At this time, a tall and thin man walked over. I think he can hold on to 1:200. As soon as the words came out, the scene became boiling. Look! It's senior brother Li Pengfei. Wow! Senior brother is so handsome. Suddenly, a beautiful woman in the crowd walked up to Li Pengfei, looked at the gravity room, and said, Pengfei, it's rare that you have the elegance to come and see a newcomer. What, do you think he's a good person? Wow! Senior sister Gong Lingyue is here too. So beautiful. Li Pengfei stared at the data panel outside Yun Machin's gravity room and said lightly, I don't know, it's just that I can't see through him. In an instant, because of the arrival of the two powerful men on the God of War list, many people gathered around and came to join in the fun, curious about the qualities and abilities of the people they cared about so much. Inside the gravity room, feeling the great benefits of the gravity room for cultivation, Yun Machin said. Open 150 gravity room. In an instant, the pressure of gravity increased a lot, and the speed of absorbing spiritual energy became obviously faster. But that's not enough. Come again. Open the 1:100 gravity chamber. Not enough. Open the 1:200 gravity chamber. Still not enough. Open the 1:500 gravity chamber. In just a few seconds, Yun Machin increased the gravity room's ratio by several levels. Flowers exploded outside the stadium instantly. What? He actually made it to the 1:500 gravity room. Who on earth is this person? You know, the people at the bottom of the normal war god list can only survive in a 1:100 gravity room. Of course, they can't compare with the monsters at the top. A little girl in the crowd said weakly, he won't be dead. No, the artificial intelligence in the gravity chamber will detect a person's vital signs and automatically open the door if someone dies. You don't even have common sense. Are you an exchange student from Shanglan University? Ding! Congratulations to the host for shocking Baidang. Reward, 1000 spiritual energy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for shocking Zhang San. Reward, 800 spiritual energy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for shocking Kai Ingwen. Reward, 250 spiritual energy. Bite. Wow, after all this time, the system upgrade is still fast. Yun Machin probably guessed the gravity ratio he chose and earned himself another wave of points. The Chaos Divine Body is only effective against pressure directed at the host, and the air pressure in the training room is beneficial to the host, so Yun Machin can still feel the atmospheric pressure in the gravity room. Finally, he felt something. Yun Machin felt that his cultivation speed at this moment had increased to 10,000 miles a day compared to the previous one. He felt that his cultivation seemed to have reached a bottleneck again. When he was about to break through, the system said, Host, although a fast cultivation speed is an advantage of your divine body, practicing too fast will cause your mind to lag behind your realm and your foundation to become weak. Please consider this carefully. Damn! Why didn't you say so earlier?
Yun Machin quickly circulated the spiritual energy in his body, suppressing the bottleneck that was about to break through.
No. Can't hold it back anymore. Open the 1:1000 gravity chamber. In an instant, powerful air pressure pressed down on Yun Machin's entire body.
His facial muscles were obviously almost deformed, and his legs began to tremble slightly uncontrollably.
Finally. Ha! The spiritual energy that was about to break through the bottleneck was suppressed. I'm so tired. Damn dog system. System, lulula hit me. I didn't see it wrong. This seems to be a 1:1000 gravity chamber. Who on earth is he?
Even the top 10 warriors on the God of War list might not be able to withstand the 1:1000 atmospheric pressure in a gravity chamber. You know, the top 10 on the God of War list are all Yuaniing stage warriors. Yun Machin discovered that under strong air pressure, he could actually hone his sword skills. He slowly closed his eyes, and in an instant, the mighty and sharp sword intent rampaged across the field. Unconsciously, his sword intent gradually became materialized. Half an hour has passed, and he's still in there. You know, Empress, who ranked first on the God of War list, only stayed in a 1:1000 gravity room for more than an hour. More and more people gathered outside the field, and Mo Wufeng, who had just recovered from the medical room, also came to the field. Mo Wufeng looked at the dense crowd around him and inexplicably had a bad feeling in his heart.
No way. An hour has already passed. Is it possible that he can break senior brother Empress's record? 1.5 hours. 2 hours. 3 hours.
The students around them went from disdain at first to shock, and finally to numbness. Yun Machin in the gravity room seemed to have entered a completely new state of mind for some reason. He felt that everything around him, and even in the entire gravity room, was slowly surrounded by a layer of faint white light in a circular shape. In the white light, he seemed to be the master, able to control everything. In fact, he didn't know it, he had gradually understood it unconsciously.
Sword domain. Look.
The gravity room door is rising.
Look who it is. This is incredible. I've decided that he will be my idol, Su Tianping.
In an instant, the eyes of a group of students who had been numb to the reality lit up.
Oh my god. Why is it so dazzling? Besides, where's the background music? Mo Wufeng, sorry, the phone rang.
Mo Wufeng was about to answer the call from his mentor when he glanced at her casually.
Oh shit. Why is it him again? Chapter 23, I want to give birth to you. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for shocking Mo Wufeng, and reward him with 5,000 spiritual energy.
Yun Machin smiled. This guy is here too.
At this time, a man walked up to Yun Machin, extended his hand, and said with a friendly smile.
Hello, I'm Li Pengfei, a junior this year, ranked 46th on the God of War list. Can we be friends? Yun Machin's strength successfully conquered Li Pengfei.
Compared to making an enemy, making friends with a strong man is simply beneficial with no harm.
Hello, Yun Machin.
Yun Machin was somewhat puzzled and surprised by Li Pengfei's sudden friendship, but after thinking about it, he let it go since it was an era where strength was respected after all.
After hearing Yun Machin's name, Li Pengfei frowned and couldn't help but lower his head and muttered silently.
In an instant, the names of all the students in Moto College flashed through Li Pengfei's mind.
The more powerful the cultivator is, the better his memory is. It can be said that he can remember everything he sees. Are you really a student of Magic City University? Why do I have no memory of a powerful person like you? Could it be that you are a secluded disciple of a certain dean? Yun Machin smiled and was about to speak. The crowd around them instantly became excited. I know him. Who is it? Hurry up, tell me. He
is Yun Machin, one of the top freshmen this year.
Freshman? Yes. It's him.
If you don't believe me, ask senior brother Mo Wufeng next to me.
He was beaten by Yun Machin yesterday. Mo Wufeng.
In an instant, the students were in an uproar.
This is too evil. How can we survive? Wow. Actually, if you take a closer look, this new baby brother is so handsome. Yeah.
The senior students nearby saw Yun Machin's handsome face and couldn't help but become infatuated with him. Mo Wufeng's face was as black as coal ash at this moment. If he wasn't afraid of the academy's punishment due to the large crowd, he would have severely beaten up the student who just mentioned his name. Li Pengfei was surprised when he learned Yun Machen's identity. He clasped his hands together and said to Yun Machen, "Brother Yun is truly a genius. I admire you so much." Yun Machen smiled and politely replied, No, I'm new to the academy and there's still a lot I don't understand. I'll have to rely on Brother Li's help in the future." The two looked at each other and burst into laughter at the same time.
Brother Yun is truly extraordinary. Come on, I'll take you around our academy.
Okay, I'll trouble you, Brother Li. Then, Li Pengfei extended his hand and said, "Please." Yun Machen also became polite and extended his hand, "Please."
Dong Lingyue looked at the two people's backs as they walked away, wondering what she was thinking. Ah!
This junior brother is not only powerful, but also so polite.
More importantly, so hot and handsome. That's right. I really don't know who started the rumor that Junior Brother Yun beat up Brother Mo yesterday. Junior Brother Yun is so polite, how could he be a bad guy who actively bullies others? That's right. I think it must be someone as crude and vulgar as Brother Mo who took the initiative to provoke Junior Brother Yun, but ended up being too weak and got beaten up. Mo Wufeng, who had just recovered, vomited a pool of blood and fainted on the ground. But because everyone's attention was on Yun Machen, no one noticed Mo Wufeng, who was lying on the ground spitting blood.
No, I feel like I'm falling in love with Junior Brother Yun. Junior Brother Yun is mine, you ugly women, don't even think about snatching him from me.
Humph. Junior Brother Yun is mine. Junior Brother Yun, I love you too. Junior Brother Yun, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Me too.
The entire gravity chamber hall instantly fell silent, and everyone turned to look at the source of the harsh voice. A burly man in a low-cut, V-neck suit, with his fists clenched on his hairy chest, excitedly shouted at Yun Machen.
So disgusting. Sisters, no, I have to leave. Ugh. Me too. Brother Yun, I guess you don't understand the God of War list yet?
The God of War ranking was originally established by a former peerless master in our school. Its purpose was to encourage competition and progress among our students.
With your current strength, Brother Yun, I feel you can rank in the top 20.
It's not that I look down on Brother Yun, because the students in the top 10 war gods are at least at the nascent soul stage.
Yun Machen nodded in agreement.
After all, what this world lacked the most was evildoers. If one blindly pursued invincibility, he would get into trouble sooner or later. Li Pengfei continued, the day after every new student registration, the Academy will hold a God of War ranking competition to reshuffle the rankings.
All told, there are still 10 days left. I'd like to congratulate Brother Yun in advance.
You'll make a big splash when the time comes.
How can I compare to Brother Li?
According to my presumptuous exploration of spiritual sense, Brother Li is at least at the 8th level of the Golden Core stage. Li Pengfei was a little surprised. Logically speaking, the state of his cultivation and the art of restraining his aura could not be detected by others.
Unless his realm is higher than mine. It seems that you are still hiding very well.
Everyone said that you are at the 2nd level of Jindan period, but now it seems that you are far more than that. Li Pengfei thought for a while and looked at Yun Machen deeply again. How could he know that this was due to Yun Machen's title of virtual god and chaotic divine body?
While chatting and laughing, the two came to a bamboo forest. Brother Li, where is this?
We're all men, let me show you the world.
Yun Machen was confused, but didn't ask any more questions. He followed Li Pengfei into the bamboo forest.
Suddenly, a bamboo leaf slowly fell from the sky, but he was surprised to find that the bamboo leaf that fell lightly on his cheek had accidentally scratched his skin. He was about to ask Li Pengfei when he noticed that Li Pengfei had bent his body at a 90-degree angle and was shouting towards the depths of the bamboo forest.
Teacher Qian Meizhu. We came here to learn swordsmanship. We're sorry to bother you. After saying that, Li Pengfei quickly elbowed Yun Machen and said, hurry up and bow like me. Don't just stand there. Yun Machen, oh.
He also gave a deep 90-degree bow. At this moment, a strong wind blew through the field, and all the bamboo leaves seemed to come alive. They gathered together and kept spinning, forming a small tornado. Suddenly, all the bamboo leaves returned to the bamboo, as if they had come back to life, as if they had never fallen from the branches at all. Yun Machen looked closely and was surprised to find that there was a woman at the location where the small tornado had just appeared.
Chapter 24 Woman, you don't understand me at all. The woman was suspended in the air.
She looked to be about 26 or 27, with an indifferent expression, but surprisingly beautiful. Her facial features were very delicate, like an exquisite sculpture. Her slightly open red gauze skirt vaguely revealed her pink and beautiful legs, which was eye-catching in this lush green bamboo forest. At this time, Li Pengfei whispered to Yun Machin.
How about it, beautiful, right? This is the most beautiful teacher in our school. Don't be fooled by her youth, she's no mere pretty face. It's said that she's at the spiritual transformation stage. Yun Machin gave Li Pengfei a helpless look. It turned out that the world he was brought to see was a beautiful woman. But, it is really beautiful. It makes people feel happy.
At this time, Qian Meizhu looked at Yun Machin. Yun Machin instantly broke out in a cold sweat, feeling as if his life and death were hanging in her eyes, as if he was falling into the abyss.
Qian Meizhu withdrew her cold gaze. She was a little confused. With her level of cultivation, she couldn't even tell the man's level of cultivation. Who are you and why have I never seen you before? Li Pengfei quickly replied, Teacher Qian, his name is Yun Machin, and he's a new student in our school. Because he's so talented, he was accepted by teacher Han Tianya in advance. Oh? How could that rigid old man actually look down upon this kid?
Logically speaking, that guy only knows how to tinker with his swordsmanship, so how come he has changed and even accepted a student? You know, although Han Tianya is just a sword teacher in the academy, his status in the academy is extremely transcendent, even higher than that of the vice president.
Qian Meizhu looked at Yun Machin again and became interested in him.
Suddenly, she flicked her fingers lightly, and the surrounding bamboo leaves detached from the bamboo again and floated in the air in an orderly manner.
Boy, you're here, so I'll teach you well.
The voice was very charming, completely different from the cold voice just now.
Yun Machin couldn't help but feel numb all over.
But based on my many years of experience in reading online games and novels, the more such a woman is, the more dangerous she is.
Yun Machin couldn't help but concentrate 20 times more energy and stare at the bamboo leaves floating in the air. Go!
At Qian Meizhu's command, thousands of bamboo leaves rushed towards Yun Machin like sharp swords.
Li Pengfei, who was standing by, was so frightened that he quickly retreated 100 steps and said to Yun Machin solemnly, Brother Yun, I wish you good luck. I'll withdraw first.
Yun Machin, thank you so much, you at $%. Yun Machin's spiritual consciousness moved, and the Lientian sword appeared in his hand. In an instant, sword intent surrounded Yun Machin and he slashed towards the dense bamboo leaves.
10,000 swords break the sky.
To deal with this kind of group attack, you naturally have to fight back with group sword techniques.
Boom!
When the hundreds of sword energies that Yun Machin slashed out collided with thousands of bamboo leaves, it felt like they were not bamboo leaves, but sharp swords.
A huge roar suddenly sounded, and the quiet bamboo forest became ablaze. Countless birds were startled and flew away, attracting the attention of countless people. Look! The bamboo forest is on fire. Is this true? Yes. If you don't believe me, go and see for yourself.
The witnesses filmed it and posted it on the Academy chat group.
Could it be an invasion by foreign enemies? It's really possible. The bamboo forest is where teacher Qian Meizhu lives. No. My teacher Qian Meizhu is still in the bamboo forest. I have to go save her. In an instant, the college communication group exploded.
Everyone thought it was an invasion by foreign enemies, and the students immediately rushed towards the bamboo forest towards the guy. But I don't know why, more than 99% of them are male students. Li Pengfei, who had already run 10,000 meters, heard the huge roar and turned his head to look at the bamboo forest.
His eyes instantly became wet. He couldn't help biting his lower lip and said tremblingly, Brother Yun, have a safe journey. In the next life, we can still look at beauties together.
That's right, at the age of 18, at the second level of the Golden Core stage, and at the Greatsword Cultivator realm, he was actually able to withstand the 10,000 bamboos piercing heartsword that I used at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. Old Man Han has indeed accepted a good student.
Yun Machin did not reveal his true strength. There is no other way. When you are in the world, you must be more careful and have more lives. You must have a trump card.
Yun Machin wiped the dust off his face awkwardly and looked at the small cuts on his arms and chest, which had already started to bleed.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking Qian Meizhu a little bit, and reward 200 spiritual energy.
What the hell is a little bit? Yun Machin was planning to do some research.
Suddenly, Qian Meiju's tone changed, and she said to Yun Machin coldly.
But, Your Excellence only goes so far.
Yun Machin raised his eyebrows, feeling a little puzzled, and looked at Qian Meiju in confusion.
Qian Meiju continued, Do you think you are already the most evil genius in the entire federal government?
From what I know, among those ancient families, there are quite a few who have reached the realm of greatsword cultivators at your age, and even those who have reached the second level of the golden core stage. The reason they remain hidden from the world and unknown to the public is that they simply don't bother to compare with you. Only in the future, when you reach the Gods Falling battlefield and leave your name on the Gods Falling list there, can you be a true peerless monster?
For Qian Meiju, the first step in teaching a genius is to break his blind self-confidence.
But what she didn't know was that Yun Machin had made her miscalculate. Yun Machin curled his lips, thinking in his heart. TSK, the genius of the ancient family is nothing but a pile of waste with sufficient cultivation resources. Also, even if I have learned it through talent and ability, how do you know that I am not as good as them?
Do you understand my true strength? Humph. Woman. You don't understand me at all. Chapter 25 Who Throws the Grenade? Hey, I've learned my lesson.
Although Yun Machin was very unconvinced in his heart, Qian Meiju's cultivation level was there after all, so he had to be polite. Qian Meiju glanced at the grinning Yun Machin and felt that he didn't take her words to heart.
Qian Meiju shook her head.
Never mind, everything depends on his luck, and how much he can understand depends on himself.
At this time, Yun Machin asked. Teacher Qian, what exactly is this Godfall battlefield you're talking about? The Gods Falling battlefield is actually. Boom! Who threw the grenade? Stand up for me.
Just when Qian Meiju was about to explain to Yun Machin what the Gods Falling battlefield was, a grenade flew directly from the sky. Since Yun Machin was facing away, he didn't notice it at all. Instead, Qian Meiju raised her hand and gently waved the sleeves of her white gauze skirt, and a spiritual barrier instantly appeared in front of her. Although conventional weapons do not do much harm to Jindan stage cultivators like Yun Machin, they are just like the firecrackers that children set off during the new year. But Yun Machin, whose face was coal black and whose hair was like a chicken coop, was instantly furious. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to turn around to teach the prankster a lesson. However, before he turned his head, he heard countless shouts in his ears.
Teacher Qian. We are here to save you. Teacher Qian. Don't be afraid.
We are so many in number, we can drown this man with just a little spit.
Who are you? Let go of my teacher Qian. She's so beautiful. Ugh, you're so vicious. You don't even let the teacher go.
Yun Machin was completely stunned when he saw the thousands of students in front of him, and the anger in his heart instantly subsided.
What is going on? Besides, brother, which eye of yours saw me holding teacher Qian hostage? Also, even if I wanted to hold you hostage, can it succeed? I am only in the Jindan stage, and she is in the Huashan stage. Am I sick?
Yun Machin narrowed his eyes, recalling that he had not seen a single student in the bamboo forest before, and Li Pengfei's enthusiastic invitation to come here.
Yun Machin raised his eyebrows. Damn it! They just don't dare to come. And I am their excuse to come and see Qian Meiju. Damn! I got scammed. Wow! If I could have such a fairy by my side in this life, it would be worth it. Ah! That's right. Teacher Qian is simply a fairy.
At this moment, a greasy, overweight student in the crowd grabbed the hem of his pants with both hands and said excitedly, That's right.
That's right. Teacher Qian is so beautiful. I can't help but want to take it off. Everyone. Yun Machin. Ahem, pay attention to your image.
You should know that our primary goal is to save teacher Qian.
At this time, a thin man with glasses said weakly, Isn't our purpose to come to see teacher Qian Meiju?
As soon as he finished speaking, the person behind him slapped him hard on the back of the head.
You idiot! What truth are you talking about?
Qian Meiju, who was at the spiritual transformation stage, fell into deep thought as she watched a group of Golden Core stage students who kept saying they wanted to save her.
Tell me quickly. Who are you? Why are you holding our teacher Qian hostage? That's right. That's right. Tell the truth. What is your purpose?
Yun Machin looked helpless, looking at this group of students who said one thing and meant another, and had no choice but to ask Qian Meiju for help. Yun Machin turned around and blinked hard with a bitter face at Qian Meizhu, who was floating in the air behind him.
Oh my god. That kid even dared to wink at our teacher Qian. Brothers. Fuck him.
The student standing in the front and most eager to show off was called Jiang Huitian. He swung his sword directly at Yun Machin.
Oh my god. You really did it just because you saw a beautiful woman.
It's like that, boys always like to show themselves in front of the girls they like. In an instant, sword energy rose up all around, and Jiang Huitian swung his sword magnificently in the air.
What is he doing? Have no idea. Why do you have to dance before a fight? Maybe because it looks good. Here it comes, here it comes.
After Jiang Hui danced with the sword for more than 10 times in the sky, suddenly, the sword energy condensed and formed a giant sword.
Giant sword slash.
Yun Machin looked at the strange creature in front of him that was slashing towards him, and the anger that had just been extinguished in his heart broke out again.
Damn.
He's using me as a stepping stone to pick up girls.
I can't beat thousands of people, so how can I tolerate a little punk like you? You're really looking for death. Lian Tian Jiu Zhan. Boom.
The moment the sword intent of Yun Machin, the greatsword cultivator, touched the giant sword shattered. The fierce sword intent did not lose its power at all and flew straight towards Jiang Huitian.
Ah!
Jiang Huitian flew out directly, with a deep sword wound on his chest, and blood and flesh were visible.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking Jiang Huitian, and reward him with 2,000 spiritual energy.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for being shocked.
Bite. He seems to be Yun Machin. Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't say. Run? I'd rather die than run away just to see teacher Qian Meizhu one more time. Oh right.
My mom said she's going to take me on a blind date today.
Huh? You don't know.
The blind date your mom introduced you to is me. In an instant, seeing Jiang Huitian being beaten up for being in the spotlight, everyone dispersed. Listening to the system prompt sound in his mind, Yun Machin's depressed mood improved. But when he thought of Qian Meizhu, who had just remained silent, Yun Machin felt a little dissatisfied and spoke in a ghostly voice.
Teacher Qian Mei, you are so welcome. What? You think I'm not beautiful?
Qian Meizhu's expression suddenly changed. Her cold expression became charming. She looked at Yun Machin with a pair of captivating eyes, and her voice was so sweet and seductive that Yun Machin's second brother almost fell into a trance. Looking at Yun Machin's embarrassing look, Qian Meizhu smiled happily with satisfaction.
Okay, I won't tease you anymore.
I'm going to continue to popularize the Godfall battlefield for you. Yun Machin's face darkened and he rolled his eyes silently in his heart.
The Gods Falling battlefield is actually the central area where the alien space connects to the Earth. In fact, humanity's real enemy is not the demon race, but an alien species called the Sky Demon.
Not only are they powerful, but they are also bloodthirsty and brutal, with vicious temperaments. Wherever they go, corpses are scattered all over the ground. 300 years ago, a surge of spiritual energy triggered the ancient immortal civilization's teleportation array on our planet and the heavenly demons. They continuously invaded our Earth to plunder. To protect our shared home, the powerful humans and demons decided to join forces and launch a counterattack against the heavenly demons. Thanks to the sacrifices of countless brave warriors, an invisible sense of balance gradually formed among the human, demon, and heavenly demon races. Every 50 years, the celestial demons will launch a general attack on Earth. There is less than a year left. And the God's Fall list I mentioned earlier is also a product of the ancient immortal cultivation civilization. It is located in the center of the God's Fall battlefield. Anyone who is a peerless evildoer will have their name appear on the list. This is not limited to humans. Evildoers from the demon race and even the demon race are also included in the list. Not only is this the highest symbol of honor, but you will also gain unexpected rewards. Yun Machin took a deep breath. What Qian Meizhu told him today completely overturned his previous understanding. Then why is there still a constant war between the federal government and the demon tribe? After hearing Yun Machin's question, Qian Meizhu sighed and said, You must know that only in desperate situations can a truly strong person be forged. The reason why the human and demon leaders reached this consensus is to cultivate peerless masters from both races. This will change the cruel balance between us and the Sky Demon clan on the Godfall battlefield.
Chapter 26 I Think You Want to Die. Perhaps, Mr. Mo and Aaron Yang, you are also on the battlefield of the fallen god. You must, wait for me. Then Teacher Qian, can I go to the Xingyu battlefield now?
Thinking that Mr. Mo and Luan Yang might be related to the Xingyu battlefield, Jun Machin hurriedly asked Qian Meizhu.
You? No.
I'm not looking down on you, but on the battlefield of the Godfall, there are so many Jindan stage warriors, and the Yuanying stage warriors are everywhere. This is not a conventional war, but a fight between all the cutting-edge combat forces of the two planets.
You, nowadays, will only be cannon fodder if you go there. Yun Machin clenched his fists.
The more he understood the truth, the stronger his sense of crisis became.
He wants to become stronger. Stronger. How to become stronger quickly?
Suddenly, Yun Machin raised his eyebrows.
Damn. I almost forgot my original profession. I also have a system. Mr. Qian, can I ask you another question?
Qian Meizhu's eyes lit up the moment she saw Yun Machin, and the corner of her mouth twitched.
She had a bad feeling and said, ask. Can you be my girlfriend?
Qian Meizhu looked at Yun Machin in disbelief and confirmed again.
You, what did you say? I say. Teacher Qian, can you be my girlfriend? Boom.
Yun Machin was directly blown away by a sword energy.
Look. There's a shooting star in the sky. Wow. So beautiful. Yes, yes. Yun Machin, thank you for watching.
At this moment, the friendly voice of the system sounded in Yun Machin's mind.
Ding. Congratulations to the host for shocking Qian Meizhu. The reward is a 1-level advancement in the sword cultivation realm. Boom. Sword Master realm.
Yun Machin touched his face, which was half swollen like a pig's head, in the air and said in a crying voice.
It's worth it, it's worth it.
Qian Meizhu looked at Yun Machin gliding in the air, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly.
She said softly, this kid is really interesting. 3 days later. It hurts so much. Fine. My handsome looks are finally back.
Yun Machin was in his single-family villa, holding a small mirror in his left hand, tilting his head to the right, and gently stroking his face with his right hand.
Fortunately, I didn't get disfigured, otherwise it would have been a huge loss.
At this moment, a shout came from outside the door.
Yun Machin. Get out here.
Yun Machin walked out of his villa and saw a burly man standing at the door, looking at him menacingly.
We don't seem to know each other, right? Humph. My name is Mo Zhongkue. Think again whether you recognize me or not. Mo Zhongkue?
Yun Machin went through the people he knew in his memory, but it seemed that this name did not appear.
Mo Wufeng is my younger brother, do you understand?
Yun Machin sneered, oh, you mean that idiot I beat up?
What, are you here to help him get back at his old self? I think you want to die.
As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Zhongkue swung the spear in his hand and stabbed towards Yun Machin.
Kill with a single gun. As Mo Zhongkue's voice fell, the long spear drew a small circle in the air.
In an instant, the sharp spear intent surged and rushed towards Yun Machin.
Buzz.
Yun Machin immediately moved his wrist, and the Liantian sword appeared in his hand, accompanied by a crisp sword sound.
Lian Tian Jiu Zhan. Boom.
When the two collided, smoke suddenly rose up all around.
The moment the Liantian sword collided with the spear in Mo Zhongkue's hand, countless flames were ignited. The smoke cleared.
Mo Zhongkue stood in place with his spear on his back, looking fine. On the contrary, Yun Machin retreated dozens of steps before stopping, his hand holding the Liantian sword trembling slightly. Good thing I used the strength of the 5th level of the Golden Core stage.
Otherwise, I would have been in big trouble today. Because he felt.
The aura that Mo Zhongkue just revealed was the 1st level of the nascent soul stage.
Mo Zhongkue narrowed his eyes.
He could actually withstand his full strength attack at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. Moreover, it was rumored that he was at the 2nd level of the Golden Core stage.
He had both the character and the strength. Now that he had offended this monster, he could not hold back. Give me your life. Cut.
At the moment when the two fought again, a powerful aura directly knocked them both away at the same time.
What are you doing? Stop it. Don't you want to stay in the academy?
Hearing the sound, the two looked up at the sky and found that it was a middle-aged man. Mo Zhongkue obviously knew this middle-aged man, and hurried forward to bow his head in salute.
Teacher Fa, we were sparring normally and no one was trying to kill us.
Obviously, Mo Zhongkue was very wary of this middle-aged man.
Humph. Getting into Magic City University isn't easy.
You're both alumni, so you know for sure whether you meant to kill me or not. I can pretend I didn't see it this time, but if it happens again, you'll be expelled. Also, if you really want to die, then go to the life and death stage and issue a life and death order. After saying that, the middle-aged man waved his hand, put his green shirt behind his back, and turned to leave. Seeing that he couldn't do it today, Mo Zhongkue said sternly. Just wait. Sooner or later I'll have the chance to deal with you. Yun Machin swung his sword hard towards Mo Zhongkue, and in an instant, a long deep pit appeared next to Mo Zhongkue.
Damn it! What are you waiting for? Let's go to the life and death stage now. Whoever is cowardly is a grandson.
Mo Zhongkue was stunned, because both parties had to agree to go on the life and death stage. He thought Yun Machin would definitely not agree, but he didn't expect that Yun Machin would take the initiative to say it before he even mentioned it. Since you want to die so much, I won't let you live a few more days.
Okay. See you on the life and death stage tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock. Since you're so courageous, I'll definitely leave your body intact. After saying that, Mo Zhongkue walked away with a hee-hee-hee laugh. Yun Machin stared at Mo Zhongkue's receding back. Huh, do you really think that the nascent soul stage is invincible? Tomorrow your grandpa Yun will teach you how to be a human being. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking Mo Zhongkue.
The reward is 30,000 spiritual energy. Boom! Yun Machin's long accumulated bottleneck in cultivation suddenly broke out.
The 7th level of the Golden Core stage.
A sneer appeared on Yun Machin's lips. Chapter 27, Life and Death Stage. Have you heard? Senior brother Mo Zhongkue and junior brother Yun Machin are fighting. Is this true?
Senior brother Mo Zhongkue is the 9th-ranked warrior on the God of War list, with nascent soul cultivation.
How dare Yun Machin offend senior brother Mo Zhongkue?
Don't spread rumors, don't believe rumors.
Really?
They say they're going to the life and death stage at 3 p.m. this afternoon to decide life and death.
If you don't believe me, check out the Academy forum on your phone, it's going viral. In Yun Machin's villa. Do I have to go?
I know you must have a trump card, but that Mo Zhongkue is at the 1st level of the nascent soul stage, and you are only at the 2nd level of the golden core stage.
I don't want anything to happen to you. Xing Jian's face flushed red.
Although she had an inexplicable confidence in her man, she was still afraid of any accidents. At this moment, Yun Machin suddenly grabbed Xing Jian with one hand and gently pulled her into his arms. Xing Jian fell limply into his arms.
Silly boy, I can't bear to let you be a widow with such a lovely wife like you waiting for me at home.
As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Machin kissed her directly.
Mum. Moment. Shang Jian pushed Yun Machin away forcefully. You. Humph. I'm not your wife. Big rascal. I'm ignoring you. You keep this, I don't want it anymore.
After saying that, Shang Jian ran away, covering her blushing little face. Yun Machin looked at the thing that Shang Jian stuffed into his hand and felt that it was extraordinary.
It was a small pendant, blood red and crescent-shaped.
Yun Machin stretched out his hand and input some spiritual energy into it. The small pendant shook instantly, and the surrounding space was distorted, causing ripples.
Although I don't know what this thing is used for, it must be a good thing. Forget it, I'll just wear it as a decorative gift for meaning to myself. Yun Machin narrowed his eyes and looked at his phone. It was already 2:30. It's time to go to the life and death stage. Mo Zhongkue, today I'll let you know what true despair is. Life and death stage. Look. Senior brother Mo Zhongkue is here. Wow.
The aura that senior brother Mo inadvertently released made me tremble.
Junior brother Yun is a real man. He actually dared to go on the life and death stage with senior brother Mo. If it were me, I wouldn't even have the courage to look senior brother Mo in the face.
Mo Zhongkue came to the life and death stage, thrust his spear into the ground, crossed his hands in front of his chest, and looked into the distance with pride.
Why hasn't junior brother Yun come yet? Is he afraid of the battle? I'm not sure, let's wait and see.
At this time, Yun Machin was floating in the air not far away. He was wearing a particularly eye-catching red robe, with the Liantian sword tucked into his waist, and was slowly flying towards the life and death stage.
Is this the recently famous evil junior brother Yun? Wow! So handsome. Junior brother Yun is actually a sword cultivator. Ah! What a great temperament. Yes, yes. And I feel that junior brother Yun will definitely win today. Why?
Then you are ultra, of course your looks are equal to your strength. Yun Machin looked to the right side of the life and death stage, where several people with strong auras were standing. One of them he had seen before, the middle-aged man who stopped him from fighting Imo Zhongkue yesterday. Seeing Yun Machin really dare to come, Imo Zhongkue showed a contemptuous smile, then clasped his hands together and looked at the middle-aged man beside him. Teacher Fa Tianzhang, I am ready. Yun Machin saluted after seeing this and said, Me too. At this time, Fa Tianzhang waved his hand, and a piece of yellow paper with golden light appeared in the air. He said lightly, Life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are bestowed by heaven. Since the two of you are destined to have this irreconcilable hatred, then today we will decide who is stronger, but it will also determine life and death. Today, I, the head of the law enforcement hall, swear an oath to strictly ensure fairness on the stage of life and death. No one shall interfere. Finally, I'll give you one more piece of advice. Once you step onto the stage, be prepared to die. Only one of you can step down. But if you abandon the battle and flee in fear of the enemy, I will lead the entire law enforcement hall to execute you on the spot. Are you guys really ready? Perhaps out of respect for his talent, Fa Tianzhang did not ask them to sign the life and death agreement immediately, but confirmed it again and again. After all, both of them are rare geniuses in the federal government. Imo Zhongkue had a sinister look on his face, and he taunted Yun Machin with a smile. I've never experienced the feeling of being on the verge of death. Junior brother Yun, I'm relying on you. Afterwards, he used a knife condensed with spiritual energy to cut his finger and wrote his name in the book of life and death. Yun Machin didn't say much, his expression was very calm. The Liantian sword lightly scratched his finger, blood flowed out, and the three big words Yun Machin were written casually. Fa Tianzhang on the side shook his head and sighed silently. The federal government is about to lose another genius. Yun Machin, kneel down and kowtow to me 50 times now. Maybe I'll be in a better mood and leave you with an intact body. Stop talking nonsense, you bastard, and come fight. As soon as he finished speaking, countless sharp sword intentions emerged around Yun Machin. What? Junior brother Yun is actually at the sword sect level. Isn't he a great sword cultivator? Fa Tianzhang, who was standing by, couldn't help but exclaim, 18 years old, already at the sword sect level. What a freak! What a pity, what a pity! Imo Zhongkue raised an eyebrow and said, Oh? Is this what you call reliance? What a joke! Today I will show you the insurmountable gap between the golden core stage and the nascent soul stage. Yun Machin ignored him, picked up the Liantian sword and slashed at Imo Zhongkue. Lian Tianjiu Zhuzhan. Ah, you are really brave. Imo Zhongkue looked at Yun Machin who was attacking him fiercely. Although he had the advantage in realm, he also knew that the level of the monster was not just measured by realm, so he did not dare to underestimate him. He turned around on the spot with the spear in his hand, and in an instant, the spear intent was everywhere. Spear dragon swings the sea. Boom! In an instant, smoke and dust rose on the stage of life and death, and two figures flew out at the same time. Chapter 28 Husband. Be careful. What? Junior brother Yin actually managed to pull it off. And he's actually at the 7th level of the golden core stage. This is too evil. Ah. Junior brother Yun, you're so handsome. Imo Zhongkue retreated 5 steps, while Yun Machin only retreated 10 steps. You know, the huge gap between the Jindan stage and the Yuanying stage is like the difference between the sea and the river. Ding! Congratulations to the host for shocking Fa Tianzhang, and reward him with 30,000 spiritual energy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for shocking Imo Zhongkue. The reward is 20,000 spiritual energy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for shocking Imo Wufum. The reward is 250 spiritual energy. Ding! Congratulations, the host is shocked. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the 1,000 consecutive shocks. You will be rewarded with the divine skill 1,000 consecutive sword slashes. 1,000 sword slashes, created by an unknown powerful sword cultivator. When it reaches perfection, it can simultaneously unleash 1,000 sword shadows. Only one true sword can break all enemies. Yun Machin listened to the system's prompt sound in his mind and kept thinking. He was about to turn off the prompt sound because he was annoyed, but then he saw the great benefit given by the system. Love,
love. This dog system is sometimes very good. Imo Zhongkuei's face was extremely gloomy.
Yesterday, Yun Machin was only at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage, but today he was already at the 7th level. Originally, in his opinion, an 18-year-old at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage was already quite extraordinary. But he never expected that Yun Machin didn't even use his full strength when fighting against him, who was at the Yuanying stage yesterday. In the end, he greatly underestimated Yun Machin.
This child is extraordinary. He cannot be kept. You must not stay.
Thinking of this, Mo Zhongkuei's eyes turned red and his expression became a little ferocious.
Die. Kill with a single gun.
Mo Zhongkuei shouted, raised his spear and stabbed towards Yun Machin.
The powerful spear intent even caused cracks to appear on the life and death platform. This is
the spear intent of the spear sect.
Are we going to get serious? Yun Machin sneered, raised his foot and flew backwards. In an instant, hundreds of spiritual swords condensed around Yun Machin. 10,000 swords break the sky. Go!
Fa Zhengtian, who was standing on the viewing platform, had a hint of surprise in his eyes.
Where did this kid get so many powerful sword skills? It's a pity that this kid is still too arrogant. Is it really that easy to be ranked in the top 10 of the God of War list?
If he knows how to bide his time for a few years, he will be invincible by then.
Oh, what a pity, what a pity. Boom! To everyone's surprise, Mo Zhongkuei was blown away.
He flew 100 steps away before barely stopping at the edge of the life and death stage.
Countless sword marks on his body were oozing blood, which was very creepy. Ha, I underestimated you.
It seems that I can't kill you if I don't use my real strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Zhongkuei opened his hands, and in an instant, countless powerful spiritual energies surged out of his body.
What?
Senior brother Mo Zhongkuei is not at the 1st level of the nascent soul stage, but at the 3rd level.
It looks like junior brother Yun is really going to be in trouble today. Ah! No! Someone please save my junior brother Yun.
Mo Zhongkuei calmed his breath, picked up his spear, and slowly walked towards Yun Machin, saying coldly, I wanted to save some trump cards for this year's God of War selection.
You are really capable, pushing me to this point. In this case, then you should be prepared to be slaughtered by me. Seeing Mo Zhongkuei's aura rising sharply, Yun Machin was not too panicked. Stop talking nonsense. Let's fight. Mo Zhongkuei smiled and said, Huh? As you wish. Kill with a single gun. Lian Tianjiu Zhuzhan. Boom!
The moment Yun Machin's sword intent collided with Mo Zhongkuei's spear intent, countless sparks burst out, and the originally stable life and death platform was instantly blown into a huge deep pit. Seeing this, Fa Zhengtian and a group of law enforcement staff hurried to reinforce the space to avoid accidentally hurting other students.
Junior brother Yun. Be careful. Watch your right.
Yun Machin heard the sound and looked over, and found that Mo Zhongkuei, who was holding the gun with both hands, instantly loosened his left hand, gathered his spiritual power into a palm, and attacked him.
Yun Machin quickly swung his sword to fight back. Unfortunately, I was a little slow.
Yun Machin was knocked flying and fell heavily to the ground, with blood spurting out of his mouth.
Husband. Be careful. Holy shit. What is going on? Everyone, including Mo Zhongkuei himself, looked towards the source of the voice and discovered a woman who was unrealistically beautiful. Of course, it's the sound of sunshine.
Yun Machin slowly stood up, cowed out a few times, and forced himself to breathe. He looked towards Qing Jian and forced a smile. You finally admit that I am your husband.
Qing Jian's eyes seemed to sparkle with something sparkling, and she shouted to Yun Machin, come back alive. Otherwise, I will cuckold you every day. For 100 years. Oh my god.
I didn't expect Yun Machin's partner to be the other girl who won the college entrance exam this year.
Sure enough, truly outstanding people are attracted to each other. Ouch, it hurts. It hurts so much. My junior brother Yun. I will be your lover in my next life. Yun Machin. Kingxian. Mo Zhongkuei. Mo Zhongkuei's mouth twitched, and he shouted, damn your show of affection. If that's the case, I'll torture you to death in front of your wife.
What no one noticed was that a faint white light was faintly appearing around Yun Machin, and it continued to spread outward with Yun Machin as the center, surrounding the entire life and death stage. The moment Mo Zhongkuei stabbed Yun Machin with his spear, he was surprised to find that his hand wielding the spear had slowed down.
No. He's not slow.
The time and the space of life and death stage has slowed down. Yun Machin closed his eyes, as if he had entered a wonderful state of mind. He felt that everything around him was dominated by him. He could feel Inin, he could feel Fa Tianzheng, he could feel Imo Zhengkue, and he could even feel the spear he was stabbing at him. He seemed to be able to feel every flower, every blade of grass, every tree, everything.
Ding. Host, congratulations on comprehending the sword domain again.
Hurry and slaughter this villain.
What? This is the sword realm? And why did you say I gained enlightenment again? Oh. Host, you are so stupid. Didn't you realize it once before in the gravity room? Oh, thank you, Savi system?
System, my star, you percent #SB ##. Suddenly, Yun Machin opened his eyes and couldn't help but sneer as he looked at Mo Zhengkue, whose body was gradually slowing down.
So, next. The massacre begins. Chapter 29. This is impossible. Look. Why has senior brother Mo's speed slowed down? Really? What's going on? Is your waist not feeling well? It's possible. My junior brother Yun is still the best. I can tell at a glance that senior brother Mo is no match for me. Too slow. That's right, I don't like it. It's not entertaining at all. Mo Zhengkue, come on. Come on, try it on the life and death stage. If you can move me, I'll eat history.
Mo Zhengkue was actually quite puzzled, as if there was a mysterious force around him that was slowly restraining his movements. At this moment, to everyone's surprise, Fa Tianjing suddenly stood up from the viewing platform, as if he had seen something terrible, and muttered to the life and death stage.
This is impossible. This is impossible. He actually mastered the domain. This is a magical power that can only be comprehended at the level above the spiritual transformation stage. No, this boy must not die. This is an unparalleled monster.
Thinking of this, Fa Tian was about to take action to stop this life and death duel. Even if he has to bear the stigma of breaking the rules, he is willing to do it for the future of the federal government and the future of mankind. But at this moment, Fa Tian felt a mysterious force stopping him from saying what he wanted to say. Then, a voice came from my mind.
Let them continue competing.
Fa Tianjing trembled all over. He knew that the real powerful person of the academy had also arrived. It seems that Yun Machin's life is safe today. Perhaps, he wants to see the limit of Yun Machin's potential.
Oh. Playing tricks. Break it for me.
Mo Zhengkue roared, his aura continued to rise, veins popped out on his forehead, and his face flushed red.
Boom. The gun intent in Mo Zhengkue's hand was concentrated to the extreme.
When he was 5 steps away from Yun Machin, the gun tip exploded directly, and Mo Zhengkue was directly bounced away by a mysterious force.
What? What is going on?
In an instant, almost everyone in the audience stood up, their eyes wide open, trying to find out what was going on.
How is this possible? Oh, so handsome. Junior brother Yun, I love you. Oh, sorry, I went to the wrong set.
The students watching the game were all confused, and it felt like there was no empty air in front of Mo Zhengkue.
But more like, there is a wall. Mo Zhengkue did a somersault in the air and landed steadily on the ground. He looked at his hands and couldn't control the trembling.
The surprise and confusion on his face were slowly replaced by fear, and Mo Zhengkue's expression when he looked at Yun Machin became complicated and fearful. At this moment, Yun Machin's entire body slowly dissipated, and in an instant, Yun Machin disappeared from his sight. He panicked instantly, waving the broken gun in his hand around frantically and shouting,
Yun Machin! Get out here! Ah! Come out here! The students watching the game around were even more confused. Is senior brother Mo crazy? I think it looks a bit like that. Shoo! Speak softly. If senior brother Mo hears you, be careful, he might cause trouble for you later. Oh. Mo Zhengkue? Could you please keep your voice down a bit? What he didn't know was that Yun Machin was right in front of him, and all the audience and students could see him, except him. Suddenly, Yun Machin moved. Lian Tianjiu Zhan.
Mo Zhengkue felt a powerful sword energy coming and hurriedly waved the broken gun in his hand to resist. Unfortunately, the sword energy has arrived.
Boom! Mo Zhengkue flew out horizontally.
The sword marks on the chest were visible. Yun Machin did not give him a chance to breathe and released another fierce sword move. In an instant, hundreds of spiritual swords were suspended above the life and death stage. 10,000 swords break the sky. Go! Ah! Emo Zhongkue fought desperately, raised his hands, and condensed a spiritual barrier in the air. However, facing the continuous attacks of Yun Machin's powerful sword moves, the spiritual barrier gradually began to crack. Bang! Emo Zhongkue could no longer hold on to one leg and fell to his knees, his body shaking uncontrollably. Suddenly, Yun Machin appeared behind Emo Zhongkue and kicked him. Emo Zhongkue fell flat on his face and rolled several times on the spot before stopping. No, this is impossible. You are just a waste in the Jindan stage. Emo Zhongkue staggered to his feet and shouted frantically around. Fa Tianzhang, who was watching the game from the side, seemed to have noticed something and looked at Yun Machin with an increasingly fiery gaze. Good boy. As expected, evildoers cannot be evaluated by common sense. Yun Machin disappeared from the spot again, with a playful smile on his face. Since you want to compete with your master Yun, you must be prepared to die. Lian Tianjiu Zhuzhan. This time, Emo Zhongkue, who had lost his mind, did not judge the direction of Yun Machin's attack correctly. In an instant, Emo Zhongkue felt a chill on his back, and his whole body was cut it in half. Click. Emo Zhongkue's upper body was separated from his lower body and he fell heavily to the ground, but he did not die immediately. The bloody scene was too much for countless students watching the fight to bear watching, and some students who couldn't help themselves had already vomited. Save me, save me. Emo Zhongkue supported himself on the ground with his hands and dragged his upper body towards where Fa Tianzhang was. But on the stage of life and death, both superiority and inferiority are determined, as well as life and death. This is an unchangeable rule. Brother Jing, Lao Fei, that's not what you thought just now. Fa Tianzhang, blame me who told me to be such a monster. Finally, after crawling several meters, Emo Zhongkue's pupils gradually dilated and he closed his eyes forever. Yun Machin stood on the stage of life and death, with one hand behind his back, looking like a peerless master. This senior brother Emo seems to be dead. So, junior brother Yun won? So, less than a week after entering school, junior brother Yun has already made it into the top 10 of the God of War rankings? It seems yes. Ah. Junior brother Yun is too strong. Oh no, I should call him God Yun. Yes, yes. Cloud God. I love you. Cloud God. Cloud God. Cloud God. In an instant, the whole place was boiling, and everyone was shouting Yun Machin's new title. Cloud God. Chapter 30. I'll wait for you, husband. When it's over, have him come see me. The life and death duel had just ended when the voice that had just appeared in Fa Tianzhang's mind rang out again. After hearing the instructions, Fa Tianzhang immediately became serious and bowed deeply towards a certain direction in the air. Yes. The students around saw Fa Tianzhang's strange behavior and looked up at the sky, but there was indeed nothing there. Although he felt a little confused, he quickly turned his attention back to Yun Machin. The audience cheered continuously, but Yun Machin's eyes were selfishly focused on one person. Cheng Jiyin ran towards Yun Machin. She hugged Yun Machin's neck tightly with both hands, buried her head in his chest, and said in a trembling voice with tears, like a child who was afraid of being punished for doing something wrong. Whoa whoa. I'm so scared. Whoa whoa. Husband. Does it hurt? Cheng Jiyin smelled good, but it wasn't the technological scent of an industrial perfume. Instead, it had a faint, sweet smell to it like milkshake. A few strands of her hair brushed against Yun Machin's cheek inadvertently in the breeze. He took a deep breath and felt refreshed. Little fool, what are you thinking about? Your husband will never leave you. Then Yun Machin said. But, dear wife, could you please take your hand away for a moment? You are pressing on my wound. Although Yun Machin appeared calm and composed, he was actually devastated inside. Een. Don't press this. Holy shit. That hurts. Ah. Perhaps, this is the damn desire of boys to show off in front of girls. Haruno Odo, okay. Yun Machin looked at Cheng Jiyin, and his icy and jade sculpted facial features couldn't help but peck Cheng Jiyin's little face. What are you doing? There are so many people watching. It's okay, honey. In my world, there's only you, no one else.
Ching Jiin's heart moved after hearing this. She lightly hit Yun Machen's chest and said shyly, "Hate." Looking at Haruno's cute appearance, Yun Machen gently touched Ching Jiin's little head and couldn't help but smile happily. With such a lovely wife. Very nice. Wow. I'm so envious. Yes, yes. And they're such a perfect match. Woohoo. I'm so moved I can't help myself. You're not touched at all. What does it have to do with you? What the hell do you care about that hashtag SB? Why are you so dissatisfied? Do you want to practice on stage with me? Humph. I don't care.
Hearing the noise, Yun Machen and Chang Jin looked at the two students arguing on the viewing platform.
Yun Machen, what are they doing?
Ching Jin, I don't know, maybe his brain is broken. At this moment, Fa Tianzhong walked up to Yun Machen, his eyes shining with golden light, and the word love was written all over his face.
Yun Machen felt a little uneasy after seeing this. This old man is not a pervert. The originally cold and majestic Fa Tianzhong's temperament changed inexplicably. He became as gentle as the little girl next door, and his face was so full of smiles that it almost squeezed out the fat on his face. Ah, young friend Yun, are you seriously injured?
This is the ice-carved snow lotus I was lucky enough to obtain when I went to the extremely cold land.
It's a great tonic for people.
As for me, I'm already old, so eating this is no longer of much use to me, so I'll just give it to you to use for healing. As he spoke, Fa Tianzhong moved his hand, and an ice sculpture of snow lotus appeared in his hand, which he handed to Yun Machen.
Punishment, senior. No merit, no reward. This is too expensive. I can't accept it. Fa Tianzhong's mouth twitched. If you don't want it, then don't want it. What's the point of holding on to it?
Ha, you're joking, little friend Yun.
It's not precious, it's not precious. Why, do teachers need to be repaid for their concern for their students?
Fa Tianzhong deliberately emphasized the word repay. Yun Machen understood and said, "Then I will respectfully obey your command. If I come across any opportunities in the future, I will definitely share them with you, Senior Fa."
Ha 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 ha. Boy, you are teachable. Fa Tianzhong raised an eyebrow at Yun Machen.
There was no way, because Yun Machen's evilness really shocked Fa Tianzhong deeply. He knew that a monster like Yun Machen would surpass him in strength in a few years, and even reach a level that he would look up to.
So, if you don't show your kindness now, when will you? Friend Yun, I have something else to tell you. What? Someone wants to see you, please come with me. Who is it? You'll know in a moment, but she can't go.
As he said that, Fa Tianzhong looked at Chang Jin.
It's so annoying. I finally get to spend some time with my wife. You old thing must break us up.
Yun Machen looked at Chang Jin helplessly, and Chang Jin understood instantly. Suddenly she kissed Yun Machen on the cheek, her little mouth moved to Yun Machen's earlobe, and she whispered seductively,
"I'll wait for you, husband."
Yun Machen shuddered after hearing this, and he wished he could take off his pants right now.
Execute Ching Jin on the spot. Oh. How annoying. Blame it on this old man. Let's go, punish senior.
As soon as he finished speaking, Fa Tianzhong waved his hand, and a door instantly appeared in the space in front of him. This was somewhat similar to the space-time rift that Hen Tianya had created before.
Yun Machen followed Fa Tianzhong and entered directly.
Suddenly, the surrounding scene changed drastically. The high-tech skyscrapers disappeared, and the surrounding area was surrounded by mountains, birds singing, and flowers blooming. Yun Machen frowned, and for a moment he suspected that he had come to a fairyland. Not far away, there is a towering palace reaching into the sky.
Go ahead, you'll know who wants to see you when you go in.
In an instant, Fa Tianzhong disappeared from the spot.
What are you doing? If you want to see me, come out. And let me go find him. Is it possible? Do these big guys like to create a sense of mystery? When he arrived at the palace gate, Yun Machen couldn't help but marvel at the 1,000-foot-high gate. He tried to push open the palace door with his hands, but just when his hands were about to touch the door, rumble! The door opened slowly and automatically. Chapter 31 Sister, I was wrong, please stop hitting me. Yun Machen didn't think much about it and walked straight into the hall.
Suddenly, when Yun Machen's front foot landed on the floor of the hall, an inexplicable feeling of unease surged in his heart. He narrowed his eyes and became fully alert. Immediately, his spiritual consciousness moved, and the Lientian sword appeared in his hand, which he held tightly. The hall was empty and pitch black, with only the sunlight sneaking in from outside the door giving Yun Mochen some vision. Yun Mochen looked around and found that there were some words and patterns carved on the walls around him that he could not understand. Yun Mochen felt curious and reached out to gently touch the strange patterns and words on the wall. Suddenly, the door slammed shut with a bang, and the ground beneath my feet shook slightly. At the same time, 20 meters above the ground, uniquely shaped hanging lamps lit up, and in an instant, the entire scene of the hall appeared in Yun Mochen's eyes.
I am Yun Mochen, who wants to see me? Yun Mochen shouted loudly on the spot.
Suddenly, Yun Mochen felt a chill on his back and quickly jumped sideways.
With a loud bang, a sharp sword intent hit the wall behind Yun Mochen. Yun Mochen felt that.
This is the breath of the sword master. Just as Yun Mochen dodged the first attack, the second sword intent followed closely behind.
Damn it! You're playing tricks on me. Lian Tian Jiu Zhan. Break it for me.
Although the opponent's sword intent was very powerful, he was not afraid at all. Yun Mochen immediately mobilized all his spiritual energy and used his strongest move.
Meet the enemy. Boom!
There was a loud bang, which echoed throughout the hall. For a moment, Yun Mochen's ears were numb.
Pa 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 pa.
At this moment, a little girl appeared in Yun Mochen's sight, clapping her hands gently.
Not bad, not bad.
The little girl looked about 15 or 16 years old. She was wearing a colorful silk skirt with dark purple edging. 2 delicate little bells hung on her pink feet. Her fair skin was like the snow lotus on the Tian Shan Mountains in the Arctic. It was so delicate that it made people feel like a fairy from heaven who had come down to play. When Yun Mochen's gaze moved to her tender face, he seemed to have seen something incredible, and he was stunned for a moment.
She's so beautiful. So beautiful. This kind of beauty can't even appear in someone her age.
The alluring red lips, the captivating eyes, and the delicate little nose are all perfectly positioned where they belong. It seems that the so-called golden ratio cannot describe the perfection of her stunning face. Take her and compare her with the 2 empresses Qing Jian and Nan Xuan, her beauty is not inferior in any way.
And she's only 15 or 16 now.
If she were to reach the age of Qing Jian and Nan Xuan.
Yun Mochen really didn't dare to think about it anymore. Little sister, where is your master? Is he coming to see me?
The little girl raised her eyebrows, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and said to Yun Mochen in a delicate voice.
Yes, big brother.
Yun Mochen couldn't help but smile as he looked at the beautiful and lovely little girl. The anger he had just felt from the sneak attack also dissipated in the sight of this stunning beauty.
At this time, the little girl said again, Big brother, my parents just taught me a sword technique, can you practice with me? Okay, let me be frank. If brother Yun accidentally hurts you, you are not allowed to cry. No. But, if I accidentally hurt brother Yun, you are not allowed to cry.
The little girl lowered her head and looked at her small jade feet, her face slightly red, her 2 cute little fingers kept poking together, and she spoke shyly.
Fine, then brother Yun will wait for you to beat him until he cries.
So, shall I start?
Okay, come on.
As soon as she finished speaking, the little girl's temperament changed drastically, and her 2 big sapphire eyes instantly became sharp. Powerful sword intent immediately surged out of her body.
For a moment, the temperature around dropped sharply. Ice sword soul slash.
Looking at this extraordinary sword skill, Yun Mochen was secretly amazed, but he didn't care much about it.
After all, no matter how talented he is, how much cultivation can he have at the age of 15 or 16?
Then, Yun Mochen waved the Lientian sword in his hand, and a sword energy flew towards the little girl.
Boom! Yun Mochen was actually blasted away. He slammed heavily against the wall.
Yun Mochen staggered to his feet from the ground and looked down at his chest in confusion. The sharp sword intent carried a trace of icy power, which remained on the deep bloodstain on Yun Mochen's chest.
Besides, it seems that the aura of the sword master realm.
Looking at the aura that the little girl inadvertently revealed, it turned out to be the 5th level of the nascent soul stage.
Fuck. It turns out that it was you, little guy, who just attacked me.
Yun Mochen didn't have time to be surprised by the little girl's cultivation level, as the second sword skill she displayed had already arrived in front of him.
Boom. Yun Mochen was blasted away again. Don't push me. Boom. Lian Tianjiu. Boom. Sister, I was wrong, stop hitting me. Boom. 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 Ah. Chapter 32 I'll give you my granddaughter. Stop.
When Yun Machin was blown away for the 10th time, he ignored the pain in the air and hurriedly shouted at the little girl. He was afraid that if he was a second or two late and another sword attack came, his old waist would probably break.
Bang. Yun Machin slammed heavily into the wall. 1 second. 2 seconds.
This time, there was no sword intent attacking. It feels so good to be liberated. Yun Machin smashed a big hole in the wall, and his whole body was embedded in it. With him as the center, dense cracks spread out in all directions. Yun Machin moved with difficulty, shifted his body, and fell straight from the wall to the ground. He lay on the ground without moving, just looking up at the top of the palace quietly. If you look closely, you can see that some crystal clear water droplets are slowly flowing down from the corners of Yun Machin's eyes. At this time, the little girl put away her sword, jumped to Yun Machin's front, then put her hands behind her back playfully, bent down, and just met Yun Machin's gaze as he looked up.
Brother Yun, are you okay?
I thought you were so powerful, Brother Yun, but I didn't expect you to be so weak after just a few sword moves. The little girl's face was instantly filled with innocence.
She pouted and looked at Yun Machin pitifully. Hey, Brother Yun. Don't ignore me. Are you shocked?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was a little harsh.
Actually, Brother Yun, you're pretty amazing too.
Many people can't withstand one of my sword strikes, but you can withstand 10.
Yun Machin. I want to be quiet, thank you.
Really? Beautiful girls are all thorny.
No matter big or small.
At this moment, a mysterious force lifted Yun Machin up and suspended him in the air. This power enveloped Yun Machin, emitting a faint green light. At the same time, he was surprised to find that his injuries were recovering at an exponential rate. At this moment, a deep voice sounded beside Yun Machin's ears.
Hee, my dear Yun, I apologize for my rudeness.
Yun Machin no longer felt the injuries on his body at this moment. He stood up in the air and looked towards the source of the sound. The speaker was a white-haired old man with white eyebrows curved into crescents. He looked at Yun Machin with a smile. As soon as the little girl saw the old man appear, she ran up to him and said happily,
Grandpa, I'm awesome, right? I told you, Brother Yun definitely can't beat me.
The old man glanced at the little girl, reached out and rubbed her head gently, and said, silly girl, our friend Yun didn't even use his full strength, he was just letting you go.
Hee. Grandpa, you're talking nonsense.
You're just biased, said the little girl unconvinced. Yun Machin felt that the old man's aura was unfathomable, and thought that he wanted to see him. He also thought that even the powerful head of the law enforcement hall, Fa Tianzhang, could only run errands and pass messages for him, so he thought that his status in the academy must be very high. Then, Yun Machin clasped his hands together, bowed slightly to the old man, and said,
Senior, what do you want to talk to me about? The old man said, My dear Yun, my name is Mo Jianqiu, and I am currently the president of Modi University. You can also call me Mo Lao.
I met you this time to invite you to the Godfall training camp. I was watching the fight on the life and death arena just now.
Young friend Yun's talent is truly extraordinary. He's only in his 20s and has already comprehended the sword domain.
This is a domain of power that many spirit-severing stage experts above the spirit transformation stage haven't yet comprehended. The young are to be feared, the young are to be feared, ha ha ha.
I think this old man must be from a big background.
I didn't expect it to be so big.
After hearing this, Yun Machin asked, Master Mo, where is the Shinyun training camp?
It's normal that you don't know, because only monsters with cultivation above the nascent soul stage can join, in order to prepare for going to the Godfall battlefield. That's where the true monsters of the entire federal government gather. All of them are capable of transcending realms and killing enemies. The reason why I invite you now is because with your current Jindan stage cultivation, you can be on par with Yuanying stage. And now, if you go there and come into contact with truly powerful monsters, you can quickly improve your strength.
How about going? Do you want to go?
If you go, I'll give you my granddaughter.
Bah! No. It's my granddaughter who's attending with you.
With such a cute and beautiful little girl by his side, Yun Machin naturally agreed.
Wrong. It's to improve your strength.
At this time, Yun Machin said, Master Mo, I'm curious, why is it that your granddaughter is only 15 or 16 years old, but has such a high level of cultivation? After all, the little girl's terrifying cultivation level really shocked Yunmachin. Mo Jianqiu chuckled, glanced at the mischievous little girl next to him, and said to Yunmachin, "She is different from you. Her physique is very special. According to the records of the ancient immortal civilization, my granddaughter Chu Xiaoling's physique should be ranked 5th in the universe. You could say that even when she's sleeping, her cultivation level will automatically improve. Of course, her cultivation level increases faster than that of ordinary people, or even monsters like you."
Yunmachin couldn't help but marvel at it.
At the same time, he also began to think about where his chaos divine body could rank in the universe.
"System, where do you think my physique would rank?"
The system looked at Yunmachin speechlessly as he was struggling with this, and it really wanted to give Yunmachin a big slap in the face. This system must be launched with high quality.
Okay? Chaos Divine Body. Ranked number 1. Number 1. Humph. Fool. I just one T tell you. System, I don't know. Yunmachin. Chapter 33, Roll Down and Practice.
Seeing that the system was being stubborn, Yunmachin stopped asking questions.
"Master Mo, when do we set off? We can go now, shall we?"
Yunmachin was silent for a while and did not reply immediately.
Mo Jianqiu may have guessed Yunmachin's inner thoughts and said to him, "Why, are you reluctant to part with your girlfriend?"
Yunmachin smiled awkwardly, and Mo Jianqiu continued. "In fact, her talent is also very monstrous, but so far, I haven't found that her strength can be compared with that of the nascent soul stage. If we let her go now, I'm afraid she will be easily beaten. After all, the Xinyu training camp is a very cruel competition environment.
So, you have to go first.
With her talent, maybe you can meet her at the Xinyu training camp soon."
Yunmachin didn't think so.
Although he only knew that Qing Jiyin was the empress and didn't know her specific identity, judging from the identity of Nan Shuan told by the system, Qing Jiyin, who was also the empress, was definitely not an ordinary person and must have powerful trump cards and strength.
But he didn't know how to tell Mo Jianqiu. He couldn't just tell him that Qing Jiyin was the reincarnation of the empress. "Master Mo, I want to see my wife first." Mo Jianqiu laughed heartily and said to Yunmachin, Okay, we can't spoil the fun of you young people. Explain it to her clearly. After all, this is for her own good." "Thank you, then I'll be leaving first." Yunmachin bowed to Mo Jianqiu and turned to leave.
System, activate the 10,000 meter tracker.
"I know, it's annoying." Yunmachin's face turned dark. Why did he feel that this damn system had a lot of complaints about him? Not gentle at all. I really want to change the system.
Ahem, host, I can sense your inner thoughts, please don't offend me too much.
Otherwise. If I get angry, I'm going to blow myself up. Yunmachin. Brother, I was wrong. I was just kidding you. He.
According to the guidance of the virtual map,
Yunmachin came to a villa and looked at the magnificent building. Just as he thought, Qing Jiyin was also given special care by the academy. "Wife, are you there?" "Een." Yunmachin shouted towards the villa. No one?" Suddenly, a pair of hands hugged Yunmachin from behind. "Honey, what's wrong?" Yunmachin trembled instantly, turned around and gave Qing Jiyin a princess hug.
Looking at the charming Qing Jiyin, Yunmachin instantly lost his mind and couldn't help but kiss her.
Moment.
Qing Jiyin gently pushed Yunmachin away, lowered her head slightly, a blush already crawling down her cheeks to her ears, and said in a soft voice, "Hate."
"Oh shit. I can't stand it anymore."
Without saying a word, Yunmachin hugged Qing Jiyin, kicked the door of the villa open, and walked towards the bedroom. 8 hours later, Yunmachin and Qing Jiyin lay exhausted on the bed. At a glance, the window is full of spring. A few pieces of mixed paper were thrown messily on the ground. He. Why are you so excited when I told you to be gentler?
Don't women always like to say the opposite of what they mean? Kingsian.
Yunmachin held Qing Jiyin in his arms, his expression suddenly becoming serious. He looked into Qing Jiyin's eyes and said lovingly, "Wife, I want to tell you something."
It's just, maybe I need to leave you for a while again. Qing Jiyin sensed a hint of emo in Yunmachin's words and asked anxiously. "What's wrong, husband? Let's face it together." "Actually, it's not a big deal. Someone wanted to see me today." Later I found out that he was the president of Magic City University.
He invited me to the God's Fall training camp, which is a place where all the geniuses of the federal government gather. The purpose is to quickly improve the students' strength and prepare them for entering the God's Fall battlefield in the future.
But the prerequisite for entering is that you must have reached the nascent soul stage, or have the strength of the nascent soul stage.
As soon as the words fell, Chang Jiyin, who was nestled in Yun Machen's arms, suddenly opened her eyes wide and said to Yun Machen,
"That's it? Yun Machen, ah."
Suddenly, Chang Jiyin jumped up from the bed, grabbing Yun Machen with both hands.
"Come on, husband, accompany me to the decision field to find someone in the top 10 of the God of War list."
In fact, Yun Machen is still very confident in Chang Jiyin's strength. After all, she is the reincarnation of the empress. But Chang Jiyin was only at the second level of the Golden Core stage, and everyone on the War God ranking was a genius from the academy. He was still worried about Chang Jiyin getting hurt, so he said to her, "Wife, be obedient.
Don't go.
Wait until you've cultivated for a while and your level has improved, then come find me.
Okay? Ha ha. No.
If you don't go with me, I'll go by myself." After saying that, Chang Jiyin turned around and walked out the door. Yun Machen looked helpless.
Are all empresses so tough? Okay, honey, I'll accompany you, but you must be careful. Hee, I know, husband.
Yun Machen shook his head, sighed softly, and walked towards the duel arena with Chang Jiyin in his hand.
Come to the duel arena.
The duel arena was large and circular, like a bird's nest, a bit like a stadium in the most powerful country in the world in Yun Machen's previous life. A dense crowd of people sat around the viewing platform, while two people were fighting below. As soon as Chang Jiyin arrived at the duel arena, she flew directly onto the duel stage, not paying any attention to the two people fighting next to her, and shouted loudly to the surroundings.
Are there any people in the top 10 of the God of War list? Get down here and practice. Yun Machen. Students around? Who is this woman? So beautiful, so arrogant? That's right, that's how you pretend. I don't know. I've never seen it. Why do I feel like he looks familiar? I think I've seen him somewhere before. I'm up. I looked at our campus forum and saw that she's the freshman who topped the college entrance exam this year, along with that incredibly popular Yun Machen. No way, a freshman dares to challenge the top 10 warriors on the God of War list? This is courting death. Oh, what a pity, such a beautiful girl is going to be crippled. Chapter 34 Kill. Haruno's sudden arrival stunned the two students fighting on the duel stage. They stopped at the same time, one man and one woman, and looked at Chang Jiyin. Little sister, this duel stage is no joke, and the top 10 warriors on the God of War list are no joke. Get down quickly and don't embarrass yourself here. Don't cry if your pretty little face gets bruised, said the man on the duel stage. The woman next to him chimed in, when did freshmen get so bold these days? Get out of here and don't cause any trouble for our duel. That's right, little sister, quickly listen to senior brother Hu Lingtian and senior sister Qingou Ru and go down. What a nice junior schoolmate, but it's a pity that she has such a bad temper. Something will happen sooner or later. The audience around also quickly responded. At this time, Chang Jiyin asked, are you two in the top 10 of the God of War list? Hu Lingtian said, no, but I am ranked 36th on the God of War list, and she is ranked 42nd. You can't compare to her. If you don't want to, get out of here. Chang Jiyin said lightly. As soon as Chang Jiyin finished speaking, the whole place fell into deathly silence. What did Chang's sister just say? It seems like telling senior sisters Hu Lingtian and Chen Gora to get lost. Chen Gora swung the whip to the ground, and instantly there was a loud explosion, leaving a black charred mark on the stage, and said, You dare to say it again? Chen Goru's aura surged, and her cultivation level of the 8th level of the Golden Core stage was fully displayed. Hu Lingtian didn't say anything, but a scornful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You may not be very capable, but you have a bad temper. But do you want my senior brother to teach you a lesson? Without saying a word, Chang Jiyin swung her sword towards them. Blood demon breaking the world slash. Seeing Chang Jiyin suddenly slashing towards the two of them, everyone present was extremely surprised, of course, except Yun Machen. She's not crazy. Have no idea. Looks like she's going to be carried away today. Seeing this, Hu Lingtian and Chen Gora hurriedly swung their weapons and rushed towards Chang Jiyin. Thundering Death Whip. See breaking demonic sky sword. Boom!
A huge explosion suddenly occurred on the duel stage, and the huge smoke and dust made it difficult to see the situation on the stage for a while.
Only Yun Machen's eyes lit up. What a guy!
Qing Jiyin's cultivation level is actually the 6th level of the Golden Core stage. They are indeed a couple, he. He has the same sense of being an old man as me, and he also knows how to hide his strength.
Moment. The smoke dissipated.
Hu Lingtian and Chen Gouru were seen crawling on the ground in a mess, covered in blood. On the other hand, Qing Jiyin was fine, and there was not even a speck of dust on the corners of her gauze skirt. He stood on the duel stage, looking down at them with a look of trash in his eyes.
What? Senior brother Hu Lingtian and senior sister Shengaru were defeated by junior sister Qing with a single sword strike? This is too strong. Fuck you, are you telling me she's a freshman? When Yun Machen defeated Mo Zhongkue before, all the old students were shocked.
Now there was another Qing Jiyin, which made all the old students doubt their lives for a while.
You sneak attack.
Chen Gouru said weakly to Qing Jiyin. As soon as she finished speaking, Qing Jiyin moved, and for a moment, the students' eyes could not keep up with her speed.
What did you say?
Qing Jiyin's sword actually reached Chen Gouru's eyebrows, and the tip of the sword had penetrated halfway.
Blood oozed out instantly and slid down the sword. Chen Gouru was stunned.
She never thought that this freshman could be so cruel. For a moment, she was in a trance and felt that Qing Jiyin really dared to kill her.
Humph. Trash. Qing Jiyin kicked Chen Gouru off the duel stage. Then, Qing Jiyin looked at Hu Lingtian. I'll get out.
I don't need your help. After seeing Qing Jiyin's methods, Hu Lingtian was also scared. He quickly used all his strength to get up and ran off the stage. At this moment, Qing Jiyin swung his sword, leaving a sharp sword energy on the duel stage, and said to the surroundings,
"Are there any of the top 10 on the God of War list? Or, you simply don't dare to fight me?" The whole audience was in an uproar for a moment, not only because they were impressed by Qing Jiyin's strength.
What's more, she really wants to challenge the top 10 warriors on the God of War list. You know, the top 10 warriors on the War God list are at least at the nascent soul stage. At this moment, a woman flew onto the stage holding a long sword, bowed to Qing Jiyin, and said,
"I'm ranked 6th on the God of War list, my name is Wu Qianying.
I heard that you wanted to find someone from the top 10 on the God of War list, but since no one is coming up, I had no choice but to come here in person to perform." In an instant, the situation got out of control. It turned out to be senior sister Wu Qianying. She is at the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. Seeing that the other party was very polite, Qing Jiyin put aside her arrogance a little and said lightly, "Qing Jiyin,
Junior sister, then I will come. You better be careful. Come on, watch out." Qing Jiyin moved his hand. "Stop talking nonsense. Let's fight."
The long sword went straight towards Wu Qianying.
Blood demon breaking the world slash. Shadow sword stab. Kill. Chapter 35 The Terrifying Sound of Haru. Boom.
The moment the swords in their hands collided, the surrounding space was actually distorted, like ripples caused by falling into a compound, spreading out in all directions.
Then, there was a loud explosion.
The students around were so shocked that they quickly covered their ears, and some powerful people with high cultivation levels such as Yun Machen also quickly used their spiritual energy to resist the strong sound waves. What no one expected was that, when the dust clears, Qing Jiyin, who was at the 6th level of the Golden Core stage, was not defeated instantly by Wu Qianying as everyone imagined. Instead, she only took a few steps back. Looking back at Wu Qianying, he actually retreated continuously and only managed to steady himself after taking dozens of steps.
That's impossible.
Although Wu Qianying only used 30% of her strength, you have to know that she has reached the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. And Qing Jiyin is only at the 6th level of the Golden Core stage.
As we all know, the gap between the two major realms of Yuanying and Jindan is very large.
So when Yun Machen defeated Mo Zhongkue, who was in the 1st level of the nascent soul stage, it was enough to deeply shock everyone. However, Qing Jiyin was able to fight Wu Qianying, who was at the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage, with just one move and remain undefeated, which shows how incredible Qing Jiyin's strength and talent are.
"Ha, a frog in the well,"
Qing Jiyin said lightly.
You're looking for death." In a moment,
Wu Qianying's aura surged, and a violent wind blew around him. Thousands of sharp sword shadows were faintly seen flying in the wind.
Look, Senior Wu Qianying is getting serious.
This move seems to be called the Dancing Shadow Sword.
It's Senior Wu Qianying's strongest trump card.
The last time I saw Senior Wu use this move was 2 years ago. This time, Junior Sister Qing is probably dead or crippled. Senior Sister Wu must have been careless just now and only used 1 or 2 points of her strength. Now that Senior Sister Wu is serious, this Junior Sister is going to be finished. Several students on the viewing platform were talking to each other, and they were all very pessimistic about Qing Jiyin.
Because in their view,
for Qing Jiyin to fight against Wu Qianying is like an egg against a stone.
It's just so stupid. But Qing Jiyin didn't care too much.
She just stood there calmly, without even a slight fluctuation in her eyebrows. She looked at Wu Qianying with disdain.
Seeing Haruno's expression, the students present suddenly had an illusion.
It was as if Qing Jiyin on the duel stage was the real third-level nascent soul stage expert, while Wu Qianying was just a weakling who was frustrated and angry because of his inferior cultivation.
At this moment, Wu Qianying moved. The speed was so fast that most people present didn't even see Wu Qianying's steps.
The only thing that could be felt was a sonic boom exceeding the speed of sound exploding in everyone's ears.
Suddenly, Wu Qianying appeared in the air. Falling flower dancing shadow sword. Kill. A moment.
The violent sword shadows and the surrounding strong winds transcended the ordinary and became real spiritual swords.
Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless densely packed spiritual swords rushed towards Qing Jiyin like a storm.
Qing Jiyin stood in place, looking at the thousands of spiritual swords that were about to fly towards her, still without showing any fear or timidity. He just slowly waved the sword in his hand and muttered softly,
"Blood sword, reunion."
In an instant, blood rushed into the sky. The originally bright sky suddenly turned blood red. Countless spirit swords seemed to have sensed something that frightened them, and they all stopped 1 meter away from Qing Jiyin, not daring to move forward. The students in the audience, including Yun Machin, were all stunned, because they vaguely saw that those thousands of spirit swords
seem trembling. At this moment,
above the blood-red sky, a huge shadow suddenly appeared slowly. In an instant, countless bloodlights rushed towards the giant shadow.
Gradually, the giant shadow becomes more substantial. This seems to be a handful. Giant sword.
Wu Qianying was already standing there in a daze. She couldn't understand why the powerful sword skills she had learned from the ancient ruins of the immortal civilization had to be inferior to the woman in front of her who was only at the 6th level of the Golden Core stage.
Kill.
As Qing Jiyin finished speaking, the huge blood-red sword above the clouds moved.
Boom. In an instant, the entire venue was covered by huge flames and thick smoke.
The huge duel stage was instantly blown to pieces, and even the students in the audience felt the obvious vibration. It's like a natural disaster or earthquake.
For a time, none of the thousands of students in the arena made a sound.
They all held their breath and waited quietly for the smoke in the arena to dissipate.
Waste.
Qing Jiyin looked down at Wu Qianying, who was gasping for breath on the ground, and said lightly. Wu Qianying knocked her head heavily several times, and her mouth was immediately stained with blood. She tried to get up from the ground, but after trying a few times, she could only crawl on the ground. Finally, Wu Qianying used up all her strength and raised her head with great difficulty.
This can't.
The words haven't been finished yet. His eyes went dark and he fainted on the ground. The whole place was dead silent, no one cheered, no one congratulated. Their cognition has all changed today.
Because
Qing Jiyin's sword is really too powerful.
Only the old man hiding in the sky watching the battle murmured. This seems to be recorded in the ancient immortal cultivation civilization. Blood Domain. Chapter 36. I'll reward you later. Old man, have you seen enough?
On the duel stage, Haranun's gaze slowly shifted to the upper left of her and spoke lightly. For a moment, everyone's eyes followed Qing Jiyin's gaze and looked up at the sky.
But what puzzled everyone present was that they did not notice anyone in the air. Except Yun Machin.
Although Yun Machin couldn't tell who was in the sky with his current spiritual awareness, but considering the image of Dean Laolu who liked to play the mysterious role, it was almost certain to be him. This little girl, is she just guessing? With my cultivation level at the 2nd level of the fusion stage, how could she possibly detect my existence with her spiritual sense? Mo Jianqiu in the sky was surprised, but in a trance for a moment, he actually felt that he was seen through by the little girl in front of him. However, he still didn't speak. he still didn't believe that the voice of love could discover him. In fact, how could he know that Ching Jiyin's spiritual consciousness was the spiritual consciousness of the immortal emperor?
Why, do you think I'm not worthy enough to go with my husband? Or do you just not want me to go at all? In a moment,
Ching Jiyin released a powerful aura, causing smoke and dust to rise all around. And Cheng Jiyin's gaze still looked indifferently at the position of Mo Jianqiu in the air.
Mo Jianqiu's gaze intertwined with Ching Jiyin.
10 seconds of staring at each other.
Mo Jianqiu actually had an inexplicable feeling of palpitations. Finally,
he couldn't help it, and with a wave of his hand, the spiritual barrier disappeared and he appeared in everyone's sight. Mo Jianqiu felt complicated and helpless. Perhaps he could only use the excuse that Ching Jiyin possessed some mysterious physique to convince himself why Ching Jiyin, who was only at the 6th level of the Golden Core stage, could discover him.
Look! There really is someone. It seems to be an old man, but I haven't seen him before? Could it be some powerful being? Mo Jianqiu coughed, and a deep, deep voice rang in everyone's ears. You are very good, I was mistaken. To some extent, you are actually more evil than Yun Xiaoyu. Go back and pack up, and go with Yun Xiaoyu tomorrow. After saying that, Mo Jianqiu turned around and slowly disappeared. Only a whisper was heard floating in the sky. Ah, I'm getting old, the disciple is better than the master. Cheng Jiyin looked at Mo Jianqiu without saying much. Fa Tianzhang, who was passing by, had his throat shaking violently and his eyes wide open. He didn't dare to say a word. He hurriedly bowed deeply and didn't dare to look up for a long time. Everyone was very surprised to see Fa Tianzhang's strange behavior as he passed by. However, too many things happened today that refreshed everyone's cognition. As for one more thing, it is no longer surprising. It can be said that the doubts and shocks in my heart have come one after another, and now I am on the verge of numbness. And at this moment, they only know that Ching Jiyin is also a true peerless evildoer. Honey, am I awesome? After Mo Jianqiu left, Ching Jiyin suddenly seemed like a different person, and asked Yun Mochen on the viewing platform in a playful and charming tone. Yun Mochen smiled and said, amazing, my wife is amazing. I'll reward you later. Ching Jiyin, covering face. Hate it. Students around. Yun Mochen tapped his toes and flew directly onto the duel stage. Ching Jiyin pounced directly and stuffed her whole body into Yun Mochen's arms. There was no trace of the temperament of the cold and arrogant goddess just now. Instead, she felt more like a little wife. Wife, I'm so worried about you. Well, that's because I don't want to break up with you. Mum. Before she could finish her words, Yun Mochen kissed her directly. Moment. Lip parting. I heard that the Xinyu training camp is very dangerous. Honey, are you really not going to consider it again? He. Are you still underestimating me? Ching Jiyin clenched her pink fist and held it tightly in front of Yun Mochen. Bad husband. In a couple of days I'll find someone in the spiritual transformation stage to beat you up and show you your wife's true strength. Yun Mochen couldn't help but smile when he saw the cute Ching Jiyin, but he didn't take what Ching Jiyin just said seriously. How could he know that Ching Jiyin was not bragging? Because as Ching Jiyin's cultivation gradually improved, her once powerful martial arts and sword skills that dominated the world would be able to reach the level of usability. At that time, the so-called realm gap can be cut off with just one sword in front of Ching Jiyin. In the near future, Ching Jiyin's true strength will also completely shock Yun Mochen's cognition. Chapter 37: The Eve of Departure. Damn it! This damn demon is actually plotting against this world too. After Nan Shuan swung her sword, she was blown away by the attack of a group of powerful demons. She barely managed to keep her balance in the air, half knelt on the ground, and slid back several meters. Before she had time to catch her breath, a group of demons arrived in front of Nan Shuan. Nan Shuan raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her deep eyes were filled with murderous intent. She looked coldly at the group of demons in front of her, as if she was looking at a group of dying people. Then, Nan Shuan slowly raised the long sword in her hand, her lips moved slightly, and she muttered silently. Blue Sky Huatian slash. Kill. Boom. When the smoke clears, wherever I look, there is nothingness. Wife, are you done? Hurry up. Delicious, got it. Yun Mochen looked at Ching Jiyin, who was packing her luggage with her mouth full of puffs, and couldn't help but smile and shook his head.
Who could have imagined that a once powerful empress was actually a little foodie who loved puffs in private? Qing Jian's entire mouth was stuffed with puffs, and some cream accidentally stained her charming red lips. Although it was a little cute, it was more of an intoxicating and charming feeling engraved in her bones.
An hour later. Ha! I'm so tired. Honey, I'm done.
Qing Jian stretched out her hand and handed Yun Machin the 2 space rings she had packed. Yun Machin scanned with his spiritual sense and saw that one of the space rings, which was about 10 square meters in size, was filled with snacks.
I fell into deep thought. Wife, if you eat too much of these things, you will get fat.
As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Machin felt a powerful pressure coming at him, and he felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. Yun Machin twitched his lips and said, Wife, well, actually, it would look better if you gained some weight.
I did not mean that.
Qing Jian pouted her lips, tilted her head to the side, glanced at Yun Machin, and said,
He. If you say that again next time, I'll ignore you. Yun Machin.
Yun Machin and Chang Jian found Fa Tianjing together and brought them to the hall where the principal Mo Jianqiu was again.
Why are you looking at me all the time?
As soon as she entered the hall, the mischievous Chu Xiaoling came out, but she found that Qing Jian was staring at her, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Qing Jian did not answer Chu Xiaoling, but her eyes were still fixed on her. Qing Jian was really shocked. In her previous life, she was only ranked 7th in the universe in terms of the charming heavenly divine body, yet she had reached a height that made everyone look up to her.
And now?
Suddenly, before his eyes appeared the 5th-ranked divine body of heaven in the universe. You can imagine how shocked she was. At the same time, Qing Jian was also very puzzled. In this world before, the aura of the chaos divine body actually appeared.
Now I am becoming more and more curious about this little blue planet. At this time, Chu Xiaoling ran to Yun Machin, tugged at the corner of his clothes and pulled him aside. Standing on tiptoe, she whispered to Yun Machin, Brother Yun, who is she? She's so weird, she keeps staring at me.
Yun Machin turned his head and glanced at Qing Jian. Although he didn't know what Qing Jian was thinking, he guessed that Qing Jian might have noticed her special physique. However, Yun Machin didn't know how valuable Chu Xiaoling's special physique was.
Yun Machin looked at Chu Xiaoling's lovely face and couldn't help but gently rub her little head.
He smiled and said, This big sister is my wife. You can call her Sister Enin.
Hey, I won't scream. That's so weird, is she planning something bad to me?
Although Chu Xiaoling's cultivation is so terrifying, her mind is actually not mature yet, just like a child. Just as Yun Machin was about to reply to Chu Xiaoling, Mo Jianqiu appeared in everyone's sight.
Young friend Yun, have you and Ling Zheng really thought it through?
You know, entering the Shenyun training camp is not a game.
It's normal to have injuries. Qing Jian walked to Yun Machin, took his arm, and said to Mo Jianqiu, If he goes, I will go.
If he doesn't go, I won't go either. Although Yun Machin was still worried about what might happen to Qing Jian at the Shenyun training camp given her temper, he felt Qing Jian's determination and stopped talking.
He smiled and said to Mo Jianqiu, There's nothing I can do. If my wife isn't afraid, then I certainly won't back down. Master Mo, we are ready, let's go.
Mo Jianqiu looked at the 2 hot-blooded monsters in front of him and felt relieved.
Good.
You have backbone, worthy of being a man of the Huaxia Federation.
Then, Mo Jianqiu looked at Chu Xiaoling again, his eyes revealing deep reluctance, and said, Linger, when you go to the Shenyun training camp with little friend Yun, you must be obedient. It's not like home there, so you can't be as willful as before, okay? Chu Xiaoling raised her head, looked at Mo Jianqiu with a smile and said, Grandpa, I know.
At this time, Mo Jianqiu turned to look at Yun Machin and said, Then I'll ask you, little friend Yun, to take care of my little granddaughter. I hope you can protect Linger outside.
This is my identity token. Take it. It will help you avoid any small troubles in the future.
Yun Machin took the token and said, Okay, don't worry, Master Mo, we will definitely take good care of your granddaughter. After hearing this, Mo Jianqiu nodded with satisfaction, slowly bent down, gently hugged Chu Xiaoling, then quickly stood up and turned around, with his hands behind his back, and said,
Go find Fa Tianzheng, he will take you there. Let's go. Be careful. As if sensing Mo Jianqiu's inner sadness and reluctance, Chu Xiaoling said loudly to Mo Jianqiu, Grandpa, I will miss you. Let's go. It's time for you to venture out. After all, your special physique means you were born with an extraordinary destiny. As soon as the words fell, Mo Jianqiu disappeared from the spot.
Only deep regret remains.
Surrounding Chu Xiaoling. Chapter 38 Chu Xiaoling's face.
Let's go, little sister. Yun Machun gently patted Chu Xiaoling's shoulder. Chu Xiaoling finally came to her senses and responded.
Oh.
In fact, although Chu Xiaoling looked heartless on the surface, when Mo Jianqiu really left, the deep sense of loss in her heart still inadvertently surged into her heart.
Why, you can't bear to leave Grandpa?
Chu Xiaoling rolled her eyes at Yun Machun and said, "Humph, what do you care?" She pouted her little mouth and walked out of the hall with a pout.
Yun Machun gently hugged Cheng Jian and said softly, "What's wrong, honey? Is there something on your mind? Why do you keep staring at this little girl?"
Cheng Jian frowned and said to Yun Machun,
"Hubby, I always feel that this world is very different.
There is always an inexplicably strong sense of crisis that makes my heart palpitate."
Do you know the Chaos Divine Body? It's the most powerful divine body in the universe.
Those who possess it are the most powerful geniuses of their time, standing at the pinnacle of the universe.
But the possessor of that physique hasn't appeared in a million years.
Only a few descriptions of the Chaos Divine Body can be found in fragments of books discovered in ancient ruins.
But after awakening my memories of my past life, I actually discovered a hint of the chaotic aura that only a chaotic divine body can exude in this world.
Speaking of that little sister, her physique is actually the fifth-ranked peerless divine body in the universe, the heavenly Tao divine body. Logically speaking, these divine bodies wouldn't appear more than one or two on billions of planets, but on this blue planet, two actually appeared at the same time.
So I always feel that something big is about to happen, and this world is far more mysterious than I imagined.
After saying this, Yun Machun gently stroked Cheng Jian's hair in his arms and said, "Wife, even if something big happens in the future, I will always be by your side."
We don't have the ability to think about these things right now.
What we should do now is to quickly improve our cultivation in strength.
When that day comes, we will have enough confidence to face it together. Isn't that right? Cheng Jian smiled happily after hearing Yun Machun's words.
That moving smile seemed as if no other color in the world could compare to hers. Cheng Jian hugged Yun Machun even tighter, looked up at Yun Machun's eyes firmly and movedly, and said,
"Good. Hey, what are you two doing? You're dawdling, are you going to leave or not? You're already showing off your affection before you even leave my house. You're grown-ups, huh?
You have no self-respect at all." Just when Yun Machun was about to kiss Cheng Jian's delicate lips, an impatient voice sounded in their ears.
"Yun Machun. Kingxian. Damn, the atmosphere is so good, I forgot there is a little guy next to me. How embarrassing.
Come to the law enforcement hall."
"Stop, who are you?"
The two burly men at the door crossed their spears, blocking the way of Yun Machun and the other three. Yun Machun was about to respond when Chu Xiaoling, who was hidden behind Yun Machun and could not see him, jumped out and shouted at you.
"Uncle Fa. Are you there? Xiaolinger wants to play with you."
As soon as Chu Xiaoling appeared, the two strong men at the door looked like they had seen something terrible, and cold sweat instantly broke out on their foreheads. If you look closely, you can even see that the hands of the two strong men holding the spears are shaking uncontrollably. At this moment, the two burly men with fierce expressions seemed like different people. Their faces were instantly filled with smiles, and their faces were even a little distorted.
"Oh, I thought it was an outsider, it turned out to be our sisterling. Please wait a moment. I will go back and inform you now. This is the demon flame crystal I obtained in the Yunma Mountains some time ago.
Although it is not a good thing, please accept it and feel my sincere gratitude." After saying that, one of the strong men hurriedly took out the demon flame crystal from the space ring and handed it to Chu Xiaoling, while the other strong man hurried inside to find Fa Tianzhang.
Yun Machun's mouth twitched.
It turned out that this little girl was really proud of herself. Looking at the two strong men's skilled appearance, Yun Machun couldn't help but feel distressed. Cheng Jian, however, found Chu Xiaoling very interesting, because her strong personality was a bit like her best friend in her previous life.
"Ah ha ha ha, little friend Yun, how lucky you are to be my guest." "Ha, Senior Fa, you're joking. We're here to ask you to take us to the Shenyun training camp. We have already considered everything. As for this little girl, she will come with us as well."
At this moment, Chu Xiaoling almost jumped up, her two pigtails swinging in the air, and said to Fa Tianzhang,
"Uncle Fa, you are biased. I was the one who called you first. Why did you greet Brother Yun first and ignore me? Fa Tianjiang looked at the lovely Chu Xiaoling and said with a smile, Ha, how could Uncle Fa forget our little princess? Here, this is a small gift from Uncle Fa for you. Don't be angry with Uncle Fa, ha. Chu Xiaoling is actually very likable. Although she has a strong personality, once you see her cute and beautiful face, you always feel a strong desire to protect her. So, the phrase, speak with appearance. That is absolutely right. Fa Tianjing took out a large fruit from his space ring and handed it to Chu Xiaoling. In a moment, the whole place was surrounded by rich fruity aroma. It's obvious that they are not ordinary items. Chu Xiaoling's two big sapphire eyes lit up instantly, and she quickly took the big fruit with both hands, feeling extremely happy. Afterwards, Fa Tianjing looked at Yun Machin again and said, Friend Yun, since you've made up your mind, I won't say much. I hope you'll pay attention to safety. Yun Machin raised his hand and saluted, then said with a smile, Okay, sure. Chapter 39 You are a hooligan. Fa Tianjing also politely bowed in return and said to Yun Machin, Then I won't say any more polite words. Just follow me. Came to the bottom of a cliff. Fa Tianjing suddenly stopped, because when he looked up from the bottom in front of him, he saw a stone wall so high that the top was invisible, reaching straight into the sky. At this time, Fa Tian was using his hands as if to perform some magic, using some techniques that Yun Machin could not understand. Suddenly, Fa Tianjing shouted, Open! Rumble! Then, the ground shook and a gap appeared in the stone wall in front of them, large enough for one person to enter. Fa Tian was looking at Yun Machin, whose mouth had become an O shape, and said with a smile, Why are you still standing there? Let's go. The moment he entered, the air outside the stone wall actually began to distort and vibrate. Yun Machin's eyes went dark in an instant, but he didn't think much about it. Holding Chu Xiaoling's left hand and Chang Jian's right hand, he followed Fa Tianjing inside. After walking about 1 kilometer, everyone's vision suddenly changed. The surrounding darkness disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by a place filled with a strong smell of blood. I even looked up at the sky, and the sunlight was even blood red, giving people a strong visual impact, very shocking. Hee, little friend Yun, are you feeling panicked right now? Everyone who comes here for the first time is like this. They are more or less nervous and scared. After all, this place is so special. Besides, this isn't actually on Earth. After hearing what Fa Tianjing said, Yun Machin couldn't help but be surprised. They had only walked about a kilometer, but they were no longer on Earth? Just as he was about to ask Fa Tianjing, his voice rang out again in his ears. This place is a secret realm in another world that is similar to the gods' falling battlefield. Although it is very close to the gods' falling battlefield, it is still far from the real gods' falling battlefield. Yun Machin couldn't help but marvel at this, while Chang Jian beside him remained silent, with her brows slightly furrowed, wondering what she was thinking. At this moment, Chu Xiaoling opened her arms, tilted her head back cutely, and shouted to the sky, Wow, it feels so good. Fa Tianjing couldn't help but twitch his mouth, looking at Chu Xiaoling as if she were a monster, with only the word surprise in his eyes. Chang Jian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, turned her head and looked at Chu Xiaoling. At the same time, she used the immortal emperor's spiritual sense to quietly scan Chu Xiaoling's body. In Chang Jian's eyes, she was surprised to see that countless rich blood energies around her were converging towards Chu Xiaoling, as if Chu Xiaoling was very welcomed by these blood energies. But suddenly, Chang Jian felt that the blood and energy around her seemed to be running out of Chu Xiaoling again. Strange, why has the blood and energy that just rushed towards this little girl disappeared? Looking at Yun Machin beside him. Big brother system. Stop it. What the hell is going on? I feel like I'm going to explode from all this blood and energy. Ding. Friendly reminder from the system. These blood energies are the blood energies of fallen ancient masters. They will be of great help to you, the host. Be patient. This blood and energy will strengthen your body. Also, don't worry. As a virtual god, no one will notice anything unusual about you. Fuck you, that's not what I'm worried about. I feel like I'm going to explode. Lil, I can't hear. Yun Machin, at #@%. Chang Jian, who was standing by, seemed to notice something was wrong with Yun Machin. She came over and took Yun Machin's arm, saying worriedly, Hubby, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Ah ha ha ha. No. It's okay, wife.
Yun Machin tried hard to endure the discomfort, and even bit the skin at the corner of his mouth.
There is no way, a man cannot say no in front of his woman. Whatever. Damn, I can't stand it anymore.
At this moment, Yun Machin suddenly raised his hand, raised it 180 degrees, and swung it down heavily.
Bang! A clear and loud sound rang in everyone's ears. You, what are you doing?
Qing Jian's face was full of shyness, and a blush instantly spread from her face to her neck. At the same time, she slapped Yun Machin in the face and shouted at him, You hooligan.
Then, Qing Yin ran away.
No, wife, please listen to my explanation.
There's a mosquito on your butt. Ding.
Congratulations to the shameless host for shocking the Empress Qing's voice, and reward the Blood Demon Vein. Blood Demon Vein, this is the heaven-defying bloodline of a top-tier powerhouse of the ancient Blood Demon clan.
Currently, only one of its functions can be revealed. It allows you to control your blood and temper your body. Please explore other functions on your own.
Suddenly, Yun Machin felt something extra in his body, and he instantly felt relaxed, and the blood and energy in his body could gradually be controlled by himself. Ah, it feels so good. Yun Machin's discomfort disappeared and he couldn't help but blurt out the words comfortably.
Fa Tianjing on the side said, Is this person crazy? He has a special physique. What do you call your physique?
Xu Xiaoling, Auntie-brother Yun is so disgusting. Yun Machin turned around and saw an old man and a child staring at him with strange expressions. I felt socially devastated instantly, and I really wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it.
Chapter 40 Shuan, leave the rest to me. Wife, where are you? I know I was wrong. Stop making trouble and come out quickly.
Yun Machin chased in the direction Qing Jian ran, but did not see any trace of Qing Jian. In this place, visibility is very low, and the surrounding air is surrounded by something like a blood mist. At this time, Fa Tianzhang, who was behind him, hurriedly shouted to Yun Machin, Little friend Yun.
Don't run around. There's a hole in the space here. If you accidentally step into it, you might be teleported to some unknown place. But Yun Machin's mind was only on Qing Jian, and he didn't care what Fa Tianjing said. Oh shit, what is going on?
When Yun Machin walked to a certain location, he felt dizzy in the next second. He arrived at a place completely different from the previous one. Fa Tianzhang, who was standing behind him, fell into deep thought as he watched Yun Machin suddenly disappear before his eyes. Fa Tianzhang quickly turned around to look at Xu Xiaoling behind him, trying not to let this little girl get lost.
Oh my god. Where are you, little princess? Sister, please don't tease me.
Fa Tianzhang collapsed to the ground instantly, his legs stretched straight on the ground, his hands limply placed on his thighs, his eyes staring blankly ahead.
Go and ask. This is a big deal. Where is this?
Yun Machin looked around, and all he could see were broken rocks and walls, but unlike the environment just now, there was no blood-red sky here, and no blood mist around.
Ha! Something's happening.
Yun Machin felt a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy coming from behind the stone wall in front of him. He quietly approached the stone wall and hid behind it to observe. There's actually such a beautiful human girl here, with delicate skin and tender flesh.
She must taste delicious when eaten. Brothers, come on. Let's have some meat tonight.
Yun Machin saw that about 1 kilometer ahead of the stone wall, a group of demons that Yun Machin had only seen in the time and space tunnel were actually besieging a human woman.
Moreover, the strength of that group of demons is actually at the nascent soul stage. At this moment, the corners of the human woman's mouth were already oozing with blood.
She gritted her teeth and said to the group of demons,
Court death. When I was the emperor, you were just a timid race. Now you dare to offend me like this? Die.
The group of demons laughed heartily, saying, Ha ha. Brothers, this human woman must have been scared silly by us.
Ha 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 ha. Etc. Why does that girl look familiar?
Just now, Yun Machin's attention was all on Tianma. When he recovered and looked at the human woman, he found that she looked more and more familiar.
Boom!
The human woman slashed with her sword, and a group of demons were blown away 100 meters. However, the human woman was not feeling well either, as she was also pushed back 100 meters by the powerful attack of the demon. When the human woman landed and steadied herself, an unintentional glimpse of her profile shocked Yun Machin.
How could it be her?
At this moment, this human woman was almost at the end of her strength, but the indifference and contempt in her eyes revealed her insult to this group of demons from time to time.
Ah, damn woman, you really have some strength. I wonder how long you can hold on. Here, even if you scream at the top of your lungs, no one will come to save you. Demon fist. Demon sword slash. The devil's deadly gun.
For a moment, powerful martial arts were flying all over the sky and attacking the human woman. She coughed heavily a few times and slowly looked up at the sky. There was no fear in his eyes.
And more? It seems like a pity.
The human woman's lips moved slightly, and it was unknown what she was saying, but the aura on her body continued to rise. At this moment, a hand pressed on her shoulder, and at the same time, her rising breath stopped.
Xuan, leave the rest to me. Nan Xuan turned around and was shocked to find that Yun Machin was beside her. Hurry up and leave. They are all in the nascent soul stage. You can't beat them.
Yun Machin smiled, put his hands on Nan Xuan's shoulders, and said, "Why, you don't believe me?" Looking at Nan Xuan's worried and complicated expression, Yun Machin smiled and shook his head, muttering in his heart.
System, launch the divine transformation attack.
Yun Machin slowly raised his hand, and the Liantian sword in his hand lightly slashed.
In a moment,
a powerful and dazzling white light emerged, and the dazzling light made it difficult to open one's eyes. Immediately afterwards, a huge noise and vibration were heard, and the surrounding ground was violently rolling and shaking.
Boom! As far as the eye can see, there is nothingness.
Nan Xuan stared blankly at Yun Machin's profile, and couldn't help but be extremely shocked and moved.
Finally, she couldn't hold on any longer and slowly fell down on Yun Machin's body. In my arms. Chapter 41, Are you as pretty as me? Where is this?
Nan Xuan slowly opened her eyes, and the heavy weight of her upper eyelids made it difficult for her to breathe.
Nan Xuan's vision gradually became clear, and a man's face appeared in her sight. Bang! You rascal!
Nan Xuan clasped her arms across her chest, her legs curled up, and the red gauze skirt in front of her chest had been torn, revealing her tender and wrinkled white skin, giving a strong visual stimulation. Yun Machin looked helpless. He had just torn open Nan Xuan's dress and was about to heal her wounds when he was suddenly slapped in the face.
It's not what you think. I'm healing you. If you don't believe me, look at the scar on your chest. If you don't get treatment, your life will be in danger. After hearing Yun Machin's explanation, Nan Xuan lowered her head and saw a deep scar on her chest, with blood constantly oozing out. Only then did she feel a piercing pain sweeping through her body. Nan Xuan frowned and endured the pain, but did not cry out in pain. She just looked at Yun Machin with some grievance. Seeing the sparkling eyes of Nan Xuan, Yun Machin felt helpless and said to Nan Xuan with a forced smile. Okay, don't move.
I'll heal your wound first.
It won't hurt after a while.
Nan Xuan bit her lip lightly and lowered her head slowly, feeling a little embarrassed.
He uttered a soft
Yun Machin slowly placed his hand on it, continuously transferring the chaotic energy in his body to the wound on Nan Xuan's chest. Because the system had just reminded him that chaos is the source of all things, and the chaotic aura it produces has the ability to heal all injuries. The moment the chaotic energy entered Nan Xuan's body, she was instantly shocked, and even her delicate body couldn't help but tremble.
Then, she asked hesitantly. Is this the aura of chaos?
At this moment, Yun Machin was sweating profusely. He was concentrating on sending the chaotic energy to Nan Xuan's chest.
He didn't notice Nan Xuan's abnormal expression at all.
He just replied casually.
Yeah, what's wrong? Nan Xuan hurriedly asked again, then are you a chaos divine body? Well, yes. Nan Xuan. Who are you, then? At this time, Yun Machin raised his head, looked at Nan Xuan with a smile, and said, Oh? So curious about me. Do you like me?
Nan Xuan blushed and pouted, saying,
Who likes you? I'm just simply curious. At this time, a breeze blew slowly, Yun Machin's collar swayed slightly, and a fragrance entered Nan Xuan's nostrils. Why does Yun Machin have a girl's body fragrance? Besides, why does this taste so familiar?
Nan Xuan rolled her eyes at Yun Machin with a hint of anger and said, Scumbag, which girl did you hook up with?
You smell like a bitch.
Yun Machin was stunned, not knowing how to reply, and smiled awkwardly.
Are you hungry? Nan Xuan. Nan Xuan snorted coldly and ignored Yun Machin. She tilted her head and looked away. Yun Machin knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't say anything more.
He could only lower his head and silently heal his wounds. Perhaps it was because Nan Xuan's wound was gradually healing, or perhaps it was because he wanted to liven up the awkward atmosphere.
Nan Shuan suddenly asked playfully. Is she pretty? Are you as good looking as me?
As soon as the words fell, Yun Machin said without hesitation.
Pretty.
Nan Shuan was a little surprised, and deliberately moved forward, getting closer to Yun Machin, and asked.
What about the second question? Look me in the eyes and say that. Yun Machin's eyes met Nan Shuan's helplessly.
This beautiful face made Yun Machin's heart beat fast for a moment. He was extremely conflicted at the moment, because he really couldn't decide who was more beautiful, her or Qing Jiyin.
My wife. But there is no way, the sky is beautiful. My wife is the most beautiful.
Nan Shuan looked at Yun Machin's wandering gaze, and the corners of her mouth could not help but slightly rise, and she said jokingly.
Hypocrisy. Yun Machin. At this time, Nan Shuan spoke again. Then tell me, what's your wife's name? Maybe I know him.
Yun Machin's mouth twitched as he found that the girl in front of him was becoming more and more active.
You certainly don't know him. How do you know if you don't tell me? Tell me about it. Kingxian. Nan Shuan. Who are you talking about? Chapter 42, Almost Lost My Kidney. My wife, is there any need to be so excited?
Yun Machin looked at the beautiful Nan Shuan in front of him with a confused look on his face.
His eyes turned into copper bells and he couldn't help but ask.
Nan Shuan closed her eyes and took a deep breath, trying her best to suppress her emotions. Then she said to Yun Machin.
You mean, your wife's name is Haranun? Yun Machin replied, Yes, Qing Jiyin, she is my wife. As soon as the words fell, Nan Shuan's powerful aura suddenly surged out, and dust rose up all around.
Her eyes turned red and she stared at Yun Machin with anger. Yun Machin felt very puzzled. He didn't know why Nan Shuan had such a big reaction when he mentioned his wife Qing Jiyin to her.
Etc.
Yun Machin raised his eyebrows.
Could it be that these two empresses knew each other in their previous lives?
You know, Nan Shuan, who has always been arrogant in this life, can be said to be a loner. The person who can make her so angry should not appear, because Nan Shuan will not give them the opportunity to socialize at all.
But looking at the current situation, maybe they were mortal enemies in their previous life? Yun Machin didn't dare to think about it any further. He knew the tempers of these two women. If that was the case, when we meet, we have to fight till the end.
In fact, for Nan Shuan, perhaps Qing Jiyin was just a name of an acquaintance in the previous life, but the nature of it was different when it came out of Yun Machin's mouth. Because Yun Machin knows her identity in her previous life. So, he doesn't know who Qing Jiyin is? Nan Shuan raised her fist, gritted her teeth, and asked, Where is that damn bitch? Yun Machin felt a chill on his back.
Damn, he really guessed it right. Shuan, my wife Qing Jiyin may not be the Qing Jiyin, you know? There is no other way, I can only fool him for now. I don't care. I'm like, where is she? I don't believe you don't know her true identity. Yun Machin's mouth twitched, and he looked at the white clouds in the sky and said, I don't know. Sudden.
Nan Shuan moved her right hand, and a long sword appeared in her hand. The sword slid half a circle in the air and slashed towards Yun Machin.
Blue sky Huatian slash. What the hell? Sister, what are you crazy about?
Yun Machin hurriedly retreated backwards. Immediately, a loud bang was heard, and the place where Yun Machin had just been had become a deep ravine.
Will you tell me or not? I really. Boom.
Before he could finish, powerful sword skills arrived. Yun Machin quickly moved his mind, and the Liantian sword appeared in his hand, and he swung the sword to block. Fortunately, Yun Machin summoned the Liantian sword in time, because Nan Shuan, whom he hadn't seen for a few days, was also at the 7th level of the Golden Core stage like him. One can imagine how exaggerated the resources the Jianshan University has poured into Nan Shuan, as well as her own incredible talent.
Boom!
Yun Machin and Nan Shuan retreated dozens of steps together.
Nan Shuan looked at the Liantian sword in Yun Machin's hand in surprise and shouted. This is the Liantian sword. Who are you? When Yun Machin took out the Liantian sword, Nan Shuan stayed where she was. Although Yun Machin had used the Liantian sword to save her before, in that life and death situation, Nan Shuan didn't notice what sword Yun Machin was using. And now,
this long sword that had only appeared in Nan Shuan's previous life and could traverse the universe suddenly reappeared before her eyes.
More importantly, This is the only sword that Lientian's sword immortal carries.
So one can imagine how shocked Nan Shuan was.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking the Empress Nan Shuan, and reward her with the immortal binding rope. Immortal binding rope, an immortal rope found in ancient mysterious ruins, capable of binding cultivators of a higher realm than oneself. Hearing the familiar system prompt sound in his mind, Yun Machin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yun Machin stuck the Lientian sword into the ground, brushed off the dust clinging to his body, and said to Nan Shuan,
"Are you crazy? I am Yun Machin, don't you understand?" Nan Shuan was so angry that her whole face flushed red. She raised the sword in her hand and pointed it at Yun Machin. "Are you going to tell me or not?"
As she spoke, she slowly approached Yun Machin.
"What can you do if I don't tell you?
We're both at the 7th level of the Golden Core stage.
How could I be afraid of a little girl like you? Then let's fight. Kill." Nan Shuan's sword was so fast that it even produced a sonic boom.
Yun Machin hurriedly swung his sword to block, but the powerful sword move made Yun Machin retreat hundreds of meters in an instant.
Grass. This little girl is serious. Yun Machin didn't dare be careless.
He was afraid that if he didn't fight seriously, Nan Shuan would really break his arms and legs.
So, he silently chanted, "Lian Tianjiu Ju Zhan."
In an instant, the whistling wind in the air gradually slowed down, and countless sword intentions surged from Yun Machin's body. Nan Shuan's beautiful eyes narrowed, deeply impressed by the extraordinary sword skills of Yun Machin.
At the same time, there is an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Suddenly, Yun Machin moved, "Go." In an instant, the Lientian sword in countless sharp sword intents attacked Nan Shuan.
But Nan Shuan did not choose to retreat, and she used her powerful sword skills to fight Yun Machin head-on.
Blue Sky Huatian Slash. Boom!
When the swords of Yun Machin and Nan Shuan collided, a huge explosion occurred, and the space even became distorted, but both sides did not retreat as expected, but instead remained deadlocked. The sword intent of both sides was also competing secretly, but it was obvious that Yun Machin's sword intent at the sword sect level was even stronger than Nan Shuan, who was only at the great sword cultivation level, and it was somewhat overwhelming for Nan Shuan.
At this moment, sudden,
Nan Shuan moved her body to the left instantly, and the dagger that she had held in her left hand stabbed towards Yun Machin's waist.
Fuck!
Seeing the dagger getting closer and closer to his waist, Yun Machin used the greatest potential of his life and dodged to the side. Unfortunately, Nan Shuan's sword was too fast, and coupled with the sudden attack, the sword penetrated halfway into the waist. Yun Machin retreated hundreds of meters in an instant, quickly covering his kidney with his right hand, staring intently. His heart seemed to be about to jump out of his throat. "Damn, fortunately, my kidney didn't fall off." Yun Machin couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth, looking at Nan Shuan speechlessly, extremely annoyed. "Since you are merciless, don't blame me for being merciless." Yun Machin's mind moved, and a long rope shining with golden light appeared in his hand.
He looked at Nan Shuan and said, "Tie her up for me." Chapter 43. I'll kiss you if you cry again. Finished.
The golden rope that was used to bind the immortals flew out with a whoosh. The speed can be said to be extremely fast. Nan Shuan only saw a ray of golden light, and the next second, before she could react, she found herself tied up. Nan Shuan hurriedly tried her best to break free from the ropes, and struggled hard on the ground. But it still doesn't help.
This is really a good thing. He was tied up just like that. Yun Machin swallowed. "Oh no, I just cleared my throat."
He deliberately raised his head slightly, looked down at Nan Shuan, and said jokingly,
"Ha, do you think you're that powerful? Just because you're powerful, you can just do whatever you want? Let's not talk about our former schoolmate relationship. After all, I'm your savior today, and you treat me like this? If I hadn't reacted quickly, you would have chopped off my precious kidney today." The thought of how my kidney almost got choked made me feel really bad. Yun Machin got angry. So,
he deliberately used this method to strike a blow against Nan Shuan's pride. Nan Shuan bit her cherry lips hard.
What a noble status I have. Now he has been kidnapped. I was so angry that my whole body was buzzing. Speak. Why don't you dare tell me your true identity? What is your purpose? Also, where the hell is that damn bitch Cheng Jin? Tell me now. Even if tied.
Nan Shuan's innate arrogance remained unchanged. After hearing this, Yun Machin didn't get angry but laughed instead. He walked straight to Nan Shuan, bent down, and pinched Nan Shuan's face with his right hand.
Nan Shuan's face is very tender.
It is so delicate that it can be broken with a touch, just like the tender skin of a newborn baby, and even more beautiful than the jade from Tianqing Mountain. The moment Yun Machen's hand touched Nan Shuan's tender face, he felt dazed and heart-beating for a moment. This was simply a masterpiece carved by nature.
In a moment, Nan Shuan's mind went blank instantly.
This was the first time in all her years that someone dared to touch her face.
Do you want to die?
Nan Shuan stared at Yun Machen intently.
Untie it for me.
Yun Machen ignored her and did something that Nan Shuan didn't expect.
He actually picked himself up. Let me go, or I'll kill you.
Nan Shuan struggled hard in Yun Machen's arms, but unfortunately the quality of the rope was too good. Nan Shuan's resistance was useless and she could only let Yun Machen control her.
And it seems, this made Yun Machen feel inexplicably excited. Bang! Nan Shuan was confused.
Yun Machen actually slapped himself on the butt. Nan Shuan's face flushed red, and the look she gave Yun Machen was as if she could kill him 1,000 times.
Are you still arguing? Yun Machen, you bastard! Bang! Bang! Bang!
After 3 slaps, Yun Machen looked at Nan Shuan in his arms again and said,
Are you still arguing? Woo.
Nan Shuan actually burst into tears, which made Yun Machen a little at a loss.
Humph, I told you the truth and you still don't believe me. I said I am Yun Machen and I don't have any other identity. As for why I know your identity as the Empress, this is my secret. If I don't tell you, you have no right to know. All you need to know is that I have no ill intentions towards you.
Really, a girl shouldn't have such a bad temper.
Woo. Nan Shuan in his arms kept crying.
It is difficult for people to associate her with the powerful Empress Tianqi in her previous life.
Yun Machen felt a little headache and helpless. Yun Machen, stop crying. Nan Shuan, woo. Yun Machen, if you cry again I'll kiss you. Nan Shuan, woo. Damn it.
Yun Machen lowered his head directly,
kissing Nan Shuan in his arms. Moment. Lip parting. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the shocking Empress Nan Shuan. The reward is a small realm upgrade. Boom.
The 8th level of the Golden Core stage.
Actually, Yun Machen himself didn't know if he would actually kiss her.
Maybe it was because Nan Shuan in his arms was so beautiful. In addition, Nan Shuan's touching and weak expression when she was crying made Yun Machen's desire to protect her increase.
In short, he really kissed Nan Shuan.
Yun Machen's mind moved, and he untied the ropes that bound Nan Shuan.
A moment. Snap. A crisp slap landed on Yun Machen's face.
Countless crystals in Nan Shuan's beautiful eyes kept spinning, the corners of her mouth curved downwards, and she stared at Yun Machen with grievance and anger.
Yun Machen also felt a little embarrassed. After all, I have a wife. But since you acted impulsively, you must be responsible for your actions. He coughed lightly a few times and said to Nan Shuan, I'm sorry, but if you don't mind, I can take responsibility. Roll. Oh, then I'm leaving. Be careful. Yun Machen just turned away and wanted to escape. Nan Shuan, by Luo Hua Tianzhan. Yun Machen, slowly pull out the immortal rope. Nan Shuan. Get out. Get out now. I don't want to see you again. Feeling guilty, Yun Machen touched his nose and said angrily.
Then you're alone here, so be careful.
I'm leaving. Roll. Chapter 44. This girl has a really hot temper. Why? Beauty is such a disaster. I don't know how long I flew.
Yun Machen leaned against a huge tree with a towering crown, his face flushed and breathing heavily, while shaking his head, while blaming himself for his impulsiveness just now.
Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Yun Machen stopped thinking about it.
Instead, he looked around and took a good look at the environment.
There are green trees and mountains here. The blue sky makes people feel a hazy depth and trance. What surprised Yun Machen even more was this. Both the plants and animals here are much larger than those outside. And the spiritual energy here is very abundant. Even dozens of times that of the outside world. Ling Yu, do you think a demon will really appear here? Who are they?
Several unfamiliar faces appeared in Yun Machen's sight.
There are 3 men and 2 women in total. Yun Machen approached quietly.
The man seemed very angry and had his hands on his hips. Senior Sword Ghost is such a jerk.
He just threw us in and ran away. He's not reliable at all.
The woman named Ling Yu said.
It can't be wrong.
According to the map passed down by my ancestors, the environment here is similar to the battlefield of the fallen gods, and it is also a dimensional passage leading to the planet where the heavenly demon resides.
It's just that there are restrictions on the barrier here. The highest level of cultivation of the demon is only the nascent soul stage. Sudden.
Another man said.
Why, did the demons scare you, Huainanhai?
They are nothing more than a group of weird-looking evil creatures in the nascent soul stage.
Even if they exist, so what?
If the demon really met me, it would only take one sword strike.
Look at how cowardly you are. Huainanhai was not angry. Judging from the breath.
The man who just spoke had a much calmer and more profound aura than Huainanhai.
Huainanhai smiled insincerely. Brother Feng Zikai is right.
Another short and fat man also quickly followed suit and praised.
If you ask me, you can just rest assured. With senior brother Feng Zikai here, we don't have to worry at all.
Only the pretty woman beside him remained silent.
She frowned.
He glanced at the people from Huainanhai and shook his head slightly.
I don't know what he is thinking. What is senior sister Kai Lingxin thinking about?
The lovely Ling Yu hooked her hands on Kai Lingxin's shoulders and asked playfully. Unfortunately, Ling Yu's height makes it difficult for her to face the tall Kai Lingxin.
But I was afraid of losing face. So he tiptoed secretly.
Kai Lingxin turned her head slightly. Looking at Ling Yu's funny behavior, he couldn't help but smile knowingly and poked Ling Yu's little head with his finger.
We'd better be careful. We don't understand the situation here at all.
Besides, the heavenly demon is definitely not a pushover, otherwise, the Chinese federal government would not have devoted all its resources to train us to deal with the heavenly demon.
You must remember this: to underestimate the enemy on the battlefield is to seek death. Hear the conversation between the 2 women. Feng Zikai raised his eyebrows.
With a look of disdain, he said to Kai Lingxin.
Xiner, why are you worrying so much?
Don't worry, I'm here to make sure nothing happens to you. Kai Lingxin looked at Feng Zikai coldly. She seemed to be disgusted with him.
Please call me by my full name. Next time, shout something else. You won't need your mouth anymore. Ha, Xiner has a bad temper. Feng Zikai hadn't finished speaking yet.
The long sword at Kai Lingxin's waist. With a whoosh sound.
It was unsheathed in a flash. When everyone reacted. The sword tip has reached Feng Zikai's neck. Xian, junior sister Kai Lingxin, you don't mess around. Feng Zikai was deeply shocked.
Junior sister Kai Lingxin, who joined the sect 2 years later, is now so powerful. Although it was a surprise attack, he couldn't even see the trajectory of the sword light.
The sword was already at his neck. Wow, this girl has a really hot temper. Yun Machen couldn't help but mutter something with a pout. Everyone turned around together. Who's there? Get out now. Yun Machen's face turned dark.
I really want to give myself a big slap in the face.
Well, I was just passing by. You guys continue, I won't bother you anymore. Said. Yun Machen turned around and tried to run. Stop. If you move again, we'll attack. In a moment, 5 powerful auras of the nascent soul stage pressed towards Yun Machen. To everyone's surprise, Yun Machen didn't seem to be affected at all. Yun Machen's mouth twitched. He felt.
Among them, the woman named Kai Lingxin.
It's actually the 7th level of the nascent soul stage.
Even Ling Yu, who has the lowest cultivation level, is at the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. The others are between the 4th and 6th levels of the nascent soul stage.
Yun Machen is only at the 8th level of the golden core stage now.
Facing 5 powerful men of a realm greater than his.
He dared not be careless. In desperation, Yun Machen stopped.
He turned around, with a harmless smile on his face, and said bitterly.
Is there anything else? Chapter 45, the 9th level of the golden core stage.
Everyone immediately grasped the long swords at their waists, and Fang Zikai drew out his long sword and slowly approached Yun Machin. Who are you?
Why are you here?
Yun Machin raised his hands and said, Don't get me wrong, I was just passing by and happened to overhear your conversation. At this time, Ling Yuyu quietly stood on tiptoe and said to Kai Xinling beside her, Senior sister, I think that man is quite handsome, he should not be a bad guy.
Kai Xinling's face darkened as she gently patted Ling Yuyu on the back of her head.
Yuyu, in these chaotic times, the worst thing to do when you're out is to let your guard down around strangers.
You're still too naive.
Ling Yuyu smiled at Kai Xinling and said, I know, senior sister. Then she followed their example and tightly grasped the small sword on her waist with her little hands. Seeing that no one believed him, Yun Machin reluctantly took out the identity token that Han Tianya had given him from his space ring and said, I'm a student at Magic City University, and I came here for training.
Then he spread out the dark purple token in his hand and asked, Do you believe it?
The man who had been praising Fang Zikai earlier narrowed his eyes and exclaimed, This is Senior Han Tianya's identity token.
You're just a student at the Xinyun training camp. How could you possibly have Senior Han's identity token?
Fang Zikai was surprised when he heard the 3 words Han Tianya and said to him directly, Chang Yonggui,
are you out of your mind? You are talking nonsense. Senior Han is of such high status. How could a scoundrel like him possibly be related to him?
The others thought so too. You have to know that Han Tianya's identity and status are transcendent, and it is also the heroic image that everyone has been instilled with since childhood. So when Chang Yonggui told them that the man in front of them with timid and flattering eyes actually held the identity token of Senior Han Tianya, everyone was in disbelief for a while. Chang Yonggui's face flushed red as he explained anxiously, this token is absolutely genuine. My Chen family was fortunate enough to receive the kindness of Senior Han Tianya.
When I was a child, I saw my father talking with Senior Han Tianya in the hall. Senior Han Tianya had this token on his waist. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking Fang Zikai, and reward him with 100,000 spiritual energy.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking Chang Yonggui, and the reward is 80,000 spiritual energy.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking Kai Xinling. The reward is 130,000 spiritual energy.
Boom!
The 9th level of the Golden Core stage.
Although Fang Zikai's words made Yun Machin a little unhappy, he did not show it. On the contrary, Fang Zikai, after hearing Chang Yonggui's explanation, immediately changed his attitude. He hurried forward, took Yun Machin's arm, and said with a smile, fellow Daoist, when you go out, you should be more cautious. I apologize for any offense just now.
At this time, Ling Yuyu raised her lips slightly and said to Kai Xinling, Senior sister, I told you, he's so handsome, he's definitely not a bad guy. Kai Xinling looked at Ling Yuyu with an innocent face and shook her head helplessly. Yun Machin was also a little surprised. He had not expected Senior Han Tianya to have such a great influence. He politely nodded in return to Fang Zikai and said,
Yun Machin.
Ling Yuyu popped out from behind Kai Xinling, pointed at herself with her little hand, and said, I'm Ling Yuyu, this is Fang Zikai, this is Chang Yonggui, that's Huan Anhai, and this one, is my favorite senior sister, Kai Xinling. Also, we are all from Sword God University.
Kai Xinling's mouth twitched imperceptibly. She confessed everything just after they met. When I heard about Jianxin University, Nan Shuwen's figure, could not help but appear in front of Yun Machin again. Yun Machin secretly said to himself, what a loser. Then he smiled and asked the 5 of them, why are you here? Could this be part of the Xinyun training camp? Huai Nanhai replied, it's really frustrating.
Senior Sword Ghost just left us here and left without saying a word.
So we don't know where we are. The only thing we know is what you probably heard just now. Fang Zikai clasped his fists and bowed to Yun Machin, saying, I wonder what Brother Yun's cultivation level is? Could you please tell me? Yun Machin chuckled and returned the greeting with a fist.
At the same time, the aura of the 8th level of the Golden Core stage's cultivation was fully displayed.
In a moment,
everyone was confused and shocked. In the awkward atmosphere, Yun Machin seemed to smell a hint of contempt. It turns out he is a relative of someone else.
I thought he was some unparalleled monster. Fang Zikai's expression instantly turned gloomy and indifferent.
His polite attitude towards Yun Machin completely disappeared.
He said calmly,
Oh, then Brother Yun, please be careful here.
We have something to do, so we'll leave first.
While speaking, Fang Zikai displayed his cultivation level of the 6th level of the nascent soul stage to the fullest.
Yun Machin chuckled and said nothing more.
At this time, Ling Yuyu came over and gently pulled the corner of Fong Zikai's clothes, and whispered, "Brother Fong, it's very dangerous here."
It's not good to leave him here alone.
Fong Zikai snorted coldly, and raised his voice as high as possible, saying, "Since Brother Yun was able to enter the Shinyun training camp, he must have some outstanding qualities.
Don't worry about him for no reason. Maybe we will get in the way of Brother Yun's business."
Fong Zikai deliberately raised his voice and spoke in a strange voice. Yun Machin clasped his hands together and said to them, "Sorry to bother you all, I'll be leaving first.
Take care, everyone.
But Ling Yuyu's eyes were full of worry, and she seemed to want to say something, but Fong Zikai turned his head and glared at her fiercely, and she swallowed the words that were about to come out.
Others also politely returned the gift. Brother Yun, take care.
This time, Fong Zikai didn't even raise his hand.
He just glanced at Yun Machin coldly and looked away. Chapter 46 Beast Tide. Brother Fong, why don't you let Brother Yun join us?
After Yun Machin left, Ling Yuyu walked to Fong Zikai, gently pulled the corner of his clothes and asked.
Fong Zikai snorted coldly, spat to the side, and said to Ling Yuyu, "Why not let him come with us?
He's obviously a relative of Senior Hen Tianya, a useless piece of shit who got his way.
He's only at the 8th level of the Golden Core stage. What qualifications does he have to be with us? What qualifications does he have to enter the Shinyun training camp?" The series of rhetorical questions left Ling Yuyu speechless. She just looked at the direction where Yun Machin disappeared with a worried look in her eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. At this moment, the silent Kai Xinling suddenly spoke up, "Stop talking and get going. This place makes me feel uneasy. It's better for us to leave as soon as possible." Everyone nodded in unison and moved forward cautiously.
Yun Machin was hurrying through the dense and lush forest. However, because the sky was too conspicuous and there were terrifying flying monsters, Yun Machin did not choose to fly.
Sudden. A human city appeared in Yun Machin's sight.
The city was particularly large, with high walls that were at least 100 meters high. The sky above the city was covered with a transparent film with a slightly green glow, which seemed a bit like an energy shield. Yun Machin slowed down his pace and quietly came to a big tree in front of the city, looking at the situation. He was surprised to find that the people standing every 10 meters or so in the city were all in the nascent soul stage.
Wow, so stylish. Could this be the camp of the Shinyu training camp? There is no other way.
If we keep walking aimlessly in this vast forest, there will inevitably be danger.
We might as well take a gamble and go forward to ask about the situation. If it is really an enemy, then I am unlucky. Yun Machin was thinking in his mind and unknowingly arrived at the city gate. Stop. Who are you?
The guard on the city pulled the string of the longbow in his hand to its fullest and questioned Yun Machin majestically and vigilantly.
Yun Machin took out Hen Tianya's identity token and said, "I'm Yun Machin, a student from Mota University. I came to the Shinyun training camp.
Unfortunately, I encountered a space teleportation array and got separated from my teacher. I came here specifically to ask where this place is." The guard on the city wall stared at the token in Yun Machin's hand, then turned around and whispered a few words with his companions before saying to Yun Machin, "Wait here first.
Don't wander off. I need to report to the city lord first."
Yun Machin saluted the guards on the city wall and said, "Okay, thank you for your help."
Then, the guard flew into the city.
After waiting for about 5 or 6 minutes, the guard who had been talking to Yun Machin returned to the city and said to Yun Machin,
"The city lord is away on business. It seems he's out looking for someone. We have a rule that even if you have Senior Hen Tianya's token, you can't enter the city without the city lord's permission."
Yun Machin was about to speak when the guard said, "Just wait here.
The city lord will probably be back around 3 or 4 in the afternoon,
because we need to hold meetings and review meetings at that time every day."
"Okay, then I'll wait here. Anyway, I think it's quite safe here.
It's impossible for monsters and demons to come here and act recklessly,"
Yun Machin replied. As soon as the words fell, boom! Boom!
10,000 meters away, huge trees that were as tall as the sky collapsed one after another, making a huge noise that was very terrifying. Yun Machin, the city lord who was waiting at the foot of the city, twitched his mouth.
This can't really mean that I'm right.
Yun Machin quickly turned around and looked towards the source of the loud noise, only to see dense swarms of monsters attacking in the direction of Yun Machin. No, it was towards the direction of the city. The guards on the city wall quickly gripped their weapons and shouted to each other, "Be alert!
Everyone be alert. This is a beast tide. Quickly ring the bell and let the brothers in the rear support us. Yunmachan, what about me?
The guard from before coughed a few times, cast a sympathetic look at Yunmachan, and said,
Hey, little brother, our rules cannot be broken.
We can't ignore the lives of countless people behind us just because we opened the city gate to save you. Yunmachan had expected this, because from the energy shield above the city, it can be seen that the entire city is contained in a super formation. If the city gate is opened at this moment, it would be like destroying a needle eye at a certain place in the formation, then it is very likely that the entire formation will be temporarily ineffective. Perhaps only a strong man like the city lord can open the city gate. The guards seemed cold-blooded and heartless, but Yunmachan did not blame them, because people should not be too selfish. What's more, they were on the front line of danger in order to protect the people behind them.
But the most important thing right now is, how can he escape this disaster?
The dark mass of monsters in front of Yunmachan's eyes grew bigger and bigger, getting closer and closer to him. He estimated that there were at least tens of thousands of monsters of various kinds. Moreover, judging from the aura that kept surging towards him from the beast tide, there were actually hundreds of monsters at the golden core stage, and even quite a few at the nascent soul stage.
Yunmachan's heart sank.
At this moment, many people appeared before his eyes: Cheng Jian, Mo Lao, Luernyang, Rao Watsi, and Nan Xuan. Because at this moment, he couldn't escape at all, because within a radius of 10,000 meters, including the air, there were densely packed monsters. He didn't know whether he could survive this beast tide, but he still took out the Lientian sword and pointed it at the countless monsters.
Little brother, I respect you as a man.
Looking at the size of this group of beasts, I'm afraid you won't be alone on the road to the underworld.
We brothers will be here to accompany you soon.
The guards on the city couldn't help but say when they saw that Yunmachan didn't show any fear or timidity on his face.
Yunmachan laughed and said, Okay. Then we'll see you later. The beast tide is 1,000 meters away from Yunmachan. 500 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters.
Yunmachan suddenly shouted loudly, I am not afraid of the calamity in my destiny, I will enjoy the 2 lives in this world with a smile.
Jean, Mr. M.O. Second mother, we'll see you in the next life.
Then, the Lientian sword in Yunmachan's hand made a long chirp sound, and countless powerful sword intentions surged out of Yunmachan's body. Yunmachan was not afraid at all and shouted,
Lian Tian Jiu Zhan. Kill him. Chapter 47 How could it be him? Boom.
The powerful sword moves of the Lientian sword forced the monsters within hundreds of meters to stop.
Some monsters that were close were even directly smashed into blood clots, which looked very bloody. At the same time,
the guards on the city wall carried a variety of advanced weapons to carry out long-range strafing attacks. One of them, called a laser cannon, was the most effective. Even a demon beast in the nascent soul stage could be killed with one shot. The only drawback was that it charged too slowly and was not very controllable.
Wow, this kid is so strong.
Seeing the hot-blooded and fearless Yunmachan swinging his sword and drinking blood under the city wall, the guards on the wall couldn't help but jump off the wall to fight with Yunmachan.
Sudden.
A very fast nascent soul stage level 2 demon beast flashed behind Yunmachan. Little brother, be careful behind you. A guard with eye disease noticed it and hurriedly warned him, but it was too late. Yunmachan felt a chill on his back, and the moment he was about to turn his head, the monster's sharp claws had already dug into his back.
Puff.
Yunmachan spat out a mouthful of blood and flew straight out, hitting the city wall heavily.
Immediately, this monster actually spoke coldly like a human. Facing my million-strong demon army, you still dare to fight back. Your character is quite good, but it's a pity that your strength is far inferior.
Yunmachan slowly crawled up from the ground, his mouth stained with blood, his eyes fixed on the monster in front of him. This extremely fast monster is somewhat similar to the saber-toothed tiger of the Ice Age, but its size is much larger, dozens of meters tall.
Yunmachan said, Did that bastard attack your father? Court death.
As soon as he finished speaking, Yunmachan turned the Lientian sword in his hand, sword energy splashed, and he stomped his right foot on the ground. In an instant, the ground cracked wildly, and he rushed towards the huge tiger-like monster. The monster looked at Yunmachan, who was only at the 9th level of the golden core stage, and couldn't help but sneer at him. It casually raised its giant palm, which was 7 or 8 meters wide, and shouted towards Yunmachan.
Ah!
A shrill scream was heard, attracting the attention of countless people and monsters around.
The monster looked at its pierced palm with disbelief in its eyes.
You have to know that what the monster clan is most confident in is their physical defense ability, and Yin Machin not only easily took on his attack from the second level of the nascent soul stage, but also penetrated his palm.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking the mad-toothed demon tiger.
The reward is 120,000 spiritual energy. The monster couldn't help but tremble all over, and the angry aura in its eyes made some of the monsters with lower cultivation levels around it dare not approach. Ah! You! I will cut you into pieces.
The piercing pain kept stimulating the nerves of this tiger like demon tiger. At the same time, its eyes instantly turned blood red and it pounced towards Yun Machin madly. The guards on the city wall felt their hearts sink. They knew that this mad-toothed demon tiger was completely enraged. You know, once it uses its innate and inherited beast rage technique, its combat effectiveness can be rapidly increased several times in a very short period of time. Therefore, when the guards used technological weapons to resist the attacks of other monsters, they all fired a few shots at this huge mad-toothed monster tiger from time to time.
Crazy Tooth Demon Tiger hit you right away. In the blink of an eye, the mad-toothed demon tiger was covered with bullet holes all over its body, but it seemed that the bullet holes did not break its defense and only embedded into the rough skin under its fur. At the same time, the frequency of its attacks on Yun Machin did not seem to decrease. Instead,
it seems that he is constantly increasing his attack speed. Yun Machin transformed into a sword beam, and with the advantage of being smaller than the mad-toothed demon tiger, he kept shuttling around it.
After a while, the fur all over the body of the mad-toothed demon tiger was stained with blood. Its expression was ferocious, as if it was enduring the pain in its body.
It looked very scary. The guards hurriedly recharged the laser cannon they had just used and kept adjusting the gun tip to ensure that they could always lock onto the mad-toothed demon tiger. The surrounding monsters also rushed towards the city in waves. Fortunately, the technological weapons equipped by the guards were very advanced and powerful. They could easily deal with a large number of monsters in the Foundation Establishment stage and even the Golden Core stage. Suddenly, Yun Machin flashed under the belly of the mad-toothed demon tiger. He seized the opportunity and, with the help of the sword intent of the sword sect, slashed at the belly of the mad-toothed demon tiger with all his strength.
Laugh. The powerful sword light shone in the eyes of all the people and monsters.
Everyone turned their heads and was extremely surprised. The powerful saber-toothed tiger of the second level of the nascent soul stage stood there blankly for a second or two.
Sudden.
With a whoosh sound, blood gushed out from the abdomen to the top of the head like a flood, forming a blood curtain. At this moment, the body suddenly split into two, and the huge body several dozen meters high smashed heavily to both sides. Bloody, shocking, terrifying.
Impacting everyone's vision and nerves. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking everyone present. Reward, the second level of the Lientian Slashing World Sword Technique, Lientian Destroying World Slash.
At this time,
a man clapped his hands lightly and appeared in the blood curtain, but strangely, the blood and chi in the air did not stay around him at all. The man looked to be in his 20s, quite young. The only thing that made him different was that he had two short, straight, cute horns on his head, which was totally inconsistent with the evil and weird look of his face.
The man walked to 10 steps away from Yun Machin and said,
Yes, yes. You can face an army of thousands without fear, and you can kill enemies without mercy even at higher levels.
It is truly a blessing for the human race to have a monster like you. Yun Machin grasped a few key words.
The man in front of him used the word "you humans" when speaking, which means that the man in front of him is most likely not human.
Yun Machin said, "Who are you? Friend or foe?"
As he spoke, Yun Machin raised the Lientian sword in front of his chest cautiously, and secretly absorbed the blood of the mad-toothed demon tiger to restore his own Shin Chi. The man seemed to see that Yun Machin was stalling for time, and suddenly smiled and said to Yun Machin, "Ha, you are meticulous and not afraid of strong enemies.
It seems that I can't keep you any longer."
Before Yun Machin could speak, he continued.
"I am a member of the Demon Clan Shinyu training camp. Remember, the person who killed you is called Lin Haijiao."
As soon as he finished speaking, the aura of the man at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage swept over, and some monsters with low cultivation were blown away directly.
The guards on the city wall looked at the man in disbelief and said, "How could it be him?" Chapter 48, Lian Tian Destroying the World.
Yun Machin heard the guards on the city wall exclaim and looked at them. It was obvious that one of them knew the strange man in front of him. At this time, a guard said to Yun Machin, "Little brother, the quality of the younger generation of the demon race is no less than that of humans. Among them, the most prestigious are the 3 emperors, 5 kings, and 7 generals. Among them, the 3 emperors are the strongest, followed by the 5 kings, and finally the 7 generals. However, these are not rank titles, but honorary titles recognized by their demon race. And the Lin Haijiao in front of you is the one recognized by the demon clan as the most evil among the younger generation, the Zhao general. Because what Yun Machin had just displayed was too enchanting and shocking, and with the appearance of this strange man, the guards and the demon tribe temporarily maintained a tacit standoff and did not attack blindly anymore. Yun Machin raised his eyebrows.
Said, "Demon General?" Immediately,
he pulled out the Liantian sword stuck in the ground, pointed it at Lin Haijiao, and said disdainfully,
"You also want your grandpa Yun to send you off?"
Although Yun Machin had just experienced a great battle and had lost a lot of his profound energy, he did not temporarily avoid Lin Haijiao, but chose to confront him head-on. The first reason is mainly due to his own personality, and the second reason is that the Chaos God Body's terrifying recovery ability is really too buggy. Lin Haijiao probably never dreamed that within just a few minutes, Yun Machin had recovered to his best condition by absorbing blood and energy. Lin Haijiao raised the corner of his mouth in disdain and said to Yun Machin,
Interesting. You're only at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, and you dare to challenge me? I promise to make you scream miserably.
Jia, my long sword will surely love your blood." After saying that, Lin Haijiao licked the blade seductively and stared at Yun Machin coldly, as if he was staring at a dead person.
"Fuck you, you're such a disgusting bastard. I'm going to chop you to death."
Looking at Lin Haijiao's appearance, Yun Machin couldn't help but talk nonsense with him anymore, and directly shot at him.
Lian Tianjiu Zhan. Kill. Boom.
Just as he finished speaking, a loud noise was heard in the field. Then a figure flew backwards. When the dust cleared, everyone saw the true face of the figure, and their pupils suddenly shrank.
This is Yun Machin.
Yun Machin thrust the Liantian sword deep into the ground, leaving a sword mark several hundred meters long. The powerful impact knocked Yun Machin back hundreds of meters before stopping. He covered his abdomen with his left hand, the corner of his mouth was already bright red, he gritted his teeth, and looked solemnly at the calm Lin Haijiao in front of him.
He is indeed a genius of the younger generation of the demon race, and his strength is truly extraordinary.
The guards on the city wall felt a sinking feeling in their hearts, but they refrained from helping. Because the demon race admires and respects the strong, they will never interfere in a duel between strong people. If they interfered with the battle between Yun Machin and Lin Haijiao, then the outbreak of group fighting will be inevitable.
But at that time,
Yun Machin is even more dangerous.
At this moment, Lin Haijiao said, "That's it? Then go to hell."
As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Haijiao kicked the ground with his right foot and rushed towards Yun Machin.
The speed was so fast that it even produced a sonic boom.
It instantly arrived in front of Yun Machin and swung its iron fist to hit Yun Machin's right cheek hard. Yun Machin had no time to react and was blown away. The guards hurriedly contacted the city lord anxiously, fearing that if they delayed any longer, Yun Machin's life or death would be in danger. But the reply received was, "Guard the Xinyun training camp for 5 hours."
It was obvious that the city lord was also restrained by the powerful demon clan.
The guards were also very desperate, but they could not leave the city. If we go out to rescue Yun Machin at this moment, the city's energy shield will become ineffective, and the consequences will be unimaginable.
It seems that everything depends on him. Oh shit. This guy is really hard to deal with.
Yun Machin crawled up from the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood, and tightly grasped the Liantian sword in his hand. Although Yun Machin was severely injured, he unexpectedly found that the blood in his body became more and more excited and agitated, as if a voice sounded in his ears.
Kill him. Go to the sword and drink his blood.
Yun Machin tried to take a deep breath and calm himself down as much as possible, but he found that he couldn't calm himself down at all. Suddenly, he noticed the system prompt in his mind.
42%. 43%. This is
the second move of Lian Tianzhan Sure Sword Technique.
Lian Tian destroys the world.
It seems that with the foundation of the first sword move, Yun Machin's progress in learning the second move is very fast. The power of the first move, Lian Tianjiu Zhan, is already extremely exaggerated.
If you learn the second move, then wouldn't the current predicament be easily resolved? Think of this.
Yun Machin rushed towards Lin Haijiao again, and the sword intent of the sword sect realm took shape and slashed fiercely at Lin Haijiao's body.
Boom!
This time, Lin Haijiao actually retreated more than 10 steps, but Yun Machin was chopped away again.
A deep knife scar on the chest was clearly visible.
Yun Machin and Lin Haijiao had such a huge gap in realm, but he was able to repel Lin Haijiao more than 10 steps, which shocked everyone.
But what was even more beyond everyone's expectations was that Yun Machin did not choose to retreat.
Instead, he used a desperate fighting style and rushed towards Lin Haijiao again.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking the Sky Dragon Beast.
The reward is 50,000 spiritual energy. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking the Guard of Tyrant Wood.
The reward is 90,000 spiritual energy. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking the Guard Luo Yang, and the reward is 130,000 spiritual energy.
Boom!
The 10th level of the Golden Core stage.
But it's not over yet.
The system notification sound in Yun Machin's mind continued.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking the Fire Spirit Leopard.
The reward is 70,000 spiritual energy. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for being shocked.
Boom!
The first level of Nascent Soul stage. In an instant, Yun Machin felt countless spiritual energy filling his body, and his strength increased by at least 10 times. He even seemed to have an illusion that he could kill a powerful man at the peak of the Nascent Soul stage with a casual palm strike.
Of course, this is just an illusion.
Yun Machin himself doesn't know how strong he is.
At this moment,
the system made a ding-dong sound.
Yun Machin took a look.
The learning progress of Liantian Mishisen has been completed. Lin Haijiao, who was standing aside, saw that Yun Machin's mouth corners seemed to be rising, and he always felt that something bad was going to happen.
But he didn't think much about it.
After all, in his eyes, no matter how monstrous Yun Machin was, he was only at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, while he was at the 7th level of the Nascent Soul stage.
At this moment, Yun Machin moved.
The sound of the Liantian sword humming resounded through the sky, and then Yun Machin shouted,
Liantian Yesher Zhan. Kill. Boom. Lin Haijiao? Chapter 49. Who else? In a moment,
Lin Haijiao felt stunned and solemn. The moment Yun Machin swung his sword, he discovered that the aura of oppression generated by Yun Machin's sword energy was dozens of times stronger than before. The entire space trembled violently under this powerful aura, and ripples appeared in the space with the Liantian sword as the center. If you look closely, you can even see that the space around the Liantian sword is already covered with dark cracks.
This is the critical point of space fragmentation. How is this possible?
Lin Haijiao whispered, cold sweat soaking his entire back, and he quickly used his strongest move.
The dragon is in chaos and the sea is broken. Lin Haijiao shouted. Immediately,
his strong and sturdy arms were instantly covered with dense metallic scales, and with the powerful Xian Qi, he smashed straight towards Yun Machin's face.
Boom!
I saw a figure flying out violently, and a huge explosion was heard, which was deafening. For a moment, the whole place was filled with dust and smoke, and the noisy herd of animals suddenly became silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on the dust and smoke created by the battle between the two of them, eager to know who would win and who would lose.
What? The one who just flew out was actually Lin Haijiao.
When the guards on the city wall looked closely at the person who had just flown out and fell heavily to the ground, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. You know, because of the special aura of Yun Machin's own Chaos Divine Body and the title of Virtual God, everyone thought that his realm was still at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. Therefore, no matter what, they would not believe that Yun Machin, who was only at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, could defeat Lin Haijiao, who was at the 7th level of the Nascent Soul stage. For a moment, some of the highly cultivated and intelligent monsters around the city wall couldn't help but tremble at the corners of their mouths, their eyes wide open, staring at the bloodied and dying Lin Haijiao on the ground, muttering,
"This is impossible." At this time, another figure shot out from the dust and smoke.
It's Yun Machin. He moved to Lin Haijiao's side at an extremely fast speed, and like picking up a chicken, he pinched Lin Haijiao's neck with one hand, lifted him up and hung him in the air. At this time, Lin Haijiao, he didn't even have the strength to lift his head, his limbs were weakly hanging in the air towards the ground, and countless sword scars on his body were so deep that they were exposed to the bones.
He looked like a bloody man. At this time,
50 feet away from Yun Machin, another powerful wolf demon at the 5th level of the Nascent Soul stage shouted at Yun Machin,
"Quickly release our Jiao general. Otherwise, when our demon clan's 3 emperors and 5 kings arrive, you'll be dead." As soon as the words fell,
Yun Machin shot out from his original position in an instant, and in a flash, there was another person in Yun Machin's other hand.
No, not a human. It was the wolf demon at the 5th level of nascent soul stage who had just spoken and transformed into a human form. Everyone was stunned.
Yun Machin's strength reached such a level in just a few minutes.
Could it be that he has been hiding his strength all along?
Every powerful guard on the city wall who had reached the nascent soul stage looked at Yun Machin deeply at the same time, and couldn't help but feel scared.
Fortunately, he is one of us.
Not to mention his monstrous talent, his character is also so terrifying. How could they know that Yun Machin had not hidden his strength at all, and all this was thanks to his own system? Yun Machin looked at the wolf demon that was unable to move in his hand, and used contemptuous and mocking eyes to try to gradually break down the wolf demon's psychological defenses.
Why, even if I kill him, what will happen?
Although the wolf demon was frightened, his animal nature made him stare at Yun Machin with an unconvinced look. If looks could kill, Yun Machin would have been killed by it thousands of times.
You are just a frog in the well.
You don't understand how terrifying the strength of the 3 emperors and 5 kings of our demon clan is. As he said this, he struggled hard in Yun Machin's hands. But the strange thing was that its whole body seemed to be shackled, and just like Lin Haijiao, it could not move at all.
As soon as the words fell, boom! Yun Machin slammed the wolf demon in his hand into the ground and asked, "Do you accept it?" "I don't accept it." Boom! "I don't accept it." Boom! 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 "Brother! I give in. Please let me go. I beg you."
The facial features of the wolf demon in Yun Machin's hand were no longer distinguishable, and the flesh and blood were blurred. Some of the low-level monsters around were so frightened by Yun Machin's brutal methods that they couldn't help but tremble. This is a powerful person at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage.
Yun Machin said, "Humph, you useless piece of shit. If those 3 emperors and 5 kings of your demon race dare to come, I will make sure they never come back." Immediately,
Yun Machin threw the Lin Haijiao and the wolf demon into the air, then shouted loudly,
10,000 swords break the sky.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the Lin Haijiao and the wolf demon in the air were shot into sieves by the spiritual sword, their bones and flesh separated and scattered on the ground. The monsters around said in horror,
He killed our Jiao general.
Even the Jiao general can't subdue him.
What use are we low-level demons? Let's run."
At this time, Yun Machin swung the Liantian sword heavily, and some nearby monsters were torn into pieces in an instant. Afterwards, Yun Machin looked at the tens of thousands of monsters in front of him, but he did not panic at all. Instead, he shouted arrogantly to the monsters around him,
"Who else? If you want to die, come forward and practice again." For a time,
no one in the herd dared to speak, and some of the monsters with low cultivation and no intelligence, feeling the powerful aura deliberately emitted by Yun Machin, actually turned around and ran away. Only a few powerful monsters stayed where they were, because they knew that if they retreated, they might save their lives, but it would bring shame to the entire monster clan. Because in the demon clan, fleeing without fighting is the greatest shame. When the guards on the city wall saw this scene, their blood boiled and they couldn't help but shout out,
"Kill! Kill! Kill!" Chapter 50, Bad Husband, Do You Want Me to Be a Widow?
In fact, facing tens of thousands of monsters, Yun Machin had already put life and death aside. Ever since Yun Machin came to this world, he has been constantly feeling and understanding the cruel rules of the real world of immortal cultivation. Maybe he himself doesn't even know that his current values have quietly changed. If it were in the past, he might have tried every possible way to escape from here.
And now, all he could think about was, since I am going to die anyway, why not fight for the honor of the human race and use the head on my shoulders to exchange for the heads of a few more powerful monsters? At least it can reduce the pressure on the guards of the city wall. The guards on the city wall shouted and roared excitedly, which continuously infected Yun Machin below the city wall. At this moment,
he seemed to sense a sense of righteousness from these voices, a spirit that shed blood for the struggle of his own race.
Yun Machin couldn't help but cheer up.
He took a deep breath and looked at the 1,000 or 2,000 powerful demon warriors left in front of him with a determined gaze, his eyes full of fighting spirit. He was waiting for the demons to speak first. After all, generals versus generals, soldiers versus soldiers. The strongest demon from the demon clan had already been killed by Yun Machin's sword. As for the remaining demon beasts, although they had some backbone, no one wanted to be the first to stand out and seek death. If they chose to gang up on Yunmachin, even if they won, even if they broke through the city wall, the demon clan would have lost psychologically. Therefore, the two sides are once again in a tense standoff.
Sudden.
A man in a purple robe walked up to Yunmachin and said, "We, the demon race, have always respected the strong.
Although you and our demon race have an irreconcilable feud, we still want to know your name. Can you tell us?"
Yunmachin snorted coldly and said,
"Yunmachin. Of course, you can also call me Master Yun." After listening,
the purple-robed man's face twitched inadvertently, and he gritted his teeth fiercely, as if trying to endure it, but he managed to squeeze out a slight smile and said to Yunmachin, "Your Excellency, Yun and I originally had no grudge against each other, but because of the war between our demon race and your human race, you were forced to get involved, which led to an irreconcilable hatred between us.
But, as far as I know, there doesn't seem to be anyone like you among the younger generation of human powerhouses, right? You don't belong to the Godfall training camp, but come here to gain experience, right?"
Before Yunmachin could respond, the purple-robed man spoke again. "Today, we, the demon race, have been ordered to attack the base camp of your human race's Shinya training camp, rather than to choose to compete with you here. We respect your strength and will not choose to fight you in a group battle. So, if you want to leave, we can let you go first, but only if you don't get involved in our fight with them.
As for the conflict between us, we can wait until the 3 emperors and 5 kings of our demon race are born, and then we can fight it out to the death, okay?"
As the purple-robed man finished speaking, the shouts of the war-minded guards on the city wall gradually became smaller and finally stopped. They looked at Yunmachin with complicated eyes, not knowing what they were thinking.
You know, this condition is equivalent to the demon clan giving Yunmachin a way to survive.
Some guards on the city wall wanted to speak to Yunmachin and ask him to refuse with dignity, but when the words came to their lips, they couldn't say them.
Because when the beast tide came, they did not open the city gate to save him.
And before this, he had no contact with them at all. Therefore, they have no qualifications and no rights to order Yunmachin to make any decision. Yunmachin did not answer immediately, but turned around and looked at the guards on the city wall. At that moment, his eyes met theirs. Yunmachin felt anticipation, excitement, disappointment, complexity, and entanglement from these gazes.
At this time,
Yunmachin raised his head and suddenly shouted to the guards on the city wall,
"Do you think I should agree?" Really? Everyone remained silent.
Seeing everyone's reactions, Yunmachin suddenly laughed, and his laughter was frank and open.
Everyone was a little confused by Yunmachin's sudden laughter.
But at this moment,
Yunmachin suddenly shot towards the man in purple robe.
Before anyone could react, the huge sonic boom produced by the extreme speed reached everyone's ears. When everyone's eyes followed Yunmachin again, they were surprised to find that he was holding a human head in his hand.
This is exactly the head of the purple-robed man.
Ha ha ha, that's a good plan. You want to drive me away temporarily. This way, you won't damage the reputation of your demon race, and it also shows your respect for the strong.
Unfortunately, you guessed wrong.
I am not only a student of the Godly Falling training camp, but also a flesh and blood person." As soon as Yunmachin finished speaking, the system's voice immediately rang in his mind.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking the entire audience. Reward, your cultivation level will be raised to the 3rd level of the minor realm.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The 4th level of nascent soul stage.
You're looking for death.
Brothers, tear him apart for me.
Kill. For a time,
Yunmachin's actions deeply slapped the faces of all the powerful demons present. Their anger instantly reached the extreme, and they burst out with powerful aura and rushed towards Yunmachin. Yunmachin knew that even if his cultivation strength increased greatly, he would still find it difficult to withstand thousands of powerful people. And with his current strength, it would be easy for him to escape from here. But he was no longer the same as before. Running away from the battlefield was not his style. Moreover, he now not only carried the expectations of the guards, but also represented the face of the human race.
There is a saying that goes, "How do you know the result if you don't try?" So, he chose to try.
Let us see if these monsters can wear him down to death. Yunmachin twisted his neck on the spot and threw the purple-robed man's head into the air. With a swoosh sound, a sharp spiritual sword nailed the head firmly to a tree trunk not far away.
The Liantian sword in his hand couldn't help but tighten a little, preparing for the baptism of the coming storm. In a moment,
thousands of powerful demon clan members were horrified and attacked together, with countless powerful and diverse martial arts attacking Yunmachan.
At this critical moment, a woman's voice suddenly rang in Yunmachan's ears. He trembled instantly, and tears filled his eyes. Bad husband, do you want me to be a widow? Chapter 51, Sound of Qing in the Spiritual Transformation Stage. Yunmachan suddenly turned around and a very familiar face appeared in front of him. Yunmachan instantly became choked up.
But countless monsters rushed straight to him, and he had no time to say anything and hurriedly swung his sword. But at this moment, Yunmachan felt a soft and slender hand pressing on his hand. Before he could react, he heard the voice of Qing Jian Sujiao.
Husband, leave it to me.
As soon as she finished speaking, Qing Jian's eyes instantly became sharp, and a powerful aura surged from her.
Wife. Yunmachan hadn't finished speaking yet.
Qing Jian suddenly moved, and an extraordinary long sword appeared in her hand. She lightly drew it, and a graceful arc concealed a murderous intent that gave people the illusion of being ordinary.
Just heard.
A series of chi-chi and puff sounds were heard in the earlobes, followed by countless inhumane screams. Yunmachan quickly turned his head to look at the place where Qing Jian's sword energy was cutting, and found that the attacks of countless monsters were quietly resolved by her ordinary sword energy.
This hasn't stopped yet.
The sword energy continued to spread rapidly in all directions, and countless powerful monsters were like a group of powerless livestock, allowing the sword energy to kill them at will.
This is a crushing victory of absolute strength. And what shocked Yunmachan even more was that the powerful aura emitted by Qing Jian at this moment was actually at the first level of the spirit transformation stage. The guards standing on the city wall were stunned for a moment. Even if this mysterious woman's cultivation had reached the first level of the spirit transformation stage, even a full-strength attack from the city lord at the third level of the spirit transformation stage would not be so terrifying. Looking at the group of monsters again, the number of 1 or 2,000 was reduced by more than half in an instant, and a large part of the monsters were even directly cut in half by the sword energy. Countless limbs were scattered on the ground, which was very disgusting and horrifying. Quick, everyone, retreat! Someone in the group of monsters shouted loudly, instantly breaking the last psychological defense of these monsters. For a time,
the monsters fled in all directions, leaving only Yunmachan and Qing Jian under the city wall.
Wife, what's going on?
Yunmachan was worried that Qing Jian had used some forbidden method to increase her cultivation level so quickly, but after carefully sensing for a long time, he found that Qing Jian's aura was surprisingly steady.
At this time,
Qing Jian turned back into the little wife beside Yunmachan. She excitedly hugged Yunmachan's neck and kissed him directly.
Wife, After a long time, the two reluctantly parted lips. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking the guards on the city wall.
Reward, 500,000 spiritual energy. Boom!
The fifth level of nascent soul stage.
Yunmachan was speechless for a moment. I'm kissing my own wife, and you're not excited at all.
But while guarding there, Yunmachan's image instantly became extremely tall, and everyone in their hearts silently shouted.
This kid is so fucking awesome.
She is only in the nascent soul stage, but she dares to flirt with a strong man in the god transformation stage. And judging from the situation, it seems that this mysterious woman listens to Yunmachan very much. He just wanted to be affectionate with his wife for a while, but the damn prompt sound of the system made Yunmachan lose interest instantly. He turned around and looked up at the guards on the city wall, and his mouth twitched instantly.
What are you doing? Following Yunmachan's line of sight, hundreds of guards stared at him intently. In these direct gazes, with immense worship and admiration.
Qing Jian seemed to sense Yunmachan's inner speechlessness, and her brows furrowed instantly, and a terrifying aura rushed towards the city wall.
Boom!
The large formation guarding the city wall trembled violently. Guards on the city wall, excuse me, their gazes immediately turned 75 degrees upwards.
Yunmachan said, Wife, there are too many people here, let's go inside and talk. Qing Jian said, Okay. Immediately,
Yunmachan raised his eyebrows, looked at the guard, then looked at Qing Jian, and said,
But, wife, they won't let us in. Haruno deliberately raised her voice, The guard said, with 2 strong men here, we can definitely handle the monsters even if we have a large formation.
Then, the guard turned around and slapped the back of the head of the accompanying guard, saying,
What the hell are you still standing there for? Hurry and open the door for the 2 seniors. The guard who was beaten, are you fucking sick? Do you need to beat me for opening the door? Yun Machen. Kingsian. Chapter 52, You don't even recognize my blood demon sword? On the city wall.
Yun Machen hugged Chang Jian and looked at the bloody scene outside the city wall, wondering what he was thinking.
Sudden. Yun Machen said, Wife, can you tell me now why your strength has increased so much?
Even though Chang Jian was already a powerful warrior at the first level of the spiritual transformation stage, she was still shy like a little girl in love in Yun Machen's arms. He raised his head, smiled and said softly,
Hey, husband, guess what I encountered in this damn place? Ah? Yun Machen teased Chang Jian's little head and said, What? Are you going to keep some mystery for me now?
As he said that, Yun Machen leaned down again and pecked Chang Jian deeply.
Ah. You are annoying.
Chang Jian pushed Yun Machen away, and then with a thought, an extraordinary long sword appeared in Chang Jian's hand.
Yun Machen recognized it at a glance.
This was the sword that Chang Jian had used in the battle just now. This sword is 7 feet long, and the blade is made of extraordinary materials, like black iron. However, when Yun Machen tapped it lightly with the Liantian sword, he was surprised to find that the sword's power and toughness were no weaker than the Liantian sword. On the sword body, there are blood-red lines carved, revealing a faint ancient aura of blood and murder. What was even more strange was that when the two swords collided, they both emitted a long chirp sound at the same time.
It seems that. It's the excitement of seeing old friends. Wife, be obedient.
Stop keeping me in suspense and tell me. Yun Machen became more and more curious as he watched, and hurriedly urged Chang Jian. But at this moment, Chang Jian's expression suddenly changed. She pouted, hummed twice, and crossed her arms in front of her chest, as if she was blaming Yun Machen.
Still pretending. You don't even recognize my blood demon sword? Didn't you see that your own Liantian sword has started to recognize its relatives? What a fool. Of course, Chang Jian did not point it out.
After experiencing all these things, she firmly believed that Yun Machen was either pretending or had lost his memory.
No matter what. Yun Machen. It must be the Liantian sword immortal. This is the blood demon sword, he.
Chang Jian paused deliberately after she finished speaking, wanting to see Yun Machen's reaction, but she was disappointed. Yun Machen was like a fool, acting as if he didn't recognize the sword at all. Then, Chang Ziyi said again, You big fool. This is the sword I carried in my previous life.
Yun Machen, oh.
In fact, Yun Machen herself was also confused. It was just a long sword from her previous life. It was normal that she didn't recognize it.
Why was she angry? Etc. What did she say?
Yun Machen stared at Chang Jian and asked, Wife, are you saying that this sword was your sword in your previous life?
Then how could it appear here?
Yun Machen was becoming more and more shocked. You know, the universe is so vast that even a strong person in the tribulation crossing stage could not explore its end in his entire life. But Chang Jian's sword in the previous life actually appeared on this planet. The probability of this happening was like you threw a grain of sand into the ocean, and then you told me that you found the grain of sand you threw in the ocean.
This is simply impossible. Rebirth. System. Empress. Demon. Yun Machen felt more and more that this blue planet was not simple. He took a deep breath, and in a trance, he deeply felt his own weakness, so weak that he could not touch the truth at any level no matter what. Before he could think about it, Chang Jian explained. I don't know how it happened to be such a coincidence. It feels like someone arranged it. Before, I separated from you out of spite, wanting to make you anxious. You know I have principles too. Humph. Let's not talk about that for now. Then, I suddenly stepped on something and instantly became dizzy. When I reacted, I came to this place. You know, my spiritual sense is at the level of the immortal emperor, so to guard against danger, I released my spiritual sense to explore. But at this moment, I also felt an extremely strong sense of familiarity and throbbing in this place that kept attracting me. So, I just followed my instincts and kept walking. I don't know how long it took before I saw the sword I once carried standing on a ruined wall. Although my blood demon sword lost its intelligence while fighting against the heavenly tribulation with Nan Shuan, that dead woman, its subconscious self-protection means that even if it's left there, no one can see it, except me, or a powerful person with the same spiritual consciousness level as me. So it wasn't taken away by someone else. But, when its remaining consciousness sensed that it was me,
I didn't expect it to use its remaining cultivation to help me recover.
In the end,
Qing Jian's voice gradually became choked, and Yun Machun felt a deep sense of sorrow spreading through Qing Jian's emotions.
Yun Machun said nothing, walked forward and hugged Qing Jian in his arms. Chapter 53: The Ancient Eyes of Destruction.
Yun Machun knew that when a girl encountered something sad, what she needed most was definitely not comfort, but a simple hug.
Don't ask. The answer is that I learned this from reading Toxic Chicken Soup in my previous life. Wife, let's go into the city and have some rest. Because of the killing and deterrent methods you just used, I believe the demon tribe will not come again for a while. What's more, judging by the time, the city lord will be back soon. Even if the demons come to attack us, there is no need to worry too much. After Yun Machun finished speaking, Chang Jian nodded slightly and said, Okay, let's go in and find a place to rest and get back to our best condition. Yun Machun's lips curled up slightly. Wife, what do you think it means for us to have a good rest? Chang Jian understood instantly. She immediately broke free from Yun Machun's arms, glared at Yun Machun angrily, and flew towards the city. Hey, honey, don't leave so hastily. Wait for me. Ha! Sweating profusely. In a hotel in the city. Wife, in this ghost place, there are bound to be some powerful old guys. Please change your temper and don't be too ostentatious. Qing Jian's slender legs were sexily placed on Yun Machun's legs. Yun Machun's hands kept pressing and sliding on these beautiful legs, massaging Qing Jian. Of course, it can also be said to be taking advantage of others. Humph, this is my temper, I can't change it. You are just underestimating me. Silly wife, how dare I look down on you? You are already a powerful cultivator in the spiritualization stage, while I am only in the nascent soul stage. Qing Jian raised her pink fist and gently hit Yun Machun's chest, saying, I don't think you'd dare. Thin dog. Sudden. Yun Machun's aura surged, and before Qing Jian could react, she was pinned down by him. Yun Machun gradually moved closer to this stunningly beautiful face, and the breathing between them became increasingly rapid. Say it again? Qing Jian's face flushed red and said, I'm telling you, be careful. Mum. You pie hour. Yun Machun was leaning against the head of the bed, while Chang Jian beside him had fallen asleep. She is so tired. Yun Machun was seriously reflecting on his previous battle. He was deeply puzzled. Why was it that in the previous battle with Lin Haijiao, the blood in his body seemed to be boiling, and he was extremely excited and agitated? Even stranger is that there was actually another voice in Yun Machun's mind besides the system. And this voice seemed to be urging him to kill Lin Haijiao. Because he was fighting before, Yun Machun didn't have time to think about it, but now when he thinks back, the voice in his mind at that time must have existed. And it's definitely not an illusion. The voice was hoarse and ancient, making people feel as if they had transcended eternity and time and space, as if a person from ancient times was talking to them. Yun Machun frowned and thought deeply. He was recalling carefully, going over everything he had experienced recently in his mind like a movie, to see if he had forgotten anything important. Unfortunately, there is no clue. Then, Yun Machun opened the system space and carefully checked his system prompt records from beginning to end to see if there were any clues about the source of the sound. Depend on. Yun Machun suddenly slapped himself hard, his mouth opened involuntarily, his eyes widened, his face full of shock and speechlessness. Because he actually saw a pair of eyes with extremely powerful aura in his own system space. That's right, a pair of eyes. And there are a few words written under the spacebar below these eyes. The ancient divine eye. Duangu divine pupils, the eyes of the ancient Duangu immortal emperor. Replacing them can copy all the moves in the world and break thousands of methods. After reading the introduction, Yun Machun was so excited that his whole body was shaking. This is too outrageous. What's wrong, husband? Are the demons attacking again? Because Yun Machun couldn't help but scream out loudly, he woke up Chang Jian who was sleeping soundly next to him. Yun Machun gently rubbed Chang Jian's head in his arms and said, It's okay, baby, you should sleep well for a while. I just had a hysterical attack. Chang Jian was sleepy. Seeing that nothing serious had happened, she rubbed her beautiful eyes and said softly, Soon, not long after, Chang Jian fell asleep again. And Yun Machun on the side. He focused his entire attention on these divine pupils, and for a moment he was so excited that he could hardly calm down. At the same time, he cursed himself for being a fool.
There was such a great treasure in the system space, but he actually forgot to claim it.
I am so fucking smart. Immediately, Yun Machin silently thought in his heart. System, help me replace the broken ancient divine eye.
The system looked at me like an idiot and gave a perfunctory "oh" response. But as soon as he finished speaking, Yun Machin's vision suddenly became dizzy, and then his eyes went black, and he lost consciousness.
When he woke up,
but he found himself suddenly in a strange space. There was nothing around him, just like the universe, with only endless starry sky.
Even the ground beneath my feet was empty. But strangely, he felt as if he was standing on solid ground.
Although it looks and feels more like
he is suspended here.
But just as Yun Machin was looking around, a voice came from nowhere.
I've been waiting for you for 1.5 million years, and you're finally here. Yun Machin? Are you fucking sick?
You inexplicably pulled me into this space, and then before I even saw you, you said this to me. Even if the Horse King came, he would at least call you a stupid person. But what surprised Yun Machin even more was that this voice was the same voice that came out of his mind when he was fighting with Lin Haijia before. At this time, a man whose face could not be seen clearly appeared in front of Yun Machin. This mysterious man was about 2 meters tall, dressed in a blood-red battle robe, and his aura was as strong as the sky. In his hand was an extraordinary spear, surrounded by a powerful aura and bloody, terrifying murderous intent. It's obvious that this weapon has drunk the blood of countless people.
Who are you? Yun Machin couldn't help but speak. Chapter 54 Blood Demon Emperor, Yixingma.
This is the first time in a million years that someone has asked me about my identity.
It's been so long that I almost forgot who I am.
The words haven't been finished yet. The mysterious man suddenly squatted on the mysterious starry sky. Who am I?
Yes, who am I?
He clasped his head tightly with both hands, frowned, and seemed to be in pain.
Who am I? I am.
There was obviously something wrong with the condition of this mysterious man, but the murderous aura that continued to emanate from his body was so powerful that it made Yun Machin frightened and alert.
But not long after,
the mysterious man's complexion gradually returned to normal.
He stood up and said to Yun Machin, "Hey, I'm Yixingma, you can also call me the Blood Demon Immortal Emperor. But, in your time, I'm afraid you've never even heard of someone like me."
Yun Machin was shocked after hearing this. The person in front of him was actually an immortal emperor. Before Yun Machin could ask again, the mysterious man continued. Back then, if it weren't for my greed, for those coveted bone-breaking divine eyes, my soul wouldn't have been trapped here. In the blink of an eye, it's been a full 1,000,000 years.
1,000,000 years.
Yun Machin felt a sense of vicissitudes of life and deep regret spanning the ages from his tone. While speaking, the mysterious man kept staring at Yun Machin, keeping Yun Machin in his sight as if he was staring at prey. Yun Machin felt very uncomfortable. At the same time, an inexplicable sense of crisis came over me.
Yun Machin couldn't help but feel moved, and hurriedly summoned the Lientian sword, holding it tightly.
"Where is this place?"
Yun Machin asked tentatively.
The mysterious man's emotions instantly became excited, his eyes even turned red, and the wanton release of his aura caused the space to tremble violently. Fortunately, Yun Machin was not affected because of his chaos divine body.
"Here?"
The mysterious man's lips trembled unconsciously.
This is the inner spiritual world of the broken bone divine pupil." Yun Machin was shocked.
It turned out that both he and himself were in the state of soul. As for why Yun Machin could also summon the Lientian sword in the spiritual world of broken bone divine eye, the mysterious man was also very confused, but he did not think too much about it. After all, his focus was on Yun Machin himself from the beginning. Moreover, in this vast world, it is inevitable that there will be some strange exceptions.
In fact, this is mainly due to the powerful and unique functions of the divine-level Lientian sword.
Perhaps you came here unintentionally in order to replace this pair of divine pupils. The mysterious man glanced at Yun Machin teasingly and continued.
Greed. Greed is the original sin.
But suddenly he changed the subject, and the sadness suddenly disappeared.
Instead, desire and ruthlessness were written on his face.
He said to Yun Machin, "However, when you first entered here, I discovered that your body was intact. This means that as long as I take over your body and make your soul pretend to be dead for me, so as to deceive this bone-breaking divine eye, then my soul can pass through your body and escape from this damned place."
Good guy.
This mysterious man is indeed not a good person. The tip of the Lientian sword in Yun Machen's hand turned, and with a chi sound, a crisp sword sound rang out.
You want your father Yun's life?
I don't care if you're some bullshit demon emperor or not, give me your life. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Machen kicked the ground with his right foot and rushed towards the mysterious man. In fact, it's not that Yun Machen is stupid enough to fight against the powerful immortal emperor. But when this mysterious man appeared, Yun Machen felt that although his cultivation aura was very strong, it was by no means so strong that he could not contend with it. It seemed that he was at around the 8th or 9th level of the spirit transformation stage. After all, even for an immortal emperor, especially an immortal emperor in the form of a soul, being able to protect himself from the ruthless and chronic killing for millions of years is already the limit. It is impossible for his cultivation to be at its peak state. So, it is perfectly normal for one's cultivation to decline. Blood is coming. Follow me to kill the enemy. Seeing that Yun Machen actually dared to take the initiative to attack him, he felt a bit of appreciation and surprise. Then he suddenly shouted loudly. The spear that he had just thrown to the ground due to his inexplicable mental disorder quickly flew into his hands. If someone who was of the same generation as this mysterious man saw the scene, he would be surprised. Because this is the Blood Demon Immortal Emperor's blood spear, which he will use only when he goes all out to fight the enemy. Perhaps, this is the character of the top strong people. Because in his opinion, his full effort against Yun Machen, who was only at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage, was the most dignified way for him to die.
Lian Tian Yesher Zhan.
Yun Machen shouted, and the Lientian sword in his hand turned into a sword light, pointing directly at the mysterious man's head, but the mysterious man's reaction speed was extremely fast.
He casually moved his body to avoid the most powerful move that Yun Machen currently knew. Sizzle.
Because this is the spiritual world of broken bone divine pupil, which is similar to the starry sky of the universe, there is no loud noise, but the space vibrates violently. The mysterious man may not have met anyone who could fight with him in a million years. Thinking it would be a pity to kill him in one move, he adopted a playful mentality and did not decide the outcome of the fight with Yun Machen with one move as he had imagined. Oh, this sword technique is really good.
There will be more talents in the future. It's a pity that you have a bad fate.
In the end, you will have to sacrifice your life for me, the Blood Demon Immortal Emperor, to return to the light of day.
Fuck, you're pretending to be your mother. Yun Machen shot towards him again.
This time, he seemed to have merged himself with the Lientian sword, becoming a ray of bloodlight and killing the mysterious man.
Boom!
The violent vibrations caused by the collision of the two extraordinary weapons made Yun Machen's ears rumble. At the same time, a ray of blood flew out from between the flames produced by the collision of the two weapons. It's Yun Machen! He flew backwards for tens of thousands of meters, and blood spurted out of his mouth uncontrollably. Yun Machen steadied his feet and looked at his right hand holding the Lientian sword.
I couldn't help but tremble.
The mysterious man's power is too great.
But suddenly, the system's voice sounded in Yun Machen's mind. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking the strongest of the ancient blood demon clan, Yixingma Immortal Emperor.
Reward, a soul-slaying whip. As soon as the words fell, the corners of Yun Machen's mouth couldn't help but rise.
Even so, the blood continued to gush out. At this time, the mysterious man flew to Yun Machen and said,
You are truly a monster.
Although my cultivation has declined, I am still at the 9th level of the spiritualization stage. You, a 5th level nascent soul stage cultivator, can actually withstand a single blow from my spear and survive.
You are truly a monster from a new era.
Unfortunately, your lack of cultivation and combat experience means you are destined to die gloriously under my bloody spear.
Ha 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 ha. Look at the gun. Chapter 55 I am your father Yun. Oh shit. Give me a cup here. Yun Machen's mind moved, and a strange-looking whip appeared in his hand. The whip is 8 feet long and is engraved with dense text, which looks a bit like Sanskrit.
If you look closely, you can find that the long whip is inlaid with countless small spikes of unknown material. The extraordinary aura faintly revealed makes Yun Machen feel a chill in his heart.
Ha ha ha, are you scared silly? Why, you want to give me a whip dance before you die?
Seeing Yun Machen suddenly take out a long whip, the mocking expression on Yixingma's face became even more rampant. After all, the gap between Yun Machen and his cultivation was too great.
So in his subconscious,
even if Yun Machen took out a top-level artifact, it would be useless in the face of this top-level strongman who transcends the times.
It's nothing more than a death struggle.
Yun Machun looked at Yi Xingma's arrogant look and anger surged in his heart.
He had no intention of replying to him at all.
He just swung the whip sharply and lashed at Yi Xingma fiercely. Seeing that Yun Machun was still so stubborn, Yi Xingma could not help but snort coldly and said lightly,
"Ha, since you want to die, then I will let you die quickly." Immediately,
Yi Xingma rushed towards Yun Machun, and at the same time swung the spear in his hand vigorously, hitting Yun Machun. Yun Machun was horrified by the fierce aura of the spear, so he moved sideways and cleverly avoided the spear's whip. Yi Xingma could have also avoided Yun Machun's whip, but his arrogance and pride made him not take Yun Machun's attack seriously at all. He actually stretched out his hand to grab Yun Machun's whip.
Bang! Aha!
After a violent whip crack, a scream was heard.
It was Yi Xingma's scream. This is impossible. The severe pain prevented Yi Xingma from speaking completely.
He endured the pain and shouted to Yun Machun while gasping for breath. Because from the moment his soul was whipped and the nerves were pricked, he recognized it.
This is the ancient ruins in the legendary Dark Abyss. Soul Whip.
However, the forbidden place of Dark Abyss is impossible to be discovered by people of their time.
Because. Who are you? Why do you have a soul-beating whip?
Yi Xingma was a little panicked, because Yun Machun's own strength was not bad, but it was only because of the advantage of his higher realm that Yi Xingma could be so presumptuous and arrogant. However, once Yun Machun has the soul-beating whip, he really has to be careful. Because the soul whip has no realm restrictions, as long as it is something with a soul, the damage caused is huge, and it is damage to the soul.
After all,
those who have reached the level of Immortal Emperor all have an understanding and comprehension of the ethereal thing like the soul that is different from ordinary people. Because they know that once the soul dissipates, it is true death, and there will not even be the possibility of reincarnation.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking Yi Xingma again. You will be rewarded with a puppet. Puppet can be used as a carrier of souls, not limited to souls of any strength. Yun Machun raised his eyebrows.
What the hell is that system up to? It gave me this thing as a reward.
Ahem, host, please don't say bad things about me in your heart anymore.
I can hear you.
Yun Machun, oh, sorry.
Could it be? The system wants me to recapture this guy? Never mind, just enjoy the smoke first.
Yun Machun swung his right hand holding the long whip in the air several times and approached Yi Xingma step by step.
Who am I? I'm your father Yun. As soon as the words fell,
Yun Machun circulated all the profound energy in his body, injected it into the long whip, and lashed at Yi Xingma fiercely.
Ah! You die. Ah! Ah! Stop hitting me. Little brother, stop hitting me.
The power of the soul-beating whip surprised Yun Machun. Every time the whip hit Yi Xingma, he fell heavily to the ground and twitched for a moment. Due to the difference in their realms, it was useless at this moment.
Yun Machun was in the middle of a cigarette, so how could he stop? He said to Yi Xingma while smoking, "Little brother? I'm your cloud daddy." Ah.
Half an hour later, Yun Machun looked at Yi Xingma who was twitching and stammering on the ground, and his anger finally subsided. He slowly walked up to Yi Xingma, stepped on Yi Xingma's face, and looked at him.
Aren't you the blood demon Immortal Emperor? Aren't you awesome? Why, you don't want to be tough with your father Yun anymore.
Yi Xingma was about to speak when blood gushed out of his mouth uncontrollably. This was the blood that flowed out from his own mouth after he bit it open due to the unbearable pain.
Yun, Dad Yun. I was so wrong.
Yun Machun ignored him and continued calling the system in his mind.
Ahem, Lao Lu, come out for a moment and tell me how I was able to recapture him.
The system rolled its eyes at Yun Machun and said,
"You're the idiot. Your whole family is idiots." Hey, I won't tell you. Yun Machun's mouth twitched.
Although he had 1,000 ideas of wanting to defeat the system in his heart, he thought that if he could regain this powerful person who was once the Immortal Emperor, he would have a trump card to face emergencies and troubled times in the future.
Then, "Alright, dear system, who are we anymore? Hurry up and teach me.
If I ever meet a female system in the future, I will definitely take her in as your wife."
System, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up.
Ahem, this is also simple. Just ask him to hand over 1 soul and 2 spirits. If he has any other thoughts, you can decide his life or death with just a thought. Besides, I'm here to help you, not for some so-called female system.
Please don't slander the noble image of this system.
The system deliberately emphasized the word female system. Yun Machin smiled knowingly and said to the system,
I understand, Lao Lu, I understand everything. System. Don't call me old 6. Fuck you, died percent hashtag, SB2B. Yun Machin coughed and ignored the system. Instead, he spoke to the dying Yixingma on the ground and said, Do you still want to be beaten? After hearing this, Yixingma trembled instantly and couldn't stop shaking. Dad Yun. I really know I was wrong. Whatever you want. I'll give it to you. Just don't hit me.
Yun Machin smiled with satisfaction and said to Yixingma,
Ha, I don't want anything from you. I just want you as a person. I want you to submit to me completely. That's impossible.
Yixingma had once said that he was a powerful immortal emperor. As a powerful person, his arrogance made him think before he said it. But soon, he realized the consequences of rejecting Yun Machin, so he immediately changed his words and said to Yun Machin again,
I do. Although Yixingma agreed on the surface.
However, Yun Machin still noticed the hint of cruelty in Yixingma's eyes. Yun Machin didn't waste any time talking to him and said directly, Hand over your soul and spirits, and don't try any tricks on me.
Otherwise.
As he said that, Yun Machin raised the soul-beating whip in his hand again.
Without time to think, Yixingma hurriedly said to Yun Machin. No. Father Yun. I do.
I truly am willing to submit to you wholeheartedly. Then, Yixingma gritted his teeth and used his palms to exert his strength towards his soul body.
After a while, 3 ethereal, human-like objects were pulled out from Yixingma's body. Chapter 56 must be a masterpiece, okay? Yun Machin asked the system in his mind, What should I do next? You're so stupid. Why don't I just take it into your body? I don't care about you. Oh. Immediately,
Yun Machin waved his hand, and 3 ethereal objects flew directly into Yun Machin's body.
In a moment, Yun Machin felt the extra soul and 2 spirits in his body.
Out of curiosity, he circulated the mysterious energy in his body to transform it into a needle and gently pierced one of the 3 ethereal objects.
Ah! Yixingma twitched and rolled on the ground, screaming miserably. Wow, this is amazing.
Yun Machin couldn't help but smile as if he had discovered a new world.
At the same time, some bad thoughts came to my mind. Second cup host, stop imagining things. The more people you control with your distracted attention, the greater the impact on you.
However, due to your special physique, conservatively speaking, you can control a maximum of 5 people, and the impact on you will be minimal. But if you control more people, the consequences will be at your own risk.
Sure enough, good things all come with thorns.
Yixingma was on the verge of collapse and begged Yun Machin.
Dad Yun, I truly surrender to you. Please don't torture me anymore. Yun Machin dissipated the needle-forming energy in his body, coughed lightly, and said, Don't call me Dad anymore.
I'm afraid it will shorten my lifespan if you, a figure from ancient times, call me that.
So, you can just call me Lord. Understand? Yes, my lord.
Yixingma struggled to get up, half-knelt, clasped his hands together, and said respectfully to Yun Machin.
Yun Machin continued.
Well, I know you're dissatisfied and even have murderous intentions towards me, but I'm telling you, if you dare to betray me, you'll be treated to more than just a soul whipping.
You know the consequences.
Yixingma glanced at the soul-beating whip in Yun Machin's hand and shuddered. Master, don't worry, I will never dare to betray you. I know you were once a hero, a figure of your time, so I won't restrict your freedom forever.
10 years. Follow me for 10 years, and then I'll set you free. After hearing Yun Machin's words, Yixingma was so excited that he couldn't believe it.
He thought he would be controlled by Yun Machin for the rest of his life, but Yun Machin's next words gave him hope and motivation to live.
He quickly replied, Don't worry, my lord. I will be loyal to you. After that,
Yixingma didn't know what he was thinking about, but his expression became somewhat helpless and sad.
But,
Master, I can't leave this damn place at all.
I'm afraid I can't join you in the battles.
Yun Machin felt that this was not Yixingma's intention, but indeed his helpless words from the bottom of his heart. After all, he has been trapped here for 1,000,000 years.
It's okay, I have a solution.
As soon as the words fell, Yun Machin waved his hand, and the puppet appeared in their sight. In fact, the puppet looks no different from a human being, and is very handsome.
The only difference from a human being is that it has no soul. It is just a body that contains a soul. Seeing the puppet appear, Yixingma asked weakly.
My lord, he is.
Wait, he has no soul.
As expected of a powerful immortal emperor from ancient times, he quickly realized that the puppet had no soul.
Yun Machin didn't say much, just smiled at Yixingma. Yixingma's mind went blank instantly. Could it be that the master wanted to use the soul carrier to get him out of here? For a time,
Yixingma's throat trembled violently, and his inner excitement made his heart almost jump out of his throat. His lifeless eyes instantly shone with golden light as he looked at the puppet. He was as excited as a poor man who had discovered a treasure worth millions.
Yun Machin said calmly, well, you are right. I just want to use him to get you out of here. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for shocking Yixingma.
The reward is to advance your cultivation to a higher level. Boom!
The 6th level of the nascent soul stage. After hearing this, Yixingma excitedly knelt down to express his gratitude.
My lord, I will never forget your kindness in giving me a new life. I will follow you till death.
This time, he really began to believe in the man in front of him from the bottom of his heart.
Come in and try it on to see if it fits. Yes. This body is tailor-made for me. After successfully entering the puppet, Yixingma couldn't help but shout. How could he know? System production. It must be a fine product, right?
Yun Machin was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the soul of this puppet was so compatible with Yixingma's soul at 100%.
Yes, you are quite handsome.
Since you were once the immortal emperor, I will respect you and call you by your title, Blood Demon.
My lord, you can call me whatever you want, hee. It can be said that the reborn Yixingma is like a different person.
Like a newborn baby who has just come into the world and is curious about exploring everything, he keeps looking at and exploring his new body.
Moreover, this puppet is really not simple.
According to Yixingma's feeling, the strength of its physical body is comparable to that of the late stage of the spirit transformation period. Yun Machin couldn't help but marvel at it, and at the same time he was glad that he had a system hanging on the wall. Tell me why you ended up like this, trapped here for over 1,000,000 years. As far as I know, even if you enter the spiritual world of the broken bone divine pupil, as long as your physical body is still there, you can leave here by connecting with the spiritual power of your original body. And you, once a powerful immortal emperor, could have left this place in a moment's thought. But you didn't, and instead you are trapped here. This means that your body must have been damaged, or in other words, destroyed.
Yun Machin's words kept bringing back memories for Yixingma.
He narrowed his eyes, gnashed his teeth, and his eyes instantly filled with ruthlessness, his aura rising and becoming more chaotic. But soon, Yixingma realized that his behavior was out of line, and quickly recovered and said to Yun Machin,
My lord, I am the one who has offended you. Well, I guess you have some deep hatred, so I can understand your reaction. Yixingma took a deep breath and tried his best to calm his emotions. Immediately, said to Yun Machin,
My lord, 1,000,000 years ago, during our time, there were 10 immortal emperors with the same strength as me. However, we have our own contradictions and conflicts with each other in the fight for the starfield.
But our strength is similar.
Even if we fight for 10 or 100 years, there is no guarantee that a winner will be determined.
If we are not careful, other immortal emperors will take advantage of our weakness.
So, we're all trying to find a way to break through to a higher level. Only in this way can we seize the decisive power in the struggle. But suddenly one day, a mysterious place was discovered by one of the immortal emperors.
Inside was countless rare treasures that were extremely attractive even to us immortal emperors.
Among them, the most coveted one was the bone-breaking divine pupil. But the news quickly spread to the rest of us immortal emperors. So, in order to find a breakthrough opportunity in this unexplored and mysterious land, to stay one step ahead of the other immortal emperors and seize the initiative in the war, we all brought all the top warriors from our respective factions to fight here. And I was killed by those two damn guys because of their combined ambush. Luckily, my soul escaped in advance and accidentally entered the spiritual world of the broken bone divine pupil that we have been searching for so long. And that mysterious place is where the soul-smashing whip in your hand appeared. It is known by everyone as the Forbidden Dark Abyss.
Chapter 57, The City Lord's Invitation. Dark Abyss? It seems like a really great place. I must go there once I have the chance. Yun Machin took note of it secretly. Okay, but what happened in the past is in the past. You have to know yourself now. Yun Machin tried to warn Yixingma. After all, with his once invincible cultivation, even if his current cultivation is not at its peak, he must have some trump cards. What if he still harbors rebellious intentions and has a trick up his sleeve? Yun Machin will inevitably be caught off guard one day. Yi Xingma trembled all over after hearing this. He immediately put one foot on the ground, clasped his hands together and saluted Yun Machin again, and said with a solemn oath, "My lord, I will always remember the grace of rebirth that you bestowed upon me, and I will never do anything to betray you." Yun Machin nodded. Afterwards, his attention was focused on the spiritual world of this ancient divine pupil. At this moment, the system's voice came into Yun Machin's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully replacing the broken ancient divine eye. The host can leave this place by just thinking about it and contacting the main body. Also, tell the system that the inner spiritual world of broken ancient divine eye can be used against the enemy. As long as the enemy's spiritual power is not higher than the host's by one major realm, we can surprise them and pull their souls in here while they are in ruins. Also, as long as you are here, host, you are the master of this spiritual world. As for how invincible this is, I don't need to say more. But be careful, it can only be used when the opponent is weak or careless. Otherwise, in serious cases, your own mental strength may be severely damaged, or even your soul may be damaged or annihilated, turning you into a soulless body. Wow, this ancient divine pupil is too amazing. Immediately, Yun Machin's mind moved, and he returned to reality. Since the ancient divine pupil has been successfully replaced on Yun Machin's eyes, he now has the right to control the spiritual world inside the ancient divine pupil. As for Yi Xingma, it was left in the spiritual world of Duan Gu Xintong. Yun Machin promised him that he would take him to experience this new world that was both familiar and unfamiliar to him within a certain day. Now, Yun Machin, who replaced the ancient divine pupil, was like opening the door to a new world. Because, in his arms, looking through the ancient divine pupil, you could say, "What the hell? Just returned to the real world and it's so beautiful." 5 hours later. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Yun Machin weakly climbed out of bed, stretched deeply, and called out to the door, "Who is it?" Immediately, a man's rough voice came from outside the door. "Mr. Yun, I am the City Lord's personal guard. I have come here specifically to invite you to the City Lord's mansion to express our gratitude to you." "Okay, wait a moment." "Okay, I'll wait for you at the door." Yun Machin quickly put on his clothes and patted the sleeping Cheng Jiyin. "Wife, wake up. The City Lord invited us to the City Lord's mansion to express his gratitude to us." Cheng Jiyin let out a lightum, and her whole body exuded the refreshing fragrance of just waking up. "Okay, husband." 5 minutes later, Yun Machin opened the door. A sturdy man appeared in their sight, judging by his aura. It should be the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Yun Machin couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Even the City Lord's guards had such cultivation, not to mention the lord of a city who was in charge of such a dangerous place. This City Lord made Yun Machin more and more curious. Yun Machin clasped his hands together and said to the sturdy man, "Thank you for coming to pick me up in person." "Ah, Mr. Yun, what are you talking about?" The sturdy man laughed and gave people a very straightforward feeling. He also clasped his hands together and saluted Yun Machin. "This is all thanks to Mr. Yun and Ling Zhang. If it weren't for your help, our city would have been gone long ago. Now the whole city knows about your heroic deeds, Mr. Yun. Everyone admires and respects you." Yun Machin smiled and said, "No matter what, we are all Chinese Federation members. It is our duty. Let's not talk anymore. Please lead the way to the City Lord's mansion first. We can have a good chat there." The sturdy man laughed, extended his right hand, and said, "Please." Yun Machin also politely extended his hand, "Please." On the streets of the city. Because of the energy shield, cultivators are prohibited from flying in the city. So, Yun Machin and his companions of 3 were speeding through the city streets in a sci-fi magnetic levitation sports car driven by a burly man.
In fact, this Xinyun training camp is not small at all. Yun Machin used his spiritual sense to investigate and estimated that the city was at least 1/10 the size of the most powerful dragon kingdom on Earth in his previous life, and the prosperity of the city was not inferior to that of the Earth outside.
Ha, Mr. Yun, are you surprised?
Before Yun Machin could speak, the sturdy man continued. Because although the external environment of this foreign land we discovered is extremely harsh, its internal area is extremely rich in both native mineral resources and spiritual stones, as well as food varieties. At the same time, the first humans to open up this area immigrated a large number of highly qualified individuals to quickly adapt to and develop this resource-rich land. As a result, both the technology and economy here are in no way inferior to our own Earth.
I see.
Presumably, the thick bloody air and blood-red sky that Yun Machin and his companions encountered when they first entered this ghost place must be the outside of this extraterrestrial area.
It was also due to an accident that they accidentally touched and activated the teleportation array of the ancient ruins, which brought Tianzheng and his group here first. At this time, FA Tianzheng.
They are traveling at extreme speed through an unknown area filled with a strong bloody atmosphere. If you take a closer look, you will find that when Yun Machin was flying in the air, there were two clear valleys floating in the air behind him.
You guessed right.
This was a performance in which he showed tears and extreme speed. Fa Tianzheng wiped his nose in tears, and his shouts could be heard clearly even within a radius of 10,000 meters.
Little princess. Where are you?
After a few casual conversations, the magnetic levitation sports car carrying Yun Machin and the others stopped in front of a majestic palace. The burly man hurriedly got out of the car and politely opened the door for Yun Machin. "Mr. Yun, we're here, please get off the car." Even though the burly man was extremely powerful, he did not dare to neglect Yun Machin at all.
One is because of Yun Machin's own evil. Secondly, but he has a wife who is in the spirit transformation stage. Yun Machin replied, "Okay." Then he turned around and looked at Qing Jiyin, gently holding her hand and said, "Wife, it's time to get out of the car." "Yes, okay, husband." Chapter 58: The True Identity of the City Lord. "Mr. Yun, please go in. The City Lord is waiting for you inside." "I won't go in. We can have a good chat when you come out. By the way, my name is Wei Tianhu, you can just call me Hu Zi."
The burly man brought Yun Machin and Cheng Jiyin into the palace, stopped outside the innermost door, and said to Yun Machin with a smile.
Yun Machin politely replied, "Sorry for the trouble. We'll definitely find a place to have a good drink when we get out." The sturdy man has a very good personality and left a good impression on Yun Machin. In addition, he is also very strong and is worthy of Yun Machin's friendship. After all, when you go out, make more friends and travel around the world without any obstacles. Knock, knock. Yun Machin knocked on the door. "Come in." What surprised Yun Machin was that there was a soft and charming female voice inside, and it sounded. It's very reminiscent. Yun Machin pushed the door gently, and it slowly opened with a click. When Yun Machin saw the people inside, the whole person was dumbfounded. His mouth opened wide enough to fit 2 eggs. His newly formed broken eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he stood there in a daze. But soon, Yun Machin's whole body was shaking uncontrollably, his eyes turned red, and tears instantly filled his eyes. He was unable to utter a word for a long time. Qing Jiyin beside him was a little confused. She gently touched Yun Machin, and he finally reacted and stammered out a few words. "Second mother. Second mother. Why is it you?" The person inside turned out to be Lu Ernyang, the woman she had been thinking about day and night. Obviously. Lu Ernyang is the mayor of the Xinyun training camp. Lu Ernyang stood up from the sofa and walked straight to Yun Machin. Without any intention of avoiding Qing Jiyin, she hugged Yun Machin directly. "Silly boy, you've grown up. It's only been a short while since we last met, but you've already become a capable person on your own. Why, you can't even speak when you see Ernyang? Or do you not miss Ernyang at all?" Yun Machin stayed where he was. He had thought of countless ways to meet Lu Ernyang again, but he didn't expect to see her here. Moment. Lu Ernyang let go of Yun Machin. At this moment, Yun Machin was like a child who ran to an adult to cry because he had been wronged. He wanted to tell Lu Ernyang a lot of things, including his own experiences after she and Mo Lao left, and his deep thoughts about them. Final. Yun Machin used a few words to express the countless words he wanted to say to Lu Ernyang. "Second mother, I miss you. Ha, silly boy. Your wife is right here, don't say such cheesy things to second mother. As she spoke, Lu Yang's eyes gradually became moist. After all, Yun Machan was the child she had watched grow up. But Lu Yang's words reminded Yun Machan. Xing Jiyin is still here.
Yun Machan touched his nose embarrassedly, gently pulled up Chang Jiyin, who had been silent, and said,
Wife, she is Lu Yang, my relative, don't think too much. As soon as the words fell.
When Yun Machan mentioned the word relatives, Lu Yang's heart trembled instantly.
But it didn't show.
There was just a faint blush on her ears.
Instead it was Haru no Oto.
She didn't have a big fight with him as Yun Machan had imagined.
Or get furious.
Because she knew how much Yun Machan loved him, she chose to believe him.
Well, husband, you don't need to explain to me. I won't think too much about it. I believe you. Immediately, Xing Jiyin took the initiative to extend her right hand and said to Lu Yang, Hello, I'm Haranun, his wife. Lu Yang was also very polite and stretched out her right hand to shake hands with Xing Jiyin's right hand. Hello, I'm Lu Yang. But Yun Machan always felt that something was wrong. The atmosphere seems too peaceful. Etc.
Why does the ground seem to be shaking? Yun Machan raised his eyebrows and looked at their right hands. The aura emitted from their right hands distorted the surrounding space.
Live.
Yun Machan was about to stop them from shaking hands.
But half a step late.
When Chang Jiyin's hand held Lu Yang's hand. With the two hands clasped together as the center, the huge energy generated by the collision of the two powerful auras burst out in all directions.
Boom! Yun Machan was directly blown away by this powerful force. Yun Machan, who was flying in the air. I'm Nima. Never believe what a woman says in your life. Wei Tian, who outside the door was confused and fell into deep thought as he watched Yun Machan fly out of the door and soar into the air. A bad idea came into his mind. This kid is really awesome. Even the city lord dared to take action. Thinking of this, Wei Tian, who let out a hee-hee-hee laugh for no apparent reason. Roll.
Suddenly, two women's voices were heard from inside the door. Wei Tian, who trembled all over and hurriedly bowed 90 degrees towards the door, not daring to look up for a long time. The cold sweat on his back had completely soaked the corners of his clothes.
There are only two words in my heart. It's cold. At this time, Lu Yang walked out from the door and said to Wei Tian, who calmly,
I will set up a spatial barrier here, and set up another one outside your city lord's mansion.
Everyone, today I order everyone to leave the city lord's mansion. Yes, sir. Wei Tian, who responded quickly and immediately rushed out of the city lord's mansion. Ha! I was scared to death.
The city lord in the spiritual transformation stage was so terrifying.
Wrong. Women are so scary. Fortunately, I managed to save my life. But could it be that Mr. Yun was caught cheating? Or maybe two girls fighting for a husband? Thinking of this, Wei Tian, who instantly looked up at Yun Machan gliding on the edge of the sky.
A face full of worship.
Yun Machan, come on, next time I will teach you how to pick up girls and let you fly. What is your relationship with my husband?
In the previous contest, Chang Jiyin did not gain any advantage.
Because the Lu Yang in front of him was actually at the fourth level of the spirit transformation stage. And Chang Jiyin is not stupid. Lu Yang looks no different from a young woman in her prime of 20.
Xing Jiyin used the immortal emperor's divine sense to check her bone age and found out that she is only 33 years old. You know, in the era of spiritual energy revival and everyone living to be 100 or 200 years old.
This is not old at all. Even more doubtful is the fact that, as we all know, Yun Machan has no father or mother in this life. How could he have any relatives?
Lu Yang was still wearing the same tattered blue star dress, and her every frown and smile was full of beauty. She did not reply to Qing Jiyin immediately, but leaned back slowly on the sofa in the room, her long white legs faintly visible.
Chapter 59. The two women started fighting. He smiled and said to Haruno, Hee, what, are you jealous? Stop talking nonsense, what is your relationship with him?
As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Jiyin's aura of the first level of the spirit transformation stage burst out instantly and attacked Lu Yang.
Lu Yang raised her hand and waved lightly, dispersing the pressure, and said, Mo Chen has already said it, do I need to say anything else? Court death.
Qing Jiyin's mind moved, and the blood demon sword instantly appeared in his hand.
Without any further ado, he slashed directly at Lu Ernyang. Boom!
There was a violent explosion in the room, but due to the barriers set up both inside and outside the city lord's mansion,
the people outside the city lord's mansion only felt a slight tremor. Look inside the room again. The fight between Qing Jiyin and Lu Ernyang produced a huge impact of fire. The room was a mess.
Sporadic sparks ignited the debris that was overturned on the ground, producing thick gray smoke.
Lu Ernyang's expression became extremely solemn.
She was very surprised at Qing Jiyin's strength. According to your personal information, you were only at the Golden Core stage when you first entered Magic City University. How did you break through to the spiritual transformation stage in just 6 months?
Qing Jiyin's expression returned to her usual arrogance and disdain.
The blood demon sword was raised and pointed directly at Lu Ernyang, questioning.
Stop talking nonsense. What is your relationship with my husband? Haha, guess. I won't tell you.
Qing Jiyin's white teeth made a crunching sound. It was as if the status of the queen was challenged, and she was filled with anger.
Shiu.
A crisp sword sound was heard.
Qing Jiyin turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Lu Ernyang. Zheng.
Qing Jiyin's blood demon sword did not hit Lu Ernyang, but collided with another long sword.
It's the Liantian sword. Boom!
A figure slammed heavily into the wall of the room. But because it was made of special wall material, the wall did not collapse, but only left a deep human mark.
Puff!
Yun Machin fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. The whole person felt like being torn apart.
A deep sword mark was left on Yun Machin's chest. See this scene.
Qing Jiyin threw away the blood demon sword in her hand, ran to Yun Machin and hugged him in her arms, her mind going blank. She hurriedly continued to supply mysterious energy into Yun Machin's body to suppress the blood that continued to flow from Yun Machin's chest.
Husband, you, please don't scare me.
It's also Yun Machin's fault for being careless.
How could he know? Qing Jiyin's current strength is so terrifying. He was almost sent away by his own wife.
At the same time, Lu Ernyang also ran to Yun Machin.
My mind moved.
A strange fruit with a unique fragrance appeared in his hand, and he was about to stuff it into Yun Machin's mouth.
What do you want to feed him? Facing Qing Jiyin's questioning, Lu Ernyang just glared at Qing Jiyin fiercely. Hasn't that been enough? Look at how badly you've hurt Imochen.
After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Qing Jiyin.
Put the exotic fruit directly into Yun Machin's mouth. You!
Just as Qing Jiyin was about to retort, Yun Machin quickly pulled Qing Jiyin's sleeve and said weakly,
Wife, be obedient. Immediately, Yun Machin's face turned black and he fainted. Woo. Hubby, please wake up soon, please don't scare me.
Yun Machin was lying on a large and gorgeous bed with bandages wrapped around his chest.
Qing Jiyin lay on Yun Machin's chest, crying her heart out. Wife, where is this?
What surprised Yun Machin was the sword scar on his chest recovered so slowly, even though his chaos divine body was constantly recovering. There is still a faint sword scar on the chest. It seems that Qing Jiyin's long sword must be a divine sword.
Actually, Yun Machin's Liantian sword is not inferior to Qing Jiyin's blood demon sword. It's just that there is a substantial difference between the two.
Because the Liantian sword is a growth weapon, and Qing Jiyin's blood demon sword is of the same grade as in the previous life. Therefore, at present, the Liantian sword is not as invincible as the blood demon sword.
And Yun Machin at this time,
his frail face was frighteningly pale. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Harunoan crying on his chest. So he stretched out his hand. He gently patted her little head lovingly.
Where is this?
Qing Jiyin hurriedly grabbed Yun Machin's hands and cried even more aggrievedly.
Woo, hubby, this is the room that Lu Ernyang found for you in the city lord's mansion. Hubby, woo. I was wrong, woo.
Yun Machin smiled bitterly.
Qing Jiyin doesn't look like a peerless empress at all. She looks like a little girl next door. I'm fine, honey.
It was my fault that I didn't explain it clearly to you, causing you to misunderstand Lu Ernyang.
How could I possibly blame you? Woo, hubby, then tell me what your relationship with her is, woo. Yun Machin's mouth twitched.
For a whole long time, his beloved Qing Jiyin was still worried about Lu Ernyang.
After all, A strange and beautiful woman hugs your husband intimately in front of you. Anyone would definitely be scared. Wife, in this life, I have no parents, no one to rely on except Lu Renyang and Mo Lao. It is their presence that gives me the only warmth left in this turbulent time.
So, in my heart, Lu Renyang has long been my family.
Can you understand?
Haruno's sobs gradually subsided.
She was silent for a while. He uttered a soft But soon.
Qing Jian didn't know what she was hesitating about. Julian turned red in an instant, and the blush spread all the way to her ears.
He whispered to Yun Machin. Hubby, I want to see Lu Renyang and apologize to her, is that okay?
Yun Machin was very surprised. In his opinion, Qing Jian's attitude towards life. There is no way she would do something like admitting her mistakes on her own initiative. He knew that Qing Jian did this to avoid upsetting him, so that he can better handle the relationship between himself and his relatives in this life.
Okay, let's go together.
As he spoke, Yun Machin tried to prop himself up, leaned on the bed and prepared to put on his clothes.
Hubby, don't move. Rest for a while and we'll talk when you're better. Good.
Before Yun Machin could finish his words, Qing Jian suddenly stood up and blocked his mouth with her soft and tender red lips.
Chapter 60 Chu Xiaoling is missing. But soon. Lip parting. Yun Machin's newly replaced broken bone pupils widened in surprise. He looked at Qing Jian, whose face was red, and was about to speak. Qing Jian's little hand directly covered Yun Machin's mouth. Don't talk. Humph, I'm leaving. Then he slammed the door and walked out, leaving Yun Machin in the room with a confused look on his face. Aftertaste. Damn it. When did I reach the 10th level of the nascent soul stage? After Qing Jian left,
Yun Machin suddenly discovered that he had actually broken through to the 10th level of the nascent soul stage. He hurriedly checked the system's prompt records.
I couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that because of the two girls, he turned a disaster into a blessing. Etc. The system showed that he had only advanced to the 4th level, but he had advanced to the 5th level, breaking through the 10th level of the nascent soul stage. How do you improve to that extra level? Just then, Yun Machin's abdomen was bloated and he couldn't help but burp loudly. Ha! In a moment, the gas in the abdomen gushed out of the mouth.
But strangely, the gas was accompanied by a strong and strange fragrance.
He understood instantly.
It must be because of the strange fruit that Lu Renyang gave him to eat.
Thinking of this,
a warm feeling surged in Yun Machin's heart. But Yun Machin did not immediately release the aura of the 10th level of the nascent soul stage. He still showed the 5th level of the nascent soul stage to the outside world.
After all, this could catch the enemy by surprise. In the meeting room of the city lord's mansion. I'm sorry.
Qing Jian found Lu Renyang, with the word unnatural written in big letters on her face.
It can be said that this is how long she lived. This is the first time I've taken the initiative to bow down to someone. Love. The magic of love is so terrible.
Lu Renyang sat on the chair and raised her eyebrows slightly.
I was very surprised. He smiled and said to Haruno, I have watched Imochen grow up since I was a child, so in my eyes, he is like my younger brother. As for our previous misunderstanding, as the old saying goes, no fighting, no friendship. You don't have to worry about it. What's more, you made a huge contribution to our human race during this beast tide. I'm afraid that without you and Imochen's efforts, this city would probably be lost. Finished. Lu Renyang stood up and bowed deeply to Qing Jian. Thanks.
Because she knew that she was not representing an individual, but the master of a city.
The strength of this beast tide was greater than any previous one. If it weren't for the two of them taking action, I'm afraid the consequences will be unimaginable. Qing Jian didn't have a very high attitude either. He quickly helped her up. We are all human, as we should be. Well, enough polite talk, let's get down to business. Lu Renyang put away her smile and asked solemnly, Do you know the whereabouts of Chu Xiaoling, the granddaughter of Mo Jianqiu?
Qing Jian was puzzled.
Based on the normal travel time, she and Fa Tianjing should have arrived here half a day ago. So I was afraid they might have encountered an accident, so I went out to look for them. Then I was ambushed and restrained by a powerful beastman, which prevented me from returning in time. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Haruno frowned. You mean Chu Xiaoling was abducted by a powerful beast man?
Qing Jian thought about it carefully and felt that something was indeed strange.
Yes, that's what I'm afraid of, Lu Ornyang said.
After all, Chu Xiaoling's identity is not simple. She is the granddaughter of Mo Jianshou. I believe that Mo Jianshou has also told you some of the secrets between the human race and the beastman race. The reason why those top masters of our human race do not oppose the conflict between the beastman race and the human race is that it's to train top-tier warriors, to train a group of strong men who can decide whether the war will continue.
Speaking of this, Lu Ornyang's mood became a little depressed.
She paused for a moment and continued. I know that what we are doing is cruel and ruthless, but if we don't do this, both the human and beast races will be wiped out once they face a full-scale attack from the sky demons.
At this moment,
Lu Ornyang gritted her teeth, her expression filled with anger. But you have to know that whether it's the beast man or the human race, there are some people with bad intentions. Their goal is to escalate the conflict between the humans and the beastmen to the point where even the intervention of powerful individuals from both sides will make it uncontrollable.
Qing Jian was a little puzzled and asked, why? Tell me, if it really comes to this, who will benefit the most?
Qing Jian remained silent for a long time after listening to this. She thought of the star field she controlled in her previous life.
Demonic star region.
In fact, it does not mean that all races living in this star field are demons.
Quite the opposite.
The reason why this star field is called the demon star field.
Because
when Qing Jian of the current life achieved enlightenment and became an emperor, he carried with him the feelings and longing for the Liantian sword immortal from his previous life.
Slaughter all the demons in an entire star field.
Therefore, later generations, out of admiration for this invincible empress, renamed this star field the demon star field.
Qing Jian couldn't help but clench her fists. His expression became extremely cold.
If anyone who knew Empress Qing Jian in her previous life saw this scene, they would definitely be scared and run away.
This is the true manifestation of Qing Jian's anger. It's the devil again. It's this damn demon again. Die.
In this life, I will make sure they all die.
Sudden.
Qing Jian felt a pair of warm and tender hands holding her hands, and her thoughts returned to reality from her memories.
Jian, can I call you Jian? Without waiting for Qing Jian's reply, Lu Ornyang continued. Don't overthink it. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. Our most important task now is to protect the people around us and continuously improve our own strength, isn't it? After that, Lu Ornyang took out 2 tokens from the space ring. When Emochen wakes up, you can go. This is the key to enter the Shenyun training camp. The location of the Godfall training camp is right in the heart of this city. The space tunnel is only open to people every 2 weeks. According to the time now, it will be around these 2 days. Go back and get ready with Emochen, and we can set off.
As for Chu Xiaoling's matter, you don't have to worry too much, because her identity is special. I believe the beast tribe will not harm Chu Xiaoling. After all, attacking Chu Xiaoling at this time will only bring them harm and no benefit.
If anything happens to her, I think a single demon will be enough to make them suffer. So they are currently plotting something.
I estimate that Chu Xiaoling will be safe for a short period of time. So you should focus on yourselves now and quickly improve your strength.
Because only absolute strength can change everything.
I believe that with your and Emochen's incredible talents, within 50 years, you will definitely be top-tier warriors standing firm in the world.
Qing Jian took the token, nodded, and agreed. Good.
But just as she finished speaking, she thought of something else and quickly said to Lu Ornyang.
Chapter 61, Mr. M.O. is safe now.
But, from what I know about my husband, he definitely won't let go of Chu Xiaoling's matter and go to the Shenyun training camp with me.
After hearing this, Lu Ornyang sighed helplessly.
She knew very well that Jun Machen had always been a man who valued friendship and loyalty since he was young.
Not to mention,
Mo Jianshou must have entrusted him with the task of ensuring Chu Xiaoling's safety. If Yun Machen really knew that Chu Xiaoling was missing, he would have gone out to look for her as soon as possible.
For a long time,
the 2 women in the conference room were speechless.
Finally, Lu Ornyang spoke. Then don't let Emochen know about this for now. Rapidly improving your strength is the top priority. With your talent, you can't waste any more time. As for Chu Xiaoling's matter, leave it to me, and as for Mo Jianshou, I will deal with him first.
Qing Jian thought for a long time, then uttered a word helplessly.
Good. Hubby, drink some soup. The porridge is sweet and it will replenish your energy.
Jian Qingxian brought a bowl of sweet porridge. Yun Machan, who was reading the news on the bed, sat up suddenly. He reached out and hugged Cheng Jian, took the sweet porridge from Cheng Jian's hand and took a big sip. Wife, this spiritual porridge is so sweet.
Of course, I made this myself. But Yun Machan deliberately prolonged the tone. Isn't it tasty? But your little mouth is not as sweet as mine. Cheng Jian's face flushed instantly. Break free from Yun Machan's arms. Get lost. You're so greasy. Yun Machan's mouth twitched. But soon, he came up with an idea and said, Oil? This is I love oil. Qingxian. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Where were you just now? I called you but you didn't answer. Did you go to see Nyan?
Cheng Jian said softly.
Yun Machan instantly perked up and asked tentatively. You guys, didn't fight? Humph. The fight has begun.
Seeing Yun Machan say this, Cheng Jian suddenly got a little angry, crossed her arms over her chest, and said deliberately.
Yun Machan didn't say anything.
He hugged Cheng Jian tightly from behind, put his mouth close to Cheng Jian's pink ears, and whispered softly.
Okay, my dear wife. I'm just teasing you. Tell me, is it second mother who was urging us to go to the Shinyun training camp?
The hot breath that Yun Machan blew into her ear made her shiver all over.
Cheng Jian shrank her neck. She quickly thought about it and took out the 2 tokens given to her by Lu Yang from the space ring. Yes, this is the entry token. Just 2? By the way, did that little girl Chu Xiaoling prepare one? I've been in the city for so long. He didn't hear any news about Chu Xiaoling. This made him a little curious. Logically speaking, we have Senior Fa Tianzhang leading the way. They should have arrived a long time ago, right? Cheng Jian's heart skipped a beat. But his expression did not show any abnormality. He smiled and said to Yun Machan. Husband, are you talking about that little girl Chu Xiaoling? Lu Yang told me that Fa Tianzhang brought her to the Shinyun training camp ahead of time, and now they are waiting for the 2 of us. You, don't worry about them. Let's get ready quickly. Once you're healed, we'll set off. Yun Machan didn't think much about it and replied. Okay, but we can leave now. Saying,
Yun Machan began to undress his pajamas.
No. It's broad daylight.
Cheng Jian quickly covered her eyes with her hands, looking very cute.
Wife, what are you thinking about all day? Wife, I want you to see my injuries. They are completely healed.
Yun Machan inadvertently revealed an evil smile at the corner of his mouth.
Cheng Jian, well, honey, there's sand in my eyes. I mean, it's in broad daylight and it's inconvenient to blow. Cheng Jian, what are you talking about?
But when Cheng Jian saw the wound on Yun Machan's chest, there was only surprise on his face.
How long has it been?
The scars left by the full force attack of the first level of the spiritual transformation stage, even with the blessing of the blood demon sword.
Just gone like that?
You know, your blood demon sword is a divine weapon.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for shocking the Empress Cheng Jian.
The reward is the most dazzling Lamborghini sports car produced in the ancient immortal civilization era.
When you drive it down the street, beautiful women can't help but get on the car.
Yun Machan's mouth twitched.
The old system started to be naughty again.
What? Are you so surprised to see your husband's good figure? Roll. Outside the city lord's mansion. Second mother, Jean and I will be leaving first.
You must be careful and stay safe on your own.
Don't try to handle anything by yourself. Your safety comes first. Saying, Yun Machan gently hugged Lu Yang. And this time, Cheng Jian didn't say much. He glanced at Lu Yang with a complicated expression. Said 2 words. Take care of yourself. Haha, what could happen to second mother?
You 2 little guys, be careful in the Shinyun training camp.
There are quite a few monsters like you in there, some are even in the spiritual transformation stage. Yeah, I understand, second mother.
But Yun Machan did not leave.
He didn't know what he was thinking about, and suddenly hesitantly said to Lu Yang. Second mother, can you tell me where Mr. Mo is now? Chapter 62, You are a newcomer, how dare you be so arrogant? Luan Yang was caught off guard by Yun Machen's sudden question. It was probably because of the strong breeze outside the city lord's mansion that made her hair look a little disheveled. For a time, she didn't know how to tell Yun Machen the answer. Because, Emo-chan, when you come back from the Shinyun training camp, I will tell you everything, okay? You just need to know that Mr. Mo is safe now.
Seeing that Luan Yang had something to hide, Yun Machen chose to understand and not ask any further questions.
Although I felt an inexplicable bad premonition. But Yun Machen suddenly laughed, acting as if he didn't care, and said to Luan Yang, Hey, second mother, wait until I come back and tell me. I'm leaving with Nozomi. You must be careful. After that,
without waiting for Luan Yang to reply, Yun Machen immediately turned around and pulled Qing Jiyin into the sports car driven by the city lord's guard Wei Tianhu.
After all, they all know, sad emo emotions cannot be kept with one's own people. After they left, Luan Yang, who watched them leave, finally couldn't hold it anymore.
Two streams of crystal light slowly flowed down her picturesque face.
Inside the car, Qing Jiyin held Yun Machen's hand tightly.
She knew how sad and complicated Yun Machen's heart was.
Because after only a few days of meeting my relatives in this life, I have to part with them in a hurry. This feeling, she was very familiar with it.
Luan Yang lives on the edge of a knife and in the shadow of blood all day long.
Perhaps this meeting will be a farewell forever. Hubby, please don't think too much, okay?
Luan Yang is very powerful, there's no need to worry too much.
Right now, we should focus on ourselves.
Only by going to the Godfall training camp first can we come into contact with more powerful people and continuously improve our own strength in battle with them.
Also, I think there must be abundant cultivation resources and environment there.
Although Qing Jiyin has the memories of the peerless empress in her previous life, she must have extremely rich combat experience and knowledge. But in her dictionary, there is no word pride. What's more, her soul traveled through time rather than her body. Although her appearance in this life did not change, her body was not completely compatible with her soul.
Looking back through history, how many extremely gifted geniuses have perished before they were fully grown? Conceit is the original sin.
So, don't mistake her pride for conceitedness. Yun Machen didn't say anything, but just reached out and held Qing Jiyin in his arms and tapped her forehead lightly.
Ahem, Mr. Yun, we're here. I didn't expect time to be so tight. We haven't even found a place to have a drink yet, and we have to say goodbye again.
You must take care of yourself. Wei Tianhu, who was in the driver's seat, glanced at the rearview mirror, interrupting the beautiful and tender time between Yun Machen and Qing Jiyin.
Yun Machen smiled and said, Brother Wei, next time we have a chance, we must not leave until we are drunk. Wei Tianhu also laughed heartily and said, Okay. Then I'll wait for your triumphant return. Ha 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 ha. The two laughed in unison in the car. After getting off the car, what comes into view is a huge stone tablet. The stone tablet is inky black and very large. It is estimated to be more than 1,000 feet high and several dozen feet wide. However, the surface of the stone tablet is extremely smooth. When you look closely, you can't even see a single crack or hole on the surface of the stone tablet. It is obvious that this is not a natural formation, it must be the product of an ancient relic cultivation civilization. However, Yun Machen was somewhat surprised by the environment within a radius of 10,000 meters from the center of the stone tablet. I thought the entrance to the Shinyun training camp in the city center would be very busy and crowded with people, but the result was quite different. There was no grass growing around, no trace of animals or plants, and no trace of life. The ground was covered with a layer of unknown white substance, which looked like snow but was not snow. It made a rustling sound when stepped on, and at first glance, it was a sea of white. Yun Machen was about to ask Wei Tianhu how to open the teleportation array to the Shinyun training camp. Wei Tianhu's voice came from his sports car. Mr. Yun, take out the token the city lord gave you and inject it with profound energy. Yun Machen clasped his fists and replied, Thank you very much. Brother Wei, please be safe when you go back. Wei Tianhu didn't say anything, he just stretched his hand out from the car, waved, left a hearty laugh of ha-ha, and disappeared in the roar of the departing sports car. Then, following Wei Tianhu's instructions, Yun Machen and Qing Jiyin took out the token from the space ring together and injected mysterious energy into it. Sudden. With a loud boom, the earth shook the mountains.
Then, the huge inky black stone tablet instantly emitted a dazzling blue-green light, and the white ground rustled and vibrated.
Husband, look.
Yun Machin looked in the direction of Qing Jian's finger and saw that the 1,000-foot-high stone tablet was actually rapidly drilling into the ground. Not long after, the 1,000-foot-high stone tablet was completely integrated with the ground. At first glance, there was no trace of protruding land. Looking at the top of the stone tablet, there are dozens of neatly arranged small pits, the shapes of which seem to be similar to the tokens in their hands. At this moment, the tokens in their hands flew out with a swoosh and directly landed on the small pit on the top of the stone tablet.
It's a perfect match.
Before Yun Machin could be surprised, the space on top of the stone tablet began to tear apart. The gap, which was about 1 person high, turned into a gate tens of meters high in a few seconds. At first glance, the gate was filled with endless darkness and ripples caused by the constant distortion and tearing of space. Yun Machin took Cheng Jian's hand and said,
"Let's go in, wife. Be careful in everything." Cheng Jian stood on tiptoe and gently kissed Yun Machin on the cheek. She looked at Yun Machin deeply, nodded, and said, "Good."
Then, the two of them walked into the mysterious door together.
In a moment, the two felt dizzy. But this feeling only lasted for a moment and then disappeared. Wait until the two reacted. Already on the other side of the gate, Yun Machin looked around.
The building that came into view was extremely technological, which dazzled Yun Machin. Compared with the buildings on Earth, it was simply a product that surpassed the level of civilization. The pedestrians passing by all exuded a powerful aura, at least at the third level of the nascent soul stage, which made Yun Machin marvel. The arrival of the two of them instantly attracted everyone's attention. Before Yun Machin could open his mouth to ask about the situation, a series of voices came into his ears.
"Hey, everyone, come and see, there's a new person here."
You can tell at first glance that this guy is no good. He has delicate skin and tender flesh, but it's obvious he's a loser.
But
the girl next to him is quite good, she's really pretty, almost catching up with our senior sister Ling Yunhan.
Yes, look at this little face and this slim waist, it's so beautiful. Boom.
The man who was teasing Cheng Jian hadn't finished his words when a loud explosion echoed throughout the place.
He flew out violently. "How dare you, a newcomer, be so arrogant? Do you want to die?"
The man who was knocked away by Yun Machin's sword fell heavily to the ground. He got up with difficulty, covered his chest with his hands, spat out a mouthful of blood, and cursed at Yun Machin.
How would he know? This time the newcomer is so arrogant that he starts fighting as soon as he disagrees with something.
In the past, freshmen would be timid when meeting seniors and would try to flatter them to curry favor with them.
Who knew that this time there would be a tough guy? This move actually attracted many old students who were practicing. Chapter 63. Do you know whose territory you are running wild on?
In an instant, the whole place was filled with people.
Who is this kid? Doesn't he know that this is the Godfall training camp? How dare he show off like this?
He is indeed quite tough. Looking at the aura he just released, he is actually at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. This is much stronger than when we first came here at the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage.
Strong? How can there be such a thing as strong here? Just wait and see.
When the person in charge comes, he will have to endure it.
That's true. Let's wait and see the show. The older students around began to talk about it. Yun Machin held the Lientian sword with a cold expression.
Holding Cheng Jian's hand, he slowly walked up to the man.
"I want you to swallow what you just said, understand?" The man still looked dissatisfied.
You have to know that he is already at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. I must have been careless just now, which is why I was successfully ambushed and severely injured by Yun Machin.
Swallow it back? I think you want to die.
The man suddenly had a short sword in his hand and shot it towards Yun Machin, who was a few meters away.
Boom!
A figure flew out from the huge smoke produced by the explosion and hit the wall heavily. The old students around looked carefully. It's not this freshman.
Yun Machin didn't give him time to breathe. He instantly turned into a sword and rushed towards the man. Between breaths, the sword penetrates 3/10 of the brow.
In an instant, blood slowly flowed out along the blade.
I want you to take back the bullshit you just said, understand? You. The man was about to speak. Yun Machin inserted the Lientian sword into the man's brow a little further.
It was not known whether it was the immense pain from the Lientian sword stimulating his nerves, or the fear of his near death.
The man couldn't help but tremble all over. He thought Yun Machin didn't dare to kill him. After all, this is the Shenyun training camp.
It is a place guarded by the top powerful people of the Huaxia Federation.
But
the blood that kept flowing from his brows continued to break down his inner defenses.
Finally, the man's eyes blurred and his expression turned pale and weak. He still gave in. I take back what I just said. Puff.
Yun Machin drew out the Lientian sword and kicked the man hard again, sending him flying hundreds of meters. The man rolled on the ground for who knows how many times before finally stopping. He tried to get up with all his strength.
But after struggling for a few times, my eyes went dark immediately. Fainted.
I know you seniors have a rule of teaching freshmen a lesson, but you should consider whether you have the ability to do so. I'm Yun Machin, and she's Qing Jiyin, my wife.
If you don't want to die, come on.
After saying that, Yun Machin held the Lientian sword and swung it towards the street beside him.
Boom! A moment. Dust and smoke rose up.
The old man looked in the direction where the sword energy was sliding, and a crack 100 meters deep appeared before their eyes. Several female senior students who were watching the fun nearby saw this scene and started talking about it.
This new student is quite handsome.
Yes, it feels very domineering, even though it's a bit brainless.
But I like it. Oh. Don't you even look at what you look like? She's already taken.
You should think about your senior brother Xiaoliang instead.
Humph. Damn bitch. I told you to control me. Saying,
the slightly plump female student started quarreling with another female student next to her. Qing Jiyin walked to Yun Machin's side, clasped her hands tightly around Yun Machin's, and said softly,
"Husband, why are you so irritable today? Humph, I won't allow anyone to say bad things about you. Hubby, you're so nice."
Qing Jiyin lay in Yun Machin's arms, shy like a little girl, not paying any attention to the old students around her.
At this time, a man in gorgeous clothes appeared in everyone's sight. Looking behind the man, there were at least 30 or 40 people following him, and each of them was at the nascent soul stage. Look, it's senior brother Li Yanliang. Ah, so handsome.
I heard that senior brother Li Yanliang has reached the 9th level of the nascent soul stage and is about to break through to the spiritual transformation stage.
I'm afraid that new student is going to be in trouble now. The discussions in the audience gradually died down as the footsteps of Li Yanliang and his group became louder and louder.
The old students all looked at them at once.
Some were excited, some were gloating, and some were regretful. Each of them has ulterior motives. Everyone was waiting for Li Yanliang to speak first.
Li Yanliang is about 1.9 meters tall, and his strong muscles are faintly visible under his green robe. Because of his extreme self-discipline, there is not a trace of fat on his face and his facial features are delicate and stylish. He's already at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage when he first came in.
Yes, he's a monster. But you don't seem to be in the right mind. Do you know whose territory you are running wild on?
Yun Machin looked at the beautiful Qing Jiyin in his arms, and had no intention of paying any attention to Li Yanliang's intentions.
Wife, listen, the dog is barking again. Hey, hubby, leave this to me. I'll go take the dog for a walk, okay?
Qing Jiyin showed a mischievous smile, gently raised her eyebrows, and spoke to Yun Machin in a seductive manner.
Yun Machin's mouth twitched instantly. He knew Qing Jiyin's identity in her previous life. As a peerless empress who roamed the world, how could she not have walked on a human ladder built of countless flesh and blood?
So Yun Machin hurriedly stopped it.
It's okay, my dear.
Just leave a piece of trash like him to me, your husband.
There's no need to dirty your beautiful hands. Because he knew that once Qing Jiyin took action, Li Yanliang would have no chance of survival. Not to mention,
Li Yanliang's group had quite a few people, and their strength was roughly the same. Although Yun Mo and Chen Qingxian were definitely capable of taking on dozens of people, they were bound to get hurt.
In his eyes, Qing Jiyin is not allowed to suffer any harm. Li Yanliang showed a playful smile on his face, with a look of disdain on his face. He played with the 2 walnuts in his hand and said lightly, "Ha, not bad, you are really brave, daring to ignore me. I hope you'll be as confident in a while." Then, Li Yanliang turned around and pointed at the 2 people closest to him and said, "You two, go and destroy him for me. Remember, don't kill him. I still want to have some fun with him.
The two old students behind him clasped their hands together, bowed, and replied respectfully.
Yes.
As soon as the words fell, the two of them instantly burst out with powerful aura and rushed towards Yun Machin.
A 6th level Yuanying stage. Another 7th level of nascent soul stage. Boom!
The moment the long swords in the hands of the two men collided with the Lientian sword, a violent explosion occurred.
In a moment,
the fire produced by the collision blurred everyone's eyes. Everyone only saw two figures flying out and hitting the wall of the high-tech building heavily. But there seemed to be no traces on the wall, only some blood flowing from two figures.
What?
When people saw the person who had fainted on the ground, his eyes were filled with surprise and confusion.
They turned out to be the two old students beside Li Yanliang. Just one move.
The two of them were defeated by Yun Machin.
In a moment, the whole audience was in an uproar.
No one could believe that Yun Machin, who was only at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage, could be so powerful.
Chapter 64, Brotherly, we are leaving first. Yun Machin's expression was calm.
His right hand was behind his back, and his left hand held the Lientian sword. He didn't even look at the two old students who had fainted on the ground. Instead, he slowly looked at Li Yanliang, without any emotion in his eyes, as if he was ignoring an ant. And Qingyin was right there. There was no worry in his expression either. She knew Yun Machin's evilness, and she also had an inexplicable confidence in her husband.
Li Yanliang frowned, his expression instantly becoming serious. Even he did not expect that. This freshman is so strong. After all,
those who can enter the Shenyun training camp are undoubtedly the most evil among evildoers. It is also the last foundation of the entire Chinese federal government and some ancient families. Here, even the weakest student can fight against opponents of higher levels.
However, he did not worry too much.
After all, he was a powerful cultivator at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage.
Not to mention, there is a new level in the nascent soul stage.
There was a gap of 4 small realms between Yun Machin and himself.
Boy, I was short-sighted and underestimated you.
He, but if that's all you have, you'll be kneeling down and begging for mercy soon. At this moment, Li Yanliang's mind moved, and his 7-foot Tang sword instantly appeared in his hand.
Seeing this scene, the noisy discussions of the older students around immediately rang out.
Look! Senior brother Li Yanliang is about to take action himself. Senior brother Li Yanliang has taken out his black evil Tang sword.
I think that ignorant freshman is going to be in trouble.
You know, senior brother Li Yanliang once had the cultivation base of the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Using his black evil Tang sword, he was able to fight against a powerful warrior of the 1st level of the spiritual transformation stage for 10 rounds without being defeated.
The dozens of senior students who came with Li Yanliang were all cheering for him.
Brotherly, chop this little bastard into pieces.
Let him know that the dignity of our Black Demon gang cannot be insulted.
Yes, come on, senior brotherly, torture this bastard to death.
For a time, the atmosphere in the venue reached a boiling point. Sudden. Li Yanliang took action first.
He kicked the ground hard and shot up into the air in front of Yun Machin.
Immediately,
he used inertia to spin twice in the air and slashed heavily at Yun Machin. The sharpness of the black evil Tang sword even faintly cut through the space, and the traces left behind for a moment left brief ripples and shocks.
Kid, watch this. Black evil dance slash.
Yun Machin narrowed his eyes, feeling that this move was extraordinary. So he quickly gathered his strength, and in an instant, extremely violent and powerful sword intent surged out of Yun Machin's body.
Lian Tianjiu Zhuzhan. Break it for me. Boom.
The two figures retreated hundreds of meters in an instant.
Everyone was stunned after seeing it clearly. With this move, the two of them were evenly matched. How is this possible? That freshman is surprisingly strong. He was able to withstand senior brother Li Yanliang's famous move, Black Evil Dance Slash, and remain undefeated.
At this moment, a voice came from somewhere in the field. Have you noticed the level of sword intent this freshman has just reached? It's the Sword Master realm.
Li Yanliang stuck the Tang sword into the ground.
In addition to anger, he was more shocked by Yun Machin's strength. Because even though he had only used 50% of his strength, Yun Machin was only at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage.
How could he be unscathed? At this time, Li Yanliang said, Sword Master realm? He's really powerful.
You managed to remain unscathed despite being at 50% of my strength.
That really surprised me. In that case, I'm going to get serious. As soon as the words fell, Li Yanliang opened his hands, and in an instant a powerful sword intent surged out from his body.
It turned out to be the sword intent of the sword sect realm. And judging from the fluctuations of his aura, he is infinitely close to the realm of Swordmaster.
What? Senior brother Li Yanliang's sword intent is surprisingly so strong. I told you. With senior brother Li Yanliang's strength, there's no way this freshman could possibly be his opponent.
Just now, senior brother Li Yanliang simply didn't use his full strength, so he was careless and let the freshman catch his breath for a while.
Even if that newborn swordsmanship realm is indeed monstrous, the difference of 4 levels in nascent soul cultivation is no joke. Yun Machin casually dusted himself off.
Facing Li Yanliang, his face was full of disdain.
Said coldly, "You used only 50% of your strength? Sorry, I only used 1 point." The old students around. This kid is so pretentious. I can't stand it anymore. Ah, don't stop me, let me go up and fight him to the death. Go ahead, no one's stopping you. By the way, why the hell are you holding my arm? Li Yanliang spat on the ground and cursed. Are you pretending to be your mother? Do you want to die so much? Okay, I'll help you. Finished. Li Yanliang clasped his hands on the hilt of the black evil Tang sword. In an instant, he came behind Yun Machin. He suddenly struck at the back of his neck. This moment.
Everyone in the audience was amazed, and no one could see Li Yanliang's movement trajectory clearly.
Except for Qingyin. Because it's too fast.
Then, the whole place was filled with an explosion. And Sheng Jin, who was standing by, saw the scene.
I wanted to take action, but I held back. Because she knows. If she took action, she would be indirectly humiliating her husband. Men, face is above everything.
More importantly, she didn't believe that Yun Machin, the reincarnation of the Lientian sword immortal. There will be no trump card. So, she finally chose to believe her husband. But you can tell how nervous she is from her clenched fists.
Clang. Just when the black evil Tang sword was about to chop Yun Machin's neck, the black evil Tang sword hit something and was quickly bounced away.
However, because Li Yanliang did not release his hand holding the black evil Tang sword in time, his own inertia also sent him flying. After everyone saw it clearly, they found out that what blocked Li Yanliang's full strength attack was actually an embroidery needle.
How is this possible? But suddenly, the old students trembled violently.
A terrifying figure emerged from the depths of their hearts.
In a moment, the older students who were watching the fun all ran away.
The dozens of people who followed Li Yanliang originally wanted to stay, but for some reason, they were hesitant.
Cold sweat couldn't stop flowing down everyone's head. Final. I don't know who moved first.
Those dozens of people seemed to have received an order, and disappeared in the blink of an eye like wild horses.
10,000 meters away, only a faint voice could be heard. Brother Li, we're leaving first.
You must take care of yourself. The inexplicable huge contrast in the whole scene left Yun Machin and Sheng Jin confused.
But they both felt a powerful aura emanating from the embroidery needle. Let us look at Li Yanliang again.
He was about to curse loudly after being stabbed by the embroidery needle that suddenly appeared and had his mouth full of mud.
But as soon as Chao and I came out, Li Yanliang suddenly thought of something and hurriedly looked at the unremarkable embroidery needle. In a moment, Li Yanliang's face was pale and his legs were shaking uncontrollably. Chapter 65, Black Demon Gang Leader, Zhao Yunjie.
Jia.
Bang! A deep slap mark was left on Li Yanliang's face.
Yun Machin looked in the direction of the voice and found that it was a woman with an extremely extraordinary temperament. The woman has a slender and tall figure, and the tight black dress with starry edges perfectly shows off her curves. The slender beautiful legs are faintly visible under the skirt, arousing people's inner desires intentionally or unintentionally.
What is more worth mentioning is the woman's appearance.
Although not as captivating as the two empresses Qing Jin and Nan Xuan. But the woman's eyes, as deep as obsidian gemstones, and her aloof temperament that automatically kept people away, could not help but catch people's eyes.
But he only glanced at it.
Yun Machin felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and cold sweat kept pouring out of his body.
Yun Machin's mouth twitched.
He knew that the one who gave him such a feeling was definitely not the mysterious woman in front of him. But it was Qing Jiyin behind him. Yun Machin coughed heavily a few times, the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably, and he turned to Qing Jiyin and said, "Wife, don't think too much." Then, Yun Machin hurried to Qing Jiyin's side, wrapped up her two little hands, and said with a playful smile, "Wife, you are the most beautiful in my eyes.
It is impossible for me to have other thoughts about other women. No, otherwise I will be struck by lightning." As soon as the words fell, boom! There was an explosion in the sky. Yun Machin, God, thank you so much. At this time, the mysterious woman spoke. Yan Liang, do you want to kill this freshman? Li Yanliang trembled all over, his mouth couldn't help but tremble, and said, Baby, baby. I was wrong. This time, can you be gentler this time?
Yun Machin and Cheng Jin stopped playing and kept their eyes on the two of them.
You know,
Li Yanliang, who was just not very prominent and had dozens of people following him when he walked on the street, now became timid because of this mysterious woman.
It's really puzzling. As soon as the words fell, the woman's cultivation level at the second level of the spiritual transformation stage exploded instantly.
With a thought, a whip inlaid with willow nails appeared in her hand. She raised her hand and slapped Li Yanliang hard. While they were smoking, the voice of a mysterious woman reached their ears.
I'll make sure you don't make trouble again. Remember half a year ago? You were just trying to show off all the time. You completely ruined 2 freshmen. You've been locked up for half a year, and I've only just seen you out for a few days, and you want to go back in again, don't you?
The mysterious woman became more and more excited as she spoke, and even shouted out at the end.
Do you think it doesn't matter? Do you think I've been having a good time in this long-distance relationship for the past 6 months?
As soon as he finished speaking, the whip fell heavily again.
Baby. I was wrong. Stop hitting me. If you keep hitting me, someone will die. Aha. What are you doing? He's been dominated by his wife for the whole day.
Li Yanliang's screams of collapse and pain echoed throughout the sky. At this moment, Yun Machin seemed to understand why those old students ran so fast. Because they didn't intend to cause trouble. Just find ways to stir up trouble. The big guys are in trouble, how can these little guys be okay?
Not to mention,
this mysterious woman not only has a bad temper, but more importantly, she is a super powerful person at the second level of the spirit transformation stage. However, Yun Machin had no intention of pleading for him.
You know, Li Yanliang wanted to kill him.
After an unknown amount of time, the mysterious woman stopped and waved the whip in her hand.
Well, her hands are sore.
At this time, Yun Machin stepped forward, clasped his hands together, and said to the mysterious woman,
Thank you for your help, I appreciate it.
I'm Yun Machin, and the one next to me is my wife, Qing Jin.
Hello.
I don't know if it was because of Yun Machin's strength, or if the mysterious woman noticed that Qing Jin's cultivation was extraordinary. The mysterious woman was not as difficult to get along with as Yun Machin and the others had imagined.
Instead, he looked at the two of them.
The indifferent expression instantly turned into a slight smile, and a clear and pleasant female voice came.
Hello, I'm Zhao Yunjie. I'm this dead guy's girlfriend. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding just now. Qing Jin didn't say anything, just nodded politely.
Yun Machin shook his head and smiled, then suddenly thought of something and asked Zhao Yunjie.
Excuse me, is this the Shinyun training camp?
I just fought with your boyfriend, and it even developed into a life and death duel.
Why didn't a teacher come out to stop us? Zhao Yunjie on this issue.
He didn't show any surprise or difficulty in answering, but just replied calmly. In this damn place, there are no teachers, or rather, everyone is a teacher. The requirements for graduation here are to reach the spiritual transformation stage and to have one's own power.
Because only in this way can you get out of here. As for the stone tablet you came in through, it's only for entry, not exit. If you don't believe me, look back and see if there's any other gate. Hearing this, Yun Machin turned around.
They were surprised to find that a very sci-fi building had appeared at the place where they had just entered. Yun Machin was about to ask, but Zhao Yunjie spoke again. Not only is the teleportation array you came in from randomly, but all the buildings here also appear randomly. They may appear hundreds of kilometers away in the blink of an eye.
What Zhao Yunjie said next shocked Yun Machin even more. Because, in a certain sense, all the buildings here are alive.
This completely shocked Yun Machin. Although he had memories of 2 lives, the fact that a building had life was a fantastic thing that happened right before his eyes, and anyone would have had the same reaction.
Yun Machin was stunned and asked, "They are alive?" "Well, not only that, their intelligence is no less than ours.
As for how they were formed, perhaps we can only attribute them to the products of the ancient immortal civilization era." After hearing this, Yun Machin couldn't help but marvel at it, and then continued to ask. "I understand the requirement of reaching the spiritual transformation stage in order to leave here, but what does it mean that you must have your own power?" Zhao Yunjie was happy to continue popularizing science with Yun Machin and said,
"Yes.
"Because, if we want to leave here, we must find a building called Divine Palace.
Moreover, you must bring your own forces to enter." Yun Machin expressed his confusion and asked, "Why?"
"Because there are at least 3 clones of powerful masters above the 5th level of the spiritual transformation stage."
Speaking of this, Zhao Yunjie became a little excited. "You just heard what everyone said. We belong to the Black Evil Gang, and I am the leader of the Black Evil Gang.
This year, we found this Divine Desolation Temple 4 times, and we've been wiped out 4 times. If the mysterious and powerful person inside hadn't shown mercy, I don't think any of us would have been able to get out." At this point, Zhao Yunjie clenched her fist in anger, but soon, she reluctantly let go and said, "Actually, when we first came in, we were just like you, confused as to why the Huaxia federal government made such a request. Until one day, the mayor of the Godfall training camp came here and said to us, 'I know you're all dissatisfied, but I'd rather trap you here for the rest of your lives than let you go to the real Godfall battlefield and be slaughtered by the demons.'" Yun Machin was deeply shocked, and an inexplicable sense of pride surged in his heart.
He wanted to tell Zhao Yunjie. That's his second mother. Chapter 66. If I don't take action, you will probably die.
Zhao Yunjie sighed deeply, and the rise and fall of her chest with each breath looked extremely seductive. She shook her head with a wry smile and said to Yun Machin,
"So banding together to become stronger is our only way out of here. You have incredible talent. Are you interested in joining our Black Demon Gang?"
Zhao Yunjie's sudden invitation surprised Yun Machin a little, but he did not reply immediately. Instead, he glanced at Qing Jiyin beside him, pondered for a while, and said to Zhao Yunjie tactfully, "We have just arrived here and would like to gain experience for a few days to understand the general situation here before considering joining or forming a faction.
So my wife and I will think about it first. When we're done, we'll come back to you. Is that okay with you?"
Because Yun Machin knew that Qing Jiyin didn't like places that were too noisy and she didn't like being restrained. Zhao Yunjie had anticipated this, and smiled cheerfully at the two of them, saying,
"In that case, I won't bother you two for now. By the way, to apologize for the misunderstanding between you and my boyfriend today, if you encounter any difficult problems here, feel free to come to me. We, the Black Demon Gang, will definitely provide you with all our assistance."
Yun Machin clasped his hands together and said, "Thank you so much." Zhao Yunjie laughed, waved her hand, and said, "It's just a small matter." Then, he kicked Li Yanliang, who was beaten half to death on the ground, and said sternly,
"How long are you going to keep pretending? Isn't this embarrassing enough? Follow me now."
As soon as the words fell, the half-dead Li Yanliang quickly got up from the ground, put his arm around Zhao Yunjie with a playful smile, and leaned on her. "Baby, don't be angry anymore.
Look, you hit me so hard this time that you even tired your own hands.
Really, you don't take care of yourself at all."
Yun Machin's mouth twitched, and he hurriedly pulled Qing Jiyin away. However, after they left, Li Yanliang's expression changed, and he said with a puzzled look, "Jer, why would you lower yourself so low to make friends with a freshman?
No matter what, he is only at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage.
Our Black Evil Gang can't even be ranked in the top 3 here, but it's more than enough to be in the top 5. Why should we be so polite to him?" Zhao Yunjie's pretty face darkened, and she said to Li Yanliang very seriously, "Brother Liang, you know what? I had a strong premonition during your fight with Yun Machin just now. If I didn't stop you, you would most likely die." After hearing this, Li Yanliang's expression became serious.
"You know, when you reach their level, the more you believe in premonitions, which seem to be illusory."
Before Li Yanliang could finish his shock, Zhao Yunjie said something that shocked Li Yanliang even more.
"And, the woman named Qing Jiyin next to Yun Machin.
It's also the spiritual transformation stage. How is that possible?"
"Inside a certain advanced technological building. The building looks like a ship, 800 or 900 feet long and 200 or 300 feet wide, reaching into the sky, and its top is completely invisible to the naked eye. There are many rooms for cultivation inside, but Yun Machin is not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he held Qing Jiyin's hand and walked slowly inside, but his thoughts were all on the system.
You know, Yun Machin's strong attitude just now shocked many people.
But because Yun Machin was annoyed by the system notification sound that kept ringing ding 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 every time he was shocked, he simply turned off the notification sound.
What the hell is the God transforming pill turn out to be?
Just now, due to the battle between Yun Machin and Li Yanliang, 100 consecutive shocks were successfully completed and this Xinhua pill was rewarded. Spiritual transformation pill. Taken when breaking through the spiritual transformation stage, you can achieve unconditional spiritual transformation. Yun Machin was delighted, as he no longer had to worry about his cultivation level. Instead, it is his own sword realm that needs to be improved. There are 9 realms of sword cultivation in the mortal world, namely, Sword Cultivator, Great Sword Cultivator, Sword Sec, Sword Master, Sword King, Sword Emperor, Sword Immortal, Great Sword Immortal. Each realm corresponds to the Qi Training Stage, Foundation Building Stage, Golden Elixir Stage, Nascent Soul Stage, Spirit Transformation Stage, Spirit Separation Stage, Fusion Stage, Mahayana Stage, Tribulation Crossing Stage.
Hubby, what's wrong? Is there something on your mind?
At this time, Qing Jiyin saw that Yun Machin was lost in thought, not knowing what he was thinking about, so she asked with concern.
Yun Machin didn't say anything.
He held Qing Jiyin's hand tightly. Qing Jiyin lost her balance instantly and fell directly into Yun Machin's arms. Qing Jiyin's body was extremely delicate and soft, just like a ball of cotton candy, gently falling into Yun Machin's heart. Yun Machin's mouth curled up slightly, and his broad, thick palm slid down along the curve of Qing Jiyin's waist, stopped at the raised curve, pinched it gently, and said,
Wife, what do you think about forming a power? We are new here and are not familiar with anything here.
Although we cannot trust everything that Zhao Yunjie, the leader of the Black Demon Gang, says, I believe that the mysterious Xinyan temple she mentioned is real.
In other words,
there must be a powerful monk inside. Otherwise, with her strength at the second level of the spiritual transformation stage, she would have left this place long ago and headed for the Godfall battlefield. Qing Jiyin was just about to pull away Yun Machin's dishonest hand on her back, but when she saw Yun Machin asking her seriously, she was so focused on thinking that she ignored Yun Machin's little movements behind her.
However, Qing Jiyin seemed to have suddenly thought of something.
She slowly lowered her head and looked at the blood demon sword in her hand, then looked at the Liantian sword in Yun Machin's hand.
Sudden.
It was probably because the blood demon sword and Qing Jiyin's mind were connected and it could sense Qing Jiyin's inner thoughts. Buzz. A crisp sword sound came from the blood demon sword. Yun Machin was bewildered, and his hands, which were making small movements on Qing Jiyin's back, stopped. At this moment, Qing Jiyin seemed to have made up her mind. She raised her head, stared at Yun Machin firmly, and said, I want to go on my own and don't want to rely on anyone else's power to become strong.
Can we just be apart for a while? Husband, can you understand what I mean?
Yes. In her previous life, the Empress Qing Jiyin, who dominated the world, was so arrogant. Once upon a time, how come she didn't rely on her great perseverance and persistence to fight her way out of the sea of blood step by step and become an emperor?
And now she is.
She stayed by Yun Machin's side all day long, without going through the test of life and death.
Then when will she be able to reach the heights of her previous life? Yun Machin's mouth twitched. How could his silly wife have such a big imagination? Didn't he just propose to form a force? Qing Jiyin can separate him for a while.
Oh, forget it.
It turns out that I still don't understand women.
But he still tried to persuade her to stay, touched Qing Jiyin's head and said,
My dear, be obedient. You can improve your strength by being with me. Can you please not leave? Yun Machin was reluctant to part with his wife after just a few days of affection.
After hearing this, Qing Jiyin pouted her red lips and said, No.
No. Chapter 67 Sisters, Catch the Gangsters.
Yun Machin felt helpless. He knew that although Qing Jiyin was usually very obedient, if she made up her mind to do something, 10 horses would not be able to pull her back.
Okay, wife.
But even if we're separated for a while, we're all in this hellish place after all. If you encounter something difficult to solve, don't be stubborn and be sure to contact me.
After Yun Machin finished speaking, Qing Jiyin's beautiful eyes suddenly became sparkling.
Suddenly, she stood on tiptoe, hugged Yun Machen's neck, and buried her tearful face in Yun Machen's chest. Then hubby, you have to be careful when you're alone. Yun Machen put his arms around Cheng Jian's head and said, silly wife, what could happen to me? You must be careful about everything, understand? Cheng Jian let out a soft and buried her head deeper. Short-lived happiness always passes quickly, and before long, they left in opposite directions. Under a tree. Yun Machen held a roasted spiritual chicken and ate it ravenously. Damn it, it's been half a month, and this damn Furong gang has been chasing after your grandpa Yun for so long? After separating from Cheng Jian, Yun Machen spent the entire day entering these different high-tech buildings, and his cultivation in the 10th level of the nascent soul stage gradually consolidated. But when he thought about polishing his cultivation state of mind, Yun Machen was not in a hurry to take the spirit transformation pill to break through to the spirit transformation stage. Only one day, while exploring the Shenyun training camp, Yun Machen accidentally entered a forest. The forest is very lush, and the plants in it are extremely large. Walking in it, it can be said that it blocks out the sky and the sun. However, after walking for an unknown amount of time, a long light green flag came into Yun Machen's sight. Several large characters were clearly written on the flag. Furong Gang. Not far from the big flag, there appeared a large lake. The water in the lake was crystal clear blue, like a sapphire embedded in the forest. More importantly, Yun Machen could see that the lake seemed to be. There are a few people. Although his spiritual sense had a large search range, the area of this Shenyun training camp was even larger. If there was no one to lead him, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find some advanced technological buildings in this area that would be beneficial to his cultivation. You know, even Jia Yunjia, who is at the second level of the spirit transformation stage, has a very vast spiritual consciousness, but he only discovered the Shinyu Palace 4 times in a year when he used his spiritual consciousness to search for it. Therefore, Yun Machen planned to go forward and ask for directions, and inquire about the location of the Shinyan Temple, or other advanced technological buildings that are beneficial to cultivation. Yun Machen slowly walked to the lakeside and saw a group of women playing in the water. He said politely, hello. Excuse me, do you know where the Divine Palace is located? In a moment. The moment Yun Machen opened his mouth, the girls turned around. Ah. Aha. Sisters, hurry up and catch the gangsters. Yun Machen, nose bleeding all over his face. Oh, you're taking a shower. Excuse me. There's movement. After half a month of chasing the Furong gang, Yun Machen felt that his nerve reactions had reached an unprecedented level of sensitivity. With a wave of his hand, he extinguished the fire used to roast the spiritual chicken, causing a cloud of dust to cover the charcoal on the ground with sparks used to destroy the body. Immediately, Yun Machen held the roasted spiritual chicken and jumped onto a tree 100 meters high, observing vigilantly. Where does that strong smell of roasted chicken come from? At this time, 2 women appeared under the tree, and one of them, a woman in a red dress, spoke. Hongxin, you must have fainted from hunger. Another woman in a blue dress tapped the woman in the red dress on the head and continued, who would come here in this dense forest to look for advanced technological buildings from an ancient civilization? How could there be the smell of roasted chicken? Really, Ayu? I really smelled it. If you don't believe me, smell it carefully again. The woman named Ayo couldn't bear the request of the woman in the red dress and took a deep breath. Holy shit! Hongxin, I smelled it too. The smell seems to be coming from above. Having said that, the 2 women stopped talking for a moment, looked at each other at the same time, then raised their eyebrows, pointing at the top of the big tree. Look at Yun Machen again. Holding a roast chicken, I gnawed halfway through, and a large piece of shredded meat was stuck between my teeth. With the 2 women under the tree, staring at each other. At this time, Yun Machen tore half of the roasted spiritual chicken with his mouth and said to the 2 women under the tree. Do you want to come up? I'll treat you to chicken. As soon as the words fell, the woman named Hongxin under the tree screamed instantly. Ayu. There's a pervert in the tree. Run. On the contrary, Aya did not panic. With a thought, a beautiful sword appeared in her hand. In an instant, the aura of the 7th level of the nascent soul stage burst out. Then, she shouted. Spiritual sword breaker. Go to hell, you pervert. Boom.
a 100-meter-high tree collapsed with a loud bang.
Yun Machin did not take it head-on, but just jumped hard and shot onto another big tree. But Yun Machin had an innocent look on his face. He thought that he was considered a pervert just for eating a chicken. At this time, Hong Xin, who was under the tree, pulled the corner of Ayu's clothes and said, "Aya, look, does this guy look like the pervert our gang leader has been chasing for over half a month without catching?" After hearing this, Ayu did not rush to attack again, but frowned and looked at Yun Machin carefully.
Look at Yun Machin again.
As the spiritual chicken was very rich in fat, Yun Machin's mouth was full of oil after eating it, and his face looked greasy under the sunlight on the top of the tree. At the same time, the half-month pursuit left Yun Machin with no time to take care of himself.
At this time, he was unkempt and looked very dirty.
After watching it carefully, Ayu's expression showed great shock, as if he had seen some national treasure-level pervert. He quickly took out a weapon similar to a pistol from his waist and fired a shot into the air with a bang.
Grass. It's a flare. Yun Machin's mouth twitched.
These two girls are definitely from the Furong gang. But don't think that the Furong gang is made up of women and look down on them.
He has suffered this before. As a result, he was chased and beaten by 5 crazy women in the spirit transformation stage. Then,
not daring to get entangled with them for too long, Yun Machin shot away from them thousands of meters away in an instant.
Ayu, don't chase him.
Although this pervert is abominable, he is incredibly powerful. Half a month ago, the 5 female leaders of our Furong gang couldn't stop him even if they joined forces.
Let's just wait here for the hall master and the gang leader to arrive. After all, we can't do anything with our strength. We might even be captured by this pervert.
Ayu, who was about to chase Yun Machin, stopped when he heard Hong Xian's words. She clenched her fists and did not reply to Hong Xian. She just stared at the direction where Yun Machin fled, muttering through gritted teeth.
Don't let me catch you, you pervert. Chapter 68, Damn. It's really hooked.
About 3 minutes after Yun Machin escaped, a group of people came to the place where Yun Machin had just roasted the spiritual chicken.
To be exact, it was a group of women. At this time, one of the women said, "Ayu, Hongshin, did you run into that pervert?" Before Ayu could answer, another woman hurriedly asked, Yes, Ayu, tell me quickly, did you encounter that pervert who was peeping at us taking a bath?" Ayu clenched her fists and said angrily, "Yes, Hongshin and I met him here just 3 minutes ago." Hong Xian's face flushed with anger, and she quickly responded, "Not only did we run into him, we were molested by him." Everyone exclaimed. "What?" A woman asked. "How did he tease you?" Hong Xian continued. He said, "Please treat us too to some chicken."
The girls were speechless for a moment. They looked at the 100-meter tall trees that collapsed around them, then looked at Hongshin and Ayu, and asked worriedly,
"You guys aren't hurt, are you?" Hong Xian said, "No, Ayu wanted to chase him, but I stopped him.
He is very powerful, so we didn't chase him rashly, otherwise we might be."
At this moment,
all the women made way for him without any prior agreement.
Immediately, a woman with a very strong aura walked out. "Ayu, Hongshin, are you too sure you just encountered that pervert?"
The two girls' heads were nodding like rattles. At this moment, the woman with a strong aura narrowed her eyes, tilted her head slightly behind her, and said coldly, "Xinyu, Hanshi, each of you lead a team and quickly conduct a blanket search in the direction he fled. Remember, if you discover his whereabouts, you must inform each other immediately.
This boy's strength is indeed not to be underestimated.
You must not fight him alone."
After saying this,
the women clasped their hands together, bowed at the same time, and said respectfully,
"Yes, boss."
The identity of this woman with a very strong aura is the leader of the Furong gang, Ling Yunhan.
Is this really never going to end?
These damn bitches, they look pretty, but why are they all so stubborn? I was just asking for directions and I happened to see you guys taking a shower.
What's wrong with taking a look? Why do you keep chasing me?"
Yun Machin, who had been running non-stop for most of the day, leaned against a tree, panting heavily, spitting on the ground, and complained with a frown.
At this time, Yun Machin heard. "Master Chinue, tell me, what did that pervert do to you?
Why did you 5 hall masters and the gang leader issue our gang's most wanted warrant to hunt down this person as soon as you returned?"
The person who was speaking was a cute girl named Meng Duo Duo.
Although she looked small, the aura she exuded was that of a 4th-level nascent soul stage cultivator. Privately, she has the best relationship with the head of Chinue Hall, so now that it's just the two of them, Meng Duodwa's words become a little more unbridled. Xinyu tapped Meng Duodwa's little head lovingly. You, instead of practicing well all day, you are interested in these things. Meng Duo pouted, pulled the corner of Chinyu's clothes, swayed back and forth, and started to act coquettishly.
Master Chinue's sister, yeah, just tell me. I promise, I won't tell anyone.
Seeing Meng Duodwa's serious face, Xinyu found her even cuter. Unable to bear her coquettishness, she whispered.
Let me tell you. Akiyu.
Yun Machin touched his nose, wondering if his wife Qing Jiyin missed him.
But he reacted instantly. Oh no. I'm exposed. Who's there?
Xinyu's mind moved, and a long flute appeared in her hand. She looked vigilantly at the source of the sound.
What to do? He doesn't want to run anymore.
Yun Machin's mind went blank for a moment. At this moment, the system's voice rang out from Yun Machin's mind.
Don't you have that ever-changing mask? If you put it on, people won't be able to recognize you. You have so many good things and you forget to use them. What an idiot. You are simply the worst host I have ever had. Yun Machin's mouth twitched.
Without having time to argue with the system, he hurriedly took out the Thousand Changes mask and put it on his face.
In a moment,
Yun Machin felt that the bones of his entire body were changing.
It's okay, it's just the bones all over the body.
In a breath, the change stopped. Yun Machin raised the Liantian sword in his hand and looked at the shadow he left on it, feeling very surprised.
Who is this guy?
He was a big and strong man with a face full of stubble.
The fat on his belly was almost bursting through Yun Machin's original clothes.
The thick layer of black hair on his arms made him look like a throwback to his ancestors.
Ahem, I'm taking a shit here, how does that bother you?
I was so startled that I almost broke my finger. The big man came out from the woods nearby, holding his belt which had not been tightened yet with both hands, with a look of grumbling on his face. To be precise, it was the transformed Yun Machin. Xinyu and Meng Duodwa's mouths twitched, but soon, their expressions returned to normal.
Xinyu asked, who are you and why are you sneaking around here? Yun Machin said, I
had diarrhea in broad daylight and finally found a secluded place to relieve myself.
But you guys came out of nowhere and gave me a scare. I haven't even asked you who you are, and you're asking me first. Meng Duo quickly covered her nose, stood on tiptoe, and lay behind Xinyu and said, Sister Yaya, this person is so disgusting, let's leave quickly.
Xinyu looked at the transformed Yun Machin, who looked so silly and foolish, and couldn't help but show disdain on her face.
She said, all right, hurry up and leave. We are from the Furong gang and we are on a mission. I am Xinyu, one of the 5 hall masters.
Yun Machin pretended to be stupid, wiped his hands on his trouser legs, and was about to go forward to shake hands with Xinyu. Oh, so it's the top 3 forces in the Shinyun training camp, the Furong gang.
I've heard a lot about them.
Xinyu took a step back and had no intention of shaking hands with Yun Machin. But Yun Machin was still dazed, pretending not to understand Xinyu's meaning, and still wanted to step forward and shake hands with her.
I told you to leave. Stop trying to get close to me.
But Yun Machin reached out quickly. At the moment when he was about to touch Xinyu's pink hand,
Xinyu couldn't help it and flicked the flute in her hand with her fingers. In an instant, the space became vibrating, and a soul attack came towards Yun Machin. Oh shit. Really tied. This was Meng Duodwa's inner exclamation of surprise.
You know, she has known Xinyu for so many years, but she has never seen anyone who can touch Xinyu's hand. Xinyu's mind was also blank. She didn't understand why her long flute soul attack had no effect on Yun Machin.
More importantly, he really got it. Chapter 69, which old woman is thinking about me again? Ah, get out of here.
Xinyu reacted quickly and pulled her hand out of Yun Machin's hand and shouted loudly.
Xinyu is not stupid.
As the leader of the top 3 forces in the Shinyun training camp, she has strong observation and judgment skills. She soon discovered that the silly-looking man in front of her was actually not stupid at all.
You have to know that I am at the 2nd level of the spirit transformation stage. Even if it is just a casual attack from me, how could an ordinary person be unharmed? However, she was puzzled. Why is the person in front of me pretending to be stupid?
She turned her head to look at Meng Duo, who was in shock, and then looked at her hand that had just been defiled.
Reacted instantly. He just wants to take advantage of me. In a moment,
Xinyu pulled Meng Duo back more than 10 meters, staring at Yun Mochen with a serious expression, and asked, "Who are you?" Yun Mochen seemed nonchalant and said with a smile, "Classmates, we're all from the Shenyun training camp."
"We're family." At this time, Meng Duo said, "Impossible.
I can't say 100% of the people in the Shenyun training camp are here, but I've met 99% of them, and there's definitely no one like you."
Who are you?
Tell the truth.
Because Meng Duo saw Qinyu's abnormal reaction, she became alert.
After all, as the cultivators' cultivation level improves, their memory also continues to improve, and those top-level cultivators can be said to have photographic memories. Seeing that the two women didn't believe him, Yun Mochen suddenly had an idea and returned to his normal expression.
"It seems that. Not that stupid and disgusting."
At this time, the system prompt sounded.
Ding.
"Congratulations to the host for shocking Qinyu. I will reward you with a Sword Master Realm Sword Kryptonite."
Ding. "Congratulations to the host for shocking Meng Duo.
The reward is 100,000 spiritual energy. Sword Intent Kryptonite contains the sword intent of a Sword Master. The host can comprehend it step by step and even break through to the Sword Master realm." Yun Mochen raised his eyebrows. Ever since he got the spiritual transformation pill last time, Yun Mochen felt that it was too lonely to train alone, so he turned on the system notification sound again.
Then, he got a little surprise. "I'm a freshman, I just got here."
In order to avoid offending a lot of people like that attention-seeking Yun Mochen I heard about half a month ago, I pretended to be a little stupid.
After all, hey, honest people don't suffer any losses.
Xinyu and Meng Duo were half believing and half doubting, and had no intention of putting down the weapons in their hands. Seeing that the two girls didn't believe him, Yun Mochen took out the identity token given to him by Senior Hen Tianya. After all, he heard after entering Magic City University that
this old man is still famous for being tired. Yes, this is Senior Hen's identity token. I'm a freshman at Moda University, in the same class as Yun Mochen. Xinyu lost her composure the moment she saw Hen Tianya's identity token. This is the idol she has been influenced by since she was a child.
Although his strength may have surpassed Hen Tianya due to his extraordinary talent, his status as an irreplaceable role model in Qinyu's heart. However, as the head of a hall, Xinyu did not show any shock, but pretended to be normal and asked,
Is this really Senior Hen Tianya's identity token?" As soon as the words fell,
Yun Mochen threw the token directly into Qinyu's hand, as if he was throwing an ordinary object. "No, see for yourself if it's true." Xinyu held the token in her hand, trembling with excitement. She touched it carefully.
There is indeed the aura of Senior Hen Tianya.
She took a deep breath, put away the flute in her hand, walked up to Yun Mochen, and returned the token to him personally. Because of Hen Tianya, she subconsciously completely dispelled her vigilance towards Yun Mochen.
Immediately,
she clasped her hands together, bowed to Yun Mochen, and said,
"Classmate, I'm sorry for offending you just now.
Since you are someone that Senior Hen Tianya values, I believe your character doesn't need much explanation.
I was just being petty and rude."
In this way, she could also explain to herself why her soul attack just now was ineffective against Yun Mochen.
After all, someone that even my idol values. How bad can it be?
Meng Duo, who was standing aside, looked at the huge contrast between Xinyu before and after, and was confused. But since her hall master had already bowed, she had to pretend to do so in front of outsiders. She quickly ran up to Yun Mochen and bowed to him with a fist.
Yun Mochen's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, "This old man is so awesome. He has fans everywhere. It seems that I have to trick him someday."
From then on, Yun Mochen secretly made up his mind to plot against Hen Tianya.
Somewhere on Earth,
the traces of flying in the sky.
Achoo! Hen Tianya touched his nose. "What's going on? Why are you sneezing in the middle of the day? Is that old woman thinking about me again?" Yun Mochen didn't act overly pretentiously and politely clasped his fists in return. "May I ask, Master Qinyu, what is your mission here?"
As soon as the words fell, Xinyu frowned and became a little wary. Before Qinyu could speak, Yun Mochen continued. "We are all classmates, and we should help each other.
If it is inconvenient for you to tell me, then don't tell me. It's okay.
Yun Machin had just finished speaking.
Qin Yu's ears turned red and she felt extremely guilty. How could I doubt someone my idol values?
Look how nice they are, they want to take the initiative to help us share our worries.
I was still wary of others. I am not a human being.
Yun Machin looked at Qin Yu, whose expression changed from serious and alert to complicated, and was confused. How could he have known that the Hen Tianya token he casually used as a shield would actually allow Qin Yu to imagine so much?
We're hunting down a pervert.
At this moment, Qin Yu, because of the extremely complicated psychological activities in her heart, had already thrown the word alert out of her mind, and she hurriedly spoke.
Yun Machin pretended to be confused and said, Abnormal? What kind of pervert? What did he do to you?
But after saying that, Yun Machin showed that he had said too much.
He clasped his fists and bowed again, then said, I'm sorry, I spoke too much. Qin Yu blushed and said quickly, No.
That pervert didn't do anything to us, he just peeped at us 5 hall masters and gang leaders taking a bath. Qin Yu had just finished speaking when she suddenly realized that she had said too much. Looking at the cute duo standing beside her, her mouth was wide open enough to fit 5 eggs, her face full of disbelief.
Well, classmate, I hope you can keep this a secret. We have a mission to complete, so I'll take my leave now. Immediately, Qin Yu pulled Meng Duo and turned around to leave. Because if I don't leave,
she was afraid that she would say some nonsense again.
Chapter 70 Beauty. What are you doing? Okay, Master Qin Yu, we'll see you later. Yun Machin hadn't finished speaking yet.
Qin Yu, with a panicked look on her face, hurriedly pulled Meng Duo, who also had a shocked look on her face, away. Yun Machin looked at the 2 girls leaving, with a devilish smile on his face.
Little guy, you look like a little girl, and you're the leader of the Furong gang? Since you really intend to fight me, Yun Machin, to the end, let's see who is the cat and who is the mouse.
Jia. Because Yun Machin tasted the sweetness of the ever-changing mask, his evil ideas gradually focused on the Furong gang that had been chasing her for more than half a month. After all, being chased for more than half a month would make anyone angry.
They must be made to suffer. Sudden.
Yun Machin's spiritual sense noticed that 8 kilometers to his left, there was a huge object moving rapidly in the forest.
Moreover, it's really big.
Every time it moved, it knocked down many towering trees, and bursts of boom sounds were heard.
Yun Machin was curious.
He took off his ever-changing mask and approached cautiously and quietly.
Damn it, stop it now.
A clear and pleasant female voice came into Yun Machin's ears.
Yun Machin frowned. This sound. Why does it sound so familiar?
Yun Machin quickened his pace and did not fly because he was afraid of being discovered.
Oh shit. Why is it this little ancestor? The owner of the voice is Nan Shuan. But what exactly was she chasing?
Yun Machin jumped onto a 100-meter-high tree, and Nan Shuan's charming face came into view. Moreover, 100 meters in front of her, there was a fast-moving
palace.
That's right, it's a palace that looks magnificent.
What surprised Yun Machin even more was that this palace actually has 2 legs.
And he runs very fast.
Yun Machin couldn't help but twitch his lips.
Although Zhao Yunjie had told him before that the buildings here were all intelligent. But now, a palace with long legs really appeared right in front of him, and it was running so fast that Yun Machin was still deeply surprised and confused. He originally thought that so-called intelligence was just something like artificial intelligence, not this kind of completely humanized building.
He didn't wait long for the shock. Boom!
Nan Shuan shot out with great force and slashed directly at the palace. At this time, the aura emitted by Nan Shuan was that of the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage. However, this palace was not cut in half by Nan Shuan's sword as imagined. It just flew out and knocked down dozens of towering trees.
Then I continued to get up and run. Although this palace is very strange, it looks very interesting. But for Yun Machin, what is more interesting is
that must be Nan Shuan herself. Since Nan Shuan's attention was focused on this long-legged palace, and Yun Machin's own stealth ability was strong. Therefore, even Nan Shuan, who had the divine consciousness of the immortal emperor, did not notice Yun Machin, who had been observing him. Yun Machin, who was hiding aside, suddenly raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile.
Then my mind moved.
He then took out the ever-changing mask from the system space and put it on his face.
Beautiful lady, do you need any help?
Yun Machin, who had turned back into a rough man, appeared in Nan Shuan's sight.
Nan Shuan's words came coldly. Roll. Yun Machin's mouth curled up even more under the mask.
Together with Nan Shuan, he chased after the long-legged palace, revealing 2 rows of yellow teeth, and said in a feigned enthusiasm, "Beautiful lady, when you are out and about, having more friends will open up more paths. As the saying goes, when you see injustice, you should draw your sword and help. You want to chase that palace with legs, right?
It's no big deal. Leave it to me."
Without waiting for Nan Shuan to speak, Yun Machin casually swung out a sword energy and hit the front of the long-legged palace.
In a moment, hundreds of towering trees collapsed. And since there are no bumpy roadblocks, this palace on legs runs even faster. Oops, I missed. It's my fault. I haven't practiced swordplay in the past few days, so I'm rusty. Look at me, I can't do anything right.
Wait for me, pretty girl, I'm going to strike it with my sword again, and I'm going to kill it. Nan Shuan saw the big fool beside him about to swing his sword again, and hurriedly stopped him and said,
"Don't."
But before he could finish his words, there was another boom.
Now, the palace with long legs was further away from them.
Because this time, Yun Machin directly knocked down nearly 1,000 towering trees in front of him.
Court death.
Nan Shuan shouted, stopped where she was, and slashed towards Yun Machin fiercely.
Beauty. Beauty. What are you doing? Shouldn't you be hitting that ghost thing in front? Why are you hitting me? Yun Machin dodged Nan Shuan's sword easily by moving sideways, and said hurriedly.
But obviously Nan Shuan didn't give him a chance to explain. She simply swung her hand and chopped Yun Machin's abdomen with the sword in her hand.
Wow, this little girl is so ruthless. Kill with every move.
Yun Machin did not dare to be careless and hurriedly retreated hundreds of meters behind him, but the powerful force contained in Nan Shuan's sword energy still left a shallow blood mark on Yun Machin's left shoulder. Both sides stopped where they were. Nan Shuan narrowed her eyes and began to take seriously the seemingly harmless foolish man in front of her. Because the situation was urgent, Nan Shuan's attention was mostly on the long-legged palace, and she subconsciously ignored the person who suddenly broke in. She thought about it carefully. With the sword she had just struck, she was afraid that even an ordinary 9th-level nascent soul stage expert would not dare to escape unscathed. And this silly big man in front of me. However, he was able to dodge his full-strength attack by relying on his 5th level of the nascent soul stage, and only a small cut was left by the sword energy.
This is obviously not normal.
It's not just Nan Shuan who was conceited, but her strength and the confidence accumulated from countless battle experiences over thousands of years.
Nan Shuan spoke first, and said coldly.
I'll say it again, follow me again and I'll separate my head and legs. Yun Machin seemed unconcerned, and casually glanced at the small wound on his left shoulder left by Nan Shuan. Suddenly he smiled innocently, touched the back of his head, and said to Nan Shuan in an embarrassed manner. Beauty, I haven't practiced sword for a long time, so I'm a little rusty.
Don't be angry, is it necessary to be so angry? My mom said that when a girl gets angry, it's not good for her skin.
So, please don't give birth. Before Yun Machin could finish his long babble, Nan Shuan interrupted him and said,
I told you to get out, understand? Say one more word and I'll kill you. Nan Shuan really couldn't bear it anymore.
This time, her tone was filled with murderous intent that almost became tangible.
Chapter 71 What the hell is this?
But Yun Machin pretended not to understand and didn't care at all, and was about to speak again. Beautiful lady, as the saying goes.
Boom.
There was a loud noise. Looking at the place where Yun Machin was just now, it was already a huge pit 100 meters deep.
What a close call.
If I wasn't at the 10th level of the nascent soul stage now, I might have been hurt by this little girl in front of me.
Beautiful lady, please be kind. Why would you kill a kind-hearted person like me? Alas, it turns out that good intentions are not rewarded. The dog author really didn't deceive me.
Yun Machin suddenly appeared behind Nan Shuan and spoke in a wrong tone. The fat on his face, coupled with his unshaven beard, looks very funny. Nan Shuan, on the other hand, was very surprised.
She didn't even notice when Yun Machin appeared behind her. Who are you? What's your purpose in following me?
This time, Nan Shuan was deeply certain that the purpose of this silly man coming here was not to help at all. And it was herself. Yun Machin lifted up his pants that were obviously not suitable for his body shape, smiled and shook his head, then reached into his shirt and scratched it, and said slowly,
Beautiful lady, why are you so nervous? This is the Godfall training camp. We are all elites selected by the Chinese federal government. We can all be said to be classmates, family, and ourselves. Besides, I saw you were pretty, so I came up to ask for your contact information. Apparently, you're after that weird palace with long legs. I'm not trying to attract your attention, I'm just trying to help you.
As he spoke, Yun Machin shook his head and straightened his hair, which had been slightly messy due to the wind.
Nan Shuan's mouth twitched, indicating that she was half believing and half doubting.
But she couldn't find any reason why the greasy foolish guy in front of her kept following her. But probably because she was thinking about chasing the palace with long legs, Nan Shuan did not choose to continue fighting with Yun Machin. Instead, he showed a look of contempt and said something that surprised Yun Machin.
Want my contact information? You don't deserve it. I do have a man I barely admire. If you can defeat him, I'll consider giving you his contact information. How about that? Yun Machin's heart was instantly in turmoil.
Although Nan Shuan actually had no relationship with him, he still felt inexplicably uncomfortable and angry when he heard Nan Shuan mention another man.
Who?
Yun Machin's tone suddenly became louder, and his emotions were filled with excitement and anger. Nan Shuan was puzzled by Yun Machin's inexplicable reaction, but then she thought that the man in front of her was nothing more than a pervert, so she said calmly,
Yun Machin. Yun Machin?
This time, he suppressed his inner worry, lowered his voice, and confirmed again.
You mean Yun Machin? In just a few breaths.
Yun Machin felt as comfortable as if he had taken a shit without toilet paper, and when he called a friend for help, he suddenly received a message that he had won $1 million in the lottery he bought the day before yesterday. Nan Shuan looked at the silly big guy in front of her who was laughing foolishly and seriously suspected that there was something wrong with his brain.
Any questions? If you don't have any, get out of here. Yun Machin, oh.
But, just as Yun Machin turned to leave, he stopped again and turned to Nan Shuan and said,
What's his relationship with you now? A potential boyfriend. After Yun Machin left, Nan Shuan couldn't help but clench her fists and raise them to her chest, saying to herself, Let you kiss me.
Just wait for me to cause you trouble. I'll let you know how disastrous the consequences of provoking me will be. But after she said this, Nan Shuan unconsciously touched her red lips. A blush appeared on her face and quickly spread to her ears.
Don't miss him anymore. So annoying. Immediately,
Nan Shuan turned her hand, and the crisp sound of the sword chi resounded through the sky.
He. Want to pursue me? That depends on whether you are worthy of me. Clang, clang, clang.
In the forest, Yun Machin hummed a little tune and walked slowly.
Don't mention how happy he is now.
Where does the smell of grilled fish come from?
For a time,
the rich aroma of grilled fish reached Yun Machin's nose. Yun Machin followed the source of the fragrance and moved closer.
What the hell?
What the hell is this thing? By a small lake, a monster about 1 meter tall, resembling a miniature palace model, was holding a stick with a large fish on it, roasting it over a fire. This was not a human at all, or any kind of creature he had ever seen. Even the previous palace with long legs could not compare to its bizarre shape. This miniature palace not only has hands and feet, but also facial features. But if you look closer, you will find that everything on it is not the facial features and body that we normally understand. Its eyes are 2 sapphires, its nose is something like a stalactite, and its mouth is like the gate of a palace, but it can open and close up and down, which is very strange. As for its hands and feet, they are a bit like the building materials in nanotechnology. Even though they look very stiff, their movements are actually no different from those of a normal person.
Yun Machin was really confused this time. This little guy looks so chic. Ahem, what are you? Yun Machin suddenly appeared behind him and said, Fuck. Who are you? Really, it scared me.
Yun Machin's sudden appearance scared the little thing so much that its hands trembled and it almost dropped the grilled fish into the fire.
Yun Machin's mouth twitched, and he could no longer control his facial expression.
He didn't reply immediately, but just stared at the little thing in front of him, as if he wanted to figure it out.
Hey. I'm talking to you. Who are you? Why are you staring at me? Yun Machin came back to his senses and said, I'm Yun Machin, a student at the Shenyun training camp. What about you? What are you?
After hearing what Yun Machin said, the miniature palace instantly became angry. With one hand holding the stick with the grilled fish stuck on it and the other hand on its waist, it angrily said to Yun Machin,
You are a thing, your whole family is a thing. Human, I have a name. Please call me Little Palace Spirit. Okay? Yun Machin.
This strange little guy in front of him completely aroused Yun Machin's curiosity. He walked forward, knocked on the head of this miniature palace, and then muttered,
Interesting, interesting. Little Palace Spirit, I.
At this moment, the system's voice sounded from my mind.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for shocking the little temple spirit.
Reward, a divine map of the starry sky.
Starry Sky Divine Map. The host can freely travel through all the star fields in the mortal world through this map, but there are restrictions on cultivation. As for the range of travel, please try it yourself. Yun Machin raised his eyebrows and looked at the system space.
Wow, this is good stuff.
But Yun Machin soon realized that the system's random rewards were mostly given out based on factors such as the cultivation, strength, and identity of the shocked person.
From this we can see that.
This chic little thing in front of me.
How extraordinary. At this time, Yun Machin suddenly asked curiously, Have you grown into a little Gigi? Little Palace Spirit. Chapter 72 Palace Master, what are your instructions? You are sick.
The little temple spirit subconsciously took a few steps back, raised its unique head, and stared at Yun Machin fiercely.
Hey, just kidding. So, little temple spirit, who the hell are you? Seeing Yun Machin calling his name, the little temple spirit felt a little better. He curled his lips and said, I am the palace spirit master of this divine fall training camp that you humans are talking about. What? Silly. Literally. All the palaces here are under my control. Hee, isn't that impressive?
The little temple spirit crossed his arms in front of his chest, his face full of pride.
Yun Machin, oh. You, no reaction? What reaction do you want today? I am the Lord of the Temple Spirit. Shouldn't you be extremely excited, filled with immense admiration? Without. The corners of Xiao Dianling's mouth twitched, and her face, which looked like nanotech material, was puffed up with anger. It waved its hands. So annoying, so annoying. Go away now, I don't want to see you. Don't bother me while I grill fish.
Yun Machin thought he had teased it enough, so he smiled and stretched out his hand. With a thought, a roasted spiritual chicken leg emitting a strange fragrance appeared in his hand.
Yes, I'll give you a taste. Just leave now, it's so annoying.
Xiao Dianlingdi's eyes and sense of smell instantly focused on the roasted spiritual chicken leg in Yun Machin's hand, and he swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue.
Because it smells so good. Golden color, rich fat, and fragrant.
This was what Yun Machin had left over from his previous meal and saved for dinner. The little temple spirit rubbed her hands together, her expression instantly turned smiling, and she hurried over to Yun Machin and touched his buttocks. In fact, it originally wanted to touch Yun Machin's shoulder, but its height was not satisfactory.
Ah, that human, your roast chicken smells so good, ah.
Yun Machin placed the roasted chicken drumstick at the tip of Little Palace Spirit's nose, but it only stayed there for a moment before Yun Machin immediately raised his hand and said,
Want to eat?
The moment it stayed at the tip of his nose, the little temple spirit took a deep breath, and the rich aroma instantly filled his taste buds. It couldn't help but tremble all over, and two blue lights burst out from its two sapphire eyes, shining on Yun Machin's hand.
Think. Human, give it to me. I can satisfy you with whatever you want.
The little temple spirit couldn't help but stretch out his hands and stood on tiptoe to reach it.
Yun Machin showed an imperceptible smile on his face. This little guy is really simple. You're hooked. Then tell me, what can you give me?
This roasted spiritual chicken of mine took me 49 days to bake and smoke.
It's really not easy to make. Besides, this chicken has extraordinary cultivation.
It was a sword master realm sword cultivator in its lifetime, so don't bring out ordinary things to exchange with me.
After that,
Yun Machin quietly released a trace of the sword master realm kryptonite, surrounding the roasted spirit chicken legs.
Then,
Yun Machin roasted another chicken leg and put it to his nose to smell it, then looked at the little temple spirit with a reluctant look.
What can I give you?
The little temple spirit lowered his head and looked at his toes, his brain working rapidly. But after thinking about it for a while, it found that the stimulation of its taste buds was really unbearable, and for a moment it really couldn't think of what it could offer in exchange. Helplessly, it looked at the grilled fish in its hand, and then looked at Yun Machin. Yun Machin looked embarrassed and shook his head. For a moment, the little temple spirit grabbed his little head anxiously. Yes, I am the lord of the temple spirit. I can give him a palace. I'll give you a palace, do you want it? Yun Machin did not answer immediately. He remained silent for a moment, as if he was weighing the matter in his mind. Don't worry, stay steady. Continue to put it on. Human, don't even think about it. I'm really going to give you a palace, and it's the best palace. I promise you won't suffer any loss. Real? Real. Let me taste it. Yun Machin pretended to put his hand down, but when the roasted chicken leg was about to touch Xiao Dianling's fingertips, Yun Machin's slowly falling hand stopped again. Wait, what if you finish eating and change your mind? Who can I talk to then? Oh. So annoying. Just wait. After saying that, Xiao Dianling reached behind his back and took out a cell phone. Yes, you read that right, it's a mobile phone. Xiao Dianling picked up the phone and put it to her mouth. That kid from the Divine Palace. Yes. It's you. Hurry up and get to me within a minute. I've sent your location to your phone. Yun Machin looked at its fancy operation and twitched his mouth. This is too humane. Before Yun Machin could finish being shocked, an even more bewildered scene appeared. Bang! 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 There was a sound of hurried footsteps, or to be more precise, like an earthquake. The huge noise strongly stimulated Yun Machin's eardrums. He hurriedly circulated the mysterious energy in his body, and the strong feeling of discomfort disappeared. Soon, the sound became louder and louder, and the ground shook more and more. Yun Machin looked over. 1,000-meter palace appeared in Yun Machin's sight. And also, all limbs are sound, proper facial features. Yun Machin couldn't help but take out the Liantian sword and hold it in his hand. A vague sense of oppression made Yun Machin feel uneasy. This guy is too big. At this time, the hall stopped in front of Yun Machin and the little hall spirit. Behind it, the dense forest was trampled by this creature, leaving a path 100 meters wide and stretching as far as the eye could see. The man in the hall suddenly knelt on one knee with a bang, and the ground shook. Palace Master, what are your instructions? Chapter 73. This little guy is really proud. I'm giving you to this human. From now on, you follow him and he will be your master. Hearing this, the man in the hall had a very stunned expression. Although his face was made of unknown materials, his emotions could still be seen changing. Palace Master, why? Humph. I asked you to come here to inform you, not to ask questions. Do you understand? Although the small temple spirit is almost the size of an ant compared to this huge monster, the big temple seems to be very afraid of the small temple spirit. Yes, Palace Master. Dadayan didn't dare to say anything more, and quickly clasped his hands together and knelt on one knee on the ground. He just looked up at the human beside him, not knowing what he was thinking, and then lowered his head and waited for the little temple spirit to speak again. While Yun Machin was shocked, Xiao Dianling jumped on one foot, snatched the roasted chicken leg from Yun Machin's hand and stuffed it into his mouth. Delicious, not bad, not bad. Yun Machin recovered and asked, are you really giving it to me? This big thing is the Xinyu Palace I just told you about. It is also the best palace I have here. Take it away quickly. I've eaten all your chicken legs. Even if you're not satisfied, just make do with it. Don't say that my little temple spirit is a spirit that doesn't keep its promises. Immediately, the little temple spirit wiped the oil from the corner of his mouth and waved his hand, signaling Yun Machin to leave. Yun Machin was ecstatic. It even feels a little unbelievable. The rumored temple of the gods was just given to him like this? There are only 2 requirements to leave here. One is to reach the stage of transformation into a god, and the other is to enter the palace of the gods. And now, he has the Xinhua pill, and the Shenyan Palace is also his. So can we say? Can he leave this damn place now? Yun Machin ignored the little temple spirit and walked to the foot of the Shenyan temple. He raised his head and asked tentatively. Do you listen to me? I dare not disobey the palace master's orders. Oh nar. Yun Machin was ecstatic. This little guy is really proud.
I just have a bad brain. Can you shrink? It's really inconvenient for you to follow me at your current size. Yes, Lord. A group of people suddenly appeared and interrupted Shen Yandian's words. This damn thing runs so damn fast. I finally caught up with it. I'm so tired. Brothers, let's go in together this time. I don't want to stay in this damn god-breaking training camp for a single moment. I've already been here for 5 years and have lost contact with human civilization outside for 5 whole years. Yes. I miss my mom so much. I have to go back to see her. This time, we must do our best and fight our way in. Eh? Isn't this Yun Machin? Wow, how come this guy can run faster than us? There were at least 50 or 60 people in the group, and the aura they exuded was that of someone in the spirit transformation stage. At this time, a voice came from Yun Machin's mind. Master, the palace master once made a deal with you powerful humans, ordering us not to forcefully refuse if a powerful human wants to enter my body. So I can't reduce my size for the time being. It seems that just now, in order to quickly reach the small temple spirit, the Shenyan temple restored its largest size, resulting in a huge movement that attracted the attention of countless people. After all, after regaining his shape, the long-legged girl can run faster. Yun Machin was amazed. No wonder even a strong man like Zhao Yunjie only discovered this guy 4 times in a year. It turned out that he could really change his body size. At this time, a man walked up to Yun Machin. Brother Yun, do you still remember me? It's Li Yanliang. Before Yun Machin could speak, Li Yanliang continued. I was blind to the truth before, so please don't mind, Brother Yun. This is just a small token of my appreciation, please accept it. As he spoke, Li Yanliang took out a gourd from his space ring and stuffed it into Yun Machin's arms. Ha, how embarrassing. As Yun Machin spoke, he grabbed it and put it away. After all, if you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you bastard. The corners of Li Yanliang's mouth twitched, but he still smiled apologetically, looking completely different from his previous arrogant and annoyed expression. Brother Yun, why didn't Ling Zhang come? Li Yanliang knew that Yun Machin's wife was also a powerful person in the spirit transformation stage. Yun Machin smiled and shook his head, saying, she had something to do and was separated from me for a while. Li Yanliang raised his eyebrows. Could it be that they broke up? Since we broke up. Then you are only in the nascent soul stage. There are several people in my black evil gang who are at the god transformation stage. My wife is still the gang leader. Then do you deserve my politeness? Thinking of this, Li Yanliang's expression instantly became somewhat disdainful and arrogant, and he even wondered whether he should take back the gourd he had given to Yun Machin. But at this moment, the people from Furong gang are here. My dear, all of them are fair-skinned and beautiful, I really want to touch them. Shoo! Keep your voice down. You're going to kill yourself. Oh, I understand. When Yun Machin heard the 3 words Furong gang, his whole body trembled instantly. Before he could take out the ever-changing mask from the system space, a scream attracted the attention of everyone present. Sisters, catch the pervert. He's here. Yun Machin. Before Yun Machin could run. Boom! Yun Machin was blown away by 2 sudden sword energies. Everyone was amazed. What is going on? Could it be that the pervert they are talking about? That is. Chapter 74. Let us kill them together. It's Yun Machin? Li Yanliang, who was standing by, was also knocked back several meters by the aftermath of the sword energy. Gnashing teeth in anger. When I was about to start cursing, take a look at the source of these 2 sword energies. He wilted in an instant. It's Qin Yu and Han Shihou Master. The powerful aura of their cultivation instantly shocked everyone present. After all, the Furong gang is the #1 force in the Shenyun training camp, so being able to become the leader of the gang is a great honor. It can be seen how extraordinary the strength is. Yun Machin raised an eyebrow. An idea suddenly came to my mind. Whispering a message to the Divine Palace. Is there any way to get all of their attention? Yes, Master. Yun Machin couldn't help but be ecstatic. Hurry, little god, get their attention. The Shenyun Palace trembled instantly. The kilometer-tall figure began to tremble violently. A moment. The earth is shaking.
Some people who were caught off guard fell directly to the ground.
But actually,
this was not the temple of the gods' way of attracting their attention.
As to why it did this,
blame it all on its psychological activities. At this moment, the god's palace was thinking. Actually, it's also very good that the palace master gave me to this human being.
He actually called me by my nickname. Ah.
So shy.
Yunmachen's mouth twitched.
Is this what you wanted?
Sudden.
The divine palace opened its mouth, and instantly a dazzling golden light burst out.
Everyone's attention was instantly drawn. Everyone, look! The gate to the divine palace has opened. Everyone must give it their all. This time, we must return home.
Two respected Furong gang leaders, a fierce battle is about to begin.
Let's put aside our previous hatreds for now. We all need to be in top form and not lose this opportunity due to internal strife. Yes. Two hall masters, we all want to go home. Let's put aside the previous grudges for now.
4 others. Whether it is the Chinue Hall Master or the Hanshi Hall Master, they are both indispensable and extremely powerful fighting forces. If these two join in, the probability of successfully passing the level will be greatly increased.
Xinyu and Hanshi looked at each other, sighing helplessly. Stopped attacking Yunmachen. After all, they represent the image of the entire Furong gang outside. You're lucky this time. I'll let you live for now, Xinyu said. At the same time,
she moved her fingers behind her back and looked at Hanshi.
Hanshi understood instantly.
He took out the same pistol that Meng Duo and Hong Xian had used before and fired a shot into the sky.
Then he said, "Let's go in together."
All right. Thank you both hall masters for your generosity and help.
I can't thank you enough for your kindness.
If we can successfully return home, you must help me with all your strength if you need anything.
Yes, count me in too. Thank you both for your help. If you succeed, your business will be mine. And me.
Xinyu and Hanshi smiled and waved their hands. In fact, they were only forced to join because of public opinion.
Then, kill them together.
I don't know who read this sentence.
In a moment,
50 or 60 powerful masters in the god transformation stage simultaneously released a powerful aura that swept across the entire venue.
With a loud boom,
a group of people rushed towards the gate of the Temple of the Gods.
Kill. Brothers, kill them all. To go home. To eat the food our parents cook.
Everyone in the audience was as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and their emotions were high and boiling.
Sudden.
A white light flashed from inside the door, so fast that it was difficult to track with the naked eye.
Immediately,
the first powerful cultivator in the god transformation stage who arrived at the gate of the Xinyan Palace was blown away, and a mouthful of blood spurted out, flying all over the sky.
Everyone stopped in the air. They were confused and even wanted to back out. Because, just now, no one could see where this beam of white light came from inside the gate. Which direction it was shot from. At this time, someone shouted. Chapter 75, the first level of the spiritual transformation stage. Don't worry, I've been here before. The people inside won't kill you.
They'll just cause serious injuries.
But our chance to go home is right in front of us. How can we know if we can get in if we don't try? At worst, I'll just have to stay in bed for a month and a half. It's so scary sometimes. Yes. Brothers, he's right, kill them all. Kill. 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 In a moment,
a group of strong men attacked one after another, and a variety of moves shot violently towards the gate of the Xinyan Temple.
Puff. Puff.
2 figures retreated violently from the air and fell heavily to the ground. The huge impact force caused them to crash into more than a dozen large trees.
Everyone looked closely. They turned out to be the 2 hall masters of Furong gang.
Xinyu and Hanshi were seen weakly covering their chests, and 2 pools of blood left bloody marks on the ground.
Everyone was suddenly surprised.
Although their attacks were offset by the counterattack of the mysterious powerful man in the Temple of Gods, they all suffered some impact to a certain extent.
But logically speaking, with the strength of the 2 hall masters, the impact they received is definitely not so exaggerated, right?
At this time, an unknown strong man slapped his head and explained loudly.
I understand.
The reason the two hall masters were injured so badly is because they both endured a greater impact from the attack. They want to share the damage with us as much as possible. As soon as these words came out, everyone around was deeply moved and felt guilty. They actually had doubts about these two selfless and powerful people just now. At this time, a strong woman hurried to the two hall masters and helped them up.
No, cough cough, we are fine. Hurry up and fight, cough cough cough, the divine palace. Shinyu spat out blood again.
He took out 2 unknown pills from the space ring and quickly handed them to Hanshi beside him. After they took them at the same time, they adjusted their breathing on the spot.
Everyone was deeply moved again.
The bloodiness and anger in everyone's hearts were completely aroused, and they once again rushed towards the Shinyan temple together.
Interesting, interesting.
Yun Machin, who was watching the show on the side, raised his eyebrows, as if he had discovered something, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
He sat there.
Take out the Shinhua pill from the system space and swallow it directly. Anyway, he is not afraid of the two women coming to find him. After all, they have pretended to be righteous and selfless, and they can't expose their own lies.
For a time,
Yun Machin's body was instantly filled with the powerful medicinal power of the elixir. He hurriedly adjusted his breathing and luck, trying to refine the medicinal power as quickly as possible.
A quarter of an hour later. Boom! The first level of the spirit transformation stage.
In an instant, a powerful spiritual energy flowed through the meridians in his body and quickly filled his entire body. At this moment, he felt extremely comfortable and relaxed.
What surprised him even more was that
he raised his hand and swung his empty fist, and the space was shattered easily in an instant. It can be said that his current strength is 10 times stronger than that of the 10th level Yuanying stage. No.
It is dozens of times. Even 100 times.
Because you have to know that a strong person in the God transformation stage can be regarded as entering the ranks of the truly strong people on Earth. Although he is at the back, tearing the space apart can be said to be a piece of cake for him.
But it's completely different here. Both the space and the laws here are more perfect.
Even if a strong man in the fusion stage comes, it is impossible to shatter the space easily.
Otherwise,
the other powerful people in the God transformation stage of the Shinyun training camp had already shattered space and fled from here.
Why would you bother to risk being seriously injured and break into the temple of the gods?
Yun Machin looked at his hands, and even for a moment he felt dazed by his skyrocketing strength.
Could it be that this is because of my divine body?
At this moment, the system's cheesy voice rang out from Yun Machin's mind. Ahem, host, you finally figured it out.
This kid is teachable. Yun Machin's mouth twitched, and he cursed angrily, do you want to die? Ha, host, don't get excited. Wait until I'm done.
Since you've discovered another magical effect of the Chaos Divine Body, I'll give you a good encyclopedia. As for the Divine Body, its development is tied to your own strength. The phenomenon you've discovered, host, is one of the most perverted effects of the Chaos Divine Body, multiplication. Hearing this, Yun Machin couldn't help but think about something.
Oh, forget it, host. You're so stupid.
The reason you didn't notice it before is because your realm strength is too low, and the multiplication effect is not obvious.
You know, there's a huge gap between the nascent soul stage and the spiritual transformation stage.
When the system said this, Yun Machin's confusion had completely disappeared. He slowly stood up from the ground, brushed off the dirt on the back of his gown, and looked behind him with interest.
The realm of the spirit transformation period.
It also expanded his spiritual awareness by nearly hundreds of times.
He felt it.
Tens of thousands of meters behind him, a group of strong men were rapidly approaching him. The weak Shinyu and Hanshi looked at each other at the same time.
Nodded.
At the same time, he looked at Yun Machin meaningfully. Then he turned his gaze towards the group of figures coming rapidly in the air.
Chapter 76. What? Do you need my help? After a few breaths, a group of people appeared behind Yun Machin. To be exact, it's a group of beauties.
The cold and beautiful face of the leading woman made Yun Machin's eyes light up, and what surprised him even more was the aura that the woman inadvertently revealed.
It's the 6th level of the spirit transformation stage.
And at this moment, the two hall masters, Shinyu and Hanshi, instantly revived to full health and ran to the front of this proud and elegant woman. They clasped their hands together, half bent at the waist, and said respectfully,
Gang leader.
The woman exuded the aura of a superior. She glanced at the two of them and said coldly,
Where is he?
Before Qin Yuanhan she could reply, Yuanhang Xan, the two girls behind Ling Yunhan, the leader of the Furong gang, instantly pointed at Yun Machin behind her and shouted excitedly.
Ah! That's him! This pervert! Big pervert! He's here! Yun Machin! In a moment.
The women behind Ling Yunhan hurriedly drew the swords from their waists and stood ready, waiting for the leader to give the order, so that they could immediately cut the scoundrel in front of them into pieces.
Yun Machin was speechless.
It turned out that the reason you two pretended to be injured was because of him. He originally thought that Qin Yuanhan she wanted to conserve their strength and wait for others to consume the strong men in the Shenyan Palace. Wait until the main forces of the Furong gang arrive, then reap the benefits and escape from this hellhole together.
All this time just to get someone to beat me up. Humph! You dare to bully our Furong gang. You will definitely pay the price.
Qin Yu took out her sword and pointed it at Yun Machin, saying harshly.
Yun Machin's reaction surprised them.
There was not a trace of nervousness on his handsome features. Yun Machin casually played with the Lientian sword in his hand, not paying any attention to the group of powerful and terrifying women in front of him.
Even after Ling Yunhan deliberately revealed the aura of his cultivation, he remained calm. Are you the pervert they're talking about?
Ling Yunhan walked forward slowly, wearing a pair of sapphire blue high heels, and came to Yun Machin and asked. Yun Machin couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, but he didn't know how to answer for a moment.
Yes or no? If I say yes, I'm admitting that I'm a pervert.
If I say no, they are definitely looking for me.
You are Ling Yunhan, the leader of the Hibiscus gang, right? Your Excellency's name is well known.
I, Yun Machin, have heard of you for a long time and have always wanted to find an opportunity to pay you a visit.
I wonder if there is some misunderstanding between us.
Yun Machin seemed to lower his body to reply to Ling Yunhan, but whether it was his eyes that were wandering wantonly on the beautiful Ling Yunhan, or the Lientian sword that he was casually waving in his hand, there is no trace of respect at all.
You're talking nonsense. And you misunderstood me. You're just a pervert and a big pervert.
He also said he would treat me and Aya to his chicken. Before Ahong could finish her words, Hong Xian beside her quickly covered her mouth.
Then why did I hear that someone saw something they shouldn't have seen?
Ling Yunhan's voice is very pleasant, a bit like that of a queen, but if you listen carefully, you can feel a cold murderous intent hidden in it.
This was an accident.
I was lost, and then I saw a lake and decided to drink some water to relieve my boredom.
Who knew there were people inside?
This question made Yun Machin feel a little guilty, but if he was asked if he regretted it,
that's absolutely impossible. Looking back on that day, that touching glimpse of spring. Humph. Damn pervert. Gang leader, stop wasting time on this scumbag and skin him alive. That's right, boss. Don't let this scumbag fool you. He did it on purpose.
The group of women behind Ling Yunhan who had been seen naked by Yun Machin in the lake last time spoke one after another, trying to persuade Ling Yunhan to give the order to take action. Ling Yunhan raised her eyebrows slightly, turned her head slightly to glance at the women behind her, then turned back to stare at Yun Machin and said,
What more explanation do you need?
I don't want you to pay with your life, otherwise it will make our Furong gang look too bloodthirsty. You did it yourself, so let's forget about it. Yun Machin's pupils contracted instantly, his eyes and mouth widened at the same time, and he said in surprise.
What?
Ling Yunhan was not in a hurry. She licked her slightly dry red lips and continued to speak to Yun Machin calmly.
Why, do you need my help? Chapter 77 Complete Crush.
Yun Machin held the Lientian sword in front of his chest with his right hand, and subconsciously covered a certain part of his body with his left hand, staring intently at the stunning and terrifying woman in front of him.
Ahem. Gang leader Ling Yunhan, we just need to resolve our misunderstanding. Don't make jokes like this.
As soon as Yun Machin finished speaking, Ling Yunhan chuckled softly. Although it was beautiful, it gave people a creepy feeling. She stopped talking nonsense with Yun Machin and raised her jade hand and moved it.
For a time,
because Qin Yu and Han Xu were closest to Yun Machin, the two women took the first step.
Two powerful auras of the spirit transformation realm instantly emerged in the entire venue. In the blink of an eye,
the two long swords crossed and the blades reached Yun Machin's neck at an extremely fast speed.
At the same time, the strong woman behind Ling Yunhan also stepped forward. Unexpectedly, Yun Machin's movements were even faster.
In half a breath, he teleported back 100 meters, making the combined sword skills of the two women fall into vain.
Impossible?
Even a third-level spiritual transformation stage expert wouldn't be able to completely dodge the combined attack of the two hallmasters, Xinyu and Han Shi.
How could this pervert dodge it so easily? According to our investigation, isn't he only at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage?
The expressions of the powerful women of Furong Gang suddenly became solemn.
There was only one possibility now.
Yun Machin hid his strength. The system was also ringing non-stop in Yun Machin's mind at this moment. Yun Machin simply turned off the system's prompt sound, otherwise it would be like those flies buzzing in your ears.
System, you are the fly. Your whole family are flies. Snap, 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 snap.
Ling Yunhan suddenly clapped his hands for no apparent reason. It's worth it that our Furong Gang has been hunting you down for over a month.
It's a shame that you were killed all of a sudden.
Now it seems quite interesting.
Immediately, Ling Yunhan looked at the three women with extraordinary temperaments behind him and said,
Luo Xian, Yunya, Dai Kai, the three of you go help them.
As for the others, stay where you are. This boy is very powerful.
The others should stay here and form a formation to cheer them on. The three hallmasters, Luo Xian, Yunya, and Dai Kai, clasped their hands together and replied respectfully.
Yes, boss. Yun Machin did not run away this time.
Ever since he broke through to the spirit transformation stage, the tremendous changes in his physical strength made him extremely confident. He picked up a huge banana leaf beside him and wiped the Lientian sword in his hand. A strong desire to fight instantly burst out from his body.
Because he also wanted to know. How strong is he now? He.
When Yun Machin thought of this, he couldn't help but let out a strange laugh. Coupled with his handsome face, he really looked like a villain.
Luo Xian shuddered when she heard Yun Machin's laughter and said, Ah! This is too perverted.
Sisters, stop wasting time with him. Let's use our strongest move and kill him with one sword. Xinyu, Han Shi and others frowned, looked at each other and nodded.
In a moment,
the 5 female hall masters flew into the air together, held the spiritual swords in their hands in front of their chests, and kept muttering something in their mouths.
What are they doing? Yun Machin didn't understand what was going on.
He picked up the Lientian sword and shaved his beard, which hadn't been trimmed for over a month. He looked at the 5 beauties in the air with disapproval.
No, it's 5 strong women. Sudden.
The 5 of them moved, pushing their hands forward, and the 5 long swords gathered together, forming a giant sword with an extraordinary aura.
Oh my goodness! Why would the 5 female leaders of the Hibiscus Gang use their famous fusion techniques on Yun Machin? What on earth did he do to them? Strong? Yun Machin, that's a good guess. Don't guess again next time.
This move by the Furong Gang quickly attracted the attention of powerful people from other gangs. In addition, without the help of 2 powerful men, Xinyu and Han Shi, they all stopped their plans to attack the Xinyan Palace and just watched the show quietly. Even the few people who were seriously injured by the strong men in the Xinyu temple at the beginning struggled to crawl from the ground to the big tree, half leaning on the tree, looking at them curiously.
Yun Machin was completely speechless. Is it really that serious? But soon, his attention was drawn to the giant sword above his head, because before the giant sword was swung towards him, tiny cracks appeared in the space around the blade. He felt that this move seemed to combine the strongest attacks of the 5 women. More precisely, it is the strongest attack of the 5 female warriors in the god transformation stage. But Yun Machin didn't feel the slightest bit of fear in his heart. Instead, the blood in his chest was boiling violently as if it were being roasted by charcoal fire. At this moment, the 5 women suddenly shouted loudly. 5 spirits condensed sword kill. Go! Here it comes. The giant sword is coming. Yun Machin's mouth revealed an imperceptible smile for a moment, and he muttered softly. Lian Tian Niesher Zhan. Boom! In a moment, the earth is shaking. The Lientian sword collided with the condensed giant sword, producing a dazzling white light. For a moment, no one could open their eyes. Of course, except Yun Machin. After a few seconds, everyone regained their sight and was shocked that 3 eggs could fit in their mouths. Is this a battle between people in the spiritual transformation stage? With the point where the 2 swords collided as the center, a space black hole with a diameter of 100 meters was created. As for the space inside, it had been shattered to pieces. But soon.
The spatial laws here are rapidly repairing the space, and the diameter of the spatial black hole is constantly shrinking.
Etc.
Why is Yun Machin still there?
And unharmed. This moment.
Everyone's eyes were focused on Yun Machin, because the most unbelievable thing was happening right before their eyes. The 5 hall masters of the Hibiscus Gang became famous by working together to kill the spirit of one of the strongest people in the Shenyan Palace.
If I remember correctly,
the clone of that powerful man is at the 7th level of the spirit transformation stage. And in their memories, Yun Machin was nothing more than a powerful 5th level nascent soul stage warrior who could fight against opponents of higher levels, that's all. At this time, there were 5 more people around Ling Yunhan, all covered in blood, and only half breathing. At this time, a melon-eating warrior spoke intermittently. These, the 5 blood men beside the Furong gang leader, should they be the 5 hall masters, right?
What? How strong is Yun Machin? Chapter 78 Subduing Ling Yunhan.
Yun Machin casually inserted the Lientian sword into the ground, brushed off the dust with his hands, and walked towards Ling Yunhan slowly. There seemed to be a hint of a playful smile at the corner of his mouth.
Boss Yunhan, I think there must be some misunderstanding between us, right?
When Ling Yunhan heard Yun Machin calling her by her first name without her surname, she couldn't help but frown in anger, but soon her expression returned to indifference.
Because of the powerful strength that Yun Machin just showed. At least above the 7th level of the spirit transformation stage.
This made her feel very apprehensive. The 5 blood men hall masters beside Ling Yunhan saw Yun Machin approaching step by step. Regardless of the serious injuries on his body, he endured the severe pain and climbed up, holding the sword against Yun Machin, and said to Ling Yunhan,
"Boss, we'll cover you, you retreat first.
This guy is incredibly strong, and we won't have the slightest advantage in a head-on fight."
At this time, Ling Yunhan's voice sounded. "What do you want to do? Ha ha ha, what am I doing? Didn't you, the Furong gang, insist on killing me?
I told you it was all a misunderstanding, but you didn't believe me.
So I have no choice but to convince you with reason?"
Yun Machin shrugged and opened his hands, looking helpless. At this time, Ling Yunhan was full of speculation in his mind. Because judging by the strength Yun Machin has shown now, if he had deliberately attacked her men, no one would have been able to escape. But if he bites Yun Machin to death, he will be guilty, but he chooses to fight Yun Machin head-on.
She is not sure. And even if I am sure of defeating him, I will definitely feel bad.
At this moment, the god's palace rarely reappeared, and she also wanted to bring her own people with her.
Let us go home together. Thinking of this,
Ling Yunhan bit her red lips, trying her best to hide the shame and hatred in her heart, clasped her hands together, bent over, and said to Yun Machin, "Sir, we are sorry for being so abrupt."
"Boss." "But he." "Shut up, everyone."
Ling Yunhan's aura was released for a moment, but soon disappeared. She wanted to intimidate Yun Machin while reminding her men. Yun Machin was a little surprised. As expected, she is the leader of a powerful gang. She stopped immediately when she saw the situation was not right.
This woman. It's really scary. He. Then tell me, how can you compensate me for the harm you've caused me during this period?
All the Furong gang members present, including Ling Yunhan, twitched their lips.
Brother, can you please stop pretending to be a pig and trying to eat the tiger? With your strength, how can we hurt you?
Ling Yunhan suppressed the anger in her heart, took off the space ring in her hand, raised her hand and flew the space ring in front of Yun Machin. "Sir, except for this sword in my hand, which I cannot part with, all my wealth is contained within it.
This is our Furong gang's apology. Please accept it."
Yun Machin waved his hand, and the space ring returned to Ling Yunhan's hands. Ling Yunhan's heart sank instantly, fearing that the lion was about to make a big move.
"As for me, I have no shortage of wealth. As for the beautiful girl, well, don't even think about it. We would never be your women even if we die." One of the hall masters couldn't bear it any longer and shouted angrily at Yun Machin. Yun Machin's face turned dark. "What the hell do you think of me?" He coughed, relieved the embarrassment, regained his composure, and said lightly, "I plan to establish a power, but I don't have anyone to choose from right now. I hope you can join me."
Yun Machin's attitude was not condescending, but rather seemed sincere, which surprised them a little. All the girls looked at Ling Yunhan at the same time, and this time, no one dared to speak.
But their hearts are complicated and painful.
After all, they have been in the Furong gang family for a long time without realizing it.
It would be a lie to say that there is no emotion.
Ling Yunhan looked up at the 5 Furong faces around her, and an indescribable emotion instantly surged in her heart.
Ahem, what are you doing?
I'm just letting you join my forces, not wanting you to be separated by life and death.
What are you doing? Yun Machin couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He got a headache whenever he saw this kind of inexplicable emotional drama.
At this time, a blushing and delicate girl next to her said, "But if we join your forces, then many of us sisters with lower cultivation levels won't be able to leave here with you.
How can we not be sad?"
Yun Machin smiled knowingly and made a promise that shocked them. "I promise that any genius from the Furong gang who is willing to join me will be taken away with me when I leave, regardless of their cultivation level."
Dear readers, I am truly sorry.
Due to the pressure of school, I was forced to stop updating for a long time.
I will adjust my schedule a little bit and continue updating. Thank you for your support. Please don't send me razor blades. Thanks.
Chapter 79, The Master of the Divine Palace.
What? Can they really walk?
As soon as Yun Machin finished speaking, everyone around him was shocked. These geniuses were actually not that old when they came here, but they were unable to break through the shackles of the divine palace that controlled their departure.
So 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Some are even in their 30s. The thought of leaving here has become numb. There is an unwritten rule here that basically one can only be taken away from here by strong people from the outside world when he reaches the age of 40.
After all, after training here for 10 or 20 years, when he goes out, he will at least be a nascent soul stage 8th or 9th level warrior, and can also contribute to mankind's entry into the Godfall battlefield. Although this regulation encountered a lot of opposition at the beginning, after all, life is short and priceless. However, as the overall average age of humans continued to rise in the era of spiritual energy revival, and as the pressure on humans in the God's Fall battlefield became increasingly greater, this rule was forced to be acquiesced to by the human top leaders.
After all, the current situation of mankind is extremely critical.
At this time, a male Tianjia who had just watched the show said,
"Can you really get us out of here?" Yun Machin shook his head and smiled. "I didn't say I'd take you."
Then, the gaze towards the male prodigy swept behind him. "I didn't say I'd take you with me. I said, there are only members of the Hibiscus gang.
If they join my forces, I will take them away from here. What does it have to do with you?"
Yun Machin knew very well the reason why the human leaders did not let them leave, but in fact he only chose Furong to help him because he took several aspects into consideration. After all, anyone who joins the Furong gang will naturally be strong and will not disrupt the balance of the Shinyun training camp.
The most important thing is, it's pleasing to the eye. They are all fair-skinned and beautiful.
With this group of subordinates, they all look pleasing to the eye.
Who wouldn't be confused? Why? Puff.
As soon as the male genius finished speaking, he was blown away by the powerful aura that suddenly erupted from Yun Machin.
Do I need to report to you what I think and do?
Hiss. Yun Machin, who had just been harmless and smiling, instantly became chilling. Some geniuses who were still complaining secretly shut their mouths at the same time, their eyes slowly moved downwards, not daring to look him in the eye.
Ling Yunhan on the side had an uncertain expression.
To be honest, she was also moved by the promise made by Yun Machin. To be honest, as the leader of a gang, she couldn't help but consider the people under her, and they had been with her for many years and were like sisters to her. Yun Machin's promise completely dispelled the guilt and knot in her heart. If you can lead the sisters to leave this ghost place, then choose to join Yun Machin's forces.
It seems pretty good.
It is really not worth it to choose to fight against this powerful man in front of you.
She certainly won't be afraid of a strong enemy.
But she is not alone, she is the back of a group of people. Ling Yunhan clenched her palms and looked at the strange man in front of her.
Very handsome, ahem, not handsome. No. Ling Yunhan, what on earth are you thinking about? Yun Machin once again put away his powerful aura.
He looked so cool under his white shirt. He smiled at Ling Yunhan.
Well, what do you think? Can I trust you?
Able.
After that, Yun Machin looked towards the Xingyu palace behind them and waved casually.
Come here, little god.
In a moment, the earth shook.
The huge Shinjai temple immediately stood up and trotted towards Yun Machin.
No way.
At this moment, an impossible idea emerged in everyone's mind, but they didn't dare to say it.
Boom. Xin Yandian knelt on one knee in front of Yun Machin, and his heavy and ancient voice reached everyone's ears.
Master, what are your orders?
What?
Yun Machin is actually the master of the Divine Palace.
Ling Yunhan's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. A hall master beside her hurried forward to support Ling Yunhan and said, "Boss, are you okay?" "No. It's okay. Xiaoqin, we made the right bet." Chapter 80. I don't accept it, I want to challenge you.
Any member of the Furong gang who leaves this place cannot be stopped.
Do you understand?
Yes, master.
A moment. All the talented women of the Furong gang cheered and rejoiced.
Even the few people who were seen naked by Yun Machin at the beginning had almost completely eliminated their resentment towards him.
After all,
this place has suppressed them for too long. Apart from practicing every day, the only pleasure they have is chatting with their sisters.
There is no other fun.
Yun Machin subconsciously looked at Ling Yunhan.
Relaxed, relieved, and beautiful.
Completely different from the cold and arrogant look of a superior before, at this moment she was like a little girl, smiling brightly.
Is there anything else we need to prepare? If not, we will go home.
Ling Yunhan's face inadvertently flushed a little. She looked at the clear and handsome face, and even her heartbeat quickened. She didn't know why this happened, but she didn't think much about it and just attributed it all to the promise made by this sudden strange man.
I don't have anything prepared. No. That's not right.
I also need to notify the other members of our Furong gang.
After that, Ling Yunhan took out a jade flute and blew it gently.
The ethereal and penetrating sound instantly spread around. After a while, some female geniuses appeared on the scene. Their cultivation was not very high, but they were very beautiful.
Master, everyone is here. We can go home. Yeah, not bad. Yun Machin nodded.
With a quick sweep of his divine sense, he saw exactly 300 people. The lowest level of cultivation among them is the third level of nascent soul stage.
Yun Machin couldn't help but be secretly astonished. It was indeed the largest force in the Shinyun training camp.
With such a scale, it could form a small country on Earth.
Now that everyone is here, let's go.
Then, Yun Machin looked towards the Shenyan Palace.
Xiaoshan, open the door.
Yes, master. The geniuses around them were so envious of them that their teeth were about to break when they saw that they were able to leave here in such a mighty manner.
Damn it, why? Why aren't they the ones leaving here? Is it because all the members of the Furong gang are beauties?
At this moment, Yun Machin's right eyebrow twitched inexplicably.
Why do I feel like these people are a little unconvinced? Is there anyone else who wants to leave here today and force his way into the Divine Buried Palace? Come forward and I'll give him a chance. Otherwise, I'll take the Divine Buried Palace away. As for how you leave here in the future, it's not my business.
Yun Machin looked up at the sky, and the people around him immediately understood.
Everything depends on the arrangements of mankind's true power. But why should the temple of the gods submit to him? I don't accept it, I want to challenge you. How can a newcomer like you make the Divine Palace surrender? Are you the illegitimate son of some powerful being? Did you use some connections? For a time, the whole audience was in an uproar.
Everyone turned their eyes towards the source of the sound.
It's him. Du Jiangfeng. Ah. Who is Du Jiangfeng?
Poison King.
Do you remember the incident that occurred 8 years ago when they broke into the Divine Throne Hall?
A powerful cultivator at the 5th level of the spiritual transformation stage and his lover broke into the Divine Throne Hall at the same time. However, during the battle, the poison cultivated by the Poison King went out of control and accidentally killed many people, including his lover.
So he stayed here. He said he was tired and didn't want to leave because she was here.
And he would challenge the Divine Palace every once in a while. He wanted to go here alone and destroy it or force it to surrender.
As for the reason, I don't know.
My goodness, Yun Machin is in trouble.
I don't know how powerful Du Jiangfeng is now. It's going to be a good show. Keep your voice down, keep your voice down, these are some important people fighting, let's stay away, walk, walk, walk. Oh, that's right, too. Chapter 81, The Poisonous Jiangfeng at the 9th level of the spiritual transformation stage. Yun Machin used his spiritual sense to investigate. Wow, the 9th level of the spirit transformation stage.
Moreover, his aura was extremely powerful and steady, not at all like strength that was enhanced by external things. The corner of Yun Machen's mouth raised slightly. With such strength, he would have left here long ago.
This guy? Kind of interesting. Oh? You say you don't accept it?
Yun Machen, you can call me the Poison King, but even with my strength, I can't make this damned divine palace submit to me.
So what are you fighting for? Just because of your handsome and tender face? Finished.
Du Jiangfeng waved his hand, and a green evil wind rose up in the whole place.
What shocked everyone was that
the powerful aura he displayed was actually that of the 9th level of the spirit transformation stage. Of course, Yun Machen was definitely not among those who were shocked.
Ha, stop talking nonsense. If you don't believe me, come and try it.
Yun Machen gently raised his hand and sucked, and the Liantian sword that had just been casually inserted into the ground flew into his hand. He walked towards Du Jiangfeng slowly. Ling Yunhan and the others around him all held their swords against their chests, looking ready for battle.
If Yun Machen gives the order, they will definitely take action. After all, Yun Machen gave each of them hope and relief.
Moreover, they also believe in their gang leader, and believe that the person who was led by gang leader Ling Yunhan to surrender must be no simple person.
At this moment, the pressure from the entire audience actually fell on Du Jiangfeng.
Although his powerful cultivation level of the 9th level of the spirit transformation stage seemed very terrifying.
But anyone with discerning eyes can feel it.
Yun Machen was not worried at all, not even a trace of emotion appeared on his face. Ling Yunhan, who was standing next to Yun Machen, watched him walk past her, and the corner of her eye couldn't help but be drawn to Yun Machen's face. The way she looked at Yun Machen now was exactly like a little girl looking at her brother, with a mixture of new expectations and worries in her eyes. She wanted to see the true strength of the man she chose to submit to, but she was afraid that something might happen to him. Du Jiangfeng's expression gradually became solemn, but an inexplicable confidence still surged in his heart. He really didn't believe that the young man who had just entered here could be any more evil. Because he has reached the 9th level of the spirit transformation stage for more than a year and a half. It can be said that the foundation of this cultivation has been completely solidified. Du Jiangfeng moved his hand, and in an instant, green poisonous fog spread across the sky and flew towards Yun Machen at an extremely fast speed.
Everyone, disperse quickly. This poisonous fog is extremely toxic. Only Du Jiangfeng himself has the antidote. Ling Yunhan shouted.
Immediately, all the members of the Furong gang scattered in all directions. Host, the toxicity of this small amount of poison mist is like an ant hitting the earth to your chaos divine body.
In short, it's useless.
Besides, let me tell you, even the most powerful poison in the universe wouldn't have any effect on your physique.
Yun Machen, well, shut up, it's a bit noisy. System, I see in #MD. In fact, this point.
Yun Machen had expected this. It's just that today, it seemed like the system guy was talking too much for some reason, making his head buzz.
Sudden. Yun Machen raised an eyebrow. Could it be because he conquered 300 beauties? Thinking of this, Yun Machen's mouth twitched.
He smiled and shook his head, somewhat speechless.
Are you still laughing? You won't be able to laugh soon.
Seeing Yun Machen walking towards him and still able to laugh, Du Jiangfeng instantly became angry. This is more than just despising him.
It's simply contempt. The poisonous demon is heading to the sky. Go! In a moment,
Yun Machen was covered by a thick poisonous green fog.
Ha 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 ha. That's it? You don't even dare to think about resisting?
Du Jiangshan looked at Yun Machen, who was swallowed by his poisonous mist, and the twisted sense of satisfaction made him laugh wildly. Ling Yunhan and her group, who were 1,000 meters away from here, couldn't help but hold their swords tighter, and their brows under their black hair became more solemn. But they did not act rashly. They all looked at Ling Yunhan in the front, waiting for her to speak. Ling Yunhan stared at the poisonous green mist intently, but due to his limited strength, he was unable to see through it to see Yun Machen's condition. But she knew that if she intervened, the duel between the men would be broken, and dignity would no longer be a victory of either choice. It can only be a poisonous country.
This Yun Machen doesn't seem to be able to do it either? Could it be that he was frightened by Du Jiangfeng's pressure and dared not move?
In my opinion, given his condition and the poison used by Du Jiangfeng back then, Yun Machen will definitely die in a dozen seconds.
TSK, he's really young and full of energy, like a newborn calf fearless of death.
He thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he has talent, but now he's met a tough opponent.
But if he really died, it would be a pity.
Tell me, why don't those powerful humans above us come to take care of this? Such a great genius is gone just like that.
The crowd thousands of meters away couldn't help but watch the excitement and chatted with each other.
Although the sound was not loud, it was indeed harsh and angry when it reached the ears of everyone in the Furong gang.
Shut up, everyone. Say one more word, and you'll die. Chapter 82, Still Fighting? Trash.
Ling Yunhan shouted, and the geniuses who were chattering and watching the show around him fell silent in an instant.
After all,
before Yun Machen came, she is the leader of the first faction in the Shenyun training camp.
But soon, Du Jiangfeng realized something was wrong.
Because with the powerful poison of his poison demon Chaotian, it will definitely cause the nerves of the victim to be irritated to the point of cramps and collapse.
But
there seemed to be no sound coming from the green poisonous fog. Du Jiangfeng's eyes gradually narrowed, his hands secretly gathered strength, and he stared intently at every movement in the green poisonous fog.
Boss, aren't we going to take action yet? Yun Mo. Our master seems to be still motionless. The head of Hanchi Hall came close to Ling Yunhan and couldn't help but speak.
Ling Yun clenched her jade hands, lowered her head slightly, and closed her soul-stirring eyes slightly. After pausing for a few seconds, she uttered a sentence coldly.
If he dies, Du Jiangfeng will die. I believe him.
Ling Yunhan's harsh words reached Han Shi's ears at the same time as they reached Du Jiangfeng's ears. Du Jiangfeng turned his head and looked at Ling Yunhan.
Don't worry, it will be you guys soon, a bunch of ignorant bitches, hee. Half a minute passed.
Suddenly, a Tianji shouted.
Wait. Look. What?
Yun Machen just stood there quietly, without any trace of being corroded by the poisonous fog on his body.
Ahem, host, do we really have to pretend like this? You know nothing. Didn't you see the 300 beauties I just conquered?
If I don't show my strength like this and give them a good beating, I'm afraid they'll be hard to control in the future.
Host, you are pretending to be your mother. I'm gonna fuck you, percent hashtag at hashtag dollar. Certainly. No one else could see the little friction between Yun Machen and the system.
Because the way they communicate is barrier-free communication of thoughts and thoughts. But the system's complaints made Yun Machen's veins bulge.
If you have the opportunity.
He swore to give this damn system a good beating.
No. This is not enough.
At the very least, he should be made to eat 100 tons of xiang.
Is this the poisonous demon you are so proud of? That's it?
As soon as Yun Machen finished speaking, everyone in the audience was stunned. This is too powerful. You should know that Du Jiangfeng's cultivation level is the 9th level of the spirit transformation stage, yet Yun Machen was unharmed by such a powerful move.
Could it be? Yun Machen is a powerful cultivator in the spirit severing stage? When I think about this,
some geniuses who had offended Yun Machen before couldn't help but break out in cold sweats.
With this cultivation speed, how can he be called a genius? I would believe you even if you told me you were the reincarnation of the immortal emperor. This is impossible. This is not. This is impossible. This is my strongest move at the 9th level of the spiritual transformation stage. It's fake. It must be fake. Yun Machen's contemptuous words made Du Jiangfeng go crazy in an instant.
He hurriedly tried to swing his powerful palm towards Yun Machen. But he found that his legs were out of control and were fixed in place. He originally thought that if Yun Machen was half dead under his poisonous demon towards the sky, he would use thundering means to give him the last level.
But what if he was unharmed? But how is this possible?
He had never expected this outcome.
Now,
the fear in Du Jiangfeng's heart instantly filled his whole body.
He took a few deep breaths. But I found that I couldn't control my shaking hands. Yun Machen's words rang in his ears again. Ha, I thought he was a character, boring. As soon as the words fell,
Yun Machen casually raised his hand and waved it, and the path of the Lientian sword instantly left a deep crack. At the same time, the surrounding space was also shaking violently.
This is the critical point of space fragmentation. No. No. This isn't true. It's fake. Ah. Yun Machen. Go to hell.
Facing Yun Machen's powerful sword skills, Du Jiangfeng's adrenaline surged, and his twisted jaw was covered with blood from his bitten lips.
The new sting of the drill gave him a brief moment of clarity. For a while, Du Jiangfeng burst out with powerful aura again and waved his palm towards Yun Machen's attack. Boom! In a moment,
smoke and dust were raging.
Countless large trees around collapsed.
At the center of the collision, the violent explosion caused some geniuses with low cultivation to lose their balance and stumble to the ground.
Just a trance. Yun Machen's calm voice rang out again in everyone's ears. Still fighting? Trash. Chapter 83. They are all a bunch of idiots.
I saw Yun Machen floating in the air. The white shirt flutters. He looked indifferently at Du Jiangfeng, who was lying on the ground with only one breath left.
You, pfft.
Du Jiangfeng seemed to want to say something, but what came out of his mouth was a pool of black blood. Yun Machen waved his right hand, pulled his white shirt behind him, and turned to look at the stunned geniuses around him. I know many of you want to leave here, but I hope you truly understand what your purpose is in coming here.
Youth and freedom are beautiful, but do you really think we deserve to enjoy them given the perilous times we humans find ourselves in? Speaking of this, Yun Machen paused, looked up at the sky. Everyone didn't know why, and they all looked in the direction Yun Machen was looking curiously. Sudden ripples of blue light suddenly appeared in the sky, and the stability of space was instantly broken by a powerful and mysterious force. And the space vibrations in the sky are very rhythmic and are definitely not caused by objective factors such as space storms. This is definitely man-made.
Yun Machen seemed to have received some kind of response, and at the same time he was convinced of his guess.
Yun Machen put away the Liantian sword.
He took out a Linghuan brand cigarette from the system space and lit it for himself slowly. He took a deep breath and paused for a few seconds.
So comfortable. Immediately,
a refreshing smoke slowly exhaled from his mouth. Yun Machen's gaze once again fell on the geniuses around him. Many of you may know more or less about the secrets of the gods' falling battlefield, but from what I know, the time for the next demonic attack on Earth has already begun. Even, the number of powerful humans dying on the Godfall battlefield is increasing exponentially every day. So you don't need to rush at all, because even if you want to stay in this greenhouse, you won't be able to stay for long. Everyone was silent. Yun Machen continued. You're all thinking about how to get out every day and enjoy the benefits and vanity of a powerful cultivator, right? But let me tell you. In places unknown to you, there are countless people. Every day they think about how to improve their cultivation and work hard to reduce the number of human deaths on the gods' falling battlefield. After that, Yun Machen sighed. The reason why the powerful human beings did not intervene to stop the life and death battle between him and Du Jiangfeng was that. And there was no reason to stop Yun Machen from leading the 300 female geniuses of the Furong gang to leave here. He had actually expected this a long time ago. The movement in the sky just now was nothing more than a correct verification of Yun Machen's guess by the powerful human being. They are all a bunch of idiots. Instead of telling the truth to these geniuses himself, he had to do the hard work of telling them. Isn't it just that I want him to help cheer up these geniuses who are foolishly staying in the greenhouse and make them wake up and face the current situation of mankind? At this time, a young male genius staggered in a trance and asked Yun Machen with a look of disbelief. Is this true? Ha, why else do you think I could take away everyone from the Furong gang? Don't I understand the purpose of the Shenyun training camp letting you stay here? But the young male genius seemed to want to refute something, but when the words came out of his mouth, he couldn't say anything. Yun Machen smiled silently and shook his head. He took out a healing bullet from the space ring and presented it to Du Jiangfeng. I know you want to take away her last soul from the divine palace, but with your current strength, can you revive her by taking her away? I won't let the divine palace destroy her last soul, but I hope you'll be able to take her away the next time you see me. Then, Yun Machen turned his head and glanced at Ling Yunhan and said softly, Let's go home. Chapter 84. Leaving. Du Jiangfeng looked at Yun Machen's back as he turned and left. I was a little overwhelmed for a moment. He endured the severe pain all over his body and reached out to grab the healing pill floating in the air. Swallow it in one gulp. The powerful effect of the medicine immediately made him feel relieved. He struggled to sit up by holding on to a collapsed tree. Yun Machen, thank you. Of course, only he could hear the whispers in his mouth. But what Yun Machen didn't know was, today's good deed will help him a lot in the real battlefield of God's fall in the future. Then, the group entered the Xinyu Palace in a mighty manner. This time, there was no projection of any powerful person to stop them. As Yun Machin stepped into the hall, a strong spiritual energy instantly hit his nose.
Look around.
The hall was empty, with only a door standing in the center.
At the same time,
a strange blue light accompanied by black air has been lingering in front of this door.
Master, this door is the exit. Shenyan Temple sent a message to Yun Machin through thought. Yeah. But how are you going to get out? Do you have to stay here?
Yes, Master.
Because in a sense, I am the portal to this place. If I leave, then the other students here will not be able to leave.
Before Yun Machin could ask, Shen Yandian continued.
But Master, don't worry.
You also know the current situation on the God's Falling battlefield, so if nothing unexpected happens, Master will be able to see me on the God's Falling battlefield soon.
Okay.
The 300 female geniuses following behind Yun Machin were looking around the Shenyan palace like curious babies.
But it is also true. If it weren't for Yun Machin, most of these female geniuses, who are in their 20s, would have to be middle-aged to leave. Follow me closely and go in. Yes. My lord.
The 300 female geniuses including Ling Yunhan shouted excitedly.
Yun Machin nodded and walked straight into the door. In a moment, the world was spinning. Why give the divine palace to him? Isn't it known as the spiritual pool that is essential for your clan?
Thinking back, I asked you for it for a long time, but you were unwilling to give it to me.
But Yun Machin bribed you with just a chicken.
Watching Yun Machin and his group leave, an old man with unfathomable strength in a restricted space in the sky teased the little temple spirit.
At this time, the little temple spirit's two ethereal and innocent sapphire eyes instantly became deep.
A playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He turned his head to look at the old man and said lightly,
"Ha, do you think I'm really that stupid?"
The little temple spirit at this moment is completely different from its previous mischievous and childish temperament. More like an old man who has experienced many years. The old man was puzzled. Just as he was about to ask, the little temple spirit's words rang out again.
This person has great luck.
Not to mention the divine palace following him, even if I follow him, it would be too high for me to pursue him.
Ha ha. Unfortunately, I'm tired.
The old man's expression did not change at all, but his heart was like a raging storm. He stared at the direction where Yun Machin left. He remained silent for a long time.
City Lord. City Lord. Someone else is coming out.
Wei Tianhu saw beams of light appearing above the teleportation area, piercing the sky.
He immediately ran into the City Lord's mansion excitedly to report. In the blink of an eye,
a figure flew out of the City Lord's mansion with an extremely strong aura, which was the aura of the 5th level of the spirit transformation stage.
In a moment, everyone in the city was attracted by the stunning beauty in the sky.
But there was not a trace of obscenity in everyone's eyes, instead there was admiration and respect.
It's Lu Ernyang. Calculating the time, it shouldn't be that little guy who came out. Lu Ernyang looked at the blue lights at the edge of the sky, feeling a little sad and absent-minded. Following Lu Ernyang's gaze,
the beams of light that appeared from the teleportation array started with 1, then 2, until they increased to 30 blue lights.
Lu Ernyang noticed something strange.
Because the number of light beams appears has been increasing, and there is no sign of stopping. This situation is simply impossible. From past experience, the average number of geniuses that come out each time is around 20, and even 12 years ago the highest number was only 30.
But this time,
the number of beams has reached hundreds. But there is no intention of stopping.
It's bad. Wei Tianhu, go inform the guards at the City Lord's mansion. Leave Lei Ao and Gudong to guard the place. Everyone else, get to the teleportation array. After that,
Lu Ernyang couldn't wait to gather the strong men, so she flew towards the teleportation array alone at a high speed.
Did something happen? Why did the City Lord fly away in such a hurry?
I don't know, but it seems that the direction the City Lord is heading is the entrance to the Shinyu training camp.
Could something have happened at the Shinyu training camp? Shu. Stop talking nonsense. Are you trying to kill yourself? Lu Ernyang's sudden departure and the rapid mobilization of strong men in the City Lord's mansion made many people in the city feel uneasy.
But they had no other options but to pray silently.
Everything is fine. Chapter 85. Second Mother, long time no see. We're out. We're out. Long live the Lord.
Yun Machin turned around and looked at the 300 stunning female geniuses behind him. The satisfaction and happiness on their faces made Yun Machin smile with relief.
Yun
Machin raised his eyebrows. Ling Yunhan walked up to him, her face slightly flushed and her expression even a little embarrassed.
Thank you. Thank you, my lord. Silly girl, this is just the beginning. We still have a long way to go. Are you willing to fight with me? I do. As soon as the words fell, Yun Machin stepped forward and gave her a gentle hug.
Ling Yunhan's mind went blank in an instant, and her whole body couldn't help but tremble.
Master, please don't do this, there are so many people here. Yun Machin's mouth twitched.
Yun Machin gently pushed Ling Yunhan away from his arms and put his hands on her shoulders.
What are you thinking? You are so young and don't learn well. Immediately,
Yun Machin raised his right hand from Ling Yunhan's shoulder and gently scratched the tip of her jade-like nose.
He whispered.
You are the first to join my forces, but that doesn't mean there won't be more forces joining us in the future. I hope that you will be more than just a sharp sword by my side. I also hope that you can become my close friend and help me manage our big family.
Close friends. Together. Extended family.
The words Yun Machin said seemed to be endowed with magic and kept echoing in her mind.
For a time, Ling Yunhan felt numb all over. She struggled to keep her footing.
At this moment, she herself felt that a gust of wind could blow her down. Ling Yunhan paused, bit her red lips, and tried her best to control the blush that reached her ears.
I understand, my lord.
This time, Ling Yunhan's reply was surprisingly soft. A large group of female geniuses behind him who had just been laughing excitedly suddenly became quiet and watched the exciting moment quietly.
What could be more important than eating melon? Just then, a figure was approaching them at a rapid speed on the horizon. A powerful person is coming here, everyone be on guard.
Ling Yunhan shouted, and instantly regained his cold expression, drawing out his sword to block Yun Machin.
At the same time,
the 300 female geniuses behind Yun Machin drew their swords and, with Yun Machin as the center, they were on guard against the black shadow.
Put down your swords, we are one people. Because he had the ancient divine pupils, Yun Machin's vision was unusually far-sighted. He recognized the figure at a glance. It was Lu'er Nyang whom he thought about day and night.
A distance of 1 million meters can be reached in an instant for a strong person at the level of the spirit transformation stage.
Oh shit. This. What's going on?
Lu'er Nyang came to the sky above more than 300 geniuses. I thought it was a human traitor infiltrating, and almost launched a long-range sword rain and pear blossom attack. Finally, I saw the center of the group of women. There was a face she was very familiar with.
It's that kid Yun Machin. Lu'er Nyang sensed the aura of dozens of powerful men in the front. At least they are at the first level of the spirit transformation stage. Could it be that Yun Machin was kidnapped? Etc. Lu'er Nyang looked at Yun Machin, who was waving at her with his big white teeth.
I took a closer look at this posture.
Are they protecting Yun Machin? Second mother, long time no see. I miss you so much.
Yun Machin said softly.
Lu'er Nyang's nose suddenly felt sore.
She immediately flew from the air to Yun Machin, and without caring about her image or other people's opinions, she gave him a big hug.
Stinky boy, of course second mother misses you. Sudden. Lu'er Nyang seemed to have thought of something.
She gently pushed Yun Machin away and groped his body with her hands.
How are you in there, little brat? Are you hurt? Chapter 86 Wei Tianhu's disdain. Yun Machin laughed heartily. Second mother, you underestimate me too much. After that,
Yun Machin shifted his gaze to Ling Yunhan.
Lu'er Nyang was puzzled and asked. She is? Before Lu'er Nyang could react. In a moment,
more than 300 female geniuses, including Ling Yunhan, knelt on one knee, clasped their hands together, and shouted loudly.
Lord! Boom! Lu'er Nyang was instantly shocked by this unified scene.
Because she secretly used her spiritual sense to scan these 300 strong men, and even some of them had auras and strengths that were not weaker than hers. And the stunning woman kneeling in the front.
His cultivation is even higher than hers.
You know, she herself has reached the 5th level of the spirit transformation stage.
Lu Enyang's stunning beauty instantly lost some of her composure, and she asked Yun Machan in disbelief. Emo-chan, what's going on? Yun Machan grinned at Lu Enyang. Second mother, let's go back and talk about it in detail. Then, Yun Machan hurriedly helped Ling Yunhan, who was kneeling on one knee. I told you not to worry too much about etiquette. Just treat me as your friend in private. Ling Yunhan's cold expression instantly turned red again. At the same time, Yun Machan looked at the 300 female geniuses around him, deliberately showing anger, and said, "Why are you all standing there? Get up." "Yes. Please calm down, my lord." It was all in one place again. Everyone had a look of awe and respect on their faces. Yun Machan felt a little uneasy. Forget it, he would try to instill his ideas in them later. Just then, 10,000 meters away, hundreds of black dots were moving rapidly towards them. Soon, hundreds of powerful figures appeared before them. Seeing Yun Machan frown, Lu Enyang quickly patted his shoulder and said, "They are the guards from the city lord's mansion, don't worry." "Okay, second mother." "I know Yun Machan who was rushing in the front. It's Wei Tianhu." Brother Wei, long time no see. Are you in such a hurry to come over and treat me to a welcome drink?" Looking at Yun Machan's handsome face, Wei Tianhu suddenly remembered. Etc. Didn't he just enter the Shinyun training camp not long ago? Logically speaking, even if it is a truly gifted monster, wouldn't it take 7 or 8 years for it to come out? Do you think it's so easy to break through to the spirit transformation stage? But he couldn't even sense a trace of Yun Machan's presence in front of him. And what shocked him even more was Yun Machan's demonic eyes gave him an inexplicable feeling. If Yun Machan wanted to, he might fall into the abyss in an instant. "Mr. Yun, how did you get out? Could it be that you have broken through to the spiritual transformation stage?" Lu Enyang had always been worried about Yun Machan, but Wei Tianhu's words instantly made Lu Enyang react. "Yes. How long has it been since then? How did Yun Machan get out? And he has subdued so many powerful people. You'll know after practicing, won't you?" As soon as Yun Machan finished speaking, Lu Enyang quickly interrupted. "Emo-chan, stop making trouble. Wei Tianhu just broke through the nascent soul stage a while ago and is now in the first level of the spiritual transformation stage. You've only been in there for a short time, don't get hurt." Even though Yun Machan has so many powerful followers around him, although she can't understand the reason, Lu Enyang still doesn't believe that Yun Machan has the strength to compete with the God transformation stage in such a short time. Wei Tianhu, on the other hand, looked completely indifferent. His sturdy body trembled, he patted his chest and said to Yun Machan, "Mr. Yun, I'm already a powerful cultivator at the spiritual transformation stage. You'd better think carefully, okay?" Chapter 87, The Tiger That Was Beaten to Death. Just as Yun Machan was about to speak, a pleasant female voice sounded. "I wonder if you would allow me to practice with you first. My sword is a little dirty, and I'd like to find someone to clean it." Yun Machan turned his head and looked. He was the leader of Hanshi, one of the 5 leaders of Furong Gang. Yun Machan smiled happily at Hanshi, then turned to look at Wei Tianhu, spreading his hands to show his helplessness. "Brother Wei, some of my subordinates may be very interested in your strength. Why don't you teach her first, and then I will take over?" "Ha ha ha ha. Great. You little girl, you're really brave. But Uncle's sword is not a toy, you better be careful." Hanshi nodded slightly. "Then I'm sorry." "No." Lu Enyang hadn't finished speaking yet. Boom. 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 A figure was blown away in an instant, and fell into 3 huge pits on the ground before stopping. "Fuck, your family member is at the 4th level of the spiritual transformation stage. Mr. Yun. I'm gonna fuck you. You dare to offend the Lord? You're seeking death." "Ah." Yun Machan's mouth twitched. "I didn't try to stop it." After all, Hanshi acted with discretion, and it would be beneficial for him in the future to curb the complacency of Wei Tianhu after his breakthrough. "Alright, Hanshi, step back." "Yes, my lord." Yun Machan looked at Wei Tianhu, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, and felt a little gloating. In a trance, Yun Machan thought about the time when he was hunted by the Furong Gang. It's really embarrassing.
So when Yun Machan saw the miserable Wei Tianhu, he felt an inexplicable comfort in his heart.
Look at the tiger again.
His face was distorted and covered in blood. The red and swollen eyes even blocked the vision.
Only a gap is left.
He endured the pain and tried to raise his head to look at Yun Machan, but instantly saw a gloating smile with big white teeth showing.
Puff! Wei Tianhu was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He fainted immediately.
Luer Nyang, who was standing by, seemed to see through Yun Machan's thoughts, but didn't say anything. He casually raised his hand and waved it, and the strong man from the city lord's mansion behind him dragged Wei Tianhu into the city. The strong man grabbed Wei Tianhu's right leg with one hand.
The rest of the body was hanging in the air. Like a dead dog. You! Still so naughty.
Luer Nyang raised her jade finger and gently poked Yun Machan's forehead, and said to him with a doting look on her face.
You've been naughty since you were little.
With so many people here, you can teach Wei Tianhu a lesson without embarrassing him.
Hey, second mother, I know.
Yun Machan smiled happily from the bottom of his heart.
Air Nyang is still the Air Nyang in his heart.
It has not changed because of his current identity.
Then second mother, let's go back.
The people under my command haven't been out for a long time and they also want to come into contact with human civilization as soon as possible.
Okay. After that, Luer Nyang waved her hand.
Dozens of cool-looking magnetic levitation sports cars flew out of the space ring in his hand.
Mo Chen, take them out to play first. There's a place in the city that will accommodate you.
When you've had enough fun at night, come find me at the city lord's mansion and I'll take you there.
I understand, second mother. Luer Nyang nodded.
Her stunning face was always filled with smiles.
Well, I'll be leaving first. Most of the city's experts have come here. There aren't many experts stationed in the city right now. I'm a little uneasy, so I'll go back first. Have fun with your little beauties.
Finished. Luer Nyang glanced at Yun Machan meaningfully, then looked at the group of beautiful women behind him.
Leave with a smile. Chapter 88. Chu Xiaoling was arrested. Yun Machan took a deep breath. He glanced around with satisfaction. Although this is not a real human civilization, it is better than the Xinyu training camp. It's so much better. By the way, I wonder if Jean's wife and Shuan, that stingy bitch, have come out yet. In fact, for the two of them, Yun Machan was not worried at all. After all, both women are reincarnations of immortal emperors. Yun Machan believed that if they really started fighting, even those who were 1 or 2 realms stronger than them would not be able to gain any advantage over them. But I don't know why. Yun Machan always felt that he might have forgotten something important. I always feel a little uneasy. Chu Xiaoling, 6. In a star field millions of light years away from here, a mysterious planet 1,000,000 times larger than the Earth suddenly erupted with powerful energy. Tell me, where does this aura on you come from? Whoa. I really don't know what kind of aura I have. I beg you, whoa, don't hurt me, whoa. Chu Xiaoling was crying with tears in her eyes. And in front of her, they are 2 very terrifying and mysterious strong men. It was so powerful that the excited breath of the person who had just spoken to her could shake the entire planet. More importantly, this planet is much bigger than Earth. Certainly. Because another mysterious woman beside him had set up a protective shield for Chu Xiaoling in advance. Otherwise, with her current cultivation level of the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, there is no way to resist this powerful pressure. Tianjiu, have you had too much to drink? You're so angry at a little girl. The woman next to Tianjiu teased him with a half smile. Tianyi, take a good look at this little girl's hands. Oh. Tianyi also became interested. After all, for a strong man at Tianjiu's level, there are probably not many things that can make him so strange. Oh. This little girl is quite good. She is actually the 5th-ranked heavenly Tao divine body in the universe. If you want to take her as your disciple, why would you be so rude? You scared the little girl so much. After saying this, Tianyi seemed to have thought of something. He added, he's almost catching up with my 4th-ranked disciple who possesses the eternal night body. Tears flashed in Tianjiu's eyes. He was too lazy to explain to Tianyi. He just grabbed Tianyi's hand and placed it on Chu Xiaoling's hand. Tianjiu, what's wrong with you? Why are you grabbing my hand? Wait. This is. Moment.
Tianyi also suddenly burst out with a powerful aura, but still subconsciously protected Chu Xiaoling. And at this moment, the sky. The whole person was shaking violently and uncontrollably.
In Tianyi's eyes, water droplets emerged from nowhere and dripped down like a falling pearl necklace.
She stumbled and fell to the ground. She tried hard to raise her head and look into Tianzhou's eyes, eager to confirm something, but found that her head had become extremely heavy at this moment.
But
she still tried her best to raise her head and look at Tianzhou.
Tianzhou was standing there in a fluttering black robe, looking dazed and absent-minded. He took a deep breath. Slowly closed his eyes. Quite a while. He uttered a few words with difficulty. This is the aura of our empress.
Seeing the two of them suddenly lose their composure inexplicably, Chu Xiaoling became even more frightened.
I also woo-woo.
And joined in the sadness of the two.
In the final analysis, Chu Xiaoling is just a teenage girl.
Ever since she was accidentally transported here by a mysterious teleportation array, she has been living a life that is neither human nor ghost on this strange planet.
Because here, besides humans, there are all kinds of races.
Once, because she was too hungry, she accidentally entered a powerful person's peach garden, ate a magical peach, and was hunted for 3 days and 3 nights. They finally found a city, but were turned away because it did not have the thing they wanted, called Spirit Source Stone. There are both good and bad monsters and people of various races outside the city. Fortunately, when she came here, she had already reached the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Otherwise, she is so delicate and tender. I'm afraid it has been caught and eaten by something a long time ago. She had thought that she was lucky today and would meet a strong man who wanted to take her as his disciple.
At the very least, can the needs of food, clothing, housing and transportation be solved? But that's great.
The moment Tianzhou grabbed Chu Xiaoling's hand, he suddenly lost control of his emotions, and the powerful aura he exuded also attracted the powerful woman nearby. This made her look confused and aggrieved.
Chapter 89. We are all servants of the Empress. A long time passed. Tianyi's emotions gradually calmed down.
She gently held Chu Xiaoling's hand. Chu Xiaoling felt that her hands were still shaking.
Little sister, please tell me where this aura on your hand comes from?
Chu Xiaoling sobbed even louder.
Sister, whoa, don't kill me. I really don't know anything. Whoa.
How could she know what kind of aura was on her hand?
Tianyi stared at Chu Xiaoling's clear, aggrieved eyes. It doesn't seem like a lie. Then I'll ask you a different question. Tell me, has anyone ever touched your hands?
Although Tianyi was really eager to know the answer, she even had the idea of using her soul to check Chu Xiaoling's memory. But after all, the owner of this breath is not someone else.
She was the empress who once dominated the world.
She was afraid that if she was not careful, she would destroy the empress's backup plan. So, she didn't dare.
Whoa. Sister, I'm telling you everything. Please, don't kill me.
Obviously, Chu Xiaoling was frightened by them.
Yeah, don't worry, my sister and this uncle are both good people.
Remember to clearly declare whoever touched your hand.
Yes, my grandfather, he always holds my hand, whoa, and Uncle F.A., I once stole his precious elixir, and he said that if I held his hand and walked with him for a while, he wouldn't be angry anymore. Whoa, no more. Real? Tianyi expressed his doubts. Obviously, both of them are men. It definitely won't be the empress. Whoa. Yeah, that's right. Whoa. And Brother Yunmakin.
Brother Yunmakin is very good.
Grandpa said that he was bullied by me on purpose because of me. Whoa. And Sister Kingxian. Whoa. She is also very good. Whoa. Sister, I'm really done. Please don't kill me. Whoa. Tianyi was secretly thinking about Yun Machin in his heart. But
the 3 words Qing Jiyin uttered by Xiaoling at that time.
Tianyi became extremely excited again.
Even Tianzhou, who was standing by, instantly regained his composure and stared at Chu Xiaoling excitedly.
Tianyi raised his trembling hands and placed them on Chu Xiaoling's shoulders.
He couldn't control his shocked expression.
He repeatedly confirmed with Chu Xiaoling. You mean? Empress Qingyin? Little sister. Quick. Tell me. Where is our empress? Where did you come from? Whoa, I just know Sister Chang Jin. Whoa, I don't know any empress. Whoa.
Tianzhou on the side hurriedly took out a large amount of delicious food and fine wine from the void and placed it in front of Chu Xiaoling.
Countless rare treasures used for cultivation were also scattered around her. Tianzhou said, "Little girl, don't be afraid. We are all servants of the empress.
Please tell us where she is and whether she is in danger."
These are all yours, huh? Oh, right. You haven't eaten yet.
Eat first and talk slowly, there's no rush. Tianzhou discovered from Chu Xiaoling's words that she had an unusual relationship with the empress. He didn't dare to go over and act recklessly anymore, and quickly winked towards the sky. At the same time, he wiped the tears from his face with his black robe and tried hard to force a smile.
Tianyi immediately understood. Also control your emotions in time.
I was afraid that if I was really scared silly by this little girl in front of me, I would probably be dead.
At least.
The two of them learned a piece of great news for them. Their peerless empress of the Demon Star region.
The sound of sunshine. Still alive. Chapter 90, Langwan Tower Incident. Why don't you choose something you like to eat?
Although a strong person in the spiritual transformation stage can go without food, if you lack one of the three great joys in life, what's the point of living? In the city of Shenyun training camp, Yun Machin and Ling Yunhan were strolling on the street.
Thank you, my lord, but I'm used to that kind of environment. Yun Machin certainly knew what environment she was talking about. Come on, follow me. Before Ling Yunhan could react, Yun Machin grabbed Ling Yunhan's wrist and walked into a restaurant on the street. Store name? Langwan Tower.
Lord. Yun Machin turned his head to look at Ling Yunhan, whose face was flushed. Suddenly realizing that he had overstepped the limit, he quickly let go of her hand, feeling a little embarrassed.
But,
seeing Ling Yunhan, who usually has a cool and aloof queen style, become like this, Yun Machin felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment.
Two distinguished guests, what would you like to eat?
There is a luxurious private room upstairs, but you need to test your cultivation before you can go up there. A waitress dressed in a cheongsam and with a dignified appearance walked up to them politely and asked.
Yun Machin swept his spiritual sense over. Good guy.
The waitress's cultivation level is the 5th level of the Golden Core stage.
This hotel is indeed extraordinary. Let's just eat something casually. Let's go upstairs and choose. The waitress understood instantly. The two people in front of me are definitely extraordinary.
Because the guests who came to eat often found out that she had reached the 5th level of the Golden Core stage.
If you are not as strong as her, I definitely won't bother myself by testing my strength in the luxurious private room on the 2nd floor.
There is a popular saying in Langwan Tower. Even with a fortune, one cannot enter Langwan Tower, only strength can control the world.
Okay, distinguished guest, this way please.
The waitress bent and stretched much more than when they first came in.
Under the guidance of the waitress, they came to a big screen. In the center of the screen there is a strange device that looks like a projector. Please wait a moment, my dear guests. There are 6 guests waiting in line ahead of you. When it is your turn to take the test, please stand in front of the state testing device and do not use your aura to block the blue light it emits. In a moment, your strength and the corresponding luxury room floor will appear on the big screen. Yun Machin smiled and nodded politely. Okay, thank you. On the big screen, there are 6 floors in total, corresponding respectively. The 5th floor of the Jindan stage, the 9th floor of the Jindan stage, the luxurious 2nd floor. The 1st floor of Yuanying stage, the 4th floor of Yuanying stage, the 3rd floor of Binshi. The 5th floor of the nascent soul stage, the 9th floor of the nascent soul stage, the 4th floor of Huang. The 1st floor of the spirit transformation stage, the 4th floor of the spirit transformation stage, the 5th floor of the chosen one. Above the 5th level of the spirit transformation stage, the 6th level of the supreme stage. Yun Machin followed Ling Yunhan and watched the big screen with great interest, muttering to himself. Interesting. His 6th sense told him. The owner of Langwan Tower. Not simple. Beautiful lady? Alone?
At this time, an unfriendly word came to Yun Machin and the others.
Yun Machin turned his head to look.
A tall and lean middle-aged man, holding 2 beauties in his arms, stared at Ling Yunhan beside Yun Machin with an obscene look on his face. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Yun Machin and the other two were together, but the obscene man in front of him obviously ignored Yun Machin's existence.
In his opinion,
the handsome and elegant Yun Machin is just a genius who has just arrived here.
But so what?
He is a powerful man who has entered the nascent soul stage for many years. There is no grown-up genius.
In his eyes, it's not worth mentioning at all. Roll. Chapter 91. The Detector exploded.
Ha, little girl, you're quite hot-tempered.
I like it.
The obscene man took his hands off the shoulders of the two beauties in his arms and put them in his pockets with a proud look on his face. Ling Yunhan's beautiful, arrogant and cold look made him even more excited.
I told you to get out, understand?
Because it is inside the store, and the background of this store seems to be not simple.
Although Ling Yunhan felt very disgusted, he still did not show any aura or even take action.
She didn't want to cause trouble for Yun Machin because of herself.
Little sister, do you know who this adult is?
If you knew where the adults came from, it would be too late to regret. A woman who had just been in the arms of the obscene man spoke.
The obscene man smiled with vanity and enjoyment, waved his hand lightly, and said in a low-key manner, "Hey, you can't say that. Strength is nothing to me.
It's not worth mentioning."
Ha, I'm very patient with this kind of exquisite little beauty.
The woman tapped the obscene man's chest lightly, deliberately showing shame and dissatisfaction on her face.
Oh, sir, you are so annoying. Are you saying that my appearance is not to your liking? Ha, little darling, you are also very much in my heart.
Looking at the disgusting appearance of the couple in front of him, Yun Machin felt an uproar in his heart.
At the same time, he also instantly understood why Ling Yunhan didn't take action. He walked forward.
Nothing, we're going upstairs to eat.
As for you, a good dog doesn't block the road, so go wherever you want. Say that again, kid? A moment.
The obscene man burst out with the strength of the 7th level of the nascent soul stage.
But only for a moment. The breath became restrained again. He seemed to be worried about something too. Sudden.
3 men in black robes whose faces could not be seen appeared on the scene.
Sir, I hope you will understand the rules in Langwan Tower, otherwise.
The man in black robe in the middle half pulled out the sword from his waist, and a strong murderous aura instantly rushed towards him.
Yun Machin secretly scanned with his spiritual sense. Good job.
The one in the middle is at the 3rd level of the spirit transformation stage, and the two next to him are at the 1st level of the spirit transformation stage.
This Langwan Tower. It's really not simple. The obscene man's expression changed instantly.
He said with a smile on his face,
"Ah, fellow Daoist, don't get angry.
I met a brat who didn't know his place today, and I couldn't control myself."
Said.
The obscene man took out 3 exotic fruits with strange fragrance from the space ring in his hand and handed them to the man in black robe. The black-robed man took it, weighed it in his hand, looked at him and said,
"This won't happen again." Immediately. Disappeared on the spot. Ah, damn it.
I finally got the dragon's saliva fruit, but before I could even warm it up, I gave it away. It's all this boy's fault. He'll die if he steps out of this door.
And this bitch, why is she pretending to be so noble?
She's just a bitch being toyed with in bed. The obscene man felt a dull pain in his heart, and he clenched his back teeth tightly, wishing he could kill Yun Machin right now.
As for Ling Yunhan,
he was determined to get it.
Dear guests, it's your turn to take the test. Okay.
Yun Machin took Ling Yunhan's hand again and passed directly in front of the obscene man. In Yun Machin's eyes, this obscene man was already a dead man.
Look at Ling Yunhan again.
The originally troubled heart was instantly calmed by Yun Machin's warm big hand. Her eyes opened wide, and she glanced at Yun Machin's profile curiously and shyly. She didn't understand why Yun Machin's hands had such a mysterious magic.
Let her feel at ease. Ha, you little bastard, I want to see what you have to be so arrogant in front of me. You piece of trash. The 4th floor of Huang is a place you will never be able to visit in your lifetime. The obscene man was full of resentment, but in Langwan Tower, he didn't dare to act too pretentiously.
So he took out his anger on his face. He wanted to use his privileged status to enter the 4th floor of Huang to give himself a sense of superiority.
In his heart anyway. There is no way that such a young Yun Machin would be allowed to enter the 4th floor of Huang. Because he doesn't have the ability. But actually, Yun Machin didn't hang him at all.
Yun Machin slowly took Ling Yunhan's hand and came to the environment measuring instrument, looking at the environment measuring instrument in the center of the big screen with curiosity.
Sudden.
A blue light swept over him, but he felt nothing.
Boom. What is going on? Everyone was attracted by the loud noise. I'm Nima. Why did the environment detector explode? I hope everyone will urge me to update more. If you really like it, you can give a small gift to show your support. The gifts received are proportional to the typing speed.
Also, it would be best if you could leave some interesting paragraph reviews, chapter reviews, and book reviews. I will read them carefully and respond to them attentively. I don't agree with driving in the comments section.
I'm not that person.
Chapter 92: The Red-Robed Man at the third level of the spiritual severing stage. Swish, swish, swish. A row of men in black robes came up to them in an instant.
This time is different from before.
There was a red robe in the middle of the black robe. The waitress in charge of the test hurriedly ran over to the man in red robe, looking very nervous.
Give me an explanation.
The red-robed man said in a low, cold voice.
Sir, I don't know what's going on.
This guest was just testing it, and it suddenly exploded.
I really don't know.
The waitress was in a panic, and seemed extremely afraid of this strong man.
At the same time,
he looked at Yun Machin and pointed at him. The man in red robe slowly walked in front of Yun Machin.
With every step he took, the aura emanating from his body became stronger. When he walked up to Yun Machin couldn't even sense his breath. Obviously, there is only one possibility. His cultivation is at least one level higher than Yun Machin. What did you do?
The red-robed man spoke very little, but every word he said put great pressure on everyone present. There was a red mist on his face. Except for Yun Machin, who possessed the bone-breaking divine eyes, no one present knew the face beneath the red fog.
Yun Machin looked through the red mist.
A pair of fierce eyes then met his. The man in red robe felt something strange for a moment, but he didn't say much.
He stood in front of Yun Machin indifferently and listened to his explanation. System, what's this guy's level of cultivation? This system has caught a cold recently. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. I need to catch up on some sleep. Yun Machin's face turned dark in an instant.
The system saw Yun Machin's expression and felt the mad curses in his heart. It felt very comfortable for a moment, and then said slowly.
Look at you, what's your state of mind? I was just joking, and you lost your temper. Seriously. You need to learn more from this system.
One more thing, and I won't mention helping you find a female system anymore.
Oh. What's the relationship between us?
Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Let me see. Oh, this little Hong is at the third level of the spiritual severing stage.
Be good.
Yun Machin originally thought that the hidden strongman in Langwan Tower would definitely not be more than the spirit transformation stage at most. But now this red-robed man appeared on the bright side. It makes it difficult for him to find out the details of this mysterious force.
I must ask Aaron Yang when I have time next time. Yun Machin pondered secretly in his mind. Why, is this how you treat guests at Langwan Tower? The quality of the product is not good, and now that it's broken, you're planning to resort to force to claim it? Yun Machin was not afraid at all.
He looked straight at the red mist and spoke slowly.
This idiot boy is really courting death. He's such an ignorant fellow.
He even dares to speak to the red-robed master of Langwan Tower in such a tone.
He really thinks this is his home.
The obscene man who was watching the fun on the side saw this scene and couldn't help but feel secretly ecstatic.
What a retribution.
I'm afraid this kid will definitely die today and won't be able to leave the gate of Langwan Tower.
Oh? Are you saying that I am framing you? Isn't it?
Although Yun Machin did not emit any aura, his momentum was not weak at all, which made the man in red robe feel a little unpredictable.
Could he be the offspring of some powerful person? The two people just stood there looking at each other.
The whole place was eerily quiet.
No one dared to make a sound. The low-level cultivators who were eating on the first floor all put down their chopsticks and watched their every move. Finally, the red-robed man couldn't help but speak first. I need to check your memory. I hope you will cooperate. As soon as the words fell. Boom. Ling Yunhan's cultivation level at the 6th level of the divine transformation stage also exploded instantly.
The jade sword at her waist swung out of its sheath as fast as lightning, pointing at the man in red robe. Although she also knew that the person in front of her was extremely powerful.
But so what? At the same time,
the black-robed men behind the red-robed man also emitted powerful auras, but most of them were between the 1st and 3rd levels of the spirit transformation stage.
The current situation between the two sides. Very nervous. What? Is this beauty at the 6th level of the spiritual transformation stage? How is this possible? Everyone exclaimed inwardly. Level division, She training stage, foundation building stage, golden elixir stage, nascent soul stage, spirit transformation stage, spirit separation stage, fusion stage, Mahayana stage, tribulation crossing stage, carat. I'm not trying to make up the word count. I'm just worried you'll forget. Chapter 93. It's a pity that I'm a little angry. Bang!
The obscene man was so frightened that his legs went limp.
Fall directly to the ground. Roll.
A man in black robe waved his hand and blasted the obscene man out of the building. The red-robed man's face beneath the red mist revealed a hint of surprise.
He was mistaken. He didn't use his spiritual sense to detect Ling Yunhan's cultivation level just now.
Because he felt it was unnecessary.
But so what if he is at the 6th level of the spirit transformation stage? To him, it's just a bigger ant. But
this time, he deliberately used his spiritual sense to scan the extraordinary genius in front of him, but unexpectedly found that he could not sense any breath from him.
Maybe it's some powerful cultivation technique.
The red-robed man thought secretly in his heart.
Do you want to die?
The red-robed man said coldly. The space around him was visibly shaking, and he was a little angry. Ling Yunhan said nothing. However, her brows were furrowed, and the aura around the sword in her hand became increasingly heavy. Although she felt a little uncomfortable under the powerful pressure of the red-robed man, the pride in her heart did not allow her to retreat.
Now, she was just waiting for Yun Machin to give the order to take action. Yun Machin waved his hand. Ling Yunhan's discomfort disappeared instantly.
Your Langwan Tower is such a grand place.
Do you dare to say that nonsense again? Yun Machin replied indifferently.
There was no trace of emotion on his face.
I said, you want to.
The red-robed man hadn't finished speaking yet.
Chirp.
A crisp sword sound was heard.
Boom.
What followed was a loud explosion. The red-robed man was blown away dozens of meters.
Everyone was stunned.
Yun Machin really dares to take action.
You know.
The red-robed man is at the 3rd level of the spiritual severing stage. What is surprising is that there seemed to be a powerful restriction inside the Langwan Tower. The space inside the 1st floor was broken, but the entire building did not collapse or be damaged. The red-robed man stood firm and looked at his chest in shock. The sword mark left behind was neither deep nor shallow, and blood continued to flow out.
He. A person at the 1st level of the spiritual transformation stage can actually hurt me. Interesting. But, you kid, you will die today. Everyone, get started. As soon as the words fell,
all the men in black robes drew their swords and rushed towards Yun Machin and Ling Yunhan.
Boom. In an instant, flames shot up into the sky.
The guests dining nearby were so frightened that they ran out of the building.
Who dares to continue eating melons? When the big guys fight, the residual power may shock them to death.
Yun Machin turned his head to look at Ling Yunhan beside him and said softly,
Be careful. My lord, you too.
Yun Machin shot out, and the Liantian sword, with its powerful sword intent, went straight towards the red-robed man. The man in red robe was not willing to be outdone.
He muttered something quickly.
Suddenly, the long sword in his hand flashed with a red light and swung towards Yun Machin fiercely.
Clang.
The red-robed man became more and more surprised as the fight went on. He is a powerful warrior at the 3rd level of the spirit severing stage, while Yun Machin in front of him is only at the 1st level of the spirit transformation stage, yet he can fight him on equal terms. The man in black robe beside him also did not gain any advantage over Ling Yunhan.
Ling Yunhan's fierce murderous aura suppressed them in an instant. In addition, Ling Yunhan's cultivation is higher than theirs.
Soon, the black-robed men's numerical advantage was no longer obvious, and they were severely suppressed by Ling Yunhan. Suddenly, Yun Machin and the red-robed man collided and both retreated dozens of meters.
You, are such a monster. But if you make me angry, you can't leave this door. Red Demon Ghost Road. Go!
The red-robed man's sword suddenly emitted a thick red mist, and soon turned into a fierce ghost holding a blood sword, slashing towards Yun Machin fiercely.
I'll kill you, you idiot. Lien Tian Yesher Zhan. Kill. Boom. This time,
the powerful force of the double burst sprayed all around.
The entire building exploded in two in an instant.
Even Ling Yunhan and the man in black robe were blown away by this powerful force and fell heavily to the ground.
Puff.
Everyone looked at a figure beneath the dust. He thrust the long sword into the ground, and a mouthful of scarlet blood spurted all over the ground. It turned out to be the red-robed man at the third level of the spirit severing stage.
You.
Before he finished speaking, the man in red robe felt a chill on his neck. At this moment, there are only two words in his mind.
It's cold. Tear. The head and body are separated.
The red-robed man fell straight to the ground.
In a moment, everyone, including Ling Yunhan, was deeply shocked by the visual impact.
The black-robed men who were still fighting with Ling Yunhan immediately panicked. Each of them retreated several thousand meters into the air, took out a magic wand from their space rings, and pointed it upwards. The space in the sky where the staff pointed shook instantly, producing a vortex of blue light. Dozens of black-robed men raised their heads and shouted loudly.
Come to the rescue. The red-robe master is dead. Save your mother.
Yun Machin didn't care whether they shouted for help or not, he just shot at them again.
Ling Yunhan was also decisive.
He quickly recovered from the shock of Yun Machin's powerful strength. He turned his hand, gripped the long sword tightly, and shot it towards the man in black robe.
With the powerful help of Yun Machin. Soon, dozens of black-robed men were killed. Don't kill me. Whatever you ask me to do, I'll do it. Oh, yes. Are you trying to ask me something?
I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything about our Langwan Tower.
Watching all the comrades around me die.
The last man in black robe threw away the sword in his hand in despair, knelt heavily in the air, and said to Yun Machin in horror.
Ha!
I really want to know the details of your Langwan Tower.
It's a pity that I'm a little angry.
Chirp. A sword sounded.
The man in black robe was cut in half.
Looking at the black-robed man's eyes wide open, his pupils gradually blurred. Yun Machin raised his hand to wipe the blood off the Lientian sword and said coldly.
Don't mind, someone will come and tell you in a moment. Chapter 94, The Pretentious Yixingmo. My lord, should we wait here or retreat? Langwan Tower is a formidable force, and the reinforcements that will arrive will likely be even stronger.
How about I go gather the sisters from the Hibiscus gang first, or I go to the City Lord's mansion to find the City Lord's gang? Ling Yunhan was a little worried, but she hadn't finished her words.
He was interrupted by Yun Machin.
Okay, go gather some men first, but remember, don't bother my second mother. She's already under a lot of pressure defending the city. Besides, this rubbish force is definitely not weaker than the City Lord's mansion, yet they are willing to hide here and quietly make a lot of money, letting others defend the city and die for them.
Ha! Bah! A bunch of cowards. I'm going to make sure they lose a bone today. The more Yun Machin thought about it, the angrier he became. The Lientian sword in his hand also made a crackling sound that shook the space. Quite a while.
Yun Machin saw a black cloud floating towards the horizon at an extremely fast speed.
Are we here already?
The lineup you arranged for me is quite large.
Yun Machin showed an evil smile on his face, without any fear. Sudden. A man in purple robe with a strong aura walked out of the black cloud.
But soon, rows of strong men in red and black robes appeared behind him.
The system told him.
There were 30 red-robed people between the 1st and 9th levels of the spirit severing stage, and 500 black-robed people between the 1st and 9th levels of the spirit transformation stage. And the purple-robed man in the front. He is a top-level expert at the 5th level of the fusion period.
Yun Machin knew.
This time he has offended the top power. Although he didn't understand how such a force could exist in this place. But at this moment, it was not important for him to think about this.
So what if you are very strong? So what if there are a lot of people? In a word, Follow the heart of Tao, and kill if you are unhappy. You are the one who killed my people from Langwan Tower? Yes. It's you, Daddy Yun. Ha, looking for death.
The man in purple robe didn't waste any more words and waved his hand lightly. 500 black-robed men with the cultivation level of the spirit transformation stage instantly set out to kill Yun Machin. However, the 30 red-robed men in the spirit severing stage did not take action. After all, the more powerful the force, the more you care about face. Yun Machin ignored the hundreds of strong men who were about to kill him. Instead, he lowered his head to look at the Lientian sword in his hand, stroked the blade, and said softly, "Old man, another bloody battle is about to begin." Sudden. Yun Machin's eyes burst into dazzling light, and an indescribable ancient, mysterious, and powerful aura rushed towards the momentum of hundreds of strong men. Boom! 500 powerful warriors in the God transformation stage were stopped by the powerful aura released by Yun Machin. He is not at all inferior. This time, he wants to truly use the power of the bone-breaking divine pupil. Etc. He suddenly thought of someone. "Yixingma, let me take you out to experience the outside world." Yun Machin had an idea. Yixingma, who was in the spiritual world of broken bone divine pupil, appeared in front of him. Ha 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 ha. This immortal emperor has finally appeared. Master. Smell this fragrant air, savor the blue sky, and these hundreds of people wielding swords charging towards. Holy shit. Master. What the hell is going on? Yixingma stood there in a daze. What the hell? He is only at the 9th level of the spirit transformation stage now. Yun Machin called him out. What was the point of facing dozens of powerful people in the spirit severing stage or even the fusion stage? Ahem, this is a special situation. I'll be more careful next time. Yun Machin felt a little embarrassed. Just deal with the 500 spiritual transformation stage experts, and leave the rest to me. Yixingma, my lord, why don't you take a look at what you are saying? However, Yixingma was an immortal emperor after all, and his inherent arrogance made him grit his teeth and said to Yun Machin in a deep voice. Yes, my lord. Make sure no one is left behind. Finished. Yixingma's temperament suddenly changed, and he looked like an invincible and powerful man who was not afraid of any enemy. At the same time, a powerful gun force gushed out from him. Yun Machin couldn't help but look at it a few more times with appreciation. Yixingma's mind moved, and a spear appeared in his hand. Blood is coming. Eternal sky break. Kill him. The blood demon spear in Yixingma's hand trembled instantly at his call, and a strong bloody murderous aura spurted out from the blood demon spear. Kill 500 men in black robes. Boom! The space in the sky was directly shattered into a dark void by the powerful force. Dozens of the 500 black-robed men in the spirit transformation stage were killed by Yixingma's powerful shot. Some black-robed men at the 8th or 9th level of the spirit transformation stage also felt as if copper was churning in their bodies, and were extremely uncomfortable. This guy in front of me. The strength is really terrifying. Let us look at Yixingma again. One man, one gun. The black robe fluttered. There wasn't even a speck of dust on his sleeves. At first glance, it gives people the illusion of looking down at the sky. Hee, are the strong men of this era really so incompetent? I'm so disappointed. Yun Machin's mouth twitched. I thought to myself, this guy is even more pretentious than me. Chapter 95 Fierce Melee. Under the purple mist in front of the purple-robed man's face, the angry expression grew darker. He clenched his fists with his hands behind his back, looking very unhappy. He even thought about taking action himself. But when he thought about Langwanla's reputation, he endured it. Only. Ha 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 ha, little grandchildren, are you no longer brave enough to come up and beat up your grandpa-y? What a waste of cultivation resources piled up. Hey, you don't know, back then, your grandpa-y held a gun with one hand and shot through half of the universe. Those of my generation haven't met a rival I can take seriously. Seeing that the man in black robe did not dare to take action, Yixingma, who had been maintaining a cool image, suddenly thought of something and started to talk inexplicably, talking about his glorious past one sentence after another. The purple-robed man's face couldn't help but twitch. Are there no rivals among your peers? Punch through half the universe? Have you become stupid from practicing? But only Yun Machin knows.
Maybe Yi Xingma said. It's all true. Otherwise, do you think everyone can become an immortal emperor and roam the world?
Just as Yi Xingma was about to attack again, a group of women flew over from the horizon at high speed.
No more, no less. 301 people. Lord, suffer the consequences. We are too late.
Ling Yunhan knelt on one knee in front of Yun Mochen and said guiltily. The 300 female prodigies behind him also quickly knelt on one knee and shouted in unison.
My lord, suffer.
Yun Mochen smiled and gently helped Ling Yunhan up.
Little fool. Then he looked at the 300 female geniuses behind him. You all should get up too. Oh. Interesting. The purple-robed man secretly scanned with his spiritual sense.
They are a good group of geniuses, but unfortunately, they lack growth and there are only dozens of them who have reached the spirit transformation stage. Compared with their lineup, it is far worse. Now, he became more and more curious about Yun Mochen's identity.
If you want to go back alive, kill these bastards for me. Otherwise, hee.
The man in purple robe spoke to the man in black robe, and at the same time, he grabbed the air with his hand, and several men in black robe who had shown some signs of retreating in the battle just now instantly turned into blood mist.
As you command, Master Z.
The other men in black robes no longer hesitated.
Between being killed instantly and fighting to the death, they wisely chose the latter.
They all attacked together and killed Yun Mochen and the others.
Those whose cultivation level is below the spiritual transformation stage form a formation on the spot. Those who are above the spiritual transformation stage and are not afraid of death, follow me and fight.
Yun Mochen finished speaking. Ling Yunhan and dozens of female geniuses in the god transformation stage did not hesitate at all, and together with Yi Xingma, they directly attacked the black-robed men whose number was several times theirs. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals.
Yun Mochen didn't move.
He knew that if he took action, the red-robed man would definitely take action, and even the purple-robed man would join in.
If so, the danger for them is much greater.
Because apart from him and Yi Xingma, no one can compete with the strong ones above the spirit severing stage. The two missiles instantly engaged in close combat.
In a moment,
flames shot up into the sky and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked.
People on the streets of the city all looked up at the sky.
Under the influence of the powerful aura, some cultivators with low cultivation were even pressed to the ground and unable to move.
Everyone was filled with fear. What happened? The end of the world? I don't want to die yet. I haven't felt the scent of a woman yet. Someone come and save me. Just then, the pressure on the people in the city disappeared instantly. A transparent protective shield with a faint golden color appeared in the sky above the city.
It was another shield within the protective shield that originally protected the entire city from monsters and demons.
Master Z, does this action break the rules?
A familiar voice was heard and Yun Mochen hurried over to look. Everyone stopped fighting and looked towards the source of the sound.
It's Lu Ernyang.
Lu Ernyang was followed by hundreds of strong men, among whom about 50 were maintaining the golden protective shield that had just appeared. Before the purple-robed man could speak,
Lu Ernyang continued. If it weren't for the connections between the bigwigs on your Tianma star and the bigwigs in my federal government, would you have had the opportunity to come here under the guise of opening Langwan Tower and steal the immortal cultivation resources and talents here?
In the past, every time the geniuses who came out of the godly meteorite training camp weren't snatched away by you guys from the heavenly demon star, 2 or 3/10 of them were taken away.
Because of instructions from above, I usually turn a blind eye, but now they're going too far. They even dare to bully our federal government.
Facing the purple-robed man at the 5th level of the fusion period, Lu Ernyang showed no fear at all. She pointed at the purple-robed man and scolded him angrily.
In fact, Lu Ernyang is very smart.
She did not take this conflict personally, but cleverly elevated the conflict between him and Yun Mochen to the level of Tianma Star and the federal government. So even though the man in purple robe was very angry, he did not act rashly.
Because he doesn't dare. Ha ha. City Lord Lu is really sharp-tongued. This brat killed all my men in Langwan Tower. Killing someone means paying with your life, that's only natural. But you're putting all the blame on me, that's really reasonable. The man in purple robes deliberately emphasized the words reasonable and well-founded. But as soon as he finished speaking, Yun Mochen's cry followed immediately. Bah! Bullshit! You son of a bitch is trying to be noble here. Boom. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 96 Host, you must be prepared. You. Do you really want to die?
Yun Machen's sudden interruption made the purple-robed man tremble with anger.
For a moment, everyone broke out in a cold sweat.
Lu Yang could at most give a reasonable scolding, but Yun Machen simply pointed at her nose and cursed.
He didn't give the man in purple robe any face at all. Stupid. Ah. I'll kill you. The man in purple robe couldn't help it.
He swung out a palm, fiercely swinging towards Yun Machen. He was able to cultivate to this level, so his attitude towards dealing with people and things must first be to follow his own heart of Tao. As for the consequences of his actions, he actually doesn't care too much. After all, bullying the weak would damage the reputation of Langwan Tower.
But he believed. The punishment I will receive when I return will definitely not be death.
But if Yun Machen doesn't die,
he really couldn't bear it.
No one has dared to speak to him in this tone in all these years.
He even felt.
If he fails to follow his heart and kill Yun Machen, even his future path of cultivation will be affected.
Mo Chen, be careful. Master, be careful. Lu Yang and Ling Yunhan shouted in unison.
Seeing the purple-robed man who suddenly attacked Yun Machen, they hurriedly tried their best to stand in front of Yun Machen.
What a pity. The purple-robed man is so fast.
In the blink of an eye, the purple devil's hand was in front of Yun Machen. But Yun Machen had no intention of retreating. With the powerful blessing of the bone-breaking divine pupil, Yun Machen quickly found the flaw in the devil's hand.
Buzz! A sword sounded and rose into the sky. Yun Machen swung the Lientian sword and slashed fiercely. Mo Chen! Don't! Lu Yang's voice had not yet arrived. Boom!
Violent explosions and huge energy shocks instantly spread throughout the venue. It can be said that the sky is falling and the earth is splitting apart. But to everyone's surprise, the powerful devil's hand that the purple-robed man conjured up was actually broken up by Yun Machen.
But the gap in realm is too great.
The powerful aura released by the purple-robed man's magic palm still made it difficult for Yun Machen to completely resist. Yun Machen was directly blown away 10,000 meters away. It slammed into the ground hard and slid for hundreds of meters before barely stopping. The man in purple robe stood in the air, looking at the deep pit with contempt. He did not think that Yun Machen could withstand the attack of the two realms gap between him.
Still alive. For a while. Ling Yunhan was struck by lightning.
She covered her red lips with trembling hands, squatted in the air, tears instantly gushed out, and looked at the huge deep pit on the ground that was smashed by Yun Machen in despair. The hundreds of female geniuses behind him were filled with grief and pain. They looked at the deep pit and remained silent for a long time.
You! Go to hell! Ah!
Lu Yang's aura surged at an unprecedented speed, and soon broke through the 5th level of the spirit transformation stage, but she showed no sign of stopping. The 6th level of the spiritual transformation stage.
7th floor.
She is sacrificing her soul power.
No! Second mother, don't! A very familiar voice reached Lu Yang's ears.
She stopped the sacrifice instantly and quickly looked towards the deep pit.
But soon,
Lu Yang suddenly smiled softly. A few words came out of her pink lips.
Silly boy. In a deep pit on the ground.
A staggering figure swayed in the dust.
How is this possible? He's not dead? The purple-robed man couldn't help but exclaim.
In fact, the purple-robed man knew from the battle with Yun Machen just now that Yun Machen was only at the 1st level of the spirit transformation stage.
But there must be a limit to evil, right? A moment of trance.
The purple-robed man even suspected that his cultivation level of the 5th level of the fusion stage was a fake immortal.
Hey, host, I was just taking a nap and you got beaten up so badly?
The system teased in Yun Machen's mind.
Can you help? If you can't, don't force me. Put. Yun Machen was already feeling unwell. The powerful force shook his body so much that it felt like a tsunami.
Before he could finish his words, a mouthful of blood spurted out.
Mo Chen! Lord! Lu Yang and Ling Yunhan instantly flew to Yun Machen's side and held up his arms. At the same time,
Lu Yang's mind moved, and a pill-emitting green fluorescence appeared in her hand, which she stuffed into Yun Machen's mouth.
Ha, my host is too cruel. Forget it, considering my fatherly love for you, I will help you. Host, you must be prepared. Fuck you. Wait, dog system, what do you think I should prepare? You are the dog system. Just turn on the system notification sound and you will know. He. Oh.
Yun Machin thought about it and turned on the system prompt tone.
A moment. Thousands of messages came in. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for shocking Qinyu and Hanshi.
Reward, spiritual energy. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for shocking all the geniuses of the Hibiscus Gang.
Reward, spiritual energy. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for shocking all the geniuses in the Godfall training camp.
Reward, spiritual energy. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for shocking all the masters in the City Lord's mansion.
Reward, spiritual energy. Ding. Congratulations, the host is shocked. For a while.
It was as if tens of thousands of flies were buzzing in Yun Machin's mind.
Amidst thousands of mechanical prompts.
Yun Machin vaguely heard the voice of old Six System GNCC.
He. Host, you better be prepared. Question mark. Yun Machin suddenly had a bad feeling. Chapter 97, the first level of the spiritual severing stage. Boom. 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 Extremely powerful spiritual energy rushed into the body. He directly pushed away Lu Ernyang and Ling Yunhan, who were supporting Yun Machin. Yun Machin's face instantly became ferocious. Damn, dog system. Why does it hurt so much? Hey, host, didn't I remind you a long time ago? The system said with gloating eyes.
Yun Machin was too lazy to pay attention to it, so he quickly closed his eyes, sat cross-legged on the ground and regulated his breathing.
And Lu Ernyang on the side.
Seeing that Yun Machin was not seriously injured. With a thought, a blood-red token appeared in the jade hand behind his back.
She secretly channeled spiritual energy into it. Buzz.
The space around the token vibrated slightly, and circles of blood-red ripples continued to overflow from the center of the token.
The purple-robed man didn't notice.
His attention was all on Yun Machin, whose aura was surging at the moment. Although he was surprised by Yun Machin's sudden increase in strength, he even suspected that he was sacrificing his soul or using some ancient forbidden methods to temporarily improve his cultivation. But Yun Machin's increasingly stable aura puzzled him.
But
he did not take advantage of the opportunity. Because Yun Machin's rapid increase in cultivation is a good thing for him.
Only this way.
He can then legitimately kill Yun Machin with his own hands.
At the same time.
Nor will it cause any gossip about you and bring shame to Langwan Tower. As for whether Yun Machin's surging strength would threaten him, he was worried.
He is more confident about this.
Because this is totally impossible. Yun Machin directly turned off the microphone connected to the system.
He really was. So annoying. Sudden. Boom.
Yun Machin broke through to the second level of the spirit transformation stage. But the surging aura showed no signs of stopping.
Soon.
The third level of the spiritual transformation stage.
4 floors. Boom.
The first level of the spirit severing stage.
Now. Yun Machin felt more powerful than ever before.
The chaos divine body underwent another qualitative change.
He now looks very hazy and mysterious.
A dark mist enveloped his body, appearing and disappearing. He tried to retract the dark mist, but to his surprise, the mist went straight into his body. The dark mist completely obeyed his commands.
This is probably a new hidden benefit of the chaos divine body.
I'll definitely find a chance to study it carefully someday and see if I can uncover its secrets.
Yun Machin was secretly calculating. Pa.
The purple-robed man looked at Yun Machin in the deep pit with contempt. His ugly face under the purple mist showed an evil smile, and he clapped his hands lightly a few times. Not bad, the first level of the spiritual severing stage.
Judging from your bone age, you're only 19.
I'm curious, how did you manage to quickly advance to such a high level in such a short period of time without showing any signs of frivolity? If you tell me this secret, maybe I'll let you die more comfortably.
Otherwise,
Yun Machin stood up, sucked his hand, and the Liantian sword that was stuck in the ground flew into his palm.
At the same time,
With a thought, a Linghuan brand cigarette appeared between the index and middle fingers of his left hand.
Yun Machin didn't immediately pay attention to the man in purple robe.
He slowly flicked the Lientian sword with his middle finger, and the sparks that came out just happened to light the cigarette in Yun Machin's hand.
Took a deep breath. There was a pause of 2 or 3 seconds. Then he exhaled slowly.
He slowly raised his head with satisfaction and looked at the purple-robed man in the air, and said lightly,
"What are you barking at?" Yi Xingma's mouth twitched uncontrollably, his facial expression completely out of control as he muttered, "My lord, I'm still a little behind you when it comes to pretentiousness." Luer Nyang hurriedly grabbed Yun Machin's arm. The voice said, "Emo Chen, don't provoke him.
Wait 10 minutes and reinforcements from the federal government will arrive."
Yun Machin turned and looked at Luer Nyang, who looked worried, showing a smile as bright as a child. "Believe me, second mother." Luer Nyang didn't say anything.
However, the hand that was holding Yun Machin's arm slowly loosened. She suddenly discovered the little girl in front of her who used to love calling her stepmother to come and chat with her after school has grown up. Now he has truly become a strong man who can stand on his own.
She very happy. "If you die, second mother will be alone and helpless, so I will go to accompany you."
After hearing this, Yun Machin trembled all over.
He suddenly stepped forward and hugged Luer Nyang tightly, whispering in her ear, "Hey, second mother, I'm very lucky. After I finish dealing with them, remember to make me dinner." Luer Nyang's eyes were moist.
Her hair fluttered in the air in a messy manner.
"Okay, Machin, I'll cook for you when we get home."
Seeing that Yun Machin and Luer Nyang completely ignored his existence, the purple-robed man's anger reached a critical point. He shouted at Yun Machin almost madly,
"Okay. Okay. Okay. Very good. Don't worry. After I've slaughtered you, them, and all of them, I'll send them all down with you to be buried with you."
The purple-robed man had just finished speaking.
Buzz.
A sword sounded and rose into the sky.
10,000 swords break the sky. Kill. In a moment, the Lientian sword instantly transformed into countless sword rains, killing towards the purple-robed men at lightning speed. Ha, reaching a new realm is nothing more than a matter of moving your hands a little more.
I'll let you know today that the dignity of a powerful person in the fusion stage cannot be insulted. The purple-robed man finished speaking. The aura of the 5th level of the fusion period burst out, and with his hands forming seals, an overwhelming purple magic mist instantly gushed out from his body, covering the entire sky. Suddenly, his hand turned into a palm and waved. 10,000 demons are heading towards the sky.
Go!
The black-robed and red-robed people around him also hurriedly displayed their martial arts and attacked Yun Machin fiercely.
For a while,
countless martial arts techniques were flying across the sky. But when the rain of swords cast by Yun Machin approached them at a rapid speed, they suddenly realized that something was wrong. The powerful force emanating from the rain of swords made it impossible for them to match it.
But it's too late for them to run away now.
They had no choice but to bite the bullet and use all their strength to resist the rain of swords.
Boom!
The purple-robed man's evil clutches were instantly defeated.
But the power of the sword rain showed no sign of decreasing, and it went straight towards them. Ah! 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 Don't want. A moment. Blood and flesh flying everywhere. Chapter 98. Kill them all. Puff.
The purple-robed man was knocked flying, and a pool of blood left an arc in the air. This time, the sword mark left by Yun Machin on his chest.
You can even see the bones clearly.
"You, who are you?" The man in purple robe was surprised.
A moment.
Because of being severely injured. The purple-robed man's mind became confused, and he once suspected that Yun Machin was possessed by some powerful being who had lived for thousands of years.
Look around again.
The pupils of all the people in black robes and red robes no longer had any expression. All of them were pierced like a hornet's nest by the rain of swords. They fell from the sky in unison.
For a while,
it seemed as if a bloody rain was falling from the sky. The smell of blood is so pungent that it makes your scalp tingle.
Everyone couldn't believe their eyes at this moment.
Not to mention the black-robed man.
That red-robed man must be at least at the first level of the spirit-severing stage, right? You killed them all in one move? And seriously injured a strong man in the fusion stage? Are you kidding me?
Everyone looked at Yun Machin again as if he were a monster. Yi Xingma, who was standing aside, was also surprised at this moment. He had secretly thought about it in his heart.
With such a record in strength, if he were the same age as Yun Machin, he can't do it. This level of evil completely surpassed him. This means
Yun Machin's future achievement will be at least that of an immortal emperor.
Thinking of this, Yi Xingma's eyes lit up.
In his previous life, he did not have the luck to successfully break through to the immortal emperor realm, but in this life, he failed miserably and recognized a master who refreshed his cognition time and time again. His psychology. From the beginning, he was forced to obey Yun Machin's tyranny, and gradually he began to identify with this master from the bottom of his heart.
Then remember this, the one who kills you will be called Yun Machin. As soon as the words fell, Yun Machin moved his hand, and the Liantian sword shot out with a swoosh.
With the powerful strength of Yun Machin, the speed of the Liantian sword can be said to have reached the extreme. The purple-robed man hadn't finished speaking yet.
The Liantian sword has flown before his eyes. Tear. Blood splattered.
The purple robes had slid off the shoulders. The Linghuan brand cigarette held in Yun Machin's left hand had not yet burned out. He raised his hand, took another deep breath, and exhaled slowly. He looked at the blood rain all over the sky and remained silent for a long time.
This is the real killing for him.
And he killed so many people at once. But his breathing was heavy and his body was shaking slightly.
Yun Machin knew that he was definitely not doing this out of fear. He just couldn't figure it out. Why is the long journey of cultivating immortals so fascinating? Could it be that the endless bloody killing really didn't make them retreat? Demons invade, beast tide surge, and traitors rebel.
In fact, Yun Machin saw through their purpose very clearly. But they are all fighting for resources for cultivating immortals. He looked at the blood in his hands. I was suddenly confused and couldn't find the real right or wrong for a while.
At this moment,
Lu Ernyang flew to Yun Machin, placed her delicate jade hand on the back of Yun Machin's head, and touched it gently.
Silly boy, what are you thinking about?
In fact, Yun Machin is already a head taller than Lu Ernyang. But in her eyes, no matter how terrifying Yun Machin's cultivation was, he was still the polite little brother in the Bluestone Alley in her heart.
Lu Ernyang saw through Yun Machin's thoughts and said with a smile, cultivating immortals is always linked to death. Whether it's you or him, there's no absolute right or wrong. As for why we cultivate immortality? It's simply to pursue immortality, to become stronger, and to protect the people we care about. What we have to do is actually very simple. Follow your heart.
Lu Ernyang's smile was very charming, and her magical words gradually made Yun Machin's confused heart become clear.
At this time,
Lu Ernyang suddenly looked serious and said to Yun Machin,
silly boy, don't overthink it. Second mother asks you, if someone slanders you, insults you, kills you, or even hurts your family, what would you do? Yun Machin suddenly smiled.
2 golden rays of light flashed from his eyes.
He looked at Lu Ernyang firmly and said without hesitation, kill. Lu Ernyang was very satisfied with Yun Machin's answer. Ha ha ha. Let's go home and cook for you. Okay, second lady. On the road to becoming an immortal, the most important thing is to understand the Tao. If you are stuck for a moment, you may be trapped for a lifetime. Yun Machin leaned over and looked into the deep pit.
He sent a voice message to Ling Yunhan, who was still staring at him blankly in the deep pit.
Yunhan, go and count the number of deaths. When we return to Blue Star, we must provide generous compensation to their families. I'm going back to the city lord's mansion first. When I'm done tonight, you can come find me alone. Ah.
Ling Yunhan's face instantly turned red with shyness, and her farriers turned pink and tender, looking very attractive.
What are you thinking about? I have something to talk to you about. Oh, okay, master. Ah. Ling Yunhan, what are you thinking about all day?
But the lord is really handsome, and such a nice person, very decisive and courageous, really charming.
Bah. I don't want to think about it anymore.
Ling Yunhan's aloof personality completely disappeared. She shook her hot head and looked very cute.
Wait, Mo Chen. Lu Ernyang suddenly called out to Yun Machin, who was about to return to the city.
Don't worry, we still have to wrap up this matter before returning to the city.
After that,
Lu Ernyang looked at the increasingly violent shaking in her hands.
Bloody token. Chapter 99, The Mysterious Woman in the 7th Level of Mahayana Period. Sudden. A black spot appeared in the sky.
But soon, the black spot spun rapidly and grew larger, and the surrounding space was instantly shattered, twisted, and sucked into it. When it spread to a giant black hole with a diameter of about 10,000 meters, a white light suddenly shot out from the black hole.
Except Yun Machan. Everyone was blinded by the dazzling white light.
In Yun Machan's sight, a woman in a white robe slowly walked out from the white light.
Every step you take,
the space beneath her feet in the void was shattered into a black hole.
The system told him, this woman has reached the 7th level of Mahayana cultivation. Yun Machan's mouth twitched. Is this Langwan Tower never going to end? If you beat the younger one, the older one will come. If you beat the older one will come?
But Yun Machan did not act rashly. He understood that a strong man of this level was not a threat to him now.
It is absolutely impossible to defeat.
Beneath the white mist in front of the woman's face was an extremely beautiful face. Her stunning face is like a sculpture of ice carved by a ghost, cold and captivating.
In Yun Machan's memory, only 3 people could match this kind of beauty.
Cheng Jin, Nan Xuan, Xu Xiaoling. Even Ling Yunhan, who was standing beside her, seemed to have lost her color in front of her. The mysterious woman in white robes slowly looked at Yun Machan. Those beautiful blue eyes even made Yun Machan enter a brief fantasy, but it was only for a moment, and Yun Machan's thoughts were quickly pulled back to reality. Because Yun Machan felt
the look she gave herself. It's like looking down at an ant. You did all this?
The voice of the woman in white robe made it impossible to tell whether she was a man or a woman. There was no trace of fear on Yun Machan's face.
Because Lu Ernyang secretly told him that the powerful people from the federal government would arrive soon.
The woman suddenly noticed Yun Machan's cultivation aura, frowned slightly, and asked,
only the 1st level of the spiritual severing stage?
The woman remained silent. She was hesitating. The level of unparalleled evil that Yun Machan revealed made her dare not kill him easily. Because the higher the level of cultivation, the harder it is to get pregnant, but at the same time, the more talented the child born will be. She was worried about which top powerful person Yun Machan was the offspring of.
After a while,
the white-robed woman said,
I need an explanation.
At this time, Lu Ernyang took out a blue crystal from her arms and threw it towards the woman in white robe.
Look for yourself. This is the memory crystal used in the city to monitor and restrain criminals.
The memory crystal stopped in front of the woman in white robe.
Quite a while.
The white-robed woman said, the destruction of the realm measuring instrument was originally related to you. Not only did you refuse to cooperate with the inspection, but you also slaughtered all of my subordinates here.
You even spared the purple-robed elders of Langwan Tower. These young people today are really hot-blooded.
The voice of the white-robed woman became increasingly cold, and a subtle pressure slowly acted on Yun Machan.
But Yun Machan didn't feel anything at all. Because he is a chaotic divine body. Beauty, are you mistaken? Which eye of yours saw me break your realm detector? Your subordinates are really so arrogant.
Without saying a word, they tried to forcibly check my memory.
How is this different from asking you to take off all your clothes and let me see? Boom.
The woman in white robe felt like she was struck by lightning. Yun Machan could actually see through her breath-hiding technique. This is a pseudo-god level skill that she obtained by chance in a mysterious starfield. But this junior who was only at the 1st level of the spiritual severing stage could actually see through her.
But soon, the woman in white robe reacted and instantly went from being shocked to extremely angry. Her proud breasts rose and fell. What did that damned brat say about her just now? The white-robed woman's face was extremely gloomy.
Suddenly he waved his hand towards Yun Machan.
I think you're tired of living. Boom. Before Yun Machan could react, he and Lu Ernyang were blown away by the sudden powerful shock wave. But what is surprising is, they didn't suffer any harm at all. Wrong.
Someone just blocked the attack of the woman in white robe.
At this moment,
a hoarse and ancient voice came from somewhere.
Fellow Taoist Bai, it seems that the hand of the demon star has stretched a little too far. Chapter 100 Please fuck me beauty.
The person has not arrived yet, but the voice has arrived.
Yun Machin closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The collision scene just now actually reappeared in the spiritual world of Broken Bone Divine Eye. And there is no difference from the real world. Even the cultivation aura and appearance of the white-robed woman can be perfectly reproduced. But the most outrageous thing doesn't end there.
In the Broken Bone Divine Pupil, he can actually change the playback speed of the scene. This is the law of time that only those who are in the tribulation crossing stage can access. Yun Machin accidentally discovered the miraculous effect of the bone-breaking divine pupil when he closed his eyes and concentrated his energy and breath just now when he had a breakthrough in his cultivation.
This attack can actually ignore the existence of space. Yun Machin was secretly shocked. He discovered the attack that just blocked the white-robed woman's attack for him came from 1,000,000 kilometers away. For a strong man of this level, there is not much difference between 1,000,000 kilometers and 1,000,000 meters. Soon, an old man with a white beard and a Taoist look, wearing a white shirt, appeared in everyone's sight.
Senior High, how could something between the juniors really alarm you enough to come here in person? The woman in white robe seemed to be very wary of the old man, and her words were full of respect. The old man smiled. The old hands, washed by time, gently stroked his long flowing beard, and the hoarse ancient voice sounded again. Even the renowned Langwan Tower owner has come in person.
Ha, this matter is no longer just a matter between juniors.
Friend Bai, please let this matter go for my sake. The woman in white robe smiled and shook her head.
I dare not, I dare not. Since Senior High has spoken, I certainly cannot go against your honor.
However, so many of my men have died. I can't let them die in vain just because of a word from you. After all, my Langwan Tower is also a top force on the Demon Star. If the people of the Demon Star knew about this, I'm afraid it would have a negative impact on the relationship between our two planets. The woman in white robe seemed to be compromising, but in fact she wanted to retreat in order to advance. Elevate this matter to a conflict between the two giants, Tianma Star and Blue Star, so as to threaten the old man and gain some benefits from him. The old man could see this truth. He sighed helplessly and said, "The heavenly demon army has fully advanced on the divine falling battlefield. I hope you can tell the forces on Heavenly Demon Star to remember to fulfill their promise." Something appeared as he waved his hand, and he continued.
This item is called the illusionary spirit realm. When used for cultivation, entering it can cultivate the soul.
When defeating the enemy, using this item can create a myriad of illusion arrays and kill the enemy with ease. The white-robed woman's beautiful eyes lit up. He quickly took it and said with a smile,
"Ha ha. Senior High is so generous.
Don't worry, no one else will know what happened today.
As for that damn brat,
I won't take the initiative to cause trouble for him." The old man waved his hand. The newly damaged space, the destroyed houses in the city, the fallen giant trees outside the city, etc., were all recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Moment.
Everything around him returned to normal, except for the dead.
Fuck, wasn't I drinking in the restaurant? Why am I suddenly lying on the street? And, who the hell are you? You're hugging me, pervert.
I'm scared. Why should I be scared?
Ouch, my head hurts. Wait. Look at those people in the sky, who are they?
Two burly men had just been knocked unconscious by the powerful pressure, and when they woke up they could not remember what had happened. And such things happened all over the city at once.
Oh my god, what kind of trick is this? Yun Machin's memory was not affected, and he couldn't help but exclaim.
At the same time, he quickly turned his head to look at Lu Ernyang, Ling Yunhan and the others, and it seemed that there was no effect.
Host, you are such a country bumpkin. This is the power of the law of time. The law of time? Then what is this old man's cultivation? The second level of the tribulation stage.
Hiss.
So terrifying.
However, Yun Machin's mood was not affected. He was confident that he would surpass the old man's strength sooner or later.
After all, he is a man with a system.
Boy, control your men and don't spread this matter.
The Blue Star human race is under great pressure in the Godfall battlefield.
If we don't have the assistance of the Sky Demon Star,
I should go now.
I hope to see you on the battlefield of God's Fall.
You're pretty good.
The old man sent a message to Yun Machin. Then the old man looked at the woman in white robe.
Friend Bai, I hope we will never be enemies. Otherwise,
I, an old man, can still spare the lives of half of the people on your demon star. Finished. The old man's temperament changed drastically, and his cultivation level of the second level of the tribulation period burst out instantly, but he deliberately controlled the distance of his breath. But the woman in white robe was not hurt. He wanted to shock her. No, it can even be said that he is intimidating the entire demon star. The woman in white robe broke out in a cold sweat on her back. But he quickly controlled his inner tension, forced a smile and said, "Senior High, please forgive me for laughing. Blue Star and my heavenly demon star have always been on good terms. We only have one common enemy, and that is the heavenly demon." The old man laughed heartily, said nothing, and his figure slowly disappeared from the spot. Yun Machin was shocked. The old man who came was not his real body, but just a projection. Yun Machin was a little curious. How strong is his original form? You're lucky, you little bastard. The next time we meet, I'll kill you. Seeing that the old man had left, the woman in white robe wanted to say something harsh to save face. Yun Machin didn't buy it at all, and said to her with a grimace, "Slightly, slightly, slightly, slightly. Come on, come on, come on. Please fuck me, beautiful girl." Chapter 101 The Miserable Wei Tianhu. The woman in white robe was instantly furious, gritting her teeth and making them rattle. "No! Don't do it! Hold on! By Shiran! You have to hold on! Snort!" The woman in white robe stopped talking nonsense to Yun Machin and tried hard to control her facial expression, which was twitching with extreme anger. He just turned around and kicked and shot. He flew into the huge black hole, emitting white light behind him at lightning speed. Immediately, the huge black hole with a diameter of 10,000 meters shrank rapidly and soon disappeared on the spot. Ah! She really doesn't want to stay here for a moment. Who would have thought? She is a powerful person of the 7th level of the Mahayana stage. I can be so angry at a junior. Yun Machin, right? I'll remember you. I've never lost in my life playing verbal battle with your master Yun. Luan Yang looked at Yun Machin's childlike appearance and couldn't help but smile knowingly, and said softly, "Let's go, Ern Yang will go back and cook for you." In the city lord's palace. Where is Mr. Yun? Please ask him to come out and see me. I heard that Yun Machin is back. Wei Tianhu, whose injuries had recovered 70% to 80%, was so angry that he shouted loudly outside the city lord's mansion without saying a word. Just happened. Yun Machin, who had just finished his meal, was strolling around the city lord's mansion. I heard someone calling me. I came over after hearing the sound. Wei Tianhu's face turned red with anger, and his strong body was even trembling slightly. Mr. Yun. You have no moral principles. Oh? Why do you say that, Brother Wei? You're still playing dumb. Did you already know that she was at the 6th level of the spiritual transformation stage? Well, what's wrong? Then why did you let me practice with her? Mr. Yun. You are so unethical. Wei Tianhu became more and more angry as he spoke, and his speech became a little incoherent. Just then, a touching female voice came. The Lord is saving you. Save me? Damn it! Who the hell interrupted me? I'm really pissed off today. I want to see who is so tactless. Hey, senior, why are you here? The person who came was Ling Yunhan. Yun Machin's mouth twitched. This guy's expression changes so quickly. Wei Tianhu's heart sank. I won't be beaten up again. Here I come. Yes, here I come, my lord. Wait for me inside, I'll be in shortly. Finished. Yun Machin pointed. Ling Yunhan looked in the direction of his finger. It is an independent pavilion in the city lord's mansion. Ling Yunhan shuddered all over. Some strange thoughts can't help but emerge in my mind. Why are you still standing there? Go in and sit down and rest first. I'll be in right away. Oh. Yun Machin discovered. Ling Yunhan has been acting more and more abnormal these days. Especially her face and ears. Every time he finished speaking to her, fair skin will become pink and red. What does Brother Wei mean? Yun Machin said to Wei Tianhu with a smile. Seeing Ling Yunhan leave, Wei Tianhu's tone hardened again. He deliberately puffed out his burly chest and patted it.
Said to Yun Machin. Mr. Yun, I won't bully you. My injuries haven't fully recovered yet, so practicing with you here shouldn't be considered taking advantage of me. Yun Machin understood it. This guy was angry after being beaten by Ling Yunhan. I have to vent my anger on him, the culprit. Okay. But before I fight, I have a question for you. Mr. Yun is straightforward. If you have any questions, just ask. Before you came, didn't anyone tell you what happened after you fainted today? No, I just came out of my room to recuperate and didn't see anyone.
I heard that you were back, Mr. Yun, so I hurried over to visit.
What's wrong? Did I miss something important?
Because the old man in the second level of the tribulation period did not change the memories of everyone in the city lord's mansion. It just changed the memory of the city spectators today.
So Yun Machin was a little curious why this funny guy didn't know. It's not a big deal, but after you hear it, you might not come to me anymore. Why? You'll know after some practice. Okay.
Then Mr. Yun, you better be careful.
My fists are hard. If I hurt you, you can't complain to the city lord. Wei Tianhu was very excited. He'll soon find a punching bag to vent his anger on.
But when Yun Machin released his aura, he suddenly felt something was wrong.
Etc. Wei Tianhu hasn't finished speaking yet.
Suddenly, bursts of desperate pig-killing cries rang out from the city lord's mansion.
Mr. Yun, spare. Chapter 102 Yixing Ma swore an oath to the heaven. Alright, Mo Chen, He's already a powerful cultivator at the spiritual transformation stage, so at least give him some face.
Luan Yang heard Wei Tianhu's pig slaughtering cry and came over to take a look out of curiosity. But when she saw Wei Tianhu's head swollen like a pig, she couldn't hold it anymore. She covered her red lips with her slender jade hands and smiled softly.
Yun Machin stopped. Thank you, City Lord, for your mercy. Finished. Wei Tianhu's eyes went dark and he fainted again.
You're already a top-tier expert at the spirit severing stage, yet you're still so childish.
Why are you competing with a stubborn Wei Tianhu? Look at what you've done to him. It seems like Yun Machin is being blamed. But in fact, Luan Yang looked at Yun Machin with a look full of doting and tenderness.
Yun Machin showed his big white teeth again.
Use soul attack on Luan Yang. Luan Yang smiled and shook her head, saying, Okay, go have fun and relax. We don't have much time left, so cherish it.
I'm going to inspect the situation outside the city, so I'll leave you alone.
Got it, second mother. Finished. Luan Yang flew away. Yun Machin's mind moved.
A magic pill directly rewarded by the system appeared in his hand. With a flick of his finger, it flew into Wei Tianhu's mouth. Then he walked into the courtyard.
In the main hall,
Ling Yunhan sat obediently on the stool. She had changed into a sky blue dress, and her white and slender legs were so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her.
Sorry for the wait. Yes, it's okay, my lord. Yun Machin pretended to be angry and said in a deep voice. Didn't I tell you that you can just treat me as a friend in private? Don't call me master, just call me Mo Chen.
Ling Yunhan was a little at a loss for a moment, and the jade hands on her legs couldn't help but grab the folds of her skirt.
Master, Mo Chen. Ling Yunhan said it a little embarrassedly. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, let's get down to business. Ling Yunhan's expression instantly became serious and he said. What are your commands, my lord? Yun Machin's mouth twitched. I'm afraid it will be difficult to get Ling Yunhan to change this name. Never mind. Just call me master. I want to give our faction a name. Do you have any good recommendations? Ling Yunhan fell into deep thought after hearing this.
The master's surname is Yun, and his given name is Machin.
Why not just call him Yun Ma Palace? Yun Machin's mouth twitched. You really know how to name things. But he couldn't think of a better name. Okay, then our faction will be called Yun Ma Palace. Yes, my lord.
Ling Yunhan stood up, clasped his fists, and spoke respectfully to Yun Machin. As for the location of our Yunma Palace, we will look for a suitable place when we return to Blue Star. In addition, I plan to adopt a management model of 1 hall master, 2 deputy hall masters, 5 pavilion masters, and 10 gang masters. As for the number of deputy pavilion masters, gang masters, and deputy gang masters, and the selection of personnel, the deputy hall master will be fully responsible. As for you, I appoint you as the deputy hall master of Yunma Hall. Another deputy hall master will be appointed temporarily. The 5 hall masters of Furong Gang will serve as the 5 pavilion masters respectively. You will supervise and restrain each other. If you have any objections, you can report them to a higher level. Yes. My lord. Ling Yunhan shuddered and answered more respectfully. Yun Machan actually gave such an important position to her with such confidence. She instantly felt herself so happy. Master, can I serve as the deputy hall master? At this time, Yi Xingma in the spiritual world of Yun Machan's broken bone divine pupil suddenly spoke. Oh. You are indeed qualified, but unfortunately, I cannot give you this position. My lord, why? You've only been with me for 10 years. After 10 years, you and I will go our separate ways. Ha ha. I can't just hand over the deputy hall master to you. After 10 years, the deputy hall master runs away with his men, right? In the spiritual world of broken bone divine eye, Yi Xingma instantly knelt on one knee and raised his right fist to the sky. I, Yi Xingma, appear here and swear an oath to the heavens. No matter whether Yun Machan lives or dies, I will follow him for the rest of my life. Otherwise, my soul will be destroyed and I will not even be buried. Yun Machan was a little surprised. Puzzled, he asked. Why? Yi Xingma's eyes were filled with anticipation and longing, and he uttered 2 words. Hope. Yun Machan remained silent. Yi Xingma continued. Lord, it is because of you that I can be liberated here. But more importantly, it's your unparalleled talent that makes me optimistic about you. I, Yi Xingma, have been roaming the world for so long, but I've never met a genius as monstrous as you, my lord. Yi Xingma's words were definitely not a compliment. But it comes from the heart. People like us who have lived too long have had our family and friends die, and those who didn't die have all been outlived by us. In reality, we have nothing to pursue. But breaking through the tribulation stage and ascending to the upper realms may be the last unfulfilled obsession of my cultivation in these millions of years. But I believe that with your talent, my lord, one day in the future, you may even have the opportunity to lead me into places I have never been to in my previous life. What's more, I've already died once, huh? Even if I bet on the wrong person, it's just one life. After listening, Yun Machan fell into deep thought. He remained silent for a long time. Quite a while. Yun Machan suddenly laughed. Looking at Yi Xingma in the spiritual world of broken bone divine pupil, said, If you don't let me down, I will definitely not let you down. Yes. My lord. My lord? My lord? What's wrong with you? Since the entire communication with Yi Xingma was done through the mind, Ling Yunhan had no idea. So a funny scene appeared in front of Ling Yunhan. Yun Machan stood in front of her with his eyes closed, frowning, raising his eyebrows, and then grinning. Playing with spiritual rhyme and the cold clouds and mist. But maybe Yun Machan couldn't see her at the moment. Ling Yunhan's courage gradually grew. An almost greedy gaze swept across Yun Machan's handsome face unscrupulously. At the same time, she kept giving herself hints in her mind. This is caring about the Lord, caring about the Lord. Sudden. Ling Yunhan didn't know what he was thinking about. Her delicate body trembled suddenly. The fair and beautiful face quickly turned cherry red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the body became hot uncontrollably. Lord, it can't be. Imagine something erotic. Chapter 103. Where is that little girl Chu Xiaoling? What are you looking at? Ah. Yun Machan suddenly opened his eyes, which scared Ling Yunhan. Master, that's right. Master, I am concerned about you. Yun Machan's mouth twitched. If you care, then care. But didn't you notice that your saliva was flowing? Alright, go and quickly draft a set of rules for our Yunma palace and distribute them once you're done. And this, take it and distribute it reasonably. My lord, what is this? Ling Yunhan looked at the space ring that Yun Machan handed to her, not knowing what was going on. See for yourself. Ling Yunhan was instantly shocked. Inside the space ring,
There are actually thousands of elixirs of extraordinary quality. Ling Yunhan understood instantly, clasped his fists respectfully and said, "Yes, my lord." "Where do these pills come from?"
It was during the battle with the Langwan Tower that day that Yun Machen's powerful strength shocked everyone in the city, and the system gave him the reward.
"And these?"
For him who is already at the first level of the spiritual severing stage.
"It no longer has much effect."
"By the way, I've already chosen another deputy hall master. Come out and meet your future comrades who will fight alongside you."
As soon as the words fell,
Yun Machen's broken bone pupils flashed with golden light in an instant, and Yi Xingma appeared in Ling Yunhan's sight.
"My lord, is it him?" Before Yun Machen could say anything, Yi Xingma greeted her with a smile. "Hello, beautiful lady, I'm Yi Xingma. You can also call me by my nickname, Blood Demon Immortal Emperor." "Immortal Emperor?"
Ling Yun Hanlu frowned slightly. He turned his head and looked at Yun Machen beside him.
Express confusion.
Ling Yunhan's disgusted look seemed to be telling Yun Machen,
"My lord, are you really looking for this guy to be the deputy hall master to manage Yunma Hall?"
On that day, Yi Xingma's strength was indeed very strong, but it was still far from being a powerful immortal emperor.
Not to mention, most people wouldn't dare to use the title of immortal emperor. Even many powerful people in the tribulation crossing stage are not qualified. And he.
But I can say it so naturally.
He must be a big talker. Yun Machen obviously saw what Ling Yunhan was thinking.
He shook his head and smiled, then waved his hand gently, signaling her to leave.
At the same time,
a voice sounded in Ling Yunhan's mind. "Yunhan, what he said is true and worthy of trust."
Boom!
Ling Yunhan was about to turn around and leave when she stopped where she was.
An impossible thought arose in her mind. Could it be that this person is the reincarnation of a great being? She didn't dare think about it anymore.
He quickly turned around and looked at Yi Xingma, who looked indifferent, clasped his hands together, bowed and saluted deeply. "Junior Ling Yunhan, I was disrespectful just now, I hope you will forgive me." Yi Xingma still had a smile on his face and waved his hand.
"It's all in the past, don't worry about it."
Yun Machen felt an inexplicable sadness when he saw what Yi Xingma said. He knew that Yi Xingma's words were not directed at Ling Yunhan, but at himself. Ling Yunhan felt that Yi Xingma's words were a little abrupt, but she didn't dare to say anything more.
She bowed deeply again before leaving the pavilion. "You should go out for a walk too.
You've been stuck in the broken bone divine pupil spiritual world for so many years, I'm afraid you're going crazy."
Yi Xingma trembled all over. Excitedly shouted, "Yes, thank you, my lord." Then turned around.
The door that truly allows him to walk out of the shackles and gain his freedom.
After the two left,
the courtyard suddenly became quiet. Yun Machen sat comfortably in the recliner, took out a Huanling brand cigarette, put it in his mouth, lit it, inhaled, and exhaled.
For a while, feeling refreshed. "By the way, I don't know what happened to my wife."
"According to the time, you should have heard the news that I came to the city lord's mansion."
"Why haven't you come to see me yet? Don't you miss me?" "Ah, but I do miss her a little."
Yun Machen continued to talk to himself.
"And that woman, I don't know where she ran off to. I can't even see her. Is she deliberately avoiding me? Is she still angry?"
Suddenly, Yun Machen thought of something, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and his face was full of pride.
"Ha, my homeroom teacher, Rao Watsi, probably never dreamed that in less than a year, I would have reached the first level of the spiritual severing stage.
I still remember I promised to help her participate in the family competition.
Ha, now I want to participate. I think it will be very interesting. This is all thanks to that old man Emojiancho. He strongly recommended me to come here and even wanted to give me his granddaughter. Etc. His granddaughter."
Yun Machen instantly got goosebumps all over his body, his pupils contracted sharply, and he stood up suddenly.
Immediately,
a deafening cry of despair was heard from the courtyard.
"Fuck! Where is that little girl Chu Xiaoling?" Chapter 104, The little girl in Douyin is really good at twisting. Yun Machen panicked instantly. He thought about it carefully.
He hadn't seen Chu Xiaoling since he last separated from her.
There was no news even about her. Because of something that has been going on, he actually completely forgot about her. "No. I have to ask Ern Yang." She must know something.
Yun Machin shot out and flew out of the city. At the same time, he took out a spirit tablet and transmitted a message to the inside.
Second mother, where are you? I want to ask you something.
So, I guess she was abducted by the demon tribe. I didn't tell you before because I was afraid it would delay your entry into the Xinyu training camp. Yun Machin stood there and listened to Luo Nyang explain to him.
At the same time,
the faint aura around his body gradually grew stronger.
The space can no longer bear it. Started to shake violently. Mo Chen, don't blame Yang. Luo Nyang looked guilty. Second mother, I know you are doing this for my own good. I don't blame you. It's just that right now, I need to go to the demon tribe. Ask clearly.
Yun Machin's voice was surprisingly calm, but the murderous intent between the lines was revealed.
But it makes people feel chilling. Mo Chen, don't be impulsive.
Although I only suspected that Chu Xiaoling was abducted by the demon tribe, the spies I placed in the demon tribe told me that I didn't see her at all. Also, even if they really did kidnap Chu Xiaoling, the benefits they would gain from killing her would definitely not be as great as the benefits they would gain from using her as a bargaining chip.
So I have already informed Mo Jianqiu about this matter.
You can just go back to Blue Star and relax for a few days to prepare for entering the God's Falling battlefield.
Yun Machin stood there, silent. Luo Nyang grabbed his hand and said again. Mo Chen, if you really rush to the demon tribe to find out what's going on, but if you really anger them, do you think Chu Xiaoling will be safe? A long time.
The powerful aura emitted by Yun Machin slowly subsided.
Okay, I understand, second mother.
But if you get any news about her, you must tell me.
Don't do it like before. Well, definitely not. 3 days later. In the pavilion where Yun Machin is. Hundreds of strong women stood in a row. Yun Machin swept his spiritual sense over.
Ling Yunhan directly reached the 8th level of the spirit transformation stage, and the 5 pavilion masters also broke through to the 6th level of the spirit transformation stage. The other 200 or so female geniuses also made breakthroughs to varying degrees.
He counted roughly.
There are nearly 100 people who have reached the spirit transformation stage.
This must be thanks to the powerful elixir rewarded by the system. Not bad, not bad. It seems that you have almost refined the elixirs that I asked Ling Yunhan to give you. Then it's time for us to go home.
Yun Machin had just finished speaking.
Everyone in the audience cheered. Great. I can finally go home. The Lord is mighty.
Ha, I miss my mom's dumplings.
Your Majesty is mighty. Yes. This is all thanks to our Lord. The Lord is mighty. The Lord is mighty.
Facing such happiness and flattery from a large group of beautiful subordinates, Yun Machin touched his nose a little embarrassedly and said with a smile.
Okay, I have something important to say. As soon as the words fell, everyone stood still instantly.
They all looked at Yun Machin seriously.
Wait for him to speak.
Once I return to Blue Star, I may not be able to stay for long before heading to the Godfall battlefield. However, you are from my Yunma palace, so I respect your decision to stay or go.
Said. Yun Machin turned on his phone. I found the QR code for the Skynet group and said to them.
If you truly decide to follow me for life, I will protect you for the rest of your life.
If any one of you chooses to leave, I will not stop you.
You can still be my friend in Yunma Palace.
As soon as the words fell. Ding dong. Scan code successfully. Hey, master, you know what? The speed of Skynet outside is quite fast. Yun Machin looked at it in surprise and couldn't help but smile. It's Ling Yunhan. Soon. Ding dong. The second person scanned the code successfully. Yun Machin's mouth twitched. Where did you get your phone? Hee, master, you know what? These little gadgets invented by the younger generation are quite interesting. Especially there's an app called Douyin, the little girl dancing and it really knows how to dance.
Yun Machin looked at Yi Xingma, who had a lewd look on his face.
He laughed and kicked him. Get lost. Oh, yes, my lord. Chapter 105 Farewell. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. For a while. After a brief thought.
Many female geniuses no longer hesitated and scanned the QR code to join the group.
After a while. Yun Machin looked at the total number of people in the group. 289 people. Yun Machin glanced at the number of people present. 270 people. Only 19 people gave up joining the group.
Now that you've made up your mind, those who haven't joined the group, please leave. Yun Machin knew that there would definitely be many people who would refuse to join, because in fact many geniuses had family power on Blue Star, and some were even weaker.
He just didn't expect. Only 19 people refused to join. This has made him very satisfied. At this time, among the 19 female geniuses who stood up, a baby-faced, very young-looking female genius suddenly said to Yun Machin, "My lord, I want to join. But I need to go home and ask my family for their opinion." Yun Machin looked at her. A sweep of spiritual consciousness. Good guy. This baby-faced man who looks about 16 or 17. It's actually the third level of the spirit transformation stage. "May I have your name?" "Master, my name is Taui, you can call me by my nickname E." This little girl is very cute, with a round face and a pair of big blue eyes. She blinked at Yun Machin. "Okay, E, I can allow you to join the group first, so that it will be easier for us to communicate.
If your family objects to you joining our Yunma Palace, it's not too late for you to leave the group."
"Really? That's great. Long live the Lord." Taoi's eyes were originally a little lost. It instantly becomes sparkling. He raised his little hands and cheered, very happy. "My lord, I am in the same situation. My lord, I am also. My lord, and I." For a time,
the 19 female geniuses who stood up spoke at the same time.
Yun Machin was instantly moved. 289 female prodigies. No one really wants to quit. Okay. You all should join the group first. If your family or the forces behind you really oppose you joining my Yunma Palace, it's not too late for you to withdraw. The 19 female beauties were excited and shouted in unison. "Yes. My lord."
Yun Machin noticed a strong man approaching quickly from the edge of the sky.
He looked around. They are Lu Renyang and Wei Tianhu and other powerful men. "Emo-chan, are you ready to leave?"
"Yes, second mother, we have almost rested and planned to talk about the situation before going to say goodbye to you."
Don't you understand, Nyang? You must be worried that Nyang would be too sad, so you want to leave secretly without saying goodbye, right? Yun Machin felt a little guilty and said angrily. "Hey, second mother, I was wrong."
Lu Renyang pretended to be angry, raised her pink fist and shook it in front of Yun Machin's eyes, snorted coldly, and said,
"Don't think you can stop me now that you've become capable. If you do this again next time, be careful of getting a beating."
Yun Machin didn't know how to reply, so he just smiled foolishly with his big white teeth showing. "Luckily, the guards at the city lord's mansion informed me in time that you were gathering all the people from your Yunma Palace.
Otherwise, you, brat, would have succeeded." Yun Machin suddenly thought of something. My mind moved.
A space ring appeared in his hand.
"Second mother, take this. Also, this is my cell phone number. Save it. If you have any questions, contact me through Skynet."
Lu Renyang was not polite and accepted it directly, while also writing down Yun Machin's cell phone number.
Yun Machin has only been here for a short time. There definitely aren't many resources for cultivation.
But after all, it was Mo-chan's intention.
More or less.
You have to accept it yourself.
But in fact, she didn't know it was.
In the space ring that Yun Machin gave her,
there are hundreds of high-level elixirs. It even works on strong people in the spirit transformation stage. Silly boy, you have to walk the road ahead on your own.
Now that you are a truly powerful person, the help that Nyang can provide you in the future may be minimal, but there is something that Nyang wants you to remember.
Yun Machin quickly replied. "Second mother, tell me. In the future, you must be careful and cautious on your path to becoming an immortal.
The road to immortality is long, and 1,000 years have passed in a flash."
"Second mother, I don't ask for too much. I just hope you can come back and see me often, and don't forget me." He.
Lu Renyang's laughter was a little choked, but she still managed to hold back so that not a single drop of crystal appeared in Yun Machin's sight.
"Remember, wherever Nyang is, that's your home." Yun Machin stepped forward and hugged Lu Renyang tightly. Whispered softly in her ear. "Good. Chapter 106 Master wants to kiss me?" A long time. Yun Machin let go of Lu Renyang.
At this time he discovered
Lu Ernyang's cheeks were already covered with beads.
Yun Machin reached out and gently wiped the crystal clearness from Lu Ernyang's beautiful face, and suddenly smiled.
Hey, second mother, don't cry. Mo Chen will never forget you. I will definitely come back to visit often. Brat.
Yun Machin turned his head and looked at Wei Tianhu beside him.
Brother Wei, you look very energetic today. You've recovered well. Want to practice some more? Wei Tianhu's whole body trembled violently.
He quickly forced a smile on his face and said tremblingly, that Mr. Yun, no, Senior Yun, please stop teasing me.
I was ignorant of my own limitations before.
I apologize for any offense I've caused.
I hope you can forgive me. Ha ha. What's up, Brother Wei? Why are you calling us Senior Yun? It's making us feel awkward.
Here, take this.
Finished.
Yun Machin's mind moved, and he handed Wei Tianhu an extraordinary long sword. This was previously seized from the red rogue man.
Mr. Yun, this item is so valuable. I can't accept it. I told you to take it, so you're itching for it again, aren't you? Wei Tianhu was not stupid either.
He quickly took the sword, smiled innocently, and said to Yun Machin,
Then thank you Mr. Yun for your kindness.
Well, I hope you can fight alongside me on the battlefield of God's Fall in the future.
I have high hopes for you.
Wei Tianhu's talent is not particularly extraordinary, but his straightforward and cheerful personality makes Yun Machin very happy.
Okay, sure. Wei Tianhu clasped his hands together and answered respectfully. Half an hour later.
After Yun Machin said goodbye to them one by one, he led his men away in a mighty procession and headed towards the exit teleportation array indicated by Lu Ernyang.
In front of the teleportation array.
After entering the formation, we may all be teleported to our respective universities, families, forces, etc.
If there is anything urgent, remember to communicate via Skynet. Remember, Yunma Palace is also your second home. If you're being bullied, don't hold it in, fight back. If you can't win, just send a message in the group chat. I'll be there no matter how far away it is.
Yun Machin finished speaking. Everyone felt warm inside and answered respectfully.
Yes. My lord. Then, one after another, they entered the teleportation array to Blue Star. Wait until everyone is gone. There were only Yun Machin, Yi Xingma and Ling Yunhan in front of the teleportation array. Yi Xingma had nowhere to go. But Ling Yunhan is different.
She seemed to have something to say to Yun Machin and was reluctant to leave.
Why don't you leave? My lord. I have nowhere to go.
Yun Machin was puzzled.
I'm actually an orphan. No home.
Ling Yunhan was distracted for a moment.
Looks very pitiful.
Yun Machin suddenly took her hand and said,
Did you ignore what I said? No, my lord. Then why do you say you have no home? Remember this for the last time.
Yunma Palace is your home, and I, him, and those who just left are all your family.
Do you understand?
Yun Machin pointed at Yi Xingma who was standing beside him, and then pointed at the teleportation array.
Boom!
Ling Yunhan's delicate body trembled suddenly, and an extremely hot warm current instantly surged in her heart, burning her beautiful face to a cherry red.
Yes. Lord.
Ling Yunhan's ears turned red, and her voice became smaller and smaller, showing no confidence at all.
It seems that. Are you shy?
Yun Machin laughed, gently pinched her hand, and said, Then close your eyes.
Boom! Ling Yunhan's heart exploded.
The nervousness and excitement were like a raging storm, hitting her nerves over and over again.
Why did my lord ask me to close my eyes? Could it be? My lord, you want to kiss me? Ling Yunhan's face turned even redder. Before she could think about it,
Yun Machin closed his eyes and then suddenly opened them again. Suddenly, two golden rays of light shot out from the broken bone divine eye and landed on Ling Yunhan and Yi Xingma.
A moment.
The two disappeared on the spot. Appeared in the spiritual world of broken bone divine eye.
Okay, open your eyes. My lord? That's it? Yun Machin, I feel my first kiss is still there.
Ling Yunhan felt disappointed.
But soon.
She suddenly realized that she had said the wrong thing. He hurriedly continued.
No. No. My lord. I mean, where is this place? A secret. Chapter 107 Arriving at Blue Star.
Ling Yunhan looked around curiously. There was nothingness all around, only the endless galaxy of stars in the distance.
But she didn't see Yun Machin.
Only Yixingma was lying on the ground comfortably, with his legs crossed and his eyes closed. Yun Machin shook his head and smiled, then ignored her and went straight into the teleportation array in front of him.
For a while, the world was spinning. Open your eyes again.
Yun Machin appeared in front of the stone wall where he came from.
Ah.
Ling Yunhan, who was still observing the spiritual world of the broken bone divine pupil, had not yet reacted.
It was spread by Yun Machin. Master, you teleported me here and there without even telling me hello in advance. You scared me to death. Then look at where you are now? Ling Yunhan swept his spiritual sense over. Soon. I couldn't help but tremble all over. This is Blue Star. Yeah. We're back. Long live the Lord. Ling Yunhan was as excited as a little child and couldn't help cheering. Yixingma standing aside seemed much calmer in comparison. But he was actually very curious. After all, this is the home of his master Yun Machin. He was very curious. What a powerful planet it is. Only then could a monster like him be born. My lord, the spiritual energy here seems. It's only been revived for a few hundred years. This is far less dense than the spiritual energy of my time.
Yun Machin raised his eyebrows and looked at Yixingma with interest.
Why, what do you want to say?
My lord, so I speculate that the kid who was in the second level of the tribulation stage before was definitely not from here. When he heard Yixingma call the old man in white robe boy, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. But when thinking about Yixingma's past as the immortal emperor, it sounded a little more natural.
Oh? Are you sure? Yun Machin was a little curious.
Well, my lord, I can guarantee that the old man definitely did not come from here. The spiritual energy here has only been revived for a few hundred years and cannot sustain the old man's cultivation consumption at all. After hearing this, Yun Machin remained silent and secretly took note of this matter.
Okay, this is not what we need to focus on right now.
The demon invasion has begun, and the days of comfort we have left are numbered.
Come, I'll take you around my school first. The two said in unison. Yes, my lord. I'm going, look. Those three are so charming. Look at that long-legged beauty, her legs are almost as long as her neck. Oh. I'm so envious. But, that
handsome guy in the white shirt in the middle is exactly my dream type.
TSK, I actually prefer the manly uncle next to him. He's so handsome. I really want him to strangle me. Ahem, are you a pervert? Humph. What do you know, you idiot? You're the pervert. empress SB hashtag. Inside the college.
Because Yun Machin and the other two had such extraordinary temperaments, they instantly attracted everyone's attention.
Yun Machin's mouth twitched. The girl who just said she was not as good as Yixingma. What kind of aesthetic is that?
Then look at Yixingma standing aside. The black robe fluttered. Hold your head high and chest out, full of temperament. But if you look closely at the corners of his mouth, the arc that could not be suppressed at all made Yun Machin really want to slap him.
This guy actually installed it. My lord, the people on your planet are so welcoming.
Yixingma saw that Yun Machin's face looked strange, so he quickly sent him a message in a mean voice.
Go away and leave me alone. Oh, yes, my lord. Yun Machin suddenly thought of something.
Turning around and looking at Ling Yunhan, he said, Come on, I'll take you to a nice restaurant for a change of pace.
Lord, don't bother. I'm not hungry.
In fact, when people reach the level of Yun Machin and others, they can already practice fasting.
No need to eat at all. The body's daily energy needs can be maintained by absorbing spiritual energy.
But it's really nice to enjoy delicious food. Therefore, even many powerful monks still have 3 meals a day.
Every meal is sufficient. Let's go, I'm a little greedy.
I wanted to take you out for a change, but then that incident happened.
Yun Machin said a little embarrassedly. Actually, the previous environment detector broke down.
Yun Machin had already guessed the reason with a high probability. It must be because of his chaos divine body.
But who told them, Lang Wanlu, to think they had some strength and could bully him? If they had a better attitude. Don't force your way into his memory.
Yun Machin will definitely not make things difficult for them and will give them corresponding compensation.
What happened later won't have happened. Think of this.
Yun Machin smiled and shook his head.
The past is past. Because of his aspiration to cultivate Taoism, he was not allowed to have any regrets. Master, it's okay. I didn't take the previous incident to heart. As long as you are okay, I'm very happy. You are becoming more and more eloquent now.
Ling Yunhan stuck out her tongue playfully.
It looks like a ghost. At this time, Yixingma came over, rubbed his hands together, and said with an embarrassed smile. Master. What are you going to eat? Can you take me with you?
Dear readers, the May Day holiday is coming soon, so remember to have fun.
But be sure to stay safe.
I wanted to go out and play, but I don't think there's anywhere in particular I want to go, so I might as well stay at home and write this humbly for all you readers.
Again, thank you for your company and support. Chapter 108 Master, can you beat my father up?
My lord, acting like a spoiled child.
No.
My lord, grievance.
No. Yixingma. Sudden. Yixingma's cell phone rang. Ding. Congratulations on receiving 1 million federal coins. My lord, you are the best. Get out of here now.
Oh, okay. Fortunately, I borrowed 100 million federal coins from Ernyang before leaving. Otherwise this guy would have annoyed him to death. Yun Machin turned around and looked at Ling Yunhan, his gloomy face instantly became gentle.
Then let's go. Okay. My lord. There are people coming and going on the streets and tall buildings standing tall. After dinner, Yun Machin and Ling Yunhan walked side by side. A gentle breeze blew, and the fragrance from Ling Yunhan's beautiful hair permeated Yun Machin's nostrils.
He looked very comfortable, and the oil stains at the corners of his mouth had not been completely wiped away. There are beautiful scenery everywhere along the way, and there are beautiful women around you.
There is no fighting and no intrigue. Very nice. Yun Machin walked slowly, enjoying this moment of peace. He knew that time was running out. As for what Ling Yunhan is doing,
the mundane atmosphere around her did not enter her heart at all.
Instead, she secretly glanced at Yun Machin's steps.
She wanted to keep pace with Yun Machin. The Lord's legs are so long.
Why are you walking so slowly? Ha! It's so tiring to imitate. Yunhan. Ah! My lord, you speak.
Ling Yunhan was startled.
How many of us from Yunma Palace would be left alive if we really entered the gods' falling battlefield? Are you scared?
Ling Yunhan didn't hesitate at all and laughed. Master, I never consider this issue.
Yun Machin was puzzled. Oh?
Ling Yunhan opened his hands and stretched comfortably. Master, I think that life is a happy thing.
So I am already very satisfied to be able to live happily in the present moment. Seeing Yun Machin silent, Ling Yunhan smiled and continued.
We are heading to the Godfall battlefield for the sake of these ordinary people behind us, and also for ourselves.
The demons are coming, and we are rushing to the battlefield. This is a fight for our family.
If our death can save more people, I believe that then I will not be afraid of death.
Instead, I will feel very satisfied. Yun Machin was very surprised that Ling Yunhan had such a broad mind and vision.
He suddenly took Ling Yunhan's hand, looked directly into her eyes with a firm look. Believe me, I promise that neither of you will die.
Ling Yunhan blushed at Yun Machin's sudden sincere gaze.
She slowly lowered her head and moved her gaze to her toes, feeling a little embarrassed.
Master. Actually, I have always believed in you.
Ling Yunhan's voice became softer and softer, and the blush on Zhu Yan's face became deeper and deeper.
Little fool. This is love. Yun Machin's cell phone rang. Master. I'm E. I have an urgent matter to discuss with you, Master. Tao Yi's cute voice came from Yun Machin's phone. What's wrong, E? Master. Let me tell you.
As soon as I got home, I immediately found my father and told him that I wanted to join Yunma Palace, but he wouldn't let me. Dad said that people like us in the Sword Immortal family would not bother to join any faction. So I had to explain to Dad that you're super awesome. But, Dad didn't believe me at all. And you said you were just lying to kids like me. Humph. And you even dared to ground me at home. So I would like to trouble you, my lord, to come to my house? I want you to do me a favor and beat up my father. Yun Machin. Ling Yun Han. Yun Machin coughed and said with a wry smile. The master is coming to your house, of course this is possible. But are you sure you want to help beat up your dad? Right. Humph. That old man is so mean. He put me in solitary confinement for 3 days. If I hadn't secretly borrowed a cell phone from my aunt who brought me delicious food, I don't know when I would be able to hear your voice again. Woo woo. Chapter 109. I'll be obedient and won't cry. Talking and talking. Taoyi started crying on the other end of the phone out of grievance. This made Yun Machin a little confused about what to do. He can't handle girls crying. Please stop crying and calm down and listen to me, okay? Taoyi on the other end of the phone sniffed. Okay. Master. I'll be obedient and won't cry, woo-woo. Yun Machin's mouth twitched. Send your location to our group and I'll be there in a moment. Really? My lord. That's wonderful. Long live the Lord. Yeah. The Lord is coming to save me. Taoyi on the other end of the phone stopped sobbing instantly. Her sadness came and went quickly, which was very cute. Well, but I need to know what your father's cultivation level is? Master, I don't know. I can't even sense my father's cultivation. Yun Machin raised his eyebrows. I'm interested. Taoyi is already a powerful person at the 3rd level of the spirit transformation stage. But her spiritual sense still could not sense her father's cultivation level. There is only one possibility. His father is at least a strong man in the spirit severing stage. He is very curious now. How powerful is Taoyi's family? Yun Machin comforted Taoyi for a while, chatted with her about some family matters, and then hung up the phone. Master, if we really agree to Yi's request and rashly go to her house, wouldn't that be inappropriate? Even though Yi has reached the 3rd level of the spiritual transformation stage and has entered the ranks of powerful beings, her temperament is still like that of a child. It seems she will never grow up. Ling Yunhan is not stupid either. He had already grasped the key point from Taoyi's words, and his expression showed some concern and worry. Yun Machin smiled slightly. He shook his head and said, actually Yi has a pretty good personality. I envy her very much. Ling Yunhan was puzzled. Master, why do you say that? Yun Machin said, because Yi is a very pure person, it's no wonder that she has such strength even though she is only 17 or 18 years old. Ling Yunhan seemed to want to say something. My lord, but... Don't worry, Yunhan, are you still unsure about my strength? Ling Yunhan burst out laughing. Memories of the past few days suddenly emerged in my mind. At that time, Yun Machin, who was always gentle and refined, like a spring breeze. Suddenly the temperament changed. As cold-blooded as an iron-blooded god of war, he killed hundreds of powerful people in the god transformation stage without hesitation. Even the purple-robed man at the 5th level of the fusion stage was not spared. Yes, my lord, I believe you. Yun Machin took a Huanling brand cigarette, lit it, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. Then he slowly said to Ling Yunhan. What's more, although our Yunma Palace has people and resources, it still lacks something. Ling Yunhan asked curiously. What? Reputation. Then. Yun Machin continued. Our Yunma Palace's overall strength is actually not bad. I will prepare the resources, so don't worry. But if we want to truly gain a foothold in those major forces, we still lack an opportunity to let those major forces know about our Yunma Palace. Ling Yunhan was startled and quickly covered her red lips. Master, are you planning to use Yi's family as a springboard? Yun Machin's mouth twitched. He smiled and patted Ling Yunhan on the back of the head. What are you thinking? Yi is one of us. I will never do such a shameless and evil thing. What I mean is that I plan to lead some of the Yunma Palace's geniuses to visit Yi's family, so that our Yunma Palace's geniuses can exchange and learn from the geniuses of their family.
If you win, won't you gain fame?
Ling Yunhan had some concerns.
Asked. My lord, but what if they refuse to exchange ideas with us?
After all, there are not many people in our Yunma palace who know about this. Yun Machin took another puff of his cigarette slowly. His eyes showed a cunning golden light, and he laughed.
He continued. Aren't they a family of sword immortals?
From what I know, sword cultivators are all known for their unyielding and upright dispositions. If we come to exchange ideas and spar with them, the possibility of them rejecting us will definitely not happen. After hearing this, Ling Yunhan pondered for a moment and asked again.
So when are we going? Let's go now.
Finished. Yun Machin opened his phone and looked at the location sent by Taoyi in the Skynet communication group.
On a magnetic levitation aircraft. On the way to Taoyi's house. Master, do you really want us to go directly? Yun Machin raised his eyebrows, smiled, and said, What else? Chapter 110. My name is Tao Dandan, not a little rascal. My lord, I think that since we are visiting like this, we should at least prepare some gifts as a courtesy, right?
After all, when major powers clash, it's normal to use courtesy before force.
Yun Machin pondered for a moment. Suddenly he laughed at Ling Yunhan. Okay, then I'll prepare a big gift for their family. Immediately,
Yun Machin said to the system that was snoring in his mind.
Idiot, wake up. The last time I checked the rewards you gave me, I remember there was a Sword Emperor level Sword Intent Origin Stone. Host, you are the idiot.
Ahem, I've been focusing on improving my cultivation for a while now, and I've even forgotten about the realm of Sword Intent.
Alas, I am still too weak.
The system's mouth twitched.
Host, could you please stop pretending to be cool?
You are at the first level of the spirit severing stage and you are beating a strong man at the 5th level of the fusion stage.
You still have the nerve to say you are weak?
At this moment, Yun Machin suddenly sighed. He shook his head and said,
If I can't reach the top in one step, how dare I call myself invincible? System.
The system no longer paid attention to Yun Machin. He directly threw out the Sword Intent Origin Stone of the Sword Emperor realm from a pile of miscellaneous rewards in the system space. Yun Machin looked at the Sword Intent Stone in his hand. Sword Emperor Realm Sword Intent Stone. This stone was left behind by a powerful swordsman in the Xiaoyaostar region during his youthful sword training. It can be used to observe sword intent and as a powerful one-time attack using Sword Emperor Realm Sword Intent. Yun Machin was amazed.
What a great thing!
He was still worried about how to improve his sword spirit realm.
Isn't it coming?
Ling Yunhan saw the extra stone in Yun Machin's hand, but didn't say anything. She didn't feel that there was anything special about this stone. It was just something Yun Machin played with in his hands for fun when he was bored. Suddenly, a childish voice came. Grandpa, look at the little stone in that brother's hand.
I want to play with it too. Can you give it to me?
An old man wearing a Zhongshan suit and with a straight figure glanced at Yun Machin.
He nodded politely with a smile.
Then he looked at the little girl beside him and said,
Little rascal, that's someone else's property, you can't be so rude.
If you like it, when you get off the plane, Grandpa will buy you a bunch of small stones, okay? The little girl looks about 5 or 6 years old, but the beauty of her eyes and eyebrows has already begun to show. She will definitely be a great beauty when she grows up.
Grandpa. My name is Tao Dandan, not Little Rascal. He. If Grandpa doesn't help me, forget it. Grandpa is so mean.
The little girl's face turned red, her mouth pouted, and she looked away with her hands crossed.
Very cute.
The old man in the Zhongshan suit just looked at Yun Machin again and smiled awkwardly. Here, I'll lend it to you for a bit, but remember to return it to me later.
Yun Machin shook his head and smiled.
He casually handed the sword stone in his hand to Tao Dandan. Anyway, the flight would still take some time, so he was not in a hurry to practice.
Let us talk about it later.
This level of sword intent raw stone.
Ordinary people cannot activate it.
Not to mention the ordinary people on the plane.
So to them it's just an ordinary stone. Real? Tao Dandan asked tentatively.
However, her two little hands were already tightly grasping the sword intent stone in Yun Machin's hand.
Yun Machin didn't say anything.
He raised his hand with a smile, touched her little head, and put it directly into her hand.
Thank you, brother. Tao Dandan finished speaking.
He held up the small sword stone with both hands, looked around, and sat in his seat to play quietly. At this time, the old man in the Jingshan suit smiled at Yun Machin and said,
"Ah, young man, thank you very much. My little granddaughter is very naughty. If it weren't for you, she would probably have troubled me, an old man, all the way." Although the old man said this, the look he gave Tao Dandan was full of doting.
Yun Machin waved his hand and said with a smile,
"Uncle, you are so lucky to have such a lovely granddaughter. Young man, are you traveling to Yudu? The person next to you should be your girlfriend, right?"
The old man in the Jingshan suit had just finished speaking. Ling Yunhan's face flushed instantly, and she quickly waved her hands and explained,
No. No. Grandpa, this is my master. No, this is my friend."
Ling Yunhan was so anxious that she almost let the cat out of the bag. Yun Machin had told her not to call him master in private.
The old man in the Zhongshan suit looked at Ling Yunhan meaningfully and laughed.
"I'm not a pedantic old man.
It's just the ambiguous period, right? I understand." Yun Machin's mouth twitched.
But he didn't explain anymore, just smiled awkwardly.
Sudden.
The old man took out a business card and handed it to Yun Machin. Young man, I was born and raised in Yudu, so I do have some connections.
If you encounter any difficulties, you can give me a call. Yun Machin wanted to decline. But then I thought about it. After all, he is just an ordinary old man, so it's okay to accept his kindness. Anyway, I definitely don't have anything difficult to trouble others. Because if he really encounters a difficult problem that is difficult to solve, I'm afraid that ordinary people can't solve it. Thank you then.
Afterwards, Yun Machin closed his eyes and rested.
Half an hour later.
Yun Machin took a lollipop, waved it in front of Tao Dandan, and said with a smile,
"Dandan, can you return the stone to your brother?" Tao Dandan's bright eyes twinkled at Yun Machin and she giggled. "No." Yun Machin. Chapter 111. How do you know my eldest granddaughter?
Little rascal, stop making trouble and return the stone in your hand to the owner. The old man in the Zhongshan suit smiled awkwardly.
He said helplessly to Tao Dandan, "No. Grandpa, I want it.
I feel so comfortable playing with this little stone."
Comfortable?
The old man in the Zhongshan suit was a little confused. He took a closer look at the stone in Tao Dandan's hand.
Didn't notice anything unusual. "Hey young man, could you please bear the pain and sell me this little stone?
I can't bear to hit or scold my little granddaughter.
Just name a price. Don't worry, I, an old man, will never let you suffer any loss."
Yun Machin was speechless for a while. But when I thought about how they were just ordinary people, I didn't think much about it.
"Grandpa, this stone of mine is an heirloom from my ancestors. I can't give it away."
Yun Machin deliberately made things difficult. He looked at Tao Dandan sitting in the seat and gently touched her little head again.
5 million federal coins, young man, how do you feel?" Yun Machin raised an eyebrow.
I'm afraid this old man in a Zhongshan suit is a business tycoon.
Otherwise, the export will be 5 million. How can ordinary people have so much money? But unfortunately, Yun Machin is no longer the hungry orphan he once was.
And he can be regarded as a strong man standing between heaven and earth.
Yun Machin shook his head.
He smiled and said, "Grandpa, I'm not short of money, and I really can't give this stone to outsiders." The old man in the Zhongshan suit was helpless and had to snatch the sword-intent stone from Tao Dandan.
"No. Grandpa. I won't give it to you." As soon as the words fell,
Tao Dandan unexpectedly burst out with the 7th level of Qi training stage. The old man in the Zhongshan suit quickly waved his hand to dispel the sudden burst of energy.
Although the breath appears and dissipates in an instant.
But it was still captured by Yun Machin and Ling Yunhan.
Fuck, I made a mistake. Yun Machin was secretly shocked.
Because he had entered the society of ordinary people, and was on a maglev plane, he never thought that the old man and the child next to him were cultivators. Therefore, I didn't deliberately use my spiritual sense to investigate. He quickly swept his spiritual sense over the old man in the Zhongshan suit.
Damn it. Good job.
This old man in Zhongshan suit is actually at the 9th level of the spirit transformation stage.
This time,
Yun Machin deliberately observed the face of the old man in the Zhongshan suit. Although the years have made him look a little old, the old man's facial features are sharp and powerful.
It gives people a sense of calmness, restraint, and immortality. Dun Tun, if you keep making trouble outside, Grandpa will spank you with a peach branch.
The old man in the Zhongshan suit frowned.
The voice became deeper. Deliberately looking angry. Humph. Give it back to you, big brother. Humph. How stingy. As soon as I heard that I was going to be beaten, Tao Dandan no longer dared to act up.
She crossed her arms, turned her head and kept muttering to herself.
Yun Machin suddenly thought of something.
He quickly took out his cell phone, opened Skynet and found the location where Tao Yi had sent the message.
He looked at the business card in his hand again. Good job. It's a place. Grandpa, do you know Tao Yi? How do you know my eldest granddaughter?
The old man in the Zhongshan suit was also surprised. He hurriedly used his spiritual sense to secretly scan the cultivation level of Yun Machin and Ling Yunhan beside him.
This little girl is actually at the 8th level of the spiritual transformation stage.
And this young man, I can't even sense his cultivation.
Could it be that his cultivation level is higher than mine?
The old man in the Zhongshan suit was secretly shocked.
Like a raging storm.
The old man in the Zhongshan suit kept changing his thoughts.
But he did not sense any murderous aura from Yun Machin and Ling Yunhan. So soon.
His heart gradually calmed down.
As long as it's not someone his eldest granddaughter has offended. Tao Yi is also your granddaughter? Yun Machin said with a smile. This is really a coincidence. I wanted to visit her home and give her a gift.
Look, before I even got to their doorstep, they had already received the gift. The old man in the Zhongshan suit did not dare to be too arrogant.
Quickly said politely. Ah, this is really fate. So you are my eldest granddaughter's friend, right? Tao Dandan, who was standing beside her, also spoke in a baby voice. Eh? Are you talking about Sister Yi?
I haven't seen Sister Yi for a long time. I miss her so much.
Yun Machin scratched Tao Dandan's small jade nose and said with a smile. Well, we are Yi's friends.
The purpose of our visit to Yudu this time is to visit your family. Chapter 112. I am from the Xiaoyao Sword Immortal family. The old man in the Zhongshan suit laughed.
I felt much more at ease in an instant. The smile on his face became even brighter. After all, it would be an honor for him to know that his own granddaughter is friends with two powerful men. Well, of course. Young man, is it convenient for you to ask about your family? Yun Machin instantly understood what it meant. The most important thing in these family exchanges is matching social status.
It is obvious that this old fox wants to know Yun Machin's background.
Old man, we are all from Yunma Palace. Yunma Palace?
The old man in the Zhongshan suit hesitated and said nothing. It seemed as if he was trying hard to search his memory to find out what kind of power Yunma Palace was.
A moment later,
the old man in the Zhongshan suit smiled awkwardly.
Said, Ha, young man, was your Yunma Palace just established in recent years?
I am from the Xiaoyao Sword Immortal family. Although I cannot say that I know the names of all the major forces on Blue Star, I am close to 80%.
As for your Yunma Palace, I've never heard of it. Ha, I'm sorry. But what surprised Yun Machin was. The old man in the Zhongshan suit did not show any contempt or arrogance on his face.
Instead, he patiently explained.
Very polite. Well, our Yunma Palace was just established.
I've heard that your family is powerful and influential, and I've always longed for it. So, I came here with my friend just to communicate with your family. The old man in the Zhongshan suit hesitated after hearing this, but soon he continued. Young man, our Xiaoyao Sword Immortal family is not as simple as you think.
Ha, although I have some status in the family, the decision-making power of the family is not in my hands at all.
I may not object to you coming to our Xiaoyao Sword Immortal family for exchanges, but I hope you are prepared to be turned away. For example, the woman next to you is already at the 8th level of the spiritual transformation stage at such a young age. Although I cannot detect your cultivation level, I believe that the two of you are probably not much different in strength. But our Xiaoyao Sword Immortal family is different. We even have people at the spirit severing stage and the fusion stage, and there are quite a few of them. So, those pedantic old guys in the family may not take you too seriously. Ling Yunhan frowned, feeling a little unhappy.
Yun Machin noticed this.
He placed his hand on the back of her hand and patted it gently, then smiled and said to the old man in the Zhongshan suit.
It's okay, old man. We'll just go take a look and visit. If they really don't let us in, then forget it. By the way, I'll give my little stone to your granddaughter as a gift. The old man in the Zhongshan suit laughed. Good boy, you have courage, not bad. For the sake of this insignificant little stone, I will do you a favor and find a way out. The reason I returned to the family this time is, firstly, to see my eldest granddaughter who just returned from the Godfall training camp, and secondly, to celebrate the upcoming family martial arts competition. As for you two, come back with me and serve as the external support my eldest granddaughter has hired. He added. This is allowed within our family. After all, connections are also a form of strength. This old man is quite nice. Sincere and low-key, very real. Yun Machen's favorability towards him continued to increase. But what the old man in the Zhongshan suit didn't he know was just this small stone. Soon the future of their family will be decided. Ha ha. Okay, thank you for your help. Yun Machen said with a smile. Ling Yunhan on the side also bowed to show his respect. Yeah. The little stone is mine. Brother, you are so nice. Unlike Grandpa who is so mean and always wants to beat me up. Looking at Tao Danden's cute appearance, Yun Machen couldn't help but smile happily. The old man in the Zhongshan suit couldn't help but twitch his mouth. But quickly hidden. By the way, young man, my name is Tao Jianjiu, you can also call me Master Jiu. What are you and the little girl next to you called? Yun Machen replied with a smile. Yun Machen, she is Ling Yunhan. Yun Machen. The old man in the Zhongshan suit silently repeated Yun Machen's name in his heart. He always felt that something was wrong, but he didn't say much. Then he chuckled and said, then let's go. If you go by yourselves, I'm afraid you won't be able to find the alternate dimension opened up by our Xiaoyao sword immortal family. Okay, Master Jiu, then I'd rather obey than be disrespectful. Please. Good. Inside a skyscraper that pierces the sky and is full of technology. The elevator reached the 33rd underground floor. A huge gate appeared in the sight of Yun Machen and the others. Don't be nervous, young man. This is the entrance teleportation array of our Xiaoyao sword immortal family. Okay, then please lead the way, Master Jiu. As soon as the words fell, Tao Jianjiu shouted. Open. Rumble. The giant door slowly opened. Chapter 113 Arriving at Tao Yi's house. Moment. A huge black vortex appeared from behind the gate. Let's go. After Tao Jianjiu finished speaking, he took Tao Danden's hand and went straight in. Yun Machen glanced at Ling Yunhan and said with a smile. Then let's go in too. Don't be nervous. I'll take care of everything. Yes, my lord. A moment. The world was spinning. Yun Machen's vision entered a brief period of darkness. Soon, his vision became clear. He was surprised to find himself in the air of this alien space. Yun Machen hurriedly stabilized his falling body, and subconsciously held Ling Yunhan's slender jade hand. The master's hands are so warm. Although at an altitude of 10,000 meters. But Ling Yunhan didn't take it to heart at all. Her beautiful eyes kept glancing at Yun Machen who was holding her hand. Shy. Yun Machen looked around at the surrounding environment. As they got closer to the ground, the scale and size of the magnificent villas made Yun Machen marvel more and more. Each independent villa is surrounded by circular flowing water. Looking down from the air, there is an extra-large open-air leisure platform, a rectangular glass-designed parking lot, a garden with a wide variety of plants, a rockery waterfall, a rectangular lion statue, and more. And further away, there are ancient palaces. The combination of the crystallization of modern technology and the ancient immortal civilization constantly impacts the vision of Yun Machen and Ling Yunhan here. This place has it all. So impressive. Yun Machen thought to himself that if he had the chance in the future, he would definitely build his Yunma palace to be as magnificent as this. Boy Yun, here. Yun Machen looked in the direction of the voice and saw Tao Jianjiu waving at him from under a palace. The palace is suspended in the air. In front of the palace, there is only a one-person wide staircase connecting to the ground. There are at least 1,000 steps on the staircase. At the beginning of the stairs, a large group of people were standing densely, looking curiously at Yun Machen and Ling Yunhan who were flying over. Nineth Master. Yun Machen cupped his hands and continued. Here it is? Before Tao Jianzhou could reply, a voice suddenly rang out. Master Jiao, you're finally here. You don't know that your eldest granddaughter insisted on joining a Yun-like force. When we asked, we found out that it was a small force that had just been established in the Shinyun training camp. But no matter how much we tried to persuade her, your eldest granddaughter just wouldn't listen. It's like he's been drugged with some kind of magic potion. He's insisting on joining that lousy organization. Look, your son has put her on curfew these past 2 days, and now she's been a little quieter. The person who spoke was called Tao Weifeng, who looked to be in his 30s or 40s, and was the chief steward of the Xiaoyao sword immortal family. Yun Machun glanced at it secretly. He actually has the cultivation level of the 6th level of the spirit transformation stage. Weifeng, is this true? That force is called Yun what? Master Jiao, do you think I dare to mess with you about this? I only listened to your advice a little bit. Your eldest granddaughter has such a bad temper, I'm lucky I didn't get beaten by her. Tao Jianzhou frowned in thought. A force that begins with the word Yun? Why does it sound familiar? Forget it, I'm old now, I won't think about it anymore. I'll ask Yi in person when the time comes. Tao Jianzhou thought secretly. Then, the Peach Sword 9 generals Yun Machun and Ling Yunhan called forward and said to Tao Weifeng. Weifeng, these 2 little kids are my eldest granddaughter's friends. They can be considered as external aid I hired for her. Please arrange it. Tao Weifeng glanced at the 2 unfamiliar faces of Yun Machun and Ling Yunhan, and instantly understood what was going on. However, he soon showed an awkward expression and said to Tao Jianzhou with a wry smile. Master Jiao, this year's family martial arts competition is different from previous years. This year's is the highest level family martial arts competition ever. Because the pressure on the Godfall battlefield is increasing, the family's upper echelons have decided to devote resources to cultivating the family's genius. So, I'm afraid I can't help you with the back door and let them in directly. Tao Weifeng looked at Yun Machun's handsome and fair appearance and treated him as a pretty boy. As for the beautiful Ling Yunhan next to her, she is definitely just a vase. Therefore, I did not use my spiritual sense to deliberately sense their cultivation levels. And subconsciously judging from the fact that the 2 of them were able to fly in the air, they were at most at the Jindan stage. But how could an outsider with this level of strength be qualified to participate in the martial arts competition of their Xiaoyao sword immortal family? The smile on Tao Jianzhou's face disappeared. Tao Weifeng noticed something was wrong and quickly said with a smile. But, Master Jiao, this year the clan has issued a rule that anyone who has walked more than 100 steps on the ladder to heaven can enter. After saying that, Tao Weifeng shifted his gaze to the stairs that were 1 person wide on the side. Chapter 114. Is this little white guy your master? Yun Machun and Ling Yunhan looked at the ladder to heaven that he was pointing at. There were many people coming up, all carrying swords on their backs or waists. These are all sword cultivators. Yun Machun counted them roughly. There are at least 300 or 400 people. But when they reached the 60th or 70th level of stairs, it seemed extremely difficult for them to move forward. Some of them couldn't even move up even half a step. And their lowest level of cultivation. They are all at the 8th or 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Humph, I've been traveling for many years, don't I even have this little right? Although Tao Jianzhou had expected this, he still pretended to be unhappy. Tao Weifeng was so frightened that he quickly replied. Master Jiao, I can't make the decision on this. If this matter is entirely under my responsibility, Master Jiao, just give the order, and I can still help you squeeze in 200 outsiders, not to mention 2. Alright, I won't make things difficult for you. I'll leave these 2 people to you. I still have to go see my eldest granddaughter. Then, Tao Jianzhou looked at Yun Machun and said with a smile. Young man Yun, this is all I can do to help you. As for whether you can come in, it depends on your abilities. Haha, but it shouldn't be difficult for you. Yun Machun and Ling Yunhan bowed. Okay, then Master Jiao, take care. We'll see you at the martial arts competition. Tao Jianzhou nodded and flew away with Tao Dandan. Goodbye, brother. Tao Dandan waved her little hand at him in the air. Very cute. Yun Machun shook his head and smiled inadvertently. Yunhan, just reveal your 3rd level spiritual transformation cultivation to others. This will attract attention, and the effect won't be very good. As for what effect Yun Machun was talking about, Ling Yunhan understood it instantly. The master wants to do this on the day of the tournament. Make a big splash. Yes, my lord.
As soon as Ling Yunhan finished speaking, a man's voice interrupted.
Master? That pretty boy is your master? Why don't you just follow me?
Before the man could finish his words, Ling Yunhan interrupted him with one word.
Roll. Hey! You're quite a bitch. Do you know who I am? Yun Machin then said. I don't care what you are, just get out of here. You dare say that again? Ha ha.
There are still people who dare not take my Mo family seriously.
You are so brave.
The man looked to be in his 20s, with a sinister face, long blue-black hair hanging down behind him, and he was wearing a black robe and looked very arrogant.
Judging from the breath it exudes, it is the first level of the spirit transformation stage. Boom! The man was thrown away in an instant.
A deep sword scar was left on the chest.
The man was dumbfounded. If he had mentioned the name of his Mahist school before, who would dare not give him some face? But these two people in front of me. It's really a fight. The man covered his chest, which was bleeding, with his hands tightly, and said tremblingly. Okay, you guys, wait.
Finished.
He gritted his teeth. Run away. At the same time, crush the jade pendant hanging around his neck. Why couldn't you help it? Your temper seems to have gotten worse. Yun Machin teased Ling Yunhan with a smile. Ling Yunhan's face flushed instantly, and she whispered. He can scold me, but he can't scold you, my lord. Ha, little fool, let's go. Ling Yunhan was a little worried and asked, what about this person? Yun Machin shook his head. He smiled and said. It's okay, it's just an Mo family. We will come into contact sooner or later. Even if it's a few days earlier, I'm not afraid at all.
Tao Weifeng, who was standing by, watched the whole scene without saying anything to dissuade or give any reminders.
It's as if I didn't see it. He is indeed a cunning person.
Seeing that the Mo family was powerful, he didn't dare to provoke them. He also sensed that Ling Yunhan's strength was actually not low, and there must be someone behind him. So he wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between the two tigers.
Then try to persuade the party that is in your favor.
However, Yun Machin didn't care and said to Tao Weifeng calmly.
When can we go up?
Tao Weifeng did not have the same feeling of contempt as before. But he was not very respectful and raised one hand to point to the starting point of the ladder to heaven.
Any time. Chapter 115. The Master is so dark. On the ladder to heaven.
A young genius at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage was the first to give in and was blown away by a mysterious force.
And the others above are still holding on. But you can see with the naked eye that the legs are shaking constantly.
The only ones left were the 3 people standing at the top, probably on the 90th floor. There were also many members of the Xiaoyao Sword Immortal family watching this scene. Tell me, among the 3 of us, Zhang Linqi from the Qingyun sect, Luo Changsheng from the Hamya sect, and Hai Qinyan from the Hai family, who has climbed the most stairs? In my opinion, the strongest one has to be Luo Changsheng from the Vast Mind sect.
See? He's already at the 9th level of the spiritual transformation stage. I don't think so.
Zhang Linqi from Qingyun sect is only at the 8th level of the spiritual transformation stage, but her steps when walking up the stairs are more steady and relaxed.
I'm more optimistic about her.
Ha, I can tell you're frivolous and shallow. I'm more optimistic about Hai Qinyan from the Hai family.
Look, even though he's revealed he's at the 7th level of the spiritual transformation stage, judging by the ease with which he walks up the stairs, can you guarantee he's not hiding his abilities?
Maybe one day when my brilliance is fully revealed, I'll blind you all. The people around were talking to each other, and they all believed that the person they favored would definitely be able to hold on to the end.
Not even a moment. He actually started a gambling game.
A chubby young man with a heavy sword on his back began to shout. If you bet on Luo Changsheng, bet 1 minute and 1.5 seconds if you bet on Zhang Linqian, bet 1:3 if you bet on Hai Qinyan, bet 1:5 if you bet on others, bet 1:10.
A moment.
Those family members who thought they had sharp eyes or had some prior knowledge of the 3 geniuses came over to place their bets.
Yun Machin watched the scene. The corners of my mouth couldn't help but rise. A faintly evil smile appeared. He walked forward.
Fatty, I bet 1 million spirit stones. When the little fat man heard the amount, his eyes instantly shone with golden light.
Said cheerfully. Boss, who are you going to suppress? Press myself.
The little fat man quickly scanned with his spiritual sense.
I was surprised to find that Yun Machin was only at the 4th level of the spirit transformation stage.
At the same time, he also glanced at Ling Yunhan, who was standing beside him.
He is only at the 3rd level of the spirit transformation stage. Boss, are you crazy? Did you see that? The 3 people at the top are all at the 7th level of the spiritual transformation stage. You should still think about it.
Although the little fat boy was greedy for money, he was a good person and kindly explained and reminded Yun Machin. Well, I'll bet 1 million spirit stones on myself.
The little fat man looked at Yun Machin deeply again and said no more. Just came a sentence. Good.
But their transactions with each other instantly attracted the attention of all the family members.
For a while, the surroundings became lively again.
Ha 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 ha, look, there's this ignorant brat here, only at the 4th level of the spiritual transformation stage, yet he dares to pressure me by 1 million spirit stones.
Ha, this money will definitely be wasted.
From what I can see, this guy is quite handsome. He's probably some newly born young master from a family who's been spoiled by the world. Ha ha ha, they've already offered 1 million, so I won't hesitate.
I'll bet on Luo Changsheng for 50,000 spirit stones. This is my wife's capital. Ha 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 ha, then I'll bet too. I'm going to make a fortune today. I also press.
With the leadership of Yun Machin. Basically, all the family members present bet some spirit stones. Ling Yunhan looked at Yun Machin, whose face was flushed red, and shook her head helplessly.
The master is so treacherous.
As for why Yun Machin blushed.
I was just trying to hold back from laughing. Don't laugh. Jia jia jia. A bunch of little fools. Don't cry later.
Suddenly a voice was heard.
Everyone shut up instantly. What are you all doing? This is ridiculous. This is a place to welcome distinguished guests from outside. How can we allow you to set up a gambling game here? You fat guy.
You should also bet 150,000 spirit stones on Luo Changsheng.
Keep a record of it.
Everyone's mouth corners couldn't help but twitch, looking at Tao Weifeng speechlessly.
What are you looking at? Do you want to be locked up in a small dark room for 2 days? The little fat boy quickly put on a forced smile.
Ha, Manager Tao, since you're so kind as to care about my little business, I'll give you a 20% discount.
Humph, you are sensible boy. Yun Machin. Come on, Yunhan, let's go up and play too. Yes, my lord. Chapter 116, Luo Changsheng enters the illusion. Look, this local rich man has gone up. Obviously. I'm talking about Yun Machin.
Don't look at him, he's nothing more than a fool giving away money. Look at Luo Changsheng, he's already reached the 130th floor.
I don't know where his limit is. So strong. Look at Jiang Linqi and Hai Chenyan again.
One has more than 120 floors, and the other has just 100 floors. But there was no sign of disorder in the aura of the two men. They were as steady as a rock and followed Luo Changsheng slowly and at a leisurely pace.
Yun Machin and Ling Yunhan were one in front and one behind. Walked up. Boom. A moment.
Yun Machin felt a powerful pressure coming towards him. Ha, no wonder this ladder to heaven deters so many geniuses, it turns out there's something hidden inside it.
Yun Machin scanned with his spiritual sense.
He was surprised to find that the cultivation aura of this ladder to heaven was actually at the 1st level of the spirit severing stage, and it would increase by 1 level every 30 steps.
Unfortunately, it has no effect on me at all. He is the chaos divine body. Even if there is pressure from a strong person in the tribulation stage, he is not afraid at all. How do you feel, Yunhan? Thank you for your concern, my lord. I'm fine. Yun Machin and Ling Yunhan.
Walk up slowly and leisurely, just like taking a stroll. But there was no pause at every step.
Soon,
the figures of the two of them attracted the attention of the surrounding family members.
What's wrong with these two?
They reached the 70th floor in a short time.
Why didn't I see them pause for breath? Fuck, that makes no sense. Why don't they feel affected by the pressure of the stairway to heaven? That's strange. But more attention was focused on Luo Changsheng and the other three. Now, Luo Changsheng has reached the 260th floor. but it is visible to the naked eye.
Every step he took was extremely difficult. Beads of sweat kept sliding down his cheeks, and the muscles on his face were distorted by the powerful pressure.
Can he break through the 300th floor? This is what everyone is thinking at the moment.
You should know that since the establishment of the ladder to heaven, no strong man in the spirit transformation stage has been able to reach the 300th floor.
Yun Machin looked up. I couldn't help but marvel at it.
Luo Changsheng is only about 23 or 24 years old, but in terms of talent and solid foundation, he is at the top level. He is not inferior to the geniuses who came out of the Shinyun training camp. He is now becoming more and more curious about these ancient immortal cultivation forces.
I hope you won't let me down.
Yun Machin muttered silently in his heart.
Time passes by every second. 290 floors. The 290th floor. When Luo Changsheng reached the 290th floor, everyone exclaimed in surprise. No way. Will they witness a miracle today? 291. 292. 293.
Now, all the family members, including the geniuses who had already launched the ladder to heaven, could not help but follow Luo Changsheng's footsteps and shout out.
299. Just one level left. Luo Changsheng at this moment.
It can be said that he was exhausted physically and mentally, and the whole person was pressed by the powerful pressure to the point that he could hardly breathe.
But he didn't choose to give up.
He bit his lip hard and blood gushed out instantly.
He wanted to keep himself awake. Sudden. Luo Changsheng's foot on the 299th floor moved. But the strange thing is, his feet stopped in mid-air, and he stopped moving forward. When he looked at him again, his eyes became empty. This ladder to heaven is really interesting.
I didn't expect that the way to enter the 300th floor would be to break through the illusion. Yun Machin, who possessed the bone-breaking divine eyes, instantly discovered something was wrong, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly with interest.
And Luo Changsheng at this moment. My eyes went dark. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a mysterious place. Broken swords were scattered everywhere, randomly stuck in the ground. The wind was blowing so hard it hurt. Etc. Luo Changsheng reacted instantly. This is not wind at all. It is a powerful remnant of sword intent. He couldn't help but marvel at how powerful the sword realm would be if this aura was at its peak. He didn't know what to do at this moment. He gathered all his strength, gritted his teeth, and walked forward towards the terrifying sword energy. Soon, his clothes were torn. The blood slowly soaked his whole body. I don't know how far I walked. He saw a small wooden house appear in front of him. There is a well in front of the cabin. There was an old man sitting by the well. Seem. The old man was sharpening a sword. Chapter 117, They're not too money-sucking idiots. At this moment, Luo Changsheng was covered in blood, and it could be said that he was at the end of his strength. Although the old man was completely dead. But he certainly wouldn't be so stupid as to think that people who stay in such a place. It will be an ordinary person. He asked tentatively. Old, senior? The old man ignored it. He just silently lowered his head and looked at the sword in his hand, polishing it over and over again. Senior, I stumbled upon this place while trying to reach the heavenly ladder of the Xiaoyao Sword Immortal clan. I apologize for any disturbance. It's just that I don't know how to get out. Pfft. Just finished speaking. Luo Changsheng spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he used the sword power of his sword master realm to continuously protect his body to resist the sharp and terrifying sword wind. But the effect can be said to be minimal. Because of the residual sword intent contained in the wind. It's so powerful. It can be said that it is completely beyond his cognition. Go away, this is not the place for you. You're not qualified yet. Luo Changsheng suddenly realized. When the old man said he was not qualified, he meant that he was not qualified to go to the 300th floor. A moment. Luo Changsheng's eyes turned dark. Boom. At the 299th floor of the ladder to heaven, he was blown away. Tao Weifeng hurried forward to catch the unconscious Luo Changsheng, stuffed a pill into his mouth, and asked his family to take it back to the clan. What? Luo Changsheng actually failed. What happened to him just now? It feels like someone has captured my soul. For a while, the whole audience was in an uproar.
Some were disappointed, while others were gloating. After all, they all bet some money. Soon, everyone's eyes were on Jiang Linshi and Hai Chenyan.
Now, Hai Chenyan has reached the 270th floor. And Jiang Linxian is even more powerful. Go directly to the 280th floor.
Jiang Linshi was very beautiful, with a tall and slender figure. Her proud breasts rose and fell under the powerful pressure, which made many people around her dry their mouths and their blood boil.
Jiang Linshi is so attractive.
As soon as the words came out, everyone looked at the fat guy who had set up the gambling game with contempt.
What a pervert!
Damn it, I was distracted and blurted out what was really on my mind.
The little fat man smiled bitterly. I was so embarrassed that I didn't know where to look. Etc. Fuck. Look at these two.
The fat boy's eyes, which had nowhere else to go, accidentally glanced at the 250th floor. But he was surprised to see Yun Machin. Moreover, it seemed that he did not feel uncomfortable at all, and his facial expression was relaxed and casual.
It's like walk. Even Ling Yunhan behind him.
He only showed a slight discomfort on his face and followed Yun Machin slowly.
How is this possible? For a while, everyone's eyes turned to the two of them. You know,
many geniuses at the 5th and 6th levels of the spirit transformation stage stopped at the 200th level. But one of them is at the 4th level of the spirit transformation stage, while the other is only at the 3rd level.
Why? Can you reach the 250th floor? Could it be that these two are trying to trick our old man into giving up the tiger? I don't know who in the crowd made a mistake. Moment.
Everyone was disheartened.
It's over. My wife Ben. You can say that. The figures of Yun Machin and Ling Yunhan.
It attracted much more attention from the family members than Jiang Linshi and Hai Chenyan. At this moment, Jiang Linshi couldn't help but turn her head to take a look.
Yun Machin and Ling Yunhan.
She was surprised to find out. Both Yun Machin's expression and the aura he exuded did not seem like that of someone under such powerful pressure. Ling Yunhan, who was only at the 3rd level of the spirit transformation stage, did not seem particularly uncomfortable and was neither hurried nor slow.
But soon,
Jiang Linshi withdrew her attention and stopped being curious about them.
Her gaze.
Once again, he stared at the 300th floor that was so close in front of him.
There are still 18 floors left. Come on, Jiang Linshi, you can do it.
Jiang Linshi encouraged herself silently in her heart.
Sudden.
She made up her mind, bit her red lips tightly, mobilized her violently trembling body, kicked hard, and climbed up 6 floors in a row.
But at this moment, Jiang Linshi's legs softened.
She found that she had no control over her body, which was on the verge of collapse.
With a bang, Jiang Linshi was blown away. Damn it, there are still 12 floors to go. Next time, I will definitely go to the 300th floor. Jiang Linshi was not as embarrassed as Luo Changsheng.
After stabilizing herself in the air, she slowly landed on the ground. His eyes were filled with resentment.
Muttered to himself.
As for why so many geniuses want to reach the 300th floor of the ladder to heaven. In fact, this is due to an unspoken rule spread within the Xiaoyao Sword Immortal family. It is said that anyone who climbs to the 300th floor of the ladder to heaven, and whose cultivation level is below the spirit severing stage, can read all the family's secret manuals of martial arts unconditionally.
You know, this is a family with the inheritance of sword immortals. Who wouldn't be jealous? Chapter 118 Hai Chenyan of the Sword King Realm. Look at the sea dust and smoke again. We have reached the 280th floor. Same. Under the powerful pressure, Hai Chenyan's legs couldn't help but tremble. But suddenly, boom! Boom! Hai Chenyan's cultivation level at the 7th level of the spiritual transformation stage skyrocketed instantly. He actually reached the 9th level of the spirit transformation stage. Oh my god!
Hai Chenyan really does hide her strength. Then maybe he can really surpass Luo Changsheng and cross the threshold of the 300th floor.
Fortunately, I suppressed Hai Chenyan, he. Don't show off, idiot. I'm only suppressing Luo Changsheng. We still don't know who's stronger until the end. Oh, haha, what's the matter? Is the desperate dog jumping over the wall? For a while, Hai Chenyan's cultivation strength suddenly reversed and increased dramatically, which instantly made everyone in the audience go crazy. Yun Machin didn't care. In fact, if he wanted to, you can even go straight to the top. He just didn't want to put too much pressure on Ling Yunhan, so he deliberately slowed down his pace. This kind of pressure from the ladder to heaven. Isn't it a kind of cultivation of foundation in mind? What's going on, Yunhan?
Yun Machin stood on the 260th floor and turned to ask Ling Yunhan on the floor behind him. Ling Yunhan bit her red lips. The body fragrance overflows with beads of sweat the size of beans.
Very fragrant.
It made Yun Machin feel refreshed.
Master. I'm still okay. Yun Machin shook his head. He smiled and said, "Little fool, if you can't hold on any longer, then go down.
There's nothing worth seeing in the inheritance of the Xiaoyao sword immortal family.
If you want, I can get you a few divine level techniques later." Yun Machin didn't think he was just making empty promises. After all, his system is a loser. But sometimes it can be said that nothing is impossible.
However, in Ling Yunhan's mind, she did think that Yun Machin was comforting her.
How could a god-level technique be so easy to find? My lord.
I just don't want to embarrass our Yunma palace.
I don't want to bring shame to you, my lord, before I even enter Yi's family.
Yun Machin smiled helplessly, said nothing, and just deliberately slowed down his pace.
Not long after,
the whole audience was boiling again.
The last floor. My wife Ben. Come back to me. Hai Chenyan, you can do it. Go ahead. Hai Chenyan, damn it, please don't go in. I'd bet 30,000 spirit stones. Everyone. Same. Hai Chenyan also entered the illusion.
But his experience was different from Luo Changxing's. He did not encounter the terrible sword wind along the way. What is even more surprising is that
now,
the realm of sword intent emanating from Hai Chenyan's body. It's actually the Sword King realm. But he is much more powerful than Luo Changxing, who is at the Sword Master level.
Soon, Hai Chenyan also saw the cabin, the well, and the old man. "Senior, where is this place?"
The old man stopped sharpening the sword with his hands, closed his eyes and took a deep breath.
Seems to be feeling the wind from the sword.
But at this moment,
calm sea.
The old man turned his head and looked at Hai Chenyan. His eyes froze for a moment, then quickly regained his composure and uttered an extremely hoarse voice.
Junior, you're pretty good.
Born with a sword body, 22 years old, 9th level of the spiritual transformation stage, with a calm aura and a strong foundation.
Not bad, he. Hai Chenyan's heart was shaken violently.
His natural sword form has never been shown to anyone and has been hidden for so many years.
Only his own master knows about it.
But the old man in front of me, I saw through him at first sight. He did not dare to neglect it, and hurriedly clasped his hands together, bowed deeply, saluted with both hands, and said,
"Senior, I'm sorry for wandering into this place by mistake.
Please forgive me if I've disturbed you." The old fat on the old man's face was extremely distorted. He tried to move it and said with a smile, "Junior, he said this to someone before, but I let him go.
But I will tell you what you said. I am very happy that you came.
I never thought that after 1,000 years, there would be such a monstrous swordsman prodigy among the younger generation."
Hai Chenyan did not dare to overstep the bounds, clasped his fists and saluted again, saying respectfully,
"I don't deserve the words of my seniors." The old man stopped being polite with him and waved his hand, handing the polished sword in his hand to Hai Chenyan through the air.
"Take it.
I am nothing more than a remnant soul here, but I have a wish that has passed through thousands of years, and no one can help me realize it.
But I see hope in you." Hai Chenyan hurriedly took the sword. He swept his spiritual sense secretly.
I was surprised to find that the quality of this sword was extremely high.
As for the specific grade, he needs to go back and ask his master to find out. "Senior, what do you need me to do?"
This sword is called Xiaoyao, and the master its master follows is called Liantian Sword Immortal. I hope you take this sword and find him. Tell him that Xiaoyao hasn't left and has been waiting for the master."
Hai Chenyan was puzzled.
But after the old man finished speaking, his excitement quickly turned into an indescribable sense of sadness and loneliness. He looked at his old hands, sat by the well, his eyes slowly becoming empty and lifeless.
"Go ahead, remember what I said, I hope you can help me realize it, thank you. Hai Chenyan inexplicably felt despair and helplessness from the old man's hoarse voice. Good. Hai Chenyan had just finished speaking. A moment. He felt the world spinning and he knew that he was about to be sent away by the old man. Wait. Senior. I'm so grateful for your kindness, but I don't even know your name?
When Hai Chenyan was about to return to reality, a hoarse voice came to his ears again.
Everyone calls me, the free and easy sword immortal. He. Chapter 119. I still have a little bit of my junior high school diploma. Boom. The moment Hai Chenyan returned to reality,
the feet hanging in the air stepped directly onto the 300th floor.
A moment.
The ladder to heaven started from the first floor, continuously flashing golden light until it stopped at the 300th floor.
Fuck. Hai Chenyan really succeeded. My wife Ben-Ah.
The family member who just said he had deposited 30,000 spirit stones collapsed instantly, and a mouthful of blood shot out.
His legs went limp. Half kneel on the ground.
He covered his chest with his right hand and muttered in despair.
My 30,000 spirit stones. Yun Machen's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help laughing at this scene. What are you laughing at?
Hai Chenyan has already reached the 300th floor of the ladder to heaven.
Even if you hide your strength, what good will it do? Can you really surpass him?
I lost 30,000 spirit stones, and you lost 1 million spirit stones.
Who is the real victim? This family member was already very angry.
As soon as he looked up, he saw Yun Machen with a mouth full of white teeth. He instantly became furious and shouted at Yun Machen angrily. He seemed to want to find some psychological comfort and balance for himself in this way.
Oh.
Yun Machen, who was standing on the 270th floor, looked at him with interest.
Why, do you dare to gamble with me alone again? Let's bet on whether I can surpass him.
This family member stared at Yun Machen, his eyes uncertain, but soon, he gritted his teeth and said fiercely.
Bet.
I'll bet another 30,000 spirit stones.
Okay, then you can't regret it if you lose.
The native man got up from the ground, put his left hand on his waist, pointed at Yun Machen with his right hand, and shouted.
Everyone present is a witness. Don't regret it. Good. Everyone, your wife has lost all her money. Where does she get the remaining money? The native, oh hey, I still have a little bit of my junior high school diploma. Everyone. Yun Machen, 6. This moment. Yun Machen and Ling Yunhan were the focus of everyone's attention. Because there were only the two of them. More than 250 floors. So as soon as the two of them are done, the outcome of the bet can be made public.
Many of the family members who suppressed Hai Chenyan were now grinning from ear to ear, and their chins were raised 3 points when they looked at others. This time, the gamble. It is precisely because of Yun Machen's participation that many of the locals wanted to take a big gamble. As a result, the amount of money involved in this gambling game reached an astonishing tens of millions of spirit stones. Yun Machen suddenly stopped. He skillfully took out a Phantom brand cigarette from the system space, lit it, took a deep breath, smiled and whispered to Ling Yunhan. Just go up slowly here, no need to be so stubborn. I'm going to make some money for the development of our Yunma Palace. Ling Yunhan looked up at Yun Machen's handsome and confident face and was once again deeply fascinated. Now, Ling Yunhan felt that the terrifying pressure of the ladder to heaven was no longer a burden. She smiled happily, her smile as beautiful as a flower. Yes, my lord. As soon as the words fell, Yun Machen flicked the Phantom brand cigarette in his hand lightly. Climbed the stairs at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fuck. 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 What the hell are you talking about? Are you an idiot? Fuck, he's running. Everyone was stunned. Yun Machen suddenly increased his speed and reached the 299th floor in the blink of an eye. Even Tao Weifeng was dumbfounded. Could it be that the ladder to heaven is broken? He walked forward and stepped on a step to try it out. The whole body was instantly filled with pressure. Isn't this bad? That's strange. Tao Weifeng stared at Yun Machen as if he were a monster, as if he wanted to see through him. How did he do that? Have no idea. He can't really have a strength exceeding 300 levels, right? No one dared to think further. If it is true, then they were really screwed. So everyone held their breath, stared at Yun Machin with wide eyes.
That's impossible.
Jiang Linqi's heart was shaken violently. Her cultivation level of the 8th level of the spirit transformation stage had only stopped at more than 280 levels. This white-robed man who was only at the 4th level of the spiritual transformation stage.
Why? Same. Yun Machin also entered the illusion.
But what he encountered was even more outrageous. Those sword winds seemed to have transformed and were actually massaging Yun Machin's shoulders and back.
In a medical room, Luo Changchang was covered in blood.
6. Oh, you're quite sensible.
What brings me here? Lead the way.
In fact, if Yun Machin is willing,
the bone-breaking divine, I can instantly break the illusion here.
But he was curious. I would like to see what is so special about this illusion that has repelled countless geniuses for thousands of years.
Sudden. The sword wind swept up a pile of fallen leaves, transforming into the direction of an arrow. Yun Machin couldn't help but shook his head and smiled.
This sword wind.
It's really interesting.
Chapter 120, the 3rd level of the spiritual severing stage.
Soon. The cabin appeared in Yun Machin's sight. Go away. I have no place to turn to here.
The old man leaned against the well with his eyes closed, like a dead man.
Yun Machin felt a little confused. Curiously asked, "Old man, where is this place?"
The old man's hoarse voice sounded again.
It's not important.
I am just a forgotten soul for thousands of years.
Residual soul?
Yun Machin shook his head regretfully, feeling a little sorry.
So I ignored him. Looking around here curiously. Quite a while.
The old man suddenly opened his heavy eyes and said in surprise,
"Why weren't you teleported back?"
After he spoke to Yun Machin, he secretly manipulated the laws of heaven and earth here and sent Yun Machin back to the real world.
But why? This kid is still hanging around him? Oh. Did you tamper with the laws of heaven and earth just now? But I don't want to go back right away. I want to take another look.
Just now, Yun Machin felt a black screen in front of his eyes. But soon, with a flash of the broken bone divine eye, this feeling disappeared without a trace. The old man was deeply shaken.
Who is this young man? Why can it break the power of the laws here? What do you want to do here? It's okay, I was just wandering around out of curiosity. Oh, and go back to sleep. Don't worry about me.
In fact, Yun Machin saw through the old man's cultivation at a glance. It is the 3rd level of the fusion period.
However, it also made Yun Machin secretly shocked.
The old man's physical condition at this moment is just a wisp of residual soul. It is hard to imagine how powerful the original body is.
But Yun Machin did not show any fear. So what if your original form is so strong? Anyway, no matter what. Now you can't beat me in front of you. Sudden.
A deep blue water, like a dream, shimmered delicately in the well behind the old man.
How is this possible?
The old man stood up instantly, his old eyes fixed on the strange phenomenon in the old well behind him.
At the same time,
the old man became more and more excited.
This is impossible. Impossible. How could the water in the Tianquan divine well possibly gush out on its own? No. The Tianquan divine well has recognized its master. How could it possibly move again without its master's orders?
Yun Machin was confused by the scene before him. But he was deeply surprised.
The water gushing out of this old well is extremely extraordinary. In a moment. Boom. Boom. Boom.
Yun Machin unexpectedly broke through to the 3rd level of the spirit severing stage without any warning. And the reason for the breakthrough.
Was it just the water from the well that splashed on me?
This is such a joke.
And
even the Liantian sword hanging on his waist felt its grade was constantly increasing after being wet. He actually broke through from the mortal level to the saint level.
Weapon rank, mortal spiritual earth heaven saint emperor god. This system, what's going on? No way.
It was beyond my understanding, so I still had to rely on that unreliable system.
Host, this old well is very extraordinary.
It is called the Heavenly Spring Divine Well. It was once nourished by the innate Tao Qi and the laws of heaven and earth generated by the Liantian sword immortal when he practiced swordsmanship, and thus developed spiritual intelligence. The grade of this well can be considered as quasi-god level.
So the water produced there is naturally extraordinary. Ha, host, you are so lucky. Roll.
As soon as Yun Machin heard the ghostly voice of the system in his mind, he felt uncomfortable all over.
But there is one thing in the system's words. This surprised Yun Machin very much. Is this something that belongs to Liantian Sword Immortal again? How could it be such a coincidence? What is the connection between him and me?
The old man beside him had no time to care about Yun Machin. He tried his best to suppress the Tianquan water gushing out of the Tianquan divine well.
The old man knows. The water from the Tianquan sacred well gushes out less and less. Because with the disappearance of Liantian Sword Immortal,
the Tianquan divine well fell into a long sleep because of extreme sadness,
etc.
The old man suddenly discovered.
The Tianquan water gushing out of the Tianquan sacred well is not sprayed indiscriminately. It's more like moving with a purpose.
He turned his head and looked in the direction of the spring water gushing out behind him. All the gushing spring water, without exception, entered the body of the boy in front of him and the handle of the long sword at his waist. The old man stopped his hands as they were exerting force towards the Tianquan divine well. He wiped his eyes and looked at the long sword at Yun Machin's waist again.
Sudden. He was struck by lightning. Standing there stupidly. A hoarse voice trembled as it uttered.
This is, the Liantian sword. It's the master's sword. Chapter 121. This damn familiar feeling. Fuck, system, this old man also recognizes this sword. The old man had just finished speaking.
Yun Machin hurriedly asked the system. What's going on? Another person close to Liantian Sword Immortal? You. How could you possibly have this sword? Where did you get this sword?
The old man looks very old. His excitement made him breathe deeply, and he almost used up all his strength to question Yun Machin.
This one?
Yun Machin took the Liantian sword from his waist, shook it in his hand, and asked with a puzzled look.
Do you know his master?
The old man did not reply to Yun Machin immediately.
Just stand there, looking at Yun Machin silently, as if trying to see through him. Stop talking?
Yun Machin couldn't figure out the mysterious old man's temper and asked again. But at this moment, the old man suddenly spun his right hand, and a powerful energy burst out from his hand. He didn't hesitate at all. Swing directly towards Yun Machin's chest.
Fuck! Yun Machin exclaimed inwardly. But the old man was too close to Yun Machin.
In addition, Yun Machin was completely unprepared. The old man's fist instantly reached Yun Machin's chest.
Boom! Yun Machin was shocked. The Liantian sword suddenly trembled violently. A golden light burst out instantly. Directly blasted the old man in the third level of fusion stage away. Be good. Does this Liantian sword have hidden protective skills? Yun Machin was ecstatic.
The old man struggled to get up from the ground. If you look closely, you will be surprised to find that there is a bloody hole between his eyebrows, and blood splatters everywhere in an instant. It was the Liantian sword that caused this to him.
How is this possible? How could the Liantian sword possibly protect its master? No. Who the hell are you? The old man even became a little epileptic and his emotions were extremely unstable.
His hand trembled as he touched his brow. The blood kept flowing down from the fingertips to the ground.
Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Tick-tock.
The sound of blood falling to the ground was like bullets, shooting into the old man's heart one after another.
His expression. It has gone from disbelief to devastation. Give me a reason to convince me.
Otherwise, there would be no need for this remnant of your soul to exist.
Although the Liantian sword gave Yun Machin a small surprise, he was soon enraged by the old man's sudden sneak attack.
He didn't care whether this old man really knew the Liantian sword immortal.
So what if we know each other? So what if I don't know him?
Dare to provoke him for no reason.
Just looking for death. No. The Liantian sword. How could it possibly change hands? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Fuck you. Am I talking to you? Go ape?
Yun Machin suddenly thought of something, raised his eyebrows, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. he said to the system in his mind with deep concentration.
Old Six, bring me that soul-beating whip. You're the fucking Six. Give. Moment.
Yun Machin now had an 8-foot-long whip in his hand.
If Yishingma were here, you will definitely break out in cold sweats all over your back. And somewhere on the blue planet, an extremely luxurious KTV club.
Yishingma, who was holding 2 beauties in his arms, suddenly stood up.
One of the beauties said, "Handsome guy, why are you standing up? Isn't our hospitality enough to satisfy you?" Said.
The beautiful woman's hand gently moved upward along Yishingma's knee.
Yishingma's expression became nervous.
He gently slapped the beautiful woman's hand off his thigh.
Said. Get out of the way first. Let's play again later.
Then, he patted the back of his head.
Murmured. What's with this palpitation? This damn familiar feeling. Chapter 122 Host, you are trying to trick me.
Yun Machin waved the soul-beating whip in the air.
The corners of my mouth couldn't help but rise.
This long-lost feeling of being able to do things right.
I'll give you one last chance to organize your words. Think it over before you speak.
Yun Machin stared at the old man coldly with a forced smile. The old man became absent-minded at this moment, shaking his head and muttering something to himself. He didn't listen to Yun Machin's words at all.
Damn. Why are you acting crazy?
Yun Machin no longer hesitated and swung the soul-beating whip at the old man.
Ah. The
familiar scene reappears.
Quite a while. Stop it. Stop it.
Little brother.
No. Big brother. Stop it. Kill me. Kill me.
The severe pain of the soul-beating whip piercing his soul instantly cleared the old man's confused nerves. He hurriedly begged Yun Machin for mercy.
And it is visible to the naked eye.
Yun Machin used the soul whip to whip the old man. The old man's body became more and more illusory.
From the solid at the beginning, it has become translucent now. You can say that.
Yun Machin whipped him a few more times. The old man's remaining soul must be shattered.
Have you decided what to tell me? Speak. I'll speak. Please stop hitting me.
I'll tell you everything. Yun Machin waved the soul-beating whip in the air and said with a playful look on his face.
Stop talking nonsense. My patience is limited. The old man didn't dare to be arrogant.
He struggled to get up from the ground and crawled to Yun Machin. Although the severe pain caused his facial muscles to completely twist and twitch constantly.
But he didn't dare to rest for even a moment. He said humbly, I am the free and easy sword immortal. Yun Machin was shocked.
But his face showed no emotion, and he stared at the old man coldly. The old man continued. This sword is the Lientian sword.
Its master, no, its former master, is the Lientian sword immortal.
The old man was afraid that his words would anger Yun Machin again, so he became cautious.
And the Lientian sword immortal is my master. And the master has disappeared for many years. I don't know where he is. But
his only sword appeared in your hands. So, I don't believe that it was the Lientian sword immortal who gave you the Lientian sword on his own initiative. Because the Lientian sword is a divine sword, its pride only allows it to submit to one person for its entire life.
So I tentatively attack you, just to prove it. But
poor Sky Sword actually recognized you as its master.
I don't understand. The
old man became more and more sad as he spoke.
At the end, even started sobbing. Yun Machin could feel it.
The grief the old man felt was not caused by the soul whip, but came from the bottom of his heart.
System, come out. What are you doing, host?
Yun Machin didn't know how to reply for a moment, and had no choice but to call out the system in his mind that was eating melons.
So you know all this, don't you? Ha? What? Host. What are you talking about? This system is very honest. I really don't know anything, huh? Yun Machin's mouth twitched. I really want to pull the system out of my head and beat it up.
He lit a Phantom brand cigarette, took a deep breath, and calmed his depressed mood.
System, reinstall?
Xiaodiao Sword Immortal said that the divine level sword Lientian sword would only submit to one person in its lifetime, but why did it submit to me? I don't believe you're that capable. The system was instantly irritated by Yun Machin and shouted loudly. What a joke!
This system is the most powerful and invincible system in history.
Not to mention brainwashing the mind of a divine sword, I can even brainwash the mind of an immortal emperor.
Ha, it's just that I don't need to do that. Why? Fuck. Host, you're trying to trick me. Chapter 123, Xiaoyao Sword Immortal recognizes his master. Sooner or later I'll beat you to death.
After Yun Machin finished speaking to the system, he immediately turned off the microphone.
The most annoying thing is people who only finish what they say.
However, Yun Machin also had some rough guesses.
My previous life. Maybe it's the Liantian Sword Immortal? Or am I the backup plan left by Liantian Sword Immortal to deal with the demon? But these. Yun Machin didn't worry too much about it.
Although his old sick system always contradicts him, it is one with him in a certain sense. So since the system doesn't say anything, there must be a reason for it.
After all, this guy in my mind can't hurt me, right? At this moment, the system is thinking. Oh my goodness, the master is getting more and more excited now. Isn't he going to guess one day that I'm the sword spirit of the Liantian sword? No. Absolutely not. Humph. I won't tell him. I won't tell him even if I die. Who told my master to abandon me and go to the space-time rift alone?
And I've been searching for him for millions of years.
Humph.
Once he relies on me to regain his previous life's strength, my face will be back. On that day, when I return the sealed memories to Master, I'm really looking forward to Master's expression. Yun Machin took a puff of his cigarette, lowered his head and said calmly to Xiaoyao Sword Immortal who was half kneeling beside him. I can't tell you how I got the Liantian sword. However, I can assure you on the oath of heaven that I have absolutely no grudge against the Liantian Sword Immortal.
After hearing this, Xiaoyao Jianxian gradually stopped sobbing. He slowly closed his heavy eyelids, not knowing what he was thinking. He seemed to be breathing very hard, and the extreme grief made him feel a little breathless. Yun Machin put away the soul-beating whip.
Looking at the once glorious Xiaoyao Sword Immortal, he fell into depravity because of his obsession with Liantian Sword Immortal.
It's hard not to feel a little sad.
Yun Machin was no longer in a hurry to ask for the answer, because he already knew what he wanted to know.
As for now, he was just waiting for a reply from Xiaoyao Sword Immortal. Quite a while. Xiaoyao Sword Immortal opened his heavy eyelids, tried hard to smooth out the dense wrinkles on his face, and chuckled. Then he slowly raised his head. At the same time, she smoothed the hair that covered her eyes and looked at Yun Machin's appearance carefully again. So, Liantian Sword Immortal is not dead, right?
Yun Machin shook his head, his face expressionless.
I have no idea.
Xiaoyao Sword Immortal paused for a moment. He had already expected this reply.
And at this moment,
he also had several guesses about Yun Machin's identity. But he didn't dare to say it or ask.
Because as a subordinate, he would not and dared not easily guess the moves of his master, Liantian Sword Immortal.
He could only secretly hide his guess in his heart, but he had a premonition that the young man with extraordinary talent in front of him would be the breakthrough point for the Liantian Sword Immortal to reappear in the world.
Ha, young man, since the Liantian Sword has recognized you as its master, then in a sense you have also been recognized by the Liantian Sword Immortal. As the master's subordinate, let me assist you.
Yun Machin was secretly delighted, as this was exactly what he had been waiting for.
But he still didn't say anything, just looked at Xiaoyao Sword Immortal. He knew he had more to say. But, I have a request. I wonder if you can fulfill it for me when you have absolute power in the future. Yun Machin asked, tell me, I'll think about it.
Xiaoyao Sword Immortal replied, I think then, you can help me find my master.
Liantian Sword Immortal. Good.
Yun Machin did not hesitate at all, since he and Liantian Sword Immortal had a close relationship with each other. He is confident that his future strength will eventually reveal the truth.
Thank you, Lord. Lord.
The master suddenly changed, and Xiaoyao Sword Immortal spoke very unnaturally. But when he thought of Yun Machin's attitude and his promise to his oath to the heavenly Tao, he gritted his teeth and changed his words to speak respectfully to Yun Machin.
Because he firmly believes it.
If he helps this young man in front of him, his master, Liantian Sword Immortal, will surely reappear in the world again. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Host, the water from the Tianquan Divine Well can restore the remaining soul of the free and easy Sword Immortal to its full state.
Yunmachan frowned, expressing his confusion. Asked. Then why doesn't he use it?
Because the faith in his heart has never changed.
What faith?
The Liantian sword immortal once told him that only those who have achieved great merit by slaying the heavenly demon can enjoy the bathing in the heavenly spring water. And the master in his heart has always been the Liantian sword immortal, and he firmly believes that he is still alive.
Boom! Yunmachan's heart trembled violently. This time he was truly impressed and shocked by the actions of the free and easy sword immortal. Is the power of faith really that terrifying? Even when the chance of rebirth was right before his eyes, he never wavered in the slightest. The character of the Xiaoyao sword immortal continued to magnify in Yunmachan's mind. But at this moment, Yunmachan suddenly waved his hand. The Tianquan water in the Tianquan divine well suddenly gushed out and rushed towards the Xiaoyao sword immortal. Master! No! Don't use it on me! This is what Master Lian Tian Jianxian instructed. Before Xiaoyao Jianxian could finish his words, Yunmachan interrupted him and said, If you don't recover your strength, how can you be worthy of being my subordinate? Don't you want to find the Liantian sword immortal anymore?
Xiaoyao sword immortal wanted to say something else. But seeing Yunmachan's cold eyes, he gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and stopped resisting, allowing the Tianquan water to pour into his body. And he murmured in his heart,
Master, don't blame me. I really miss you so much. Chapter 124. It's time to go out and tease the younger ones. Soon.
The hunched body of Xiaoyao sword immortal gradually straightened, and the wrinkles and dark spots on his face disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Not only is the soul being repaired, but the lifespan is also recovering rapidly. Yunmachan couldn't help but marvel at it. This Tianquan fruit is truly a wonder in the world. Old 6, it's time to take the things out.
Yunmachan suddenly said to the system in his mind.
What? Host, what are you talking about? Yunmachan, are you pretending to be young? System, my CN, at %#. Quite a while.
The system took out a puppet from the system space and threw it in front of Yunmachan, then ignored him.
The system pretends to be angry. But inwardly, he was secretly frightened. Master, could it be that he has really guessed something?
When Yunmachan saw the puppet in front of him, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise.
He had a vague feeling. Everything you need is deliberately arranged by the system.
Just like when Yixingma was tamed, the system's shocking reward was a puppet that could just accommodate Yixingma. So this time he didn't look at the system shock reward first, but instead asked directly what the system reward was.
Really? The system's reward was consistent with Yunmachan's guess.
After Xiaoyao sword immortal's soul is fully restored, all he needs is a soul carrier so that he can leave this illusion. What made Yunmachan feel even more comfortable was he discovered that since entering the spirit severing stage, the qualitative change of his chaos divine body could even block the system's detection of his inner thoughts.
He. Yunmachan couldn't help but laugh out loud. I thought to myself, wouldn't it be easy to control that idiot system in the future? About half an hour later.
The person who appeared in front of Yunmachan was no longer an old man who looked frail. Instead, he was a middle-aged man with a stern face and a stern figure. His sword-like eyebrows were sharp and his eyes were as cold as stars. His tall stature of over 1.9 meters fully embodied the temperament of a free and easy sword immortal. Xiaoyao sword immortal looked down at his hands, which were no longer as old and mottled as before. He was a little excited, and there was also a sense of sadness intertwined with him.
Master, thank you very much.
Xiaoyao sword immortal looked at Yunmachan and said from the bottom of his heart.
Yunmachan waved his hand and said with a smile, Don't say these useless things. I need to see your value. As for the Liantian sword immortal, I will definitely help you find him in the future.
As for this heavenly spring water, just consider it as a temporary loan from me.
I will return it in the future. Yes, my lord.
Xiaoyao sword immortal also figured out something. He had spent most of his life guarding this little bit of heavenly spring water and his own obsession. It would be better to place hope on the new master in front of him who has a close relationship with the Liantian sword immortal. He believed that he would not misjudge the person, and this was not a betrayal of Liantian sword immortal.
After all, swords have spirits, and divine swords like the Liantian sword are even more spiritual. The owner it can recognize must be good.
The system picked its nose and said, At least you have some vision.
Here, go in.
Yun Machin raised his hand and moved his fingers, and the puppet floated in front of Xiaoyao Sword Immortal.
My lord, this is.
I know your soul consciousness is currently at the 7th level of the tribulation crossing stage.
Don't worry, you can get in. Because of the Tianquan water.
Not only did Xiaoyao Sword Immortal's consciousness recover to its peak, but his cultivation also broke through to the 8th level of the fusion stage.
Xiaoyao Sword Immortal was shocked.
He found that he recognized the new master, which was not simple at all.
Could he also be the reincarnation of a powerful being? Yes, my lord.
Finished. Xiaoyao Sword Immortal entered the puppet directly. Soon, the puppet burst out with golden light and its eyes gradually became bright. He is merging perfectly with the puppet.
A few minutes later. Not bad, not bad.
This kid from the system still knows how to choose a puppet. At this moment, Xiaoyao Sword Immortal has perfectly merged with the puppet, although his appearance is no longer the same as before.
But,
compared with the handsomeness and temperament of Xiaoyao Sword Immortal, it can be said that it is exactly the same. Xiaoyao Sword Immortal suddenly knelt on one knee, clasped his hands together, and respectfully saluted Yun Machin.
Thank you for your grace in giving me a new life. I will definitely not let you down.
Xiaoyao Sword Immortal did not think highly of his status at all, even though Yun Machin was only at the 3rd level of the spirit severing stage, while he himself was already at the 8th level of the fusion stage.
But he had an inexplicable premonition. If he wanted to turn against Yun Machin at this moment, he will definitely be tortured to death. Yun Machin waved his hand, stepped forward and patted Xiaoyao Jianxian on the shoulder, and said with a smile. Not bad, quite energetic, much more comfortable to look at than before. We've been here for quite a while now, it's time to go.
Xiaoyao Sword Immortal clasped his fists and bowed, yes, my lord. But after taking 2 steps, Yun Machin suddenly thought of something, stopped, turned around and looked at Xiaoyao Sword Immortal behind him, and said,
If I take away the Tianquan sacred well and all its water, would you mind?
Xiaoyao Sword Immortal looked uncertain for a moment, and he didn't know how to respond to Yun Machin's words.
My lord.
The heavenly spring water was given to me by the Liantian Sword Immortal to guard and give to those who have made contributions in slaying the heavenly demon.
Just then,
the Liantian sword suddenly flew out from Yun Machin's waist and flew directly towards the Xiaoyao Sword Immortal. Yun Machin was puzzled, but didn't wait for him to react.
Bang!
Xiaoyao Sword Immortal was directly blown away by Liantian sword. Let us look at Xiaoyao Sword Immortal again. He crawled up from the ground in a daze, with the red sword mark clearly visible on his face.
The Liantian sword did not attack Xiaoyao Jianxian with its blade, but simply slapped him with the sword sideways. Yun Machin's mouth twitched.
This Liantian sword is so powerful. You must know that Xiaoyao Sword Immortal is at the 8th level of the fusion stage at this moment.
Could it be that the Tianquan water restored its grade?
Xiaoyao Sword Immortal placed his hands on his burning face, suddenly smiled, and murmured.
Ha ha. Thank you, Lian Tianjian, it's my foolish opinion.
Immediately, Xiaoyao Sword Immortal reappeared in front of Yun Machin, bowed deeply again, and said,
If the Lord needs it, it can be taken. Yun Machin nodded with satisfaction, waved his hand, and directly put the Tianquan divine well into the system space.
Come on, Xiaoyao, it's time to go out and play with those younger ones.
Chapter 125. Yun Machin shocked everyone.
Xiaoyao, I'll let you enter a place first.
I'll call you when it's time to come out.
Release your consciousness for a while and don't resist. Xiaoyao Sword Immortal clasped his hands together and said respectfully.
I will follow the Lord's arrangements.
Finished. Yun Machin's broken bone pupils instantly burst out with golden light, enveloping the free and easy Sword Immortal.
In the blink of an eye,
Xiaoyao Sword Immortal appeared in the spiritual world of broken bone divine eyes.
My lord, where is this?
Xiaoyao Sword Immortal did not see Yun Machin, but Yun Machin's methods deeply shocked him.
This is my divine eye's spiritual world.
You should stay here for a while and get used to this puppet.
Yes, my lord.
The reason why Yun Machin did not bring Xiaoyao Sword Immortal with him was that he hid him in the spiritual world of broken bone divine eye.
The reason is simple. Human heart.
He guessed that the descendants of Xiaoyao Jianxian's family all believed that Xiaoyao Jianxian was dead.
As for their current attitude towards life and good and evil, he doesn't know.
Although Yun Machin thought about using his identity as the free and easy Sword Immortal to conquer this family, it still depends on whether they can seize these opportunities.
If it is a family that is arrogant and completely disrespectful,
If we change the head of the family, I'm afraid Yun Machin won't look down on us either.
The path to becoming an immortal is like cultivating one's mind.
If one's mind goes astray, then even if one's family is currently very powerful, then it will be in vain.
But so what?
Sooner or later it will decline. Putting aside the free and easy sword immortal, Yun Machin closed his broken bone pupils and whispered,
"Break."
When he opened his eyes again, he found himself on the 300th floor of the ladder to heaven.
What on earth did he go through?
Why did he stop for so long? As soon as the complaining local finished speaking, he saw Yun Machin put his feet on the 300th floor. He was so surprised that his mouth could fit 5 eggs.
He couldn't help but exclaimed, "Fuck! Look! Impossible! This guy really went up. It's really the 300th floor." A moment. The whole audience exploded. This must be fake. Fake.
Seeing Yun Machin, whose aura revealed that he was only at the 4th level of the spirit transformation stage, he had actually stepped firmly onto the 300th floor of the ladder to heaven.
John Lynch's gentle voice turned into a shrill scream.
The fat man who was gambling and carrying a heavy sword turned pale, and the cold sweat on his back instantly soaked his clothes. If Yun Machin went up one more level,
the odds of 110 might bankrupt him. No, you can say. It will make everyone lose a lot of flesh.
Because in the little notebook where he kept his accounts, there was only one name left besides the 3 words Yun Machin when he bet on 110 for the other people to win.
The aura is cold. Yunhan, how do you feel? Yun Machin saw it. Ling Yunhan actually stepped into the 290th floor and arrived at the 298th floor. But the naked eye can feel that Ling Yunhan's body functions have reached a critical point.
Ling Yunhan was wearing a white dress today because she thought it matched Yun Machin's white shirt. The slender, snow-white legs kept trembling under the hem of the skirt, and sweat slid down the legs like jade beads, making it impossible to take your eyes off them and thinking of Fei Fei.
No. It's okay, master, I can still hold on.
Ling Yunhan didn't want Yun Machin to look down on her, so she bit her red lips hard, clenched her fists, and suddenly took another step forward.
Boom! The 299th floor. That's enough, Yunhan. I'm very pleased with your excellence. Be obedient and go down now. Watch me put on a show for you.
Without waiting for Ling Yunhan to reply, Yun Machin raised his hand and waved it gently, and Ling Yunhan instantly felt lighter. He was gently carried away from the ladder to heaven by an irresistible force and slowly fell to the ground. The reason why Yun Machin could perform this incomprehensible interference method was because he integrated the spiritual energy he released into the chaotic energy. Although he was a little unsure, he didn't know if it would be useful.
But it's obvious.
He underestimated the chaos divine body's extraordinary power.
Otherwise, if he didn't interfere, Ling Yunhan would definitely persist until he was knocked away by the ladder to heaven given his arrogant personality. But by then,
it may really be a waste of time and effort, and your body may suffer irreversible damage.
My lord.
Ling Yunhan's eyes became blurred and fell from the air to the ground, but her gaze never left Yun Machin's expression.
The contrast between the feeling of relief and comfort after experiencing extreme pain is really hard to describe. My lord is so gentle.
Ling Yunhan muttered as he looked at Yun Machin on the 300th floor.
Yun Machin looked at Ling Yunhan's silly and cute appearance and couldn't help but shook his head and smiled.
Then he looked at the family member who had made a bet with him, patted the Liantian sword on his waist, and said in a somewhat teasing tone, "Remember to accept defeat, or my sword won't just be for you to see." Seeing Yun Machin without any pressure, the family member's legs softened and he knelt on the ground.
You. Oh. What about me?
The native gritted his teeth and deliberately raised his voice, as if to give himself some confidence. He shouted directly at Yun Machin.
Even if you go up to the 300th floor. So what?
You are at best tied with Hai Chenyan.
Besides, this must be your limit, ha? Don't be so stubborn. There's no way you can get to the 301st floor.
The expression of this native was even a little crazy, but the calmness on Yun Machin's face made his heart feel like it was sinking into an ice cellar, and he had no confidence at all. But he regretted it as soon as he said it. In his sight, Yun Machin casually walked up to the 301st floor. Then he turned his head and said to him with a smile.
Chapter 126. John Lynch was killed in one move. Impossible to go up? Is that so?
Yun Machin finished speaking.
walked up another level.
This local family member just stood there in a daze, his mouth trembling and unable to utter a word for a long time. This time he was really broke, even the last few small 3 books he had saved were lost.
I have no money, at all.
Before this native could finish his words, he heard a series of ups and downs of roars coming from beside him.
Ah! Impossible. Aya. It's all gone. It's all gone. My money, aha.
The corner of this family member's mouth twitched.
All right. Now that I'm not the only one losing money, I feel a little better. Yunmachin glanced and happened to see the little fat boy who was secretly running away.
Yunhan, keep an eye on that fat guy.
Don't let him run away with the money.
He'll lose every penny he loses.
As you command, my lord. Immediately.
Ling Yunhan pulled out the long sword from his waist with a chi sound and placed it on the fat man's neck.
Ah, lady. Don't worry. I won't run away with the money. Well, could you please put down the sword a little bit? Ling Yunhan's eyes were sharp and her expression was indifferent. Said coldly. Move, and you'll die.
Looking at Ling Yunhan's appearance, Yun Machin smiled. He lit up another Phantom brand cigarette, turned around and looked up at the end of the ladder to heaven.
He whispered. When I come out again, I'll get on top of you and let the wind blow on me. He seemed to be speaking to someone.
In fact, before coming out of the illusion, Xiaoyao Sword Immortal told him that this ladder to heaven was actually a spiritual imperial treasure. But the money has been obtained now, and Xiaoyao Jianxian, a powerful warrior at the 8th level of the fusion stage, has also been subdued.
Obviously, there is no point in going any further.
So Yun Machin glared lightly, flew into the air, and slowly landed beside Ling Yunhan.
Fatty, pay the money. Sir, could you please not take all of that? Can I pay in installments? Yun Machin, Z. The little fat boy instantly felt the cold sword on his neck, and even blood was slowly oozing out. No. I'll give it to you. Sir. Lady. Let's talk it over. Don't use force. I'll really give it all to you. The little fat boy panicked instantly.
He didn't expect Yun Machin and the beautiful woman beside him to be so ruthless and decisive, and didn't give him any chance to negotiate.
He didn't dare to hesitate and quickly took out hundreds of space rings from his trouser pocket. Sir. It's all here. Please take it.
Yun Machin waved his hand, collected all the space rings, and glanced at Ling Yunhan. Ling Yunhan smiled shyly.
Put away the sword and leave. I don't know your name, and where are you from?
Seeing Yun Machin walking towards the family gate, Tao Weifeng suddenly changed his attitude 180 degrees. He quickly caught up with a smile on his face and said to Yun Machin.
Yun Machin didn't have a good impression of him and said lightly. Yun Machin, Yun Madian. Tao Weifeng frowned for a moment, pondering his memory. Yun Ma Palace? What kind of powerful force is this? It is unexpected that such an enchanting genius could be cultivated. Could it be that it is a powerful and ancient immortal cultivation family that has just come out of seclusion? Tao Weifeng did not dare to neglect it.
He stretched out his hand and said to Yun Machin and Ling Yunhan with a smile.
My 2 young friends, you are so honored to be here. I will lead the way, please.
But after taking a few steps, Yun Machin heard a loud shout.
Stop. Stop right there. Yun Machin turned around. It's Jiang Linshi.
She was so angry that her face turned red. She put one hand on her waist and pointed at Yun Machin with the other, and said angrily.
Oh? Do I know you? That's not important. Tell me. Did you cheat?
You're only at the 4th level of the spiritual transformation stage.
How could you possibly reach the 300th floor of the ladder to heaven?
Jiang Linshi's appearance was indeed good, but Yun Machin only had 5 words to describe her.
There's something wrong with your brain.
So Yun Machin didn't reply to her at all, and simply chose to ignore her. He turned around and continued to walk towards the family gate with Ling Yunhan and Tao Weifeng.
Answer me. I told you to stop. Stop.
Yun Machin had no intention of stopping and continued to move forward.
Ling Yunhan, who was standing by, came over and said, My lord, do you need me to swat a fly?
Yun Machin smiled, flicked Ling Yunhan's head, and said to her,
Yunhan, this crazy woman is not just a simple 8th level spiritual transformation stage. I can't bear to let you get hurt. You are the deputy hall master of my Yunma hall. Let me do it. Yun Machen's words made Ling Yunhan's already flushed face even redder. She didn't dare to look at Yun Machen again and whispered, "Good." Yun Machen stopped. "Are you hiding something? Speak." Yun Machen felt very annoyed, frowned, and raised his hand to wave at Jian Linshi. Noisy. Boom. Jian Linshi, who was at the 8th level of the spirit transformation stage, flew out horizontally like a kite with a broken string. She was dumbfounded. Her last conscious thought told her, "The man in front of me. Invincible." The powerful force that suddenly erupted from Yun Machen's hands left her with no chance to resist. The local people and visitors who were watching the show were stunned. Who is Yun Machen? Jian Linshi, a powerful 8th level spiritual transformation stage expert without any flaws, was instantly defeated in one move? Chapter 127. Yun Machen broke through 2 realms in a row. Tao Weifeng, who was standing by, was shocked. Although he had no idea what Yun Machen's cultivation level was, he could tell from the fact that he was able to defeat Jian Linshi with one move. His strength is at least at the 9th level of the spirit transformation stage. Even the distraction stage above. Ha, little friend Yun, why bother getting so angry? Come on, I'll take you around the house to relax. Tao Weifeng's attitude became more respectful. Yun Machen nodded and said, "Yeah, okay." Ling Yunhan on the side had turned into a little fangirl, no longer looking like a cold and pure goddess at all. She was looking at Yun Machen with admiration on her face. After being frightened by Yun Machen's move, the family members who had just lost money and cursed behind his back all shut up consciously. He watched Yun Machen and the others leave in shock and fear. "Ha, little friend Yun, this is the place where our Xiaoyao sword immortal family practices swordsmanship. Outsiders call this place the place where the sword is hidden." Yun Machen and his group came to a place where sword energy was rampant, and Tao Weifeng patiently explained. Yun Machen looked around. The area of tens of millions of square meters is densely packed with countless long swords of different grades. The sword intent at the outermost edge was the weakest, with at least 4,000 to 5,000 people sitting cross-legged in front of their chosen long swords, experiencing the practice. As one goes deeper into the place, the sword intent becomes stronger, but the number of people practicing it gradually decreases. No one could get any closer than 1,000 meters away from the center where the sword intent was the strongest. Yun Machen felt it with his bone-breaking divine pupil. The sword in the very center of the innermost part exudes a sword spirit that is actually at the level of Sword Emperor. Yun Machen couldn't help but marvel at it. It is indeed a family of sword immortals. Although the free and easy sword immortal is gone, the heritage left behind is still immeasurable. Friend Yun, although I didn't see you wielding a sword just now, from the extraordinary long sword at your waist, I can tell that you must be a powerful swordsman. Ha, I wonder if you are interested in experiencing our family's treasure cultivation ground? Seeing that Yun Machen seemed very interested, Tao Weifeng took the opportunity to make a suggestion to him. Yun Machen raised an eyebrow. He knew Tao Weifeng's little plan very well. Firstly, it can bring them closer to me, and secondly, they want to show me their family's strength and background to shock me. Haha, but this is exactly what he wants. Because his own sword intent realm has lagged far behind his own cultivation level. It's time to upgrade. Yun Machen smiled and said to Tao Weifeng, "Then I'll try." At the same time, he sent a voice message to Ling Yunhan. "Yunhan, just do what you can. Don't try to be too aggressive." "Yes. I understand, Master." In fact, Yun Machen himself did not realize that his sword intent had reached the level of Swordmaster without him knowing when. But it was still far from what he expected. Look, Elder Tao Weifeng brought 2 new faces here. That guy is so handsome. In white clothes and with a long sword, he looks so majestic. He's obviously an expert. The women are pretty good too. Look at those long white legs. Yun Machen put the Liantian sword into the space ring and directly entered the range where the sword intent was raging. As for why he put away the Liantian sword, it was because Yun Machen was worried about the grade of the Liantian sword, which made the surrounding ownerless sword intent dare not approach. Then what's the point of practicing? Tao Weifeng was a little confused, but he didn't think much about it. After all, geniuses and evildoers always have some little habits that are unusual for ordinary people. Boom!
The moment Yun Machin entered the realm of sword intent, a surge of sword intent from the realm of great sword gushed out.
Although the realm was not high, it was extremely rich. Yun Machin couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth.
This is such a great place. Because he suddenly discovered that, perhaps because he had entered the first level of the spirit severing stage, he could actually absorb these ownerless sword intentions without any side effects.
Isn't this cheating? If he absorbed all of this sword intent, would he be able to break through to the Sword Emperor realm?
The more Yun Machin thought about it, the more excited he became, and he gradually quickened his pace.
Little friend, go in slowly.
The further you go in, the more dangerous the sword intent becomes.
If you're not careful, your life could be in danger.
But Tao Weifeng finished speaking. Yun Machin's figure had already appeared 1,000 meters inside. The radius of this sword hiding place is only about 2,000 meters.
What's going on? Why do I feel that the concentration of sword intent is decreasing rapidly? Ah. You feel the same as me. I thought there was something wrong with my cultivation. What the hell is going on? I just feel like I'm about to break through. For a while.
The family members who were practicing in the place where the sword was hidden all stopped and started talking.
It's so weird. Etc. Look at that handsome guy. What's going on? Did I see that wrong? Why does it seem like all the sword energy is rushing towards him? I don't know who brought it up. Everyone looked at Yun Machin.
It would have been fine if they hadn't looked, but once they did they were shocked.
With Yun Machin as the center,
countless powerful sword intents raged and swirled, even forming a sword intent hurricane visible to the naked eye.
They are all rushing towards him. Boom! Sword King Realm. Boom! Sword Emperor Realm. A moment. Yun Machin broke through 2 realms in a row. Chapter 128. Yun Machin wants to break through to become the Sword Emperor.
But because Yun Machin deliberately hid it, the family members around him did not notice anything. Only O-shaped mouths were left looking at him.
What's going on with this handsome guy? I don't know. Look at what Elder Tao Weifeng said. He's so pissed.
I was almost breaking through, but he showed up and ruined everything.
No matter who he is, he must be held responsible. Yes. Find Elder Tao Weifeng to solve it. For a time,
all the family members put the pressure on Tao Weifeng. Tao Weifeng was also confused. He just wanted Yun Machin to experience their family's treasured sword training ground.
Who would have thought this would happen?
More and more angry family members began to talk and shout.
Elder Tao Weifeng, please make the decision. Elder Tao Weifeng, please make the decision. Elder Tao Weifeng, please make the decision. After a while,
all the family members began to chant in unison, shouting at Tao Weifeng. Tao Weifeng was so anxious that he was sweating. He didn't dare to interrupt Yun Machin's practice directly. If the cultivation is seriously interrupted, it may backfire, and that would really offend Yun Machin. What's more, Yun Machin has now displayed his enchanting talent. There is no strong background to provide resources for cultivation.
He absolutely doesn't believe it. Forget it, let's get someone else.
Tao Weifeng took out his cell phone, pressed a few buttons, and then looked towards the nearby horizon.
We can only blame the people above us. Yun Machin didn't care about so many things.
At this moment, he was greedily absorbing the endless sword intent. Therefore, the realm of sword intent is constantly improving.
What's even more buggy is,
he didn't have to worry about his state of mind not being able to keep up with the realm of sword intent, because his own strength could be considered invincible in the fusion stage.
Moreover, he has even seen strong people in the tribulation crossing stage. You can say that. What kind of storms and waves hasn't he experienced? And what he really lacked?
The only way is to adapt to the powerful sword intent brought about by this rapid improvement. But at this moment, Yun Machin, who had already reached the Sword Emperor realm, did not stop. He was still walking step by step towards the center of the sword hiding place. Obviously his goal goes beyond that. He wanted to take this opportunity to be promoted to Sword Emperor in one fell swoop. Although the attributes of the Chaos Divine Body can accommodate everything, as the realm of absorbing sword intent increases, the expression on Yun Machin's face also becomes uncomfortable.
Not long after,
Yun Machin was about 300 meters away from the long sword in the center that was emitting the sword intent of the Sword Emperor realm. The hurricane-like sword intent around him has reached the critical point of the Sword Emperor realm.
Sudden.
A hole appeared in the sky above the place where the sword was hidden, and 6 strong men slowly walked out of it. The old man walking in front moved his fingers, and Tao Weifeng was instantly moved in front of him.
Weifeng, who is he? What's going on?
The old man spoke calmly, without any expression on his face. But Tao Weifeng suddenly dropped his usual dignity, clasped his hands together in a humble gesture, and said respectfully, "Master, this person is a distinguished guest, Yun Machin, from the Yunma Palace."
Yunma Palace?
The old man frowned slightly.
Tao Weifeng hurriedly continued to answer. Yes. Moreover, he is still on the ladder to heaven, and has reached the 302nd floor. What?
The old man was a little surprised, but soon his expression returned to calm, and he said coldly,
Then why didn't you inform us in advance?
Tao Weifeng broke out in a cold sweat and quickly replied with a smile. Master, I wanted to make good arrangements for his accommodation and travel, and let him visit our family at the same time, so I hurried to inform you. After all, this kind of monster must have a powerful background. If word gets out that our Xiaoyao sword immortal family neglected him, it will inevitably lead to ridicule.
But isn't this the place of cultivation that our family is most proud of?
I wanted to show him the strength of our family, so I took the initiative and let him experience the wonders of our sword hiding place.
Oh. I didn't expect this to happen.
Tao Weifeng pretended to feel guilty and answered the old man. The old man listened. He ignored Tao Weifeng and kept looking at Yun Machin. At the same time, he secretly scanned with his spiritual sense.
Only at the 4th level of the spiritual transformation stage? And that Yunma Palace, why haven't I heard of it before?
The old man was puzzled. But he still believed that there would be no problem with their family's imperial treasure, the ladder to heaven.
Anyone who can reach above the 300th floor is definitely a monster among monsters. So,
the old man didn't make a decision immediately.
Third sister, what do you think?
The old man turned his head and asked the old woman closest to him. The old woman also stared at Yun Machin for a long time, then shook her head and said helplessly,
Brother, I don't see any clues either.
This young man is very strange. It seems, he is absorbing all the sword energy here.
No.
All the sword energy here was actively absorbed by him.
Tao Weifeng heard every word of the old woman.
He trembled all over in an instant, and knelt on the ground in fear, crying to the old man,
Master, I really don't know what's going on. Chapter 129 What kind of power is Yunma Palace?
Tao Weifeng felt a little scared. If the head of the family mistakenly thinks that he is collaborating with the enemy, he will destroy the family's sword hiding place.
How can this be tolerated?
After the old man heard what the old woman said, she became even more curious about Yun Machin, and her eyes completely enveloped him, as if she wanted to see through him.
How strange.
The sword energy here, regardless of its strength, seems to have no resistance to this young man.
Could it be that he is born with a sword body? That's not right.
Although he is born with a strong sword body, it is impossible for him to absorb the sword intent from other realms so easily.
Unless this young man's sword intent realm is Sword Emperor? Impossible, impossible.
The old man was thinking and muttering in his heart, and the other old men around him were also deeply confused and shocked about Yun Machin. But still no valuable information was found. At this time, another old man behind him stepped forward and suddenly said,
Master, don't wait any longer.
Make a decision and stop that young man. I've discovered that the intensity of the sword intent in the sword hidden land is decreasing at an exponential rate. I'm afraid that in another hour, there will be no more sword intent here. The old man who was speaking was called Tao Qitian, the great elder of the Xiaoyao sword immortal family, and the place where the sword was hidden was under his jurisdiction. So he was more anxious than anyone else present.
The old man knew what Tao Qitian said. But,
as the head of the family, he has more things to consider, and he understands clearly that one wrong step will lead to several wrong steps.
Great elder, can you sense the realm of this young man's sword intent? The old man suddenly asked Tao Qitian. Boom!
The great elder's heart trembled violently.
The originally anxious mood was instantly dampened by half.
This might not mean much if it came from someone else's mouth, but it came from the mouth of the head of the family who was at the 6th level of the fusion stage in the Sword Emperor realm.
The taste is completely different. What does it mean?
Either the patriarch sensed the young man's level of sword intent and chose not to stop him.
The other is even more terrifying.
Even the strength of the patriarch could not sense the sword realm of this young man.
Before Tao Chi-tian could speak, the old man shook his head and continued.
Well, just as you thought, I can't sense his sword realm either.
Tao Chi-tian understood instantly.
Not daring to speak nonsense again, he clasped his hands together and bowed to the old man, saying,
It all depends on the decision of the patriarch. But actually,
what the old man is more concerned about now is what kind of power Yunma Palace is.
If it is really a newly born force that is equally powerful as their family.
If he rashly interrupted the young man's practice, it might create a feud between the two families.
After all, such a strange monster must have a complicated identity in his family. What should I do?
The old man was calculating silently.
Brother, I have a plan.
You might as well try it. The old woman next to him suddenly spoke.
Brother, do you still remember the girl I adopted a few years ago?
Ha ha. I'll call her over to play.
Since we can't intervene, why not let the younger generation have a try?
The old man laughed and said,
Third sister, you have more ideas.
Although this may be a bit unethical, the place where my sword is hidden is an important place for our family to practice.
How can we let outsiders destroy it at will?
The old woman also smiled in agreement, then took out a token from her bosom and injected spiritual energy into it.
Buzz.
The token in the old woman's hand vibrated, and rays of blue light emerged from the token, shaking the space like ripples and spreading in all directions.
Just a little bit more. Oh my god, it really hurts. Now.
Yunmachen's sword intent realm has reached the critical point of the sword emperor realm.
But
it really hurts when the powerful sword intent fills my body. Yunmachen's body couldn't help but tremble, but the frequency of his footsteps did not slow down at all. Getting closer and closer to the long sword that exudes the sword intent of the sword emperor realm.
Lord! Be careful!
Ling Yunhan shouted to him worriedly.
The old man glanced at Tao Weifeng and asked, Tao Weifeng, who is this girl?
Ling Yunhan's beautiful face and tall figure can easily be spotted in the crowd.
Tao Weifeng quickly replied,
Master, this girl also came here with Yunmachen.
Her name is Ling Yunhan. And they seem to be in a master-servant relationship.
Ling Yunhan's breath-concealing technique was far inferior to Yunmachen's title of virtual god, so her true cultivation level of the 8th level of the spirit transformation stage was instantly exposed to the old man's eyes.
Interesting.
Qing Xian is already over 20 years old.
This girl is extremely talented and has decent looks.
It's a pity that her social status is a bit low, otherwise she could be introduced to Xianer. The old man joked to the old woman beside him. The old woman shook her head and smiled happily, saying, Brother, I heard that the second son has returned recently. He said he wanted to see his eldest granddaughter. The old man shook his head and said helplessly, Alas, his granddaughter has the same temper as this old man, so stubborn.
Although she has good talent, she is too playful and has no intention of focusing on cultivation at all. This little girl has been acting like she's lost her soul ever since she came back from the Xinyun training camp. She's been insisting on joining the Yunma Palace, etc. The old man suddenly reacted.
Tao Weifeng just mentioned the forces behind Yunmachen.
It seems to be called Yunma Palace.
The old woman also noticed this, and they both turned their heads to look at each other, their expressions becoming solemn.
What kind of force is this Yunma Palace?
Chapter 130 Snow White and Proud Su Shuer.
Ha, can a mere sword-breaking intent make me surrender?
Yunmachen gritted his teeth and shouted angrily in his heart.
And at this moment,
the sword intent hurricane formed with Yunmachen as the center was getting bigger and bigger, and all the sword intent in the sword hiding place was rushing towards him.
Third sister, when will your little girl come? If we wait a little longer, I'm afraid that if we don't take action, the sword power of the hidden swordland will be completely absorbed by this brat.
The old man felt a pain in his flesh.
But inside I was more shocked.
Because of the powerful hurricane formed by this sword intent, I'm afraid even he wouldn't dare to get close to me easily. Before the old woman could reply, a sweet female voice suddenly came from a distance.
Master, I'm here. What's wrong, Master?
Just tell your disciple if you have any instructions.
Following the old woman's gaze,
a woman who looked to be about 20 years old appeared in everyone's sight. Although the woman has a sweet voice, she looks very domineering.
She was wearing a red dress.
The snow-white breasts are proudly upright, and the slender and round legs are as beautiful as coal jade.
From a distance,
She is charming and graceful, and she is 3 points more beautiful.
she can be said to be a top beauty. Schwer, go challenge this strange young man.
At the same time, the old woman took out something from the space ring in her hand and handed it to Su Schwer, saying, "This is the sword essence pearl, which can ward off the Sword Emperor realm's sword intent and all other masterless sword intent below it. You only need to interrupt his training. Remember, do not engage in a life or death battle with him." The old woman said this because she was worried that Su Schwer would suffer at the hands of Yun Machin, and she was also afraid that Su Schwer's straightforward character would completely offend Yun Machin.
Just him? He's only at the 4th level of the spiritual transformation stage?
After Su Schwer sensed Yun Machin's cultivation level with her spiritual sense, she was a little surprised. She is a strong person at the 3rd level of the spirit severing stage.
The master asked him to deal with a young man at the 4th level of the spirit transformation stage. Is this a bit of an overreaction? Schwer, don't underestimate the enemy.
Look at the hurricane of sword intent forming around that young man. That's sword intent that's infinitely close to the Sword Emperor realm. The old woman looked at Su Schwer, who looked indifferent, and reminded her worriedly,
"Hey, don't worry. Master,
I have the sword essence pearl you gave me, so those masterless sword spirits won't dare get close to me. I just don't believe that Brat also has the sword intent of the Sword Emperor realm. No, with his strength, I'm afraid he doesn't even have the sword intent of the Sword Emperor realm." The old woman shook her head helplessly. She knew her good disciple's character too well and said helplessly,
"You, master, really can't say anything to you. Go ahead and be careful." "I know, master."
Su Schwer's eyes turned mischievously, and she answered playfully,
He. You're pretending to be so impressive, you little brat.
"You must be carrying some treasure that allows you to be fearless of such powerful sword intent."
Su Schwer flew towards Yun Machin, while secretly calculating in her mind. "You little brat. Come. Practice swordplay with me." Yun Machin raised an eyebrow.
Where did this crazy woman come from, beauty? Su Schwer was indeed extremely beautiful, and Yun Machin was dazed for a moment.
But right now, this is not the time to appreciate beautiful women, okay?
Yun Machin no longer paid attention to Su Schwer. He turned his head, closed his eyes, and continued to walk towards the center of the sword hiding place.
"Humph. You dare to ignore me. You're asking for a fight." Seeing that Yun Machin didn't want to pay attention to him, Su Schwer couldn't help but feel a little angry.
He immediately burst out with the aura of the 3rd level of the spirit severing stage, and with a wave of his hand, the sword at his waist was instantly unsheathed.
With a whoosh,
flying towards Yun Machin at high speed.
"Fuck, this beauty is sick, right?" Yun Machin cursed inwardly. Because of this moment,
he was frantically mobilizing the powerful sword intent around him and accelerating it into his body. There was no time to distract himself and deal with this sudden sword.
He understands.
This action of his would definitely anger the Xiaoyao sword immortal family. However, with Yun Machin's personality, this opportunity that came by chance.
How could he let it go? Boom!
Su Schwer's sword stabbed directly into Yun Machin's body.
In a moment, the sword is violent and the dust is rolling. But soon,
the dust cleared.
How is that possible? Su Schwer couldn't help but exclaimed.
Because Yun Machin didn't suffer any harm at all, even the pace of his forward steps didn't change. And her own personal sword.
She just lay quietly where Yun Machin had just been. If you look closely, a small corner of the sword's tip was actually broken.
Su Schwer was completely stunned.
Who is this strange man in front of me? He looks younger than her. But why? So powerful? Not only Su Schwer had such a reaction, the several old men in the air were even dumbfounded.
Several people looked at each other, not knowing what they were thinking.
Do you think your Master Yun's Chaos Divine Body is a fake?
The system had told him before. Every time a major realm is broken through, the Chaos Divine Body will undergo a qualitative change. And now he has broken through to the 3rd level of the spirit severing stage. Facing the attack from Su Schwer, who was at the same level as him, Yun Machin didn't take it seriously at all. The powerful feeling brought about by this qualitative change had even caused him to have several illusions before. I can compete with the powerful Mahayana masters.